Chapter 33-34. Before coming to Qingmu Island, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had just talked about this topic. Zhu Qing also specifically told him not to leave her sight, so as not to give the dragon race sisters an opportunity to take advantage of him. Yang Kai also patted his chest and promised that he would never be seduced by beauty. Who would have thought that the great elder would suddenly mention this at this moment? If it weren't for the previous conversation, Yang Kai might not have been able to connect the dots. But with the previous conversation with Zhu Qing, the meaning of the great elder's words at this moment was very thought-provoking. Yang Kai said dumbfoundedly, "Great elder, you can't be thinking of..." Zhu Yan chuckled as he looked Yang Kai up and down with his seemingly turbid but actually sparkling eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless piece of jade, causing goosebumps to rise all over Yang Kai's body. Gently nodding his head, he said, "You're lucky, little brat." Really, Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to pry open this old guy's head and see what he was thinking. It was fine that Fu Ling was coquettishly seducing him in front of him, but why did the dragon race's great elder also have the idea of facilitating such a good thing? Zhu Yan turned to look at Zhu Qing and said with a serious expression, "Qing, I'm afraid this matter will make you feel wronged, but for the sake of our dragon race, we have to do this. I believe you should understand." Zhu Qing lowered her eyes and said, "Qing, understands, but great elder doesn't need to tell me this. It's all up to him." Zhu Yan said, "Good girl, as long as you don't have any objections, what objections can he have?" "Menhumph." He snorted coldly, as if he wasn't a man. Yang Kai immediately said, "I have an objection." Zhu Yan looked at him with great interest. "You have an objection? What objection can you have?" Yang Kai wiped his face. "I have a big objection." Zhu Yan smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Yang Kai solemnly said, "It's true that I'm a man. It's true that I covet beauty, but it's not like I don't have a bottom line. Not to mention that I'm not familiar with the women of the dragon race. Even if I am, this kind of thing requires mutual consent. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. I've gone through thick and thin with Qing'er, and we've gone through thick and thin together to get to where we are today. How can I do the same with the other dragon women? Senior, what do you take me for? A breeding pig?" "So you're not willing?" Zhu Yan looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai sneered. "If it were you, would you be willing?" Zhu Yan thought about it seriously. It's hard to refuse. Even a man would find it hard to refuse such a temptation. After all, there were several dragon ladies. Besides, the dragon race can't tolerate what happened between me and Qing'er. If something happens between me and the other dragon ladies, how can the dragon race tolerate it? Zhu Yan immediately said, "If you can improve their bloodline quickly, not to mention Qing'er, even if all of them are married to you, what's the harm?" Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This old man is so bold, and just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. However, if he really did that, then the male dragon race on Dragon Island would see Yang Kai as a thorn in their side. Even his brother-in-law wouldn't be spared from this. The ratio of men to women in the dragon race was already unbalanced. If all the dragon ladies on Dragon Island were to be taken by Yang Kai, then the remaining male dragon race wouldn't be able to endure it. "Senior, please don't mention this matter again. I absolutely won't agree to it." Yang Kai waved his hand and refused righteously. He took a peek at Zhu Qing's expression while he was at it. Seeing that she was bursting with joy, his heart immediately calmed down. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Go back and think about it carefully. This matter won't do you any harm." Zhu Yan waved his hand and said. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled in this matter. He cupped his hands and said, "I came to Dragon Island this time because I still have a few things that I need the Great Elder's help with." Zhu Yan laughed and said, "The grudge between you and Dragon Island is still not settled yet, and you still want to ask this old man to help you with something? Is there something wrong with your head? Or is there something wrong with my head?" Yang Kai said, "Regardless of whether the Great Elder admits it or not, it's a fact that I possess the dragon race's origin." Zhu Yan thought in his heart, "If not for that, how could you even have the right to speak? I would have already killed you with a slap. Furthermore, you possess the ancestral dragon's origin, This matter is really big. If that's the case, then that kid can barely be considered as half a dragon race. Yang Kai continued. Since he is half a dragon race, it's not too much to ask the Great Elder to help me with a few things, right? That depends on what kind of things you are talking about. Zhu Yan snorted lightly. Yang Kai said solemnly, for the dragon race, these things aren't that big of a deal. The first thing is that I hope Qing'er can accompany me and leave Dragon Island together with me. She won't have to suffer the pain of house arrest anymore. Zhu Yan said, what else? This kid wants to take a look at the Dragon Palace Hall. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, last time I came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Although I attracted a lot of dragon souls, I didn't have time to comprehend anything. This time, this kid wants to enter the Dragon Palace Hall to learn the dragon race's secret arts. Zhu Yan was silent for a moment, then asked, just these two things? That's right. This old man has no objections. Yang Kai was startled, then he was overjoyed. Many thanks for the Great Elder's help. Zhu Yan chuckled. This old man has no objections, but I don't know what the second elder thinks. If you can convince the second elder, then everything can be discussed. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You are the Great Elder, shouldn't you be the leader on Dragon Island? Zhu Yan blinked and said, of course, I am the one in charge when it comes to external matters. However, the second elder is the one in charge when it comes to internal matters. Alright, go look for the second elder if you wish to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the treehouse. Yang Kai stared at his back, gritted his teeth and muttered. Zhu Yan's figure paused. He turned his head and said with a twitching expression, Kid, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, he didn't say anything. The Great Elder might have misheard. We will take our leave first. While speaking, she pulled Yang Kai and flew out. Yang Kai turned around and shouted, the Great Elder of the dragon race is actually afraid of his wife. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the leaves until they rustled down. Kid, get back here. Zhu Yan was flustered and exasperated. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to chase after them. But where were Yang Kai and Zhu Qing? After chattering for a while, he put his hands behind his back and said, what a joke, this old man is afraid of her. Her eyes are on her ass, this old man won't lower himself to her level. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked around to make sure there was no one around. Then he valiantly returned to his treehouse, like a big rooster that had won a battle. High up in the sky, Zhu Qing twisted Yang Kai's ear and said angrily, why did you provoke the Great Elder? The Great Elder is very good. Yang Kai smiled apologetically. Don't twist my ear, it's going to fall off. I just said it casually. He reached out and grabbed her soft hair and took it from his ear. Zhu Qing said angrily, besides, is it shameful to be afraid of your wife? Yang Kai laughed and said, in fact, there is no man who is afraid of his wife. How can a man be afraid of his wife? Is that so? Zhu Qing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The so-called fear is nothing more than an expression of forbearance and love. At this time, Kai Yang naturally knew what to say to make her happy. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Looking at his slightly red ear, the cold expression on her face instantly melted, and her heart was filled with sweetness. However, not long after, her mood became heavy again. She reminded him, you barely passed the Great Elder, but when you meet the second elder later, you must not lose your temper. As long as you pass the second elder, it will be much more convenient for you to come to Dragon Island in the future. Maybe I can go out and see you in the future. I know. No matter what bad things she says later, I will just treat it as her fart. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't let her hear this. Ice Snow Island was Fu Tin's spiritual island. Fu Tin was an ice dragon, and the spiritual island he lived in was naturally icy cold. Looking at the entire spiritual island from afar, it was like a huge ice mountain. Birds couldn't fly for 1,000 miles, and people couldn't find any traces. Before they even got close, they could already feel the overwhelming coldness. Even the surrounding sea territory was frozen into ice. There seemed to be no life within a few thousand miles. Although this kind of severe cold was bitterly cold, it didn't affect Yang Kai and Zhu Qing too much. The The two of them landed at the center of the island. From afar, they could see a huge ice platform made of 10,000-year-old ice. Fu Tin was sitting on the ice platform. He was dressed in white and looked pure and flawless. He almost blended in perfectly with the surrounding scenery. Descending from the sky, they landed at a place 300 feet away from Fu Tin. Zhu Qing bowed and said, "Qing'er brings her husband Yang Kai to pay our respects to second elder." This sudden call of husband caused Yang Kai to be a little distracted. Until Zhu Qing used her arm to touch him gently, he cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai pays his respects to second elder." Fu Tin opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. That biting coldness seemed to be able to freeze one's mind. In her eyes, there was no Yang Kai at all. She only looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Who allowed you to leave the island without permission? Scram back." When she said that, the veins on Yang Kai's forehead popped out. His anger surged up. What did she mean? Qing-er came to pay her respects out of goodwill. Her nose wasn't nose and her eyes weren't eyes. She actually asked Qing-er to scram back? Seeing his displeased expression, Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "Qing-er and my husband came here to ask second elder for a favor." "Husband?" Fu Tin sneered. "You are not married. How can you have a husband? Even if you have one, it should be the dead Fu Qi and not some random guy." Zhu Qing said, "Qing-er's husband is right beside you. Why does second elder have to turn a blind eye?" Fu Tin closed her eyes and said, "I don't see any husband. Even if there is, I will not admit it." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Whether second elder admits it or not, it is a fact that my husband and I are husband and wife. Qing-er will not marry anyone else in this life. In that case, it's useless to say more. Scram back. When you think it through, then come and see me again. Qing, that old witch." Yang Kai shouted angrily. Although he had repeatedly warned himself to be patient before coming here, and was mentally prepared for Fu Tin's attitude, when he heard her telling Zhu Qing to scram back, he still couldn't hold it in. Chapter 33-35. The anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai took a step forward and pointed at Fu Ti as he scolded. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the second elder of the dragon race. Although Qing-er is from the dragon race, she also has her own freedom. It's not up to you to interfere. As long as I'm her husband, I'll be her husband for life. It's not up to you to deny it. I came to visit you today, because I'm giving you face. But since you don't want this face, then it's fine. Anyway, we don't need you to acknowledge anything." As soon as he said that, Zhu Qing knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Ti's aura moved, the already cold world became even colder. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Kid, what did you call me?" "Old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch." Yang Kai opened his mouth and looked at her provocatively. "Are you satisfied? If not, I can call you a few more times." Fu Ti slowly got up and said coldly, "After today, if you are still alive, I think you should remember the saying that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai grinned hideously. "You want to fight? Come on, let's see who will die first." As soon as he said that, a dragon roar exploded. The phantom of the golden divine dragon behind him pounced into Yang Kai's body. The dragon's aura instantly spread out. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the distant dragon palace. The world was instantly filled with dragon roars. The entire dragon island seemed to be shaking. No matter where the dragons were, they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the dragon palace. Their faces were filled with surprise. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could also trigger the resonance of the dragon palace by activating the origin power of the golden divine dragon here. This time, he was even more fearless. He laughed and said, "It seems that the ancestors of the dragon race are all on my side." Even so, he was like a cheetah that was ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. His entire body was tense, and he could explode with a thunderous attack as long as there was even the slightest provocation. After all, his opponent was the second elder of the dragon race, an existence that could exchange blows with the great emperors. How could he dare to be careless? Contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Fu Sui actually didn't make a move right away, and Fu Sui instead looked coldly at Yang Kai, while killing intent coiled in his eyes and almost condensed into material form. Zhu Qing stepped between the two and said anxiously, "Second elder, please calm down. My husband didn't mean to do this. Please don't take offense." She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of blame. Her meaning was obvious. She had clearly said that she would be patient. Why did she tear off all pretense of cordiality as soon as they met? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Sensing Zhu Qing's embarrassment, he couldn't help but sniffle. Even his imposing manner was reduced by a notch. "Don't tell me you didn't mean to?" Fu Sui looked at Zhu Qing indifferently. "If I insist on killing him today, what are you going to do?" Zhu Qing was startled and said bitterly, "As a dragon race, I naturally have to abide by the rules of the dragon race. However, if my husband is in trouble, Qing, or can't just sit by and watch. If second elder insists on doing this, then Qing, or can only live and die with my husband." Yang Kai looked at her emotionally. He tugged at her sleeve and said, "Qing, or move aside. This old witch is probably delusional if she wants to kill me." Vile spawn. Fu Sui's expression turned gloomy. He never expected Zhu Qing to actually give such an answer. He took a deep breath and said, "It seems like Dragon Island can't hold your heart anymore." "What kind of dragon race are you?" Zhu Qing said sadly. "Please forgive me, second elder." Yang Kai said, "You also said that Dragon Island can't hold Qing'er's heart. Why don't second elder release Qing'er's freedom and let her leave with me? This can be considered fulfilling someone else's wish. We, husband and wife, will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you in the future. We will burn a stick of incense in the morning and night, and kowtow 3 times in the morning and evening. We will bless second elder to live as long as the heavens and stay young forever." Fu Sui snorted coldly. "Don't be so glib in front of me. Even if I can't hold her heart, I will keep her body. She was born as a dragon race member, and will die as a dragon race ghost. It's not your turn to take advantage of her." Yang Kai frowned. "A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet." Fu Sui sneered. "So what?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Fu Sui's decisiveness made him lose the patience to talk to him. Zhu Qing's obstruction made the two unable to really fight. Yang Kai had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. "You want room for negotiation?" Fu Sui snorted coldly. "There is." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. "Please enlighten me, second elder." Fu Sui said, "As long as this person can make up for the losses he caused to my Dragon Island, I can naturally let bygones be bygones. I can even fulfill your wish and let you two live together." The last sentence made Zhu Qing overjoyed. Second elder was actually willing to fulfill their wish. This was simply unimaginable. However, the previous condition made Zhu Qing somewhat at a loss. Dragon Island's losses? I wonder, what is second elder referring to? Fu Sui sneered. "Don't tell me he doesn't know what kind of losses he brought to Dragon Island? Why do you need to ask me?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Even if there are any losses, it's your own fault. Not to mention that I don't have the ability to make up for it. Even if I really have the ability, I won't make up for it." Fu Sui's eyelids twitched. "Who are you calling yourself as I am in front of?" Yang Kai hooted. "I like it, what can you do?" "Die brat." Fu Sui flew into a rage. The killing intent that she suppressed with great difficulty erupted once again. This time, even if Zhu Qing was stopping her, she was going to make a move for real. Zhu Qing hurriedly grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and flew out in a flash. She turned around and said, "Second elder, please calm down. Sorry for disturbing you today." She ran very quickly. Naturally, she knew that if she didn't leave now, they would really start fighting. Fu Sui stood in place with a face full of anger. It was obvious that she was quite angry, but she didn't have the intention to chase after them. She only stared hatefully in the direction where the two disappeared. After a short while a figure flashed. Great Elder Zhu Yan suddenly appeared beside Fu Sui and said, "They left." Fu Sui took a deep breath and calmed the rolling qi and blood in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and said, "I really want to kill him." Zhu Yan said with a smile, "What can you do even if you kill him? What's more, that's the ancestral dragon's origin. It's not like you didn't feel the abnormality of the Dragon Hall just now. With the protection of so many dragon souls in the Dragon Hall, even if you and I join hands, we might not be able to kill him on the Dragon Island. If we want to kill him, we can only do it outside the Dragon Island. Fu Sui snorted. If it's not so, how can he still be alive? Zhu Yan looked at her in astonishment. You can't really be thinking of killing him, right? Fu Sui gritted her teeth and said, So what if I do? Zhu Yan's head was dripping with cold sweat. Just thinking about it is enough. You can't really make a move. The future of our dragon race depends on him. You have always treated the revival of the dragon race as your responsibility. Back then, you endured the pain of banishing Fu Xian into the dragon tomb. Wasn't it also because of this reason? A little impatience spoils great plans. Fu Sui nodded and said, I understand the reason. But she couldn't hold back her anger when facing that brat. It was hard for her to not have killing intent when he kept calling her old witch. She paused for a moment and said, I have already told him the conditions. Whether he can do it or not will depend on his own ability. Zhu Yan grinned. It's good that you have said it. I think with how much he values Qing, he will definitely do his best to do it. Fu Sui suddenly turned her head to look at him. If he can't do it, I will strip the ancestral dragon's origin from his body. With this brat's conduct, he doesn't deserve to have the ancestral dragon's origin. Zhu Yan's expression twitched and he said non-committally, We will see when the time comes. He raised his head to look at the void and let out a long sigh. The ancestral dragon's origin has already appeared. Where is the ancestral phoenix's origin? In the void, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sped past. Along the way, Zhu Qing didn't say a word. Her beautiful face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Yang Kai whistled as if nothing had happened, but in fact he had been carefully observing her expression. Seeing her like that, he knew that he was in trouble. He must have disappointed her with his performance just now. But speaking of which, he only took half of the responsibility at most. The other half was completely because of that lowly servant Fu Zhen. Qing, or why don't I elope with you? Why do you care so much about her? Can that old witch really keep an eye on you and me? The outside world is so big, where is she going to find you? Yang Kai suggested. Zhu Qing sighed. Of course I can leave with you, but if I really do so, I'm afraid I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. Eloping was indeed a good thing, but without the approval of the elders, it was destined to be incomplete. Stopping, Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai affectionately and said, Fortunately, Great Elder and Second Elder have no intention of forbidding you from coming to Dragon Island again. If you miss me in the future, come to Dragon Island more often to see me. I will also wait for you here. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but swallowed the persuasion that was at the tip of his tongue. Zhu Qing was not a child. Since she had such considerations, even if he really took her out of Dragon Island, she would not be able to eat or sleep in peace in the future. It was better to let her stay on Dragon Island. At least she wouldn't have to suffer. Smiling freely, he said, Then I will accompany you on Dragon Island this time. Reaching out, he held Zhu Qing's soft hand and flew side by side with her to Half Moon Island. They didn't speak a word along the way. When they returned to Half Moon Island, it was already dark. Fu Xian and Mo Shaoqi didn't leave. The mother and daughter sat together and talked. It was obvious that they were getting along very well. Fu Xian's face was full of love, while Mo Shaoqi's face was also full of happiness. When she saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing appear together, Mo Shaoqi's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. But soon she smiled and greeted, Big brother Yang, big sister Qing. Fu Xian smiled and said, Shaoqi insisted on waiting for you to come back and say goodbye to you before she was willing to return to the island with me. Saying so, she patted Mo Shaoqi's head gently. Now it's time to go back and rest, right? Mo Shaoqi nodded and looked at Yang Kai. Then I will go with mother first. Big brother Yang, remember to let me know when you are leaving. Don't worry. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I will definitely let you know when the time comes. Goodbye, big brother Yang and big sister Qing. Mo Shaoqi waved her hand gently and flew out of Half Moon Island together with Fu Xian. After the mother and daughter left, Yang Kai suddenly flashed to Zhu Qing's side. and carried her in his arms. Zhu Qing cried out in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at each other, how could she not know what he wanted to do? Her cheeks immediately blushed, and she pouted her lips in the direction of the bedroom. Young Kai laughed and strode to the bedroom. He kicked open the door and threw Zhu Qing on the bed, pouncing on her. It was a night of spring breeze. The man was making waves while the woman was pleasuring him. Chapter 33-36. Young Kai had a very comfortable few days. With the blue sea and blue sky, accompanied by beauties, he was so happy that he almost forgot about home. During the day he would go sightseeing with Zhu Qing, enjoying the scenery of the Dragon Island. At night, he would naturally travel with the clouds and the rain. Zhu Qing also knew that these kind of days would not last long. That's why, if nothing unexpected happened, she would be inseparable from Young Kai. But these kind of days were destined not to last long. After more than 10 days, this kind of leisure was finally broken. At the edge of the Crescent Moon Island, Young Kai was lying on the beach with his head resting on his hands. He raised his head and looked at the clouds. Beside him, Qiongqi was lying on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed this carefree life. One man and one horse seemed to have become an eternal painting. The tide rose and fell, and the water splashed everywhere on the beach. Old Qiong, this young master has decided, I want to go to the Dragon Palace. Young Kai suddenly said. Qiongqi was taking a nap with his eyes half closed. When he heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Young Kai, as if he wanted to confirm if he heard wrong. I probably can't take Qing Air with me, but I definitely have to go to the Dragon Palace. The dragon race's secret technique is very powerful. Since I'm already here, how can I miss it so easily? What do you think of this idea? Qiongqi only shook his head like a rattledrum. Not good, not good. Oh, why not? Young Kai turned his head and looked at him. Qiongqi said, this is the Dragon Island. The Dragon Palace is the most sacred and secretive place of the dragon race. You are not allowed to enter without permission. I'm afraid you won't be able to come back alive. Young Kai sneered and said, it's not like I haven't been to the Dragon Palace before. Didn't Wukong also barge in without permission last time? He is still free and unfettered in his ancestral territory until now. Wukong is Wukong, you are you. Qiongqi still had a disapproving expression. He muttered to himself for a while and said, if you insist on going, that's fine. Wait until this old man leaves the Dragon Island first. Young Kai looked at him with squinted eyes. Old Qiong, you are quite loyal. Qiongqi said, this old man just want to preserve my life and wait until there is an opportunity to avenge young master. Heh, Kai Yang sneered. Not bad, it's really hard for you. Qiongqi pretended not to understand and said, anyway, this old man advises you to give up on this idea. If possible, it's best to ask the Dragon Clan to allow you to enter the Dragon Palace. Young Kai shouted angrily. If the dragon race had agreed, this young master wouldn't have needed to barge in. That cheap slut Fujian clearly wanted to take advantage of my weakness to threaten me with Qing. How hateful. Sooner or later, I'll let her know my prowess. Someone is coming. Qiongqi's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction. Young Kai also noticed and looked in that direction. He immediately grinned. A red light was heading straight for Zhu Qing's palace, but after sensing Young Kai's divine sense, it turned in the air and flew over. In an instant, a figure stood in the air and looked down from above. Young Kai lay motionless and raised his hand to greet. Hello, brother-in-law. Zhu Lai frowned at his sloppy appearance, thinking that his sister was really blind. How did she fall for such a man? He said lightly. What are you doing lying here? Sunbathing. What else can I do? Young Kai answered matter-of-factly. He waved his hand and said, come down if you have something to say. Why are you standing so high up? The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched, but he still flew down obediently. When he landed beside Young Kai, he turned his head to look at Qiongqi and said in astonishment, you actually took in Qiongqi as your mount? Young Kai didn't stay on Dragon Island for long, but it wasn't short either. There were only a few dragon race on the island. Once there was a little commotion, it would naturally spread quickly. Now all the dragon race on Dragon Island knew that he was driven out of Ice Snow Island by the second elder. He was even almost killed after infuriating the second elder. Moreover, he had Qiongqi as his mount. Zhu Lai had been practicing the secret technique for the past few days. When he heard the news, he hurried over to take a look. He looked at Qiongqi in astonishment and said, "You are also a member of the sacred spirits. Don't you feel ashamed to be so lowly?" Qiongqi blinked his eyes. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai stood up and stared at Zhu Lai. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean? What enmity do you have with me? Why do you want to turn my mount against me?" Zhu Lai frowned and said, "That's not what I mean. I just feel that. Sai, forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions." He shook his head and looked as if he expected better from Qiongqi. It was as if Qiongqi was willing to be Yang Kai's mount and embarrass all the sacred spirits. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, "Why aren't you accompanying Zhu Qing? What are you doing here alone?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Zhu Qing is entertaining the 3 dragon girls. How would I dare to go over?" There were only 7 dragon girls on Dragon Island. Excluding Zhu Qing, Fu Tin, and Fu Xian, there were 4 left. However, Fu Ling was still guarding the entrance of Dragon Island and couldn't leave without permission. Therefore, there were only 3 dragon girls left. One of them was of the dragon race, and the other 2 were of the dragon race. In the past few days, these 3 dragon girls were very diligent in coming to Zhu Qing's place. They came almost as soon as the sun rose, and only left when the sky was dark. Their intention was self-evident. Yang Kai only saw them once on the first day. After that, he was immediately sent away by Zhu Qing with an excuse. Speaking of which, the 3 dragon girls didn't give Yang Kai a bad impression. They didn't have any obvious seductive actions like Fu Ling. Even when they looked at Yang Kai, they were a little embarrassed and shy. When facing Zhu Qing, they were full of guilt and uneasiness. Yang Kai suspected that it was the great elder who asked the 3 of them to come over. If not, even if he was really of great use to them, with the pride of the dragon race, they wouldn't act like this. The main reason why Fu Ling acted like this was because she had interacted with Yang Kai before. They weren't strangers to each other. Hearing his explanation, Zhu Lai naturally understood. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He looked at Yang Kai with a bitter and vengeful gaze. Even his own brother-in-law was like this, not to mention the other male dragon race. At this moment, they probably wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. If they didn't know that Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin power suppressed them too much, and they weren't his match at all, they would have already come over to fight him to the death. After a moment of silence, Zhu Lai said, "I heard that the second elder gave you a condition?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "You know about this too?" Zhu Lai said, "The Dragon Island is only so big, and there are only so many people in the dragon race. If something happens, it will spread very quickly. Didn't the second elder ask you to compensate for the losses you caused to the dragon race last time?" Yang Kai nodded. "There is such a thing." Zhu Lai said, "Then why don't you think of a way? It's rare for the second elder to agree. If you can fulfill her request, you can naturally bring Zhu Qing away from the Dragon Island. Don't tell me you want to be separated from Zhu Qing in the future?" Yang Kai sneered. "Why should I compensate for the losses of the Dragon Island? It's not my fault." Zhu Lai spat out 3 words one by one. "Dragon blood flower." Yang Kai's face twitched. "Did the great elder ask you to come?" He was just saying it casually, but Zhu Lai's expression flickered. "You don't have to care who asked me to come. Anyway, in my opinion, you have the ability to fulfill the second elder's condition." "You think I have the ability?" Yang Kai laughed. "Do you know how many dragon blood flowers I collected back then? 2 of the highest grade, 30 of the highest grade, 200 of the middle grade, and none of the lower grade. Almost 1,000 of them. You know, quite a lot." Yang Kai was a little surprised. These numbers were not much different from what he calculated previously. He nodded and said, "Then do you know how many dragon blood flowers I have left?" Zhu Lai shook his head. Yang Kai said, the highest grade, and the middle grade are all gone. Only the lower grade are left. Even if I really return the remaining dragon blood flowers, where do I get the rest?" I can't conjure dragon blood flowers, right? Zhu Lai said, neither too fast nor too slow. The cultivation of dragon blood flowers is mainly based on dragon's blood. The purer the dragon's blood, the higher the quality of the dragon blood flowers. The dragon blood flowers on the Dragon Island were basically watered with dragon's blood as the raw material. Not only is the quality not good, but it also takes a long time to grow. But if you really have the heart, you can use your own blood to cultivate dragon blood flowers. Your bloodline may have a miraculous effect on dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai sneered after hearing this. He instinctively wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, it seemed very reasonable. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Do you really think I can cultivate those middle and high-grade dragon blood flowers? Zhu Lai said. How would you know if you don't try? The second elder has already said that if you can really fulfill her request and bring Zhu Qing into the Dragon Palace, she will have nothing to say. As soon as these words came out, an image immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. He had openly walked into the Dragon Temple while Fu Zhen, that cheap maid, had a helpless look on her face. He couldn't help but feel great. She will keep her word? Zhu Lai sighed. The second elder has always kept her word. Yang Kai was very moved. He paced back and forth on the beach. His expression kept changing. He hesitated and found it hard to make a decision. After a while he clapped his hands and said, "All right, I will do it. I don't believe that I can't cultivate dragon blood flowers." Zhu Lai said, "Then I wish you success." Yang Kai grinned. All right, go back and tell the great elder that I will compensate for the loss of dragon blood flowers. Tell him to relax, who asked me to be the son-in-law of the Dragon Island." The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. "I just said it casually. It has nothing to do with the great elder." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "You came here to tell me this, isn't it because the great elder ordered you behind the scenes?" Zhu Lai still wanted to explain, but in the end he nodded his head and said, "All right." The dragon blood flowers were all stolen by Yang Kai. Within 1,000 years, the bloodline of the dragon race on the Dragon Island wouldn't be able to improve with the help of the dragon blood flowers. There were only two ways to solve this problem. First, Yang Kai could cultivate enough dragon blood flowers. Second, Yang Kai could help those few dragonesses quickly improve their bloodline. In the end, Zhu Lai still hoped that Yang Kai would make the first choice. That was why he accepted the mission assigned by the Great Elder to persuade Yang Kai. Chapter 33-37. The matter of cultivating the dragon blood flower was carried out immediately. Yang Kai went back and told Zhu Qing about it. While Zhu Qing was happy, she was also worried. She was happy because if Yang Kai could really fulfill the second elder's request, the Dragon Island would no longer have a reason to make things difficult for him. If he wanted to enter the Dragon Palace, the second elder would no longer be in a position to stop him. She was worried about whether Yang Kai's body could handle it. Since he wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he would naturally need a large amount of blood. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, the amount of blood needed for the dragon blood flower to grow was not small. After some persuasion, Yang Kai mustered up all his energy and insisted on making up for the loss of the dragon blood flower. Since there was no result, Zhu Qing could only let it be. That night, she tried her best to flatter Yang Kai and completely put down her pride as a dragon lady. She served Yang Kai until he felt comfortable all over. The next day, Yang Kai flew alone to the spiritual island where he was cultivating the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing wanted to follow him, but she was stopped by Yang Kai. After all, when he was cultivating the dragon blood flower, he would need to constantly bleed himself. Zhu Qing would be watching at the side and would be heartbroken. Yang Kai would naturally not bring her along. It would be bad if he couldn't bear to do it when the time came. Yang Kai was not unfamiliar with the location of the spiritual island. After all, he went there under Fu Ling's lead previously. Fu Ling was punished for making a mistake. The one guarding the spiritual island now was the rank 6 green dragon, Fu Qi. Previously, he was the one who went to the half-dragon city and brought hundreds of dragon descendants back to the Dragon Island. At that time, Fu Qi was insufferably arrogant and majestic. Today he was waiting at the side of the island. When he saw Yang Kai flying over, he quickly flew up and greeted him. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai sized him up and smiled faintly. "Brother Fuqi, why are you here?" Fuqi said, "Under the orders of the elders, I am guarding the Dragon Blood Island and waiting for Brother Yang's arrival." He paused for a while and said, "I heard that Brother Yang decided to cultivate the Dragon Blood flower here? You want to recreate the scale of the Dragon Blood Island?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "And that's true." Suddenly, he felt a little regretful. Brother Yang is righteous. I thank Brother Yang on behalf of the many brothers and sisters in the clan. Fu Qi's expression brightened. His ranking in the dragon race was near the bottom. After all, he only had a rank 6 bloodline. The dragon blood flower was very useful to him. When he heard that the dragon blood flower had been swept clean by Yang Kai, he hated Yang Kai to death. Without the dragon blood flower, it would be harder for his rank 6 bloodline to improve. Even if the accumulation of time could purify his bloodline, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This kind of flowing time Great Emperor was a long time for the dragon race. Now that he heard that Yang Kai wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he was naturally overjoyed. As long as Yang Kai could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, the old grudges were not worth mentioning. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I can't guarantee if it will work, but I will try my best." Fu Qi said, "The Great Elder said that the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city are under Brother Yang's command. If you need them, I can bring them over right now." "Why would I need them?" Yang Kai curled his lips. The dragon blood flower on the Dragon Island had always been cultivated with the blood of the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city. The effect was very slow, and it would take a long time. Yang Kai was well aware of this. If it really worked, he could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, but he didn't know how many years it would take. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Did the Great Elder say that the dragon race on the Dragon Island will also be under my command?" Fu Qi was shocked. "Brother Yang, you want to?" Yang Kai said, "Since the dragon blood flower needs to be cultivated with dragon blood, the effects of pure dragon blood should be better than those of the half-dragon bloodline." I see that Brother Fu Qi is full of energy and your face is ruddy. It shouldn't be a problem for you to bleed a little. Why don't we start with you?" As soon as he said that, Fu Qi's expression changed greatly. He took a few steps back and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. No. Why not?" Fu Qi said anxiously. "The dragon race consumes the dragon blood flower to improve their bloodline and increase the purity of their bloodline. If we really bleed to cultivate the dragon blood flower, it will cause our bloodline to regress. It's not worth it." "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't his bloodline regress if he bleed? Now that he used the dragon transformation art, he had a 300 Zhang dragon body. If his bloodline regress, wouldn't his half-dragon body become smaller? In an instant, Yang Kai had the thought of backing out. Although he wanted to make up for the losses of the dragon race and make Fu Qi speechless, if it really damaged his own interests and strength, he would definitely not do it. As if he sensed his thoughts, Fu Qi said, "Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about your own problems. The Great Elder said that if it was you, it would definitely be different from the other dragon race members." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "How can the Great Elder be so sure?" Fu Qi smiled and said, "The Great Elder said so, but I'm not too sure." Yang Kai immediately became worried. Of course the Great Elder would say that to comfort him. Anyway, he was not a pure dragon race member. Whether or not his bloodline regress had nothing to do with the dragon race. The old man looked good, but he was actually as evil as the old witch. Seeing his gloomy face, Fu Qi knew that something was wrong. If Yang Kai really did not do anything, then it would be over. He immediately said, "Brother Yang, if you feel that it's inappropriate, why don't you give it a try? If your bloodline is really damaged, then it's not too late to stop. With your senses, you should be able to clearly feel the situation of your own bloodline." Yang Kai's face became slightly better. He nodded and said, "That makes sense. Let's not delay any longer. I'll give it a try now. Brother Yang, please." The two of them walked side by side into the Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai was familiar with the place. The Dragon Blood Island was full of spiritual energy. It could be said that it was one of the spiritual islands with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Dragon Palace. After all, it was a place to cultivate the dragon blood flower. How could the spiritual energy not be rich? The entire spiritual island was also a strange dark red color. It was as though the island was bathed in fresh blood. Furthermore, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The smell of blood was not unpleasant. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. Strange formations could be seen everywhere. These formations were set up to extract the blood essence of the descendants of the dragon. When Li Jiao was brought here, he was locked in the formation. Then, when the formation was activated, the blood essence in Li Jiao's body was drawn out uncontrollably and used to nourish the dragon blood flowers growing on the island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had arrived in time, otherwise Li Jiao's cultivation would have dropped. Even so, it was only after consuming some dragon blood flowers that he was able to recover and even improve his bloodline. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Fu Qi accompanied by the side. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Now there are less than 100 dragon blood flowers left on the island. Furthermore, most of them are ungraded. Only a few are low-grade dragon blood flowers. If we want to recover them, we will need Brother Yang to put in more effort." He was furious. The culprit who caused this situation was right in front of him. Yet the great elder sent a message to ask him to do his best to cooperate with him. What was the great elder thinking? Hearing Fu Qi's words, Yang Kai only nodded gently. He did not feel awkward at all. It was as though he did not know about this. The so-called ungraded dragon blood flowers were still in the growth stage and had not fully matured. Even if they were consumed, it would not be of much use. It would only be a waste of natural resources. Only the graded dragon blood flowers would have an effect on the bloodline of the dragon race. There were 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Among them, the top grade was the rarest. Yang Kai had picked 2 stalks last time. According to Fu Ling, the great elder and second elder had deliberately reserved them for themselves. They wanted to wait a few more days before consuming them. Who knew that they would benefit Yang Kai? After walking for a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He rubbed his hands together and said in a low voice, "Let's begin." He also wanted to know how effective his blood essence would be on the dragon blood flowers. His divine sense surged. With a flip of his hand, a stalk of dragon blood flower appeared on his palm. It was from the medicinal garden. Yang Kai had stolen so many dragon blood flowers last time. He did not have the time to consume all of them. He only consumed the top grade, high grade, and mid grade ones. He kept the low grade ones and transplanted them into his medicinal garden. The flower was red in color, as if it had been rolled in blood. It emitted a faint but pure dragon's aura. Fu Qi's breathing quickened. He said in a low voice, "Mid-grade dragon blood flower." Yang Kai was stunned. Mid-grade? How could it be mid-grade? He clearly remembered that he had consumed all of the mid-grade and above dragon blood flowers last time. Furthermore, he did not use them for alchemy. He had swallowed them whole. At that time was too tight. Although he had used the high-grade and top-grade ones for alchemy, he did not have the time to refine the mid-grade ones. Therefore, he did not have a single mid-grade dragon blood flower left. However, when he took a closer look, the dragon blood flower in his hand was undoubtedly a mid-grade one. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai immediately understood. His medicinal garden could be said to be the most beautiful place in the world. There was a precious treasure like heavy earth, many earth vein pearls, and the immortal tree beside it emitting vitality. Now the entire world was providing him with an endless supply of spirit qi. A year of growth of the dragon blood flowers here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. It had already been more than 10 years since he left Dragon Island. In other words, these dragon blood flowers had grown for at least 100 years, or even 200 years. It was normal for them to grow from low grade to mid grade. You're making a fuss over nothing. Yang Kai sneered. Haven't you eaten a mid-grade dragon blood flower before? Fu Qi smiled embarrassedly. I only have a rank 6 bloodline. Normally, low-grade dragon blood flowers are enough. I can only occasionally obtain 1 or 2 mid-grade ones. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yang. Chapter 33-38. The dragon blood flowers collected on the dragon island were all distributed according to a fixed amount. The quality of the dragon blood flower could be obtained based on the bloodline. It was not randomly distributed. For example, a rank 6 giant dragon like Wuxia was only qualified to consume a low-grade dragon blood flower. Only after reaching rank 7 would one be able to consume a middle-grade dragon blood flower, and only after reaching rank 8 would one be able to consume a high-grade dragon blood flower. As for rank 10 bloodlines like the Great Elder and the Second Elder, they could only consume a top-grade dragon blood flower, because any dragon blood flower below the top grade did not have much effect on them. It would be a waste to force them to consume it. It would be better to give it to other dragon race members to increase their bloodline. Wuxia had also lived for many years, but the number of mid-grade dragon blood flower he had consumed was no more than 10. Currently, there were only some low-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers left on the dragon island. This mid-grade dragon blood flower was like a crane in a flock of chickens, attracting everyone's attention. Young Kai had some understanding of this, so he did not say anything. Instead, he carefully transplanted the middle-grade dragon blood flower to an empty space in front of him. There was a hole left on the empty space. It was obviously left behind by Young Kai when he stole the dragon blood flower last time. After that, Young Kai rubbed his finger on his fingertip and made a small cut. He silently operated his secret art, and a drop of golden blood dripped down the root of the dragon blood flower. Wuxia opened his eyes wide, and his breathing became rapid. He stared at the drop of golden blood without blinking. Young Kai actually heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. He could not help but turn his head to look at him. "Brother Wuxia, are you hungry?" "No, no, no." Wuxia quickly waved his hand. He could not help but gulp. At first, Young Kai thought that he was drooling over the middle-grade dragon blood flower. But when he took a closer look, he saw that he was actually staring at the cut on his finger. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and put his hand behind his back. He thought to himself, what the hell? Could it be that my blood essence is also useful for the male dragon race? However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange that it was useful. Zhu Qing was able to upgrade her dragon bloodline from rank 8 to rank 9, because she had a close relationship with him. In other words, there was something in his body that could rapidly upgrade the dragon race's bloodline. His golden blood might really be effective against all the dragon race. This wasn't good. Young Kai had a grudge. If that was the case, he wouldn't be captured by the dragon race, let out his blood, and then everyone would share it with him, right? It was fine to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower to compensate for the dragon race's losses, but if he really wanted the dragon race to drink his blood, Young Kai was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand at Wuxia and said, "All right, you can go. I can handle this place by myself. You don't have to accompany me." Based on his performance just now, how could Young Kai dare to let him stay? Wuxia was startled. "But my duty is to guard this place." Young Kai looked at him sideways. "What's so good about guarding this broken island? It's just 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Do you think I can pick them all?" "You're talking as if you haven't picked them before." Wuxia cursed in his heart, but he said, "Great Elder told me to. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'm leaving." "You're leaving? Where are you going?" Wuxia was shocked. "The world is big. I'll go wherever I want." Wuxia was shocked. "But Brother Yang, aren't you going to cultivate the dragon blood flower? How can you just leave like that?" Young Kai sighed. "I had this idea, but there are always people who ruin my mood, so I'm not in the mood to do it now." Wuxia's face turned red. He knew that his performance just now had made Young Kai a little unhappy. Thinking about it, he actually showed a look of desire for his blood. It was really an instinctive reaction. He clearly knew that the drop of golden blood would be of great use to him. But since Young Kai said this, Wuxia could only say, "I'll have to ask Great Elder about this." "Quickly ask for instructions," Kai Yang urged, his face filled with impatience. Wuxia immediately used a secret technique to communicate with Great Elder, but after a while he said with a disappointed expression, "Great Elder said that there's no need to guard this place anymore." Young Kai nodded. "Great Elder is reasonable." Wuxia said helplessly, "If that's the case, then this Fu will leave first. Go go." Young Kai waved his hand. Fu Qi reluctantly looked at the mid-rank dragon blood flower that had just been transplanted, then turned around and flew away. He still felt a little regretful in his heart. If only he had consumed that drop of golden blood just now. Although he didn't know what it would do to him, it would definitely be more effective than consuming a dragon blood flower. After watching Fu Qi leave, Yang Kai's body and mind relaxed. He touched his chin and stood in place, quietly staring at the changes of the dragon blood flower. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the dragon blood flower seemed to have changed a little in just a short while. A layer of faint golden light flowed on the crimson flower, making it look very enchanting. After looking at it for a while, there seemed to be some changes, but there also seemed to be none. Yang Kai was also a little confused. However, since the dragon blood flower required dragon blood to grow, his golden blood should be very effective. After all, his bloodline was enough to suppress most of the dragon race on Dragon Island. Yang Kai didn't rush to transplant the other dragon blood flowers. He wanted to see how effective this one was first before making a decision. If it was useless, then there was no need to think about anything else. He could just go straight to the Dragon Palace and avoid suffering here. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep staring here, so Yang Kai simply wandered around the island. He had wandered around Dragon Blood Island once before, but at that time, all his attention was on searching for dragon blood flowers, so he didn't have the time to appreciate anything. This time he took a good look. Apart from the dragon blood flower, there were also some other plants on Dragon Blood Island, but they weren't precious herbs. They were all ordinary plants. Moreover, it seemed that because the island was shrouded in dragon blood mist all year round, everything on the island had a crimson color, looking very strange. Yang Kai also saw many of the remaining 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Indeed, most of them couldn't be compared to the one he transplanted, whether it was in size or color. After half a day, Yang Kai walked back. Taking a closer look, he was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood flower really had undergone a great change. Staring at it before, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see anything special about it, but now that he was looking at it again, the disc of the dragon blood flower was obviously larger, and its color was much richer. The faint golden light that shrouded the petals had not disappeared, and instead was exuding a brighter hue than before. This obviously meant that his drop of golden blood was still playing a role, and was continuing to do so. Yang Kai didn't know how long this effect would last. This discovery shook Yang Kai's spirit. Since it was effective, it meant that he could fulfill the second elder's request. When the time came, if she dared to fart in the Dragon Palace, he would beat the shit out of her. Yang Kai suddenly felt infinite motivation, and immediately prepared to transplant more dragon blood flowers. In any case, there were still about 600 to 700 low-rank dragon blood flowers left in his medicine garden, so he could just release another 600 to 700 drops of golden blood. He believed that as long as his golden blood fully worked, even if he couldn't reproduce the scale of that day, the quality would definitely be fine. With a thought, another dragon blood flower appeared in his hand. Yang Kai was startled because this dragon blood flower was mid-rank. He took out another one and it was also mid-rank. The third one was also mid-rank. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, as if he had thought of something. His expression changed greatly, and his figure flashed into the sealed world bead. He suddenly realized that he was a bit stupid. He had actually forgotten about those two existences. Muzhu and Muna. Nurturing dragon blood flowers, these two were palace hall level figures. For the Wood Spirit clan, there was nothing more delightful than nurturing spirit herbs. Moreover, ever since the two of them took care of the medicine garden, Yang Kai had rarely paid attention to it. Now the medicine garden had been expanded by more than 10 times, and they had planted many strange things. It wasn't until the dragon blood flowers he took out this time were all mid-rank that Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Could it be that the low-rank dragon blood flowers he remembered had all been upgraded in quality? Not to mention the uniqueness of his medicine garden. With the two wood spirits, Muzhu and Muna, taking care of it, it was enough to make this impossible possible. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, and he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. As far as the eye could see, the entire medicine garden stretched as far as the eye could see. Spirit flowers and strange herbs competed with each other, And there were even rows of trees in the garden, arranged in picturesque disorder. Some of these trees were currently blooming, and the entire medicine garden was exuding a peculiar fragrance. Some of them had already borne fruit, and the bright red and yellow fruits looked very appetizing. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were located in the center, and not far away was the rare body-growing fruit tree. Countless fluorescent lights flowed through the entire medicine garden like fireflies. The medicine garden was simply like a fairyland. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was this still his fucking medicine garden? He had never seen a better place than this. When he reached the peak of martial arts, he would bring his women here to live in seclusion. It was a pretty good place. Muju Muna? Yang Kai softly called out, his voice as soft as a thief coming to steal medicine. Two small figures suddenly shot over from the left and right, floating in front of him. After looking at each other, Muju asked, "Master, is there something you need? I've encountered a bit of a problem here." Yang Kai still spoke softly. "I'm afraid I'll need your help." Muju was a little nervous, so she couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "If Master has something to tell us, we'll do it. There's no need to be polite." Although Mu Na didn't say anything, she also nodded her little head to the side. "That's good, but this matter shouldn't be difficult for you. The main thing is to cultivate a kind of spirit medicine." Muju smiled and said, "This is our strong point, but..." She turned her little head and looked around. "Why is Master saying this? Is there someone eavesdropping here?" Yang Kai blinked, clenched his fists and coughed, finally returning to his normal voice. No, the main thing is that I'm afraid of disturbing the peace here." The two wood spirits were stunned by his words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 33-39. After a moment of silence, Muju asked, "What kind of spirit medicine does Master want us to cultivate?" "Dragon blood flower. You should have seen it in the herb garden." As Yang Kai spoke, he walked towards the area where the dragon blood flowers were located. The two wood spirits followed closely behind him. After a while, they arrived. Yang Kai took a look and his eyes lit up with surprise. He exclaimed, "Oh my God!" A few hundred dragon blood flowers were arranged in picturesque disorder in the medicinal garden. They grew in the middle of an expanse of purple and lustrous grass, and they emitted a dark red glow. Just as he'd expected, every single dragonblood flower here wasn't a low-grade dragonblood flower as he'd expected, but a mid-grade one. 600 to 700 mid-grade dragonblood flowers. What kind of concept was this? Back when Yang Kai stole dragonblood flowers, he only obtained a little over 1,000 of them. Among them, there were 2 supreme grade, 30 high grade, 200 mid-grade, and the rest were all low-grade. Because time was short, he refined supreme grade and high-grade dragonblood flowers into dragonblood pills, and swallowed the mid-grade ones. As for the low-grade ones, he didn't have the time to consume them, and left them in the herb garden. Now these low-grade dragonblood flowers had all become mid-grade. That wasn't all. In addition to these 600 to 700 mid-grade dragonblood flowers, Yang Kai also found many low-grade dragonblood flowers in another herb garden. There were at least 1,000 of them, and some of them showed signs of becoming low-grade dragonblood flowers. This. Yang Kai pointed at the mid-grade dragonblood flowers. "These were all made by you?" Muju pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, the conditions here are not bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be growing so well." "What about these over here?" Yang Kai pointed at another herb garden and asked with a puzzled expression. "Where did you get these dragonblood flower seeds?" Muna said softly, "We don't need seeds. We don't need seeds." Yang Kai was stunned. Muju explained, "Muna and I cut off some dragonblood flower roots and transplanted them here. Master seems to have the bloodline of the dragon race, so these dragonblood flowers should be of great use to you, right? It's not just useful, it's..." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He wanted to hug the two wood spirits and give them a big kiss. However, the wood spirits were too small. If he really did that, he might scare them. After calming himself down, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand and said, "It's like this. These dragonblood flowers of mine came from a somewhat improper source." The two wood spirits looked at him, silently waiting for him to continue. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. They were all picked from the Dragon Island. Yang Kai stole a glance at them. Seeing that they didn't have any strange reactions, he continued. Now that Dragon Island wants me to compensate for their losses, I have to transplant these dragon blood flowers out. You want to return them? Mu Zhu was a little unhappy when she heard this. The wood spirit race had a special fondness for precious treasures. Yang Kai had been letting them take care of everything in the medicine garden. In the hearts of the two wood spirits, everything in the medicine garden was their private property. Of course, if their master, Yang Kai, wanted to take something, there was no problem. However, if he wanted to take something out and give it to someone else, the two of them would be very reluctant. Dragon blood flowers were extremely rare. They had always been produced only on Dragon Island. They were much rarer than ordinary emperor artifacts. When Yang Kai suddenly said that he wanted to transplant these dragon blood flowers, the two of them felt as if they were going to part with their beloved things. Naturally, they felt very distressed. Yang Kai said, I was still considering whether to leave some behind. Now that you have the ability, I don't need to think too much. Even if all the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted, there were still thousands of ungraded ones in his medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Na could still increase this number through the wood spirit race's secret technique. It could be said that the supply of dragon blood flowers in the future would be endless. Do we have to transplant them? Mu Na asked, pursing her lips. Yang Kai sighed. This matter is very important. I don't want to do it, but there is nothing I can do. Mu Zhu nodded and said, in that case, we will listen to Master's orders. After the discussion, the two wood spirits were immediately released from the small sealed world by Yang Kai. After arriving at Dragon Blood Island, Mu Zhu said, Master, please wait for a moment. Mu Na and I will investigate the situation here first before making any plans. Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. He waited in place while observing the changes of the dragon blood flower that he had dripped his golden blood on. Mu Zhu and Mu Na flew to two different places to investigate Dragon Blood Island. About a few hours later, the two women returned one after the other. They got together and whispered to each other for a while before suddenly shaking their heads and sighing in unison. What's wrong? Yang Kai's heart jumped when he saw this. He hoped that nothing unexpected happened at this time. Mu Zhu said, It's nothing. We just discovered that the dragon race has lost a lot of knowledge on how to cultivate dragon blood flowers. If we use their method to cultivate them, it will take twice the effort for half the result. In ancient times, the wood spirit race had also helped the dragon race cultivate dragon blood flowers, accumulating a lot of useful experience, but with the passage of time, these things had been lost. Many special methods could only be used by the wood spirit race. Even if other races knew about them, they could not use them. Yang Kai smiled and said, You are experts in this aspect. I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you. The key is that since we have taken over, we have to do a good job and make the dragon race speechless. Mu Zhu nodded and said, But before that, I have to ask Master, what is our goal? Our goal? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Back then, I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers from here. Among them, there were 2 supreme-grade flowers, 30 high-grade flowers, 200 mid-grade flowers, and the rest were all low-grade flowers. If I say that this is our goal, how long will it take to complete it? Hearing this, Mu Zhu nodded and said, Not too much. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. These words gave him a lot of confidence. Mu Zhu continued, Only the 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers are a little troublesome. As for the others, I'm afraid it will only take half a year to cultivate them. Half a year? Yang Kai was shocked. It can be done in such a short time? He was not doubting the ability of the two wood spirits, but wasn't this time a little too short? The dragon blood flower's growth cycle was unusually long. Mu Zhu said, In the early stages, all kinds of conditions can be met. Master, you also know what dragon blood flowers need the most. Dragon blood, Yang Kai said solemnly. Mu Zhu nodded and said, That's right. The purer the dragon blood, the more obvious its effect on the dragon blood flower's growth. So we need some dragon blood. It seems like my blood can also be used, Yang Kai said with uncertainty. Master, you want to take your own blood? Mu Zhu frowned. She did not know why Yang Kai was so concerned about this matter. He was even willing to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the dragon blood flower that had been transplanted. Look at this. I just dripped a drop of my blood on it. It seems to have grown a little. Hearing this, the two wood spirits flew over and stood on the left and right of the dragon blood flower. They closed their eyes and sensed it. Suddenly, spots of green light flowed out from the two wood spirits' bodies. They flew onto the dragon blood flower like fireflies and enveloped the entire flower. After a short while, the two girls shook and opened their eyes. Mu Zhu turned to look at Yang Kai in disbelief and said, "Master, are you a member of the dragon race?" "Me?" Yang Kai pointed at his nose and grinned. "I'm not a member of the dragon race. I just obtained the dragon race's essence and cultivated the dragon transformation secret art." "But this dragon blood..." Mu Zhu frowned and hesitated before shaking her head in the end. "It can't be used?" Yang Kai's heart sank. "That's impossible. It has clearly grown a little." Muna smiled and said, "It's not that it can't be used, it's that the effect is very good. If it can absorb all of your blood and supplement it with our secret technique, it will definitely grow into a high-grade dragon blood flower within half a year. However, if it wants to grow into a top-grade dragon blood flower, it won't be done in a short time. Even if we personally cultivate it, it will take at least a decade or two." Yang Kai suddenly said, "Let's not think about top grade for now. At worst, we can just get some high-grade dragon blood flowers to supplement it. I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers in the past. When the time comes, we can just return some to them." Mu Zhu nodded. "That's all we can do." Now that the most important source of materials was in place, there was no need to worry about cultivating dragon blood flowers. Mu Zhu and Muna gathered together and whispered for a while before Mu Zhu said, "Master, please take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden." "What purple soul grass?" Yang Kai looked at them blankly. Muna pursed her lips and smiled. "It's the grass in the dragon blood flower herb garden." Yang Kai slapped his head hearing this. When he entered the herb garden just now, he noticed that not only were there dragon blood flowers growing in the herb garden, but there were also many purple grass. The purple grass and red dragon blood flowers complemented each other. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he heard them mention it, he realized what purple soul grass was. Yang Kai cast a technique to take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden while asking, "What is the use of these purple soul grass? Why haven't I seen it before?" He was a pill refinement master, and a pill emperor at that. There was no reason that he didn't know about all the spiritual plants in the world. Mu Zhu replied, "The purple soul grass has already gone extinct. Only my wood spirit clan has kept some seeds because it needs to grow together with dragon blood flowers. Otherwise, it won't be able to survive. And its existence is also very useful to dragon blood flowers. It can promote the growth of dragon blood flowers. Specifically speaking, the two of them basically complement each other and grow together. With the purple soul grass, the growth cycle of dragon blood flowers can be shortened by a lot." Yang Kai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "So there's such a saying?" Mu Zhu nodded. "There should be purple soul grass on Dragon Island, but for some reason it doesn't exist anymore." The flowing time Great Emperor had passed by. There were too many things that had gone extinct, and it wasn't just the purple soul grass. Chapter 3340. The purple soul grass was very beneficial to the growth of the dragon blood flower. Therefore, the two wood spirits planned to cultivate the purple soul grass first, so as to provide a hotbed for the growth of the dragon blood flower. The cultivation of the purple soul grass was not too troublesome. Although the seeds were already gone, there were already ready-made purple soul grass in the herb garden. With Mu Zhu and Muna's secret technique, the entire Dragon Blood Island would be filled with purple soul grass in no time. Mu Zhu gave a time limit of 1 month. While the two wood spirits were busy, Yang Kai seemed to have nothing to do. Fortunately, Zhu Qing came over to accompany him for a few days, so he was not that bored. After meeting the wood spirits, Zhu Qing was also rather surprised. She never thought that Yang Kai would actually have such a peculiar race following him. She also knew the special ability of the wood spirits, so she was very confident that Yang Kai would be able to complete the second elder's request. These days, Zhu Qing was not the only one who came over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai also came over a few times. Clearly, they wanted to check on the progress. They were probably instructed by the Great Elder. But without exception, they were all stopped outside the island by Yang Kai. The two wood spirits were busy. He did not want to expose the situation inside the Dragon Blood Island. If the dragon race got greedy for the two wood spirits and asked him to leave Muzhu and Muna behind, then it would be over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai were also helpless. Although they came over here every 2 to 3 days, they were completely unaware of the situation inside the Dragon Blood Island. After more than half a month, Yang Kai was also annoyed. He looked for an opportunity to beat up Fu Qi and Zhu Lai. As a result, Fu Qi and Zhu Lai did not appear again. The Great Elder was helpless. He could only ask Zhu Qing indirectly. Currently, in the entire Dragon Island, the only one who could make Yang Kai tell the truth was Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing had no choice but to answer the Great Elder's question. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already instructed him to tell the Great Elder that the results would be revealed in half a year's time. He would definitely not disappoint the dragon race. Half a year. That wasn't too long, especially for the long lifespan of the dragon race. It was nothing more than a snap of a finger, so he could afford to wait. Dragon Blood Island changed every day. As Muzhu said, after a month, the violet soul grass was finished growing. More than half of Dragon Blood Island was covered in sparkling purple grass. It was beautiful from afar. The places where these grass grew were the places where the dragon blood flowers would be transplanted. After the preliminary work was done, Yang Kai followed the instructions of the two wood spirits and took the dragon blood flower out of the herb garden. With each stalk, Muzhu and Muna would carefully transplant it to Dragon Blood Island. While doing this, the two wood spirits were extremely meticulous, as if they were on a pilgrimage. 2 days later, all the mid-ranked dragon blood flowers were transplanted. A few days later, some low-ranked dragon blood flowers were transplanted as well. Yang Kai had already prepared his own golden blood. Following Muzhu's instructions, he placed a large jar for them to use. His bloodline didn't show any signs of regression, which made Yang Kai feel a lot more relieved. All that was left was to wait. With the two wood spirits taking care of things, Yang Kai didn't need to interfere too much. He found a place and built a wooden hut for himself. He meditated and cultivated in the hut all day long. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll to see how the dragon blood flowers were growing. Occasionally, either Muzhu or Muna would come to Yang Kai to ask for some golden blood. The days passed peacefully. On the other hand, Zhu Qing spent a lot of time here. Basically, she would come to accompany him as long as she had nothing to do. Half a year later, on the edge of Dragon Blood Island, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a bleak expression, as if he was invincible in this world and lonely as snow. Suddenly, streams of light appeared on the horizon. Red, white, green, and blue, all kinds of colors, all of them, rushed towards him. Waves of dragon pressure as vast as the sea spread out. Blue waves rippled like 1,000 ripples on the table. After the light flashed, 5 figures appeared in front of Yang Kai, including Zhu Qing, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Shun, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong. The 5 great elders of the dragon race had all arrived. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Yan said anxiously, "Young boy Qing, said that you finished your business here? Is that true?" Previously, when Zhu Qing went to inform him, he did not dare to believe it. Although Yang Kai had already conveyed the half-a-year period through Zhu Qing, when it came to it, he was still a little worried, fearing that Yang Kai was playing with him. After all, the amount of dragon blood flowers that Yang Kai had stolen back then was not a small amount. Also, he himself said that he had eaten all the dragon blood flowers above mid-grade. In such a short time, how could he make up for it? Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Whether it's true or false, I'll have to ask Great Elder to wait and see." As he spoke, Yang Kai nodded lightly at Fu Xian and Zhu Kong, which could be considered as a greeting. As for Fu Shun, Yang Kai could not be bothered with her. Fu Shun's expression was cold, but she did not have much of a reaction. It would be strange if Yang Kai showed any goodwill to her. His current attitude was normal. Zhu Yan said solemnly, "Brat, you can't just say empty words. You also know the importance of dragon blood flowers to my dragon island. If you dare to lie about this matter, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Yang Kai sneered. "Isn't it just some dragon blood flowers? You make it sound like it's a treasure." "Just some dragon blood flowers." Zhu Yan's face darkened when he heard this. That was one of the foundations of the dragon race. How could it be just some? Zhu Qing said, "Great Elder, words are not proof. Seeing is believing. You should go and see for yourself." Zhu Yan nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right." Fu Shun's figure flashed and shot towards Dragon Blood Island. Her cold voice came from afar. "This palace wants to see what you are doing." Yang Kai sneered. "Slow down, no one is fighting with you. What's the rush?" Fu Shun's figure paused. Turning her head, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai before continuing to fly forward. Zhu Yan could not be bothered to waste words with Yang Kai and impatiently followed, wanting to see the situation inside. Fu Xian and Zhu Kong also excused themselves and followed. Zhu Qing looked at their backs and said, "I hope they won't be too shocked." In the past half a year, Zhu Qing had personally witnessed the changes on Dragon Blood Island every day. She had personally witnessed the wondrous methods of the wood spirits. If it weren't for that, she probably wouldn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Dragon Blood Island. Shock. Shock. Joy? Excitement? Most likely, any dragon race member would not be able to suppress their emotions when they saw the current Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai extended his hand towards her and said, "Let's go and see what they are like." Zhu Qing faintly smiled and let go of his hand. The two flew together. A moment later, they arrived at the edge of Dragon Blood Island. Looking up, the 4 elders of the dragon race were all stopped in midair in a row. Then there was no then. The 4 of them seemed to have been immobilized by someone. All of them stood there motionlessly, looking forward. Fu Xian even reached out to cover her red lips, a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Yan's expression was also one of shock. Fu Shun's expression was also one of bewilderment. Zhu Kong blinked and said, "Are you dreaming?" If they were not dreaming, how could such a scene appear in front of them? Among the purple grass that covered the mountains and plains, there were countless dark red dragon blood flowers. Each of them was full of vitality and were arranged in neat rows. Ungraded, low-graded, mid-graded, and even high-graded, there were all kinds of them. Just the high-graded dragon blood flowers alone, Zhu Kong could see no less than 5 of them at a glance. There were even 30 to 40 mid-graded ones, and the number of low-graded and ungraded ones was even more incalculable. This was just this patch, which only occupied a corner of the entire Dragon Blood Island. If one were to estimate from this, just how many dragon blood flowers were there on Dragon Blood Island? Fu Shun clearly did not dare to believe that this was real. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed and shot forward. Clearly, he wanted to see the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Perhaps, only this patch of land had dragon blood flowers. Other places did not have them at all. She was not the only one with this idea. Zhu Yan, Zhu Kong, and Fu Xian had clearly thought of this as well. They all spread out and carefully inspected the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai sneered, then turned to Zhu Qing and said, "They still don't believe me." Zhu Qing said, "It's not that they don't believe you, it's that they find it hard to believe. Letting them see it with their own eyes is better than letting you say 1,000 words." Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's true." The two of them then waited in place. After a short while, Fu Shun was the first to return. For the first time, he looked at Yang Kai with an extremely strange gaze. His gaze was deep, as if he wanted to look into the depths of his heart and understand how he had accomplished such a thing in half a year. His lips moved, clearly wanting to ask something, but in the end he was too embarrassed to ask. Yang Kai held his head high and his chest out, his figure straight like a sharp sword. With a flash of light, the others also returned one after another, all of them staring at Yang Kai with an incredulous look in their eyes. Yang Kai's figure became even straighter. "Little Yang." Zhu Yan was the first to speak, pointing down and saying, "Those are purple soul grasses?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Great Elder is indeed experienced and knowledgeable, to actually recognize purple soul grasses. Amazing, amazing." Zhu Yan could not help but roll his eyes. It was clearly a compliment, so why did it sound so awkward? However, he did not have the time to bicker with him and said to himself, "Where did you find purple soul grasses?" Purple soul grasses were extinct. If not for this, the dragon race would definitely have collected them to cultivate dragon blood flowers. After all, with this kind of spirit grass, dragon blood flowers would grow even faster. Who would have thought that something that should have been extinct would actually reappear in the world? And on such a large scale, almost covering the entire Dragon Blood Island. Not mentioning anything else, just these purple soul grasses were a huge fortune for the dragon race. This was a good thing that could not be exchanged for anything else. Great Elder doesn't need to know where I found them. Since they were planted here, I'll give them to the dragon race. Zhu Yan thought to himself, you have no choice but to give them away. Could it be that you want to take them back? It would be strange if this old man did not risk his life with you. This was a pleasant surprise. Zhu Yan said happily, Good. It's rare for you to have this kind of heart. Then my dragon race will kindly accept it. Yang Kai said sarcastically, who asked me to be the son-in-law of the dragon race, so naturally I won't hide any good things. While saying this, he stared at Fu Tianyi. Fu Tianyi turned his gaze to the side, pretending not to see. Lowly servant. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Chapter 33-41. Zhu Kong could not help but shake her head, saying in shock, Unbelievable. How could there be so many dragon blood flowers on the island, and they're all of high quality? Basically, when Yang Kai had boasted half a year ago that he would make up for the losses of stealing dragon blood flowers, no one in the dragon race felt that he could do it. There was even a very low request. Return the remaining dragon blood flowers in his possession. After all, could it be that he would spit out what he had eaten? Thus, before coming here, the elders of the dragon race had made some mental preparations. They had roughly guessed the current situation of Dragon Blood Island. There were at most a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. However, what they saw before them was far more than a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. Just the mid-grade dragon blood flowers alone were more than that. Not only had Yang Kai returned all of the dragon blood flowers that he had stolen back then, he had returned them several times over. Where did he get so many dragon blood flowers? Fu Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked, Exactly how many dragon blood flowers are there on the island? Yang Kai smiled slightly and faintly said, 200 high-grade ones, 500 mid-grade ones, 1,000 low-grade ones, and about 2,000 low-grade ones. Even though everyone had a vague estimate in their hearts when they browsed through Dragon Blood Island, they still couldn't help but jump in fright when they heard Yang Kai report this string of numbers. 200 high-grade ones? 500 mid-grade ones? Did they hear wrongly? If Yang Kai had said this when they had just arrived on Dragon Blood Island, the elders of the dragon race would definitely not have believed it. After all, there were less than 30 high-grade dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island back then, which was not too far from 200. There were also less than 200 mid-grade dragon blood flowers, but now, there were more than 500. There were also 1,000 low-grade ones and 2,000 low-grade ones. Just this terrifying number alone was more than 4 times what it had been in the past. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, everyone felt that these numbers should be about the same. Yang Kai would not exaggerate on such a matter. After all, the dragon race could have done a careful count. If the actual numbers differed from what he had reported, he would lose face. In other words, the existence of so many high-quality dragon blood flowers was real. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing abnormal in front of him, Zhu Yan would have suspected that Yang Kai had used the past 6 months to set up a shocking illusion array here to make him hallucinate. But, just half a year, how could such a thing happen? For pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only Zhu Qing had an indifferent expression. She had long known this result. In the past 6 months, she had also observed the various changes on the island day by day. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai sighed again. It's a pity that I wasn't able to cultivate the best quality dragon blood flower. What a pity. Mu Zhu and Mu Na had the ability to nurture them, but that would take 10 to 20 years. How could Yang Kai have that much time? Even those high-quality ones had been cultivated by the 2 wood spirits. Regardless of cost and effort, using the already existing mid-quality dragonblood flowers. For this reason, Yang Kai had released at least a large vat of golden blood. Fortunately, his recovery ability was not bad, and he had maintained it for half a year. Otherwise, the situation of his bloodline really would have appeared. Best quality dragonblood flowers are too hard to come by. Not being able to cultivate them is normal. Zhu Kong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. If Yang Kai really managed to cultivate a best quality dragonblood flower, that would truly be inconceivable. I was waiting for you to say this. Yang Kai rejoiced in his heart, and did not look at the others. He only stared at Fu Dun, saying, "What does Second Elder think? Is all that I have done enough to make up for the losses of Dragon Island back then?" His expression was arrogant and proud, and his eyes were fierce. It was as if he would fight with him if he dared to say anything against his will. Fu Dun did not speak, mainly because he really could not say anything against his will. It's enough to make up for the losses of dragonblood flowers back then. Zhu Yan gently nodded. Although they had lost 2 best quality dragonblood flowers, the current high quality, mid quality, low quality, and even unranked dragonblood flowers on Dragonblood Island were far from what they had been back then. If this was not enough to make up for the losses, then it would be too unreasonable. It could even be said that not only had they made up for it, they had also made a huge profit for Dragon Island. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. His half a year of hard work had finally paid off. With the head elder saying this, the matter had already been settled. There was no point for Fu Dun to say anything. In his excitement, he even kissed Zhu Qing on the cheek, causing Zhu Qing to blush all the way to her neck. Zhu Yan was also dumbfounded by this scene. Letting out a dry cough, he said, "Kid, how exactly did you do it? You already have so many dragonblood flowers in your hands?" Yang Kai looked at him vigilantly. "You don't need to know how I did it. These words might not be respectful to the elders, but I advise the head elder to dispel the thought in your heart. In order to cultivate these dragonblood flowers, I have also paid a huge price. This kind of result cannot be replicated. In the future, you can deal with the matter of dragonblood flowers by yourselves. I will not cultivate these things for Dragon Island anymore." I'm just asking. Zhu Yan had an awkward expression. Originally, he wanted to make things clear. After all, if Dragon Island could master such a miraculous method, they would not have to worry about the dragonblood flowers in the future. Their clansmen would also have a large amount of dragonblood flowers to improve their bloodline. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would see through his thoughts and stop him in advance? Yang Kai said indifferently, "Now that Dragonblood Island has purple soul grass, the growth of dragonblood flowers will only be better in the future. The dragon race has been cultivating dragonblood flowers for many years. I don't need to tell them what to do. Alright, this matter ends here." After saying that, he raised his head slightly and pointed his chin at Fu Ti. He said word by word, "I want to enter the Dragon Palace." Fu Ti sneered, "Wishful thinking." Yang Kai flew into a rage. "Are you going back on your words?" Fu Ti said indifferently, "I have always been a man of my words. When have I ever gone back on my words?" Yang Kai pointed his halberd at her and said angrily, "Half a year ago, you said that as long as I can make up for the losses I caused to Dragon Island back then, you will agree to all my requests. Now that I have done it, you are going back on your words. Do you dare to say that you are not going back on your words?" "Did I say that?" Fu Ti turned her head and looked to the side. Yang Kai was stunned. He was speechless for a moment, but soon he sneered. "Qing was there at the time. Is there any meaning in denying it?" Zhu Qing nodded and said, "Second Elder, you did say that." Her voice was low, clearly a little annoyed. She had been accompanying Yang Kai for the past half a year, watching him work on Dragonblood Island with her own eyes. For this, he had contributed a large vat of golden blood. Now that he was here, the Second Elder actually said such untrue words. Zhu Qing found it hard to accept. She never thought that Fu Ti was this kind of person. Yes, this king did say that. Fu Ti turned to look at him. "So what?" Yang Kai turned to Zhu Yan and said in a cold voice, "Great Elder, can the dragon race go back on their words?" Zhu Yan sighed. "Of course the dragon race will keep their words." What a joke. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile, but there was no smile on his face. Fu Tiai's attitude really made him angry to the extreme. Zhu Yan continued. But did you really fulfill the second elder's request? Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, Does this not count? Zhu Yan nodded and said, Of course this counts. You have made up for the loss of stealing the dragon blood flower, but what about the other losses? Think about it carefully. What did the second elder say at the time? Yang Kai naturally remembered what Fu Ti said and immediately sneered. Is there any point in playing this kind of word game? Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. It's not a word game, but there was a dragon race in the past who died because of you. Logically speaking, with this kind of grudge, my dragon race will not rest until you are dead, but you have some connection with my dragon race, so it's not good to have a falling out, but no matter what, you have to give my dragon race an explanation. Yang Kai sneered. Fu Qi died at the hands of Wukong. If you want revenge, just go find him. What does it have to do with me? Zhu Yan said. But with Wukong's situation at the time, if you didn't severely injure Fu Qi, he wouldn't have succeeded. You have to take at least half of the responsibility for Fu Qi's death. He should be glad that he died at the hands of Wukong. At least he got a quick death. If I did it, he wouldn't have died so easily. Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Qing clenched her fists and looked at Zhu Yan. Great Elder, Fu Qi is already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Don't tell me you want my husband to pay with his life? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, hating himself for being blind. If he knew this would happen, why would he help the dragon race cultivate the dragon blood flower? He would have directly charged into the dragon palace and used the power of the dragon soul to kill Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. Zhu Yan said, There's no need for that. Fu Qi was not killed by him. Why would we want him to pay with his life? Please enlighten us, Great Elder. Zhu Yan lightly coughed, looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai saying, The dragon race lost a clansman because of you. As long as you can add another clansman to the dragon race, you can come and go as you please on Dragon Island in the future. No one will stop you. Yang Kai could not help but snort. Add another clansman to the dragon race? That's interesting. Where would I find a clansman to the dragon race? Zhu Yan said. There's no need to find one, you have the ability to do so. Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean? The old thing's words were unclear, making it very confusing. Zhu Qing, however, thought of something and could not help but blush. Fu Xian also understood at this moment, and looked at Yang Kai with a look of realization. Zhu Kong faintly smiled and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed, turning to look at Zhu Qing, then pointing at himself. Do you think that if I have a child with Qing, it will definitely be a dragon race child? After going around in circles, this was the old thing's plan. Yang Kai even suspected that they had this idea from the very beginning, setting a trap for him to jump in step by step. The matter of the dragon blood flower was just a prelude, as expected of a sly old fox. Chapter 3342. But after thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Although he was born in the human race, Yang Kai wasn't sure whether his current body belonged to the dragon race or the human race. Zhu Qing was a pure-blooded dragon race. If the two of them really gave birth to a child, it was very likely that they would be part of the dragon race. The reason why Mo Shaoqi didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race was mainly because of the martial beast Mo Huang. Mo Shaoqi should have inherited most of her bloodline from her father. After figuring out Dragon Island's plan, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, Is Great Elder joking with me? Zhu Yan clenched his fist and coughed lightly. My dragon race has been declining for generations, and our clansmen have always been few and far between. The loss of any one of our clansmen is a great loss, so this old master won't joke about this kind of thing with you. Is this old man for real? Yang Kai was dumbfounded and frowned. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Great Elder. Not to mention that even if Qing, and I want to, who knows how long it will take for us to give birth to a child. Even if we do, we won't hand it over to the dragon race. My children will grow up by my side, and I will personally teach them. He was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Zhu Qing's cultivation was higher than his. If the two of them married, it would indeed be difficult for them to give birth to a child, because the stronger one was, the lower the chances of them giving birth to a child. If he really agreed to this request, there would be no hope for him in the next 10 or 100 years. Would he have to stay on Dragon Island for such a long time? As long as you work hard, there will always be hope, Zhu Yan persuaded earnestly. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and said, Great Elder doesn't need to say more. Since the dragon race doesn't want to admit it, then I have nothing to say. If you really want to add members to the dragon race, Great Elder should work hard himself. There's no need to ask me for help. As soon as these words came out, Fu Tian immediately shouted angrily, Impudence! If Great Elder wanted to work hard, then he could only work together with her. Yang Kai, a junior, saying such words naturally made her lose face. Yang Kai looked at her coldly and said nothing, then turned to Zhu Yan and said, These dragon blood flowers on the island will be my gift to the dragon race. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the dragon race. Goodbye. Then he turned. Yang Kai left. Zhu Qing sighed and her tender body flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. Originally, he thought that after Yang Kai cultivated so many dragon blood flowers for Dragon Island this time, the relationship between the two sides would definitely be eased greatly, and Dragon Island might even accept Yang Kai. Who knew that things would turn out like this, so he couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Fu Ti. This kid's temper isn't very good. Zhu Yan looked at Yang Kai's departing figure and slowly shook his head, then laughed. Possessing the ancestral dragon source, he actually said that he would have nothing to do with the dragon race. Is that possible? Zhu Kong said. He probably doesn't know that he's already a member of the dragon race. It's just that the ancestral dragon source is very important, and it's not easy to tell him, huh? Zhu Yan said. It's because of this that this old man hopes that he can have a child with Qing. If that's the case, he will have something to do with the dragon race in the future, and he won't act so recklessly. Unfortunately, it seems that it's a little counterproductive. Fu Xian frowned slightly and said, Can't we just tell him directly? Must we do this? Zhu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. How noble is the ancestral dragon's source? If we really tell him about this, the entire Dragon Island will be under his control in the future. Now that his cultivation has not reached the required level, rashly standing at such a height is not a good thing for him or the dragon race. Fu Xian opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were flying side by side. After being angry for a while, Yang Kai's mood calmed down quite a bit. Although he had been played around by Fu Tianyi, this trip was not completely fruitless. At the very least, he had confirmed that Zhu Qing had not been blamed by the dragon race. As for the dragon blood flowers that he had spent half a year to cultivate, Zhu Qing should be able to get quite a bit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai pulled out a space ring and handed it to her. Zhu Qing received it and scanned it with her divine sense, exclaiming, Why are there so many dragon blood pills? There were 300 dragon blood pills in the space ring, and they were of very high quality. Quite a few of them had formed pill patterns. During this half a year, Zhu Qing was not always by his side, so Yang Kai naturally refined a lot of dragon blood pills in his spare time. In any case, it was not difficult for two wood spirits to cultivate dragon blood flowers. These dragon blood pills were all refined from high-ranked dragon blood flowers, so their quality was naturally not low. Yang Kai smiled and said, I'll leave them for you to use. When I'm not by your side, you can take these to improve your bloodline. When I come to see you next time, I'll give you some more. Are you leaving now? Zhu Qing's little hand holding the space ring tightened as she looked at him with some reluctance. She had been very happy during this half a year. Although she knew that Yang Kai could not stay on Dragon Island for long, she did not expect that they would have to part so suddenly. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her waist, tilting his head to look at her. Are you coming with me? Zhu Qing rested her head on his shoulder and pursed her lips. I'm scared. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. What are you scared of? As soon as his voice fell, he felt Zhu Qing pinch his waist. Your 4 wives. Yang Kai grimaced for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why are you scared of them? You are a member of the dragon race. They should be the ones scared of you. Zhu Qing bashfully pinched him. In any case, I'm just scared. There had never been a dragon lady who shared a husband with another. After all, dragon ladies were of noble status. Being able to gain the favor of a dragon lady was simply a blessing. However, Zhu Qing felt a sense of guilt, as if she had stolen another woman's treasure. Moreover, the second elder's attitude towards Yang Kai was very bad. If she really left with Yang Kai, she did not know how Dragon Island would react. It would not be good if she caused trouble for Yang Kai. After telling Yang Kai about her worries, Yang Kai did not force her and just nodded. I will come and see you when I have time. I have arranged a space array on a small island outside the entrance. It will be very convenient for you to come and go in the future. If you have a chance to leave Dragon Island, you can also go to the High Heaven Palace through that space array. Zhu Qing nodded. I will remember. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and said, If you leave now, what will happen to Xiaoqi? You brought her here. Don't you need to take her back? Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered Mo Xiaoqi. Before coming here, Li Wui had told him to send Mo Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island. After pondering for a moment, he said, Xiaoqi is with her mother. There is nothing to worry about, so I won't tell her. He had other plans in mind, so it was better not to disturb Mo Xiaoqi for the time being. It would be bad if Mo Xiaoqi wanted to leave with him. Zhu Qing nodded. All right, I will ask Third Elder when I go back and see what she has to say. Yang Kai nodded, and the two were silent for a while before they hugged each other and flew forward. In front of the entrance of Dragon Island, Fu Ling was idling on a slope. When she sensed something, she turned her head and saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing coming together. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Elder sister Qing, brother-in-law. Zhu Qing nodded at her and turned to Yang Kai. Be careful. You can go back. Yang Kai waved at her and glanced at Fu Ling again. Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, Brother-in-law, are you leaving? Yang Kai said indifferently, If I don't leave, can I stay here for the rest of my life? Saying so, he patted Zhu Qing's soft shoulder and gave her one last look before disappearing into the void corridor. Zhu Qing stood and watched for a long time before letting out a sigh. Looking at Fu Ling, she flipped her hand and a jade bottle appeared in her palm, which she tossed towards her. Fu Ling reacted quickly and caught it, asking curiously, What did elder sister Qing give me? Zhu Qing smiled and said, You will know when you see it. Fu Ling said, It's so mysterious, could it be something good? As she said that, she quickly opened the jade bottle and poured out a few pills from her palm. When the fragrance of the pills entered her nose, Fu Ling opened her mouth in surprise. She looked up at Zhu Qing and said, This is, Zhu Qing said. These are the dragon blood pills refined by your brother-in-law. He let you down last time. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been punished here for 100 years. These are his compensation to you. Fu Ling's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law said that this is my compensation? Zhu Qing frowned. Don't think too much, he just feels bad. I didn't think too much, I didn't think too much. Fu Ling quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, Brother-in-law is really a good person. You can even refine the dragon blood pellet. I've already told the elders that I'm going to catch an emperor pill refiner outside to refine the dragon blood pellet, but they didn't do anything. While there are actually 10 dragon blood pellets in this bottle, these are pill marks. After obtaining a bottle of dragon blood pills, she was so excited that she almost danced with joy. She kept shouting and screaming. Her bloodline wasn't high, just like Fu Qi. They were both rank 6 dragon veins. This bottle of dragon blood pills was very useful to her. Although it wasn't enough to push her bloodline to rank 7, it was worth hundreds of years of accumulation. Now, the resentment towards Yang Kai in her heart disappeared completely. As long as she had such compensation, what was a little implicated? She excitedly played with the dragon blood pills, and when she came back to her senses, Zhu Qing had already left. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in her ear. You are very happy. What good things did you get? Fu Ling was shocked. She turned her head and stared. Brother-in-law, why are you back? The person who spoke was actually Yang Kai, who just left. Yang Kai didn't answer, but looked around sneakily and whispered, Zhu Qing left, right? Hearing this, Fu Ling revealed a meaningful smile. Brother-in-law, you left and came back, and you are so sneaky. She took 2 steps back, pursed her red lips, and her eyes were filled with tears. Brother-in-law, What are you going to do? Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe and sneered. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Fu Ling said angrily. Am I ugly? Yang Kai said. It has nothing to do with whether you are ugly or not. Stop talking nonsense, otherwise, return the bottle of dragon blood pills in your hand to me. Fu Ling quickly put her hands behind her back and shook her head. No. Yang Kai couldn't eat it, but how could she miss out on the dragon blood pills? No matter what, she couldn't give it to him. Chapter 33-43. Behave yourself if you don't want to return it to me. Yang Kai pointed at her. Fu Ling nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, then asked curiously, Brother-in-law, why did you come back? She saw that Yang Kai was calm and composed. It was obvious that he had planned to come back, but why did he do this? He even left Zhu Qing behind. If she hadn't been guarding the entrance, she probably wouldn't have seen this scene. Suddenly, she felt a sense of joy as if she had discovered a big secret. She thought that if she used this to threaten Yang Kai, she wouldn't know. I have my own plans, why are you asking so much? Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently and said solemnly, Remember, you didn't see me today. Fu Ling blinked her big bright eyes. But when you left, Sister Qing was also beside you. Yang Kai said, You didn't see me coming back. Do you understand? Understood. Fu Ling nodded. Yang Kai grinned. Be obedient and you will have your own benefits. If you dare to leak the secret. He snorted softly and made a hand sign with one hand. Fu Ling's face immediately changed and she waved her hands. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will never betray you. Yang Kai nodded and flew up into the air, returning to the Dragon Palace along the same path. He wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall. His half a year of hard work can't be wasted. Fu Zhen, that lowly servant, went back on her words, so don't blame me for being the same. As long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, even if Fu Tin knows, she can't do anything to me. There are many dragon souls in the Dragon Palace Hall, so as long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, I will be invincible. However, it wasn't convenient for Zhu Qing to know about this, so Yang Kai pretended to leave and returned. Thinking about Fu Si, Yang Kai was furious. He sneered in his heart. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? Along the way, Yang Kai used his divine sense to sense his surroundings. At all times, he was careful to hide his aura and figure to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, there weren't many dragon race members. Every dragon race member had their own spiritual island. Usually, they would live in seclusion and cultivate. Therefore, the journey was peaceful and they didn't meet anyone. Yang Kai knew the direction of the Dragon Hall. After all, he had been there before. Although he had to go around some spiritual islands this time around, he was familiar with the route. For hours later, Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly paused. Then he turned around and flew to a nearby spiritual island. The moment he landed, he burrowed into a bush. At the same time, he activated the Nihility secret skill and banished himself into the void, concealing all his aura and vitality. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai, who was hiding in the void, saw a figure flying over his head. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was all because the person who flew over was none other than Fu Dun. Why didn't this lowly servant stay on the ice snow island? Why did she come out? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Fu Si. When Fu Si asked, how should he answer? That situation would be too awkward. Fu Si was a 10th order giant dragon, an existence comparable to the great emperor's. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his concealment could hide from her, but since it had come to this, he could only try as a Hail Mary horse. His luck was really bad. He sneaked back, and the first person he met was actually Fu Si. Even if he met other giant dragons, Yang Kai wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be her? Furthermore, since he had sensed her presence, could she have already discovered him? Soon, Yang Kai found that he was worrying too much. Fu Si didn't discover him and directly flew over his head. But before he could rejoice, Fu Ti's figure suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and landed on the small island. Was I discovered? Yang Kai was a little worried for a while, thinking about how he should answer when Fu Si came over and asked him why he was hiding here secretly. I forgot about Mo Xiaoqi, so I came back to find her. And this is a good excuse. But even so, why did I have to hide my aura and vitality like a thief? Isn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? The sound of rustling footsteps could be heard approaching him. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Anyway, I don't like her. At worst, I'll have a big fight and see who will win. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, because he found that Fu Xi's expression was very strange at the moment. Although the coldness on her face didn't decrease by much, it was shrouded in a thick sadness, as if she was sad about something. This cheap slut can be sad. Yang Kai almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Taking a closer look, he found that she was indeed very sad, and seemed to be a little absent-minded. She walked forward step by step, as if there was no soul left in her body, and she was just a walking corpse. No wonder she didn't discover me. Yang Kai's mind was clear. Logically speaking, even if he had banished himself into the void to hide, with Fu Xi's cultivation and strength, she should have been able to detect him. It was just that her current state was a little strange. She was obviously sad about something, causing her to be distracted, allowing him to escape by a fluke. Then the question was, what in the world could make the dragon race's second elder, a character comparable to the great emperors, so sad? Although Fu Xi's expression wasn't obvious, that kind of sadness was so dense that it was about to flow out. Just now, when she returned, it was obvious that she had flown over her head because she was absent-minded. So she turned around and landed on this small island. Could it be that the great elder is having an affair outside? Yang Kai maliciously guessed in his heart, and he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Cheap slut, you also have such a day. Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe loudly, and even closed his eyes. Fu Xi was getting closer and closer to the place where he was hiding, and if he continued to stare at her, he might be exposed. The rustling footsteps gradually faded away, and in Yang Kai's perception, Fu Xi had entered a cave beside the mountain wall, and he didn't know what she was doing. Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly in case his whereabouts were exposed, so he could only wait quietly. This wait actually lasted for a full 3 days. Yang Kai almost cursed 18 generations of Fu Xi's ancestors. This wasn't the Ice Snow Island, and he also didn't know why Fu Xi wanted to stay here for such a long time. It wasn't until 3 days later that he heard the sound of footsteps again. His expression shook, and he quietly looked up. Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him almost made Yang Kai think that he was dreaming. Fu Xi, who walked out of the cave, had red and swollen eyes, obviously crying, and the time she cried was definitely not short. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she wouldn't cry until her eyes were swollen, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. She no longer had the cold appearance from before, and instead looked weak and pitiful. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. A 10th level giant dragon of the dragon race actually cried? And it was the second elder who was known for being cold and heartless. This is not Fu Xi. This is definitely not Fu Xi. What kind of monster are you? Yang Kai shouted in his heart, but the expression on his face was very interesting, as if he had seen through Fu Xi's secret and was secretly delighted. Yang Kai reckoned that if he jumped out now, he would definitely make Fu Xi lose all face, but she would probably not rest until he was dead. If he found a chance in the future to use this matter to mock her, he would let her go for now. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he saw Fu Xi turn around, and then said gently, "I will come and see you next time." Yang Kai was shocked. There was still someone in this cave? An extremely vicious thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it no matter what. It can't be? It can't be? The second elder of the dragon race should probably not be cuckolding the great elder, right? But if it wasn't so, what did Fu Xi mean? An image couldn't help but appear in his mind. In this cave on this island, Fu Xi was raising a man, and then Fu Xi would occasionally run over to meet him in private. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that Zhu Yan's head was covered in green. He couldn't help but mourn for the great elder for 10 breaths of time. But this lowly servant was too rampant. Putting aside the fact that she raised a wild man on Dragon Island, she actually ran over to meet him in private for 3 whole days. And when she finally left, she was reluctant to part with him, with tears streaming down her face. But how could the great elder not know about this at all? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He could be considered to have truly seen the other side of Fu Si. On the other side, Fu Si turned back to take a few more glances at the cave. Then she steeled her heart and flew away. Only after she left for 2 hours did Yang Kai let out a light breath, dispelling the nihility secret technique. He looked at the direction she left, then looked at the cave on the other side, and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. He had a toothache at this moment. He ran back just to barge into Dragon Palace Hall. Who knew that he would encounter this kind of thing by coincidence, and was almost caught red-handed by Fu Si. If it was related to others, Yang Kai wouldn't be bothered. Other people could live however they wanted, whether they were a slut or not. It had nothing to do with him. But since Fu Si had raised a wild man outside, Yang Kai felt that he might be able to make use of him. At the very least, he had to see who the person in the cave was. If he could capture him in his hands, would he be afraid that Fu Si wouldn't obediently submit? Thinking like this in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action, quietly creeping towards the cave. Since Fu Si had taken a fancy to that person's cultivation shouldn't be too low. At least should be in the Emperor realm. As for how high, Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but it was best to be careful, so he tried to restrain his aura as much as possible, quietly sensing the situation over there while moving forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't sense any aura of life from the cave, which made him feel strange. There were undoubtedly only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that there was no living thing in the cave at all. The second was that the person's cultivation was too high. With Yang Kai's ability, he couldn't detect it at all. To be continued. Chapter 33-44. The latter possibility was basically impossible. Yang Kai was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so unless the great emperors came in person, it was impossible for him to not notice. Could it be that his guess was wrong and there was no one in this cave? But if there was no one, what did Fu Tin mean before he left? Things were a little strange, but Yang Kai did not lower his guard. He was constantly perceiving his surroundings and soon arrived in front of the cave. It was dark inside the cave, with a corridor leading to the inside. It was unknown how far it went, but there was not the slightest bit of light inside. Yang Kai quietly stepped into it and explored it bit by bit. The corridor had many twists and turns, but the general direction was always downward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he was at least a few thousand meters underground before he suddenly noticed a ray of light in front of him. This made Yang Kai's expression brighten, and he carefully concealed his aura. Whether Fu Tin was keeping a wild man outside or not, he would be able to find out soon enough. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at the source of the light. It was an underground cave, and it did not seem to be man-made, but natural. It was huge, about 1 or 2 acres in size. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai quickly glanced inside, but did not see anyone. Instead, there were many night pearls inlaid on the walls of the cave, each the size of a fist. They emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire cave. This cave was the end of the tunnel, and there was no other way to go forward. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, blinked and shouted, "Is anyone here?" His voice reverberated, causing his eardrums to buzz. However, there was no response at all. "If there's no one, I'm coming in," Yang Kai said as he stepped into the cave. He looked around and suddenly had a strange expression, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "No one? What the hell?" The situation in the cave was clear at a glance. Except for the night pearls inlaid on the walls emitting soft light, there was nothing else noteworthy. Not to mention a living person, there was not even a corpse. But since there was no one here, then who did Fu Tin say those words to? Is there something wrong with the old witch's mind? Although the possibility wasn't high, it couldn't be ruled out. After all, he didn't know much about Fu Ti. He only knew that this lowly servant's cultivation was peerless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be her opponent unless he could borrow the power of the Dragon Vein and the Dragon Palace Hall. Since there was no one in the cave, Yang Kai didn't need to hide anymore. He simply put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the cave. There was still a faint fragrance left in the cave. It was Fu Tianyi's body fragrance, proving that she had indeed come here before and stayed here for 3 days before leaving. Otherwise, this fragrance wouldn't have lasted until now. As he walked, Yang Kai suddenly looked to the side. There were a few crystal clear things that looked like solidified water droplets on the ground. Dragon tear pearl. This thing was formed from the tears of a giant dragon. It could be used to refine a special kind of spirit pill. Thinking back to Fu Tin's red and swollen eyes before she left, Yang Kai immediately understood that these dragon tear pearls should be left behind by Fu Tin. She definitely cried for a long time in that situation, and shed a lot of tears. However, she probably kept most of the dragon tear pearls herself. The remaining few might have been left behind. There weren't many left behind. There were only a dozen or so of them scattered around a black stone. He rubbed his chin, and a scene immediately appeared in his mind. Fu Tian should be standing beside this black rock, feeling sad, quietly crying, and even wailing. Why would she cry to a stone? Yang Kai sneered. Just as he thought nothing of it, his expression suddenly changed. He seriously sized up the stone. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to it. After noticing that there was no living person in the cave, he just casually took a few glances. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this stone was a little strange. It was as tall as a person and oval-shaped. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this stone looked like an egg. A stone that looked like an egg. Is this a fucking dragon egg? This thought involuntarily popped up in his mind. Yang Kai was startled. Only then did he open his eyes wide and size up the strange stone. Speaking of which, he also didn't know how the dragon race was born. Was it directly born from a female dragon, or was it hatched from a dragon egg? No one had told him about this matter, but he had heard of the term dragon egg. This couldn't really be a dragon egg, right? Thinking about it carefully, there was really such a possibility. Snakes were oviparous, so dragons should also be oviparous. Fu Tin came here and stayed for 3 days. She even cried to a suspected dragon egg. This, could it be Fu Tin and the Great Elder's dragon egg? Oh my god! Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He was shocked by his own thoughts. If that was really the case, then he had found something incredible. This was the dragon egg of 2 10th-ranked dragons. Inheriting the bloodline of 2 10th-ranked dragons, it was destined to be the future pillar and hope of Dragon Island. But if this was really the dragon egg of those two, why would it be placed here? And not placed in Greenwood Island or Snow Ice Island? Snow Ice Island was fine. The world was cold and ice element law was everywhere. Perhaps it wasn't suitable to place a dragon egg and let it hatch. But Greenwood Island was very good. Why didn't they place it on the Cyanwood Island? Why did they place it here? Yang Kai frowned. He stretched out his hand and knocked on it. Immediately, the sound of knocking echoed in the cave. It was as if he was knocking on a stone. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his head. Was this a dragon egg or a stone? He couldn't be sure. Mainly, if this was a dragon egg, why didn't it have any vitality? Could it be a bad egg? Placing his palm on its surface, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed it. In the next instant he concluded that this wasn't a stone. Because although this thing looked no different from a stone on the surface, its interior wasn't made of stone. Instead, it existed in an extremely peculiar form. This was really a fucking dragon egg. And it was a bad egg. Yang Kai finally understood why Fu Sui came here absent-mindedly, and then cried so sadly. Before she left, she even said those words. This should be the dragon egg she gave birth to. Unfortunately, for some reason, it didn't hatch. Instead, its vitality was cut off. To any mother, this was probably something hard to accept. Especially since Fu Sui was a dragon race. It was too difficult for a dragon race to give birth to a child. It was rare to see a glimmer of hope, but unexpectedly, it turned into a kind of despair. She placed her dragon egg here. Every few days, she would come over to take a look. After taking a look, she would cry bitterly. This time, Yang Kai happened to see her. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. No matter how unreasonable Fu Sui appeared in front of outsiders, no matter how cold and resolute she was still a woman in the end. The dragon tears and red and swollen eyes left here all indicated the regret and desire for a child in her heart. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the other side of Fu Sui. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the dragon egg in front of him, because in that instant he seemed to have felt a weak vibration coming from the dragon egg. But his mood was fluctuating just now, and he didn't feel it clearly. He didn't know if it was his imagination. It should be his imagination. After all, this bad egg was placed here, which meant that Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had already lost confidence in it. Otherwise, they would definitely take care of it carefully. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, another weak vibration came. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. This dragon egg still had vitality? Because when the vibration came, he did sense an extremely weak life force rippling out. But if it had vitality, why would it be abandoned by Zhu Yan and Fu Sui? After carefully feeling it for a long time, Yang Kai finally determined that it did still have some faint vitality, but that was it. Withdrawing his hand, Yang Kai looked at the dragon egg in front of him and sighed. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui must have also known this, but they were powerless to reverse the situation. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned it. With a long sigh, Yang Kai said, "Your father and mother can't control you, so I can't do anything." Reaching out and patting the dragon egg, he turned and walked out. Since there was no wild man here, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. Although he had discovered one of Fu Sui's secrets by chance, it wasn't good to use it to threaten him. A mother's care, and regret for her child was nothing to threaten. Going straight out of the cave, Yang Kai flew up and flew towards the dragon temple. After a while, his figure suddenly paused as he touched his chin and rolled his eyes, seemingly thinking of something. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and returned to the cave, put away the dragon egg directly, and stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Leaving the cave again, Yang Kai did not fly towards the dragon temple, but instead flew towards the entrance. Fu Ling was not at the entrance, so Yang Kai wandered around for a long time before finding her in a clear lake less than 30 kilometers away from the entrance. Fu Ling was bathing. Her purple robes were placed on the shore, and she looked like a fish swimming in the lake. Yang Kai's sudden arrival startled her, and she looked up resentfully. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The lake water was clear, and Fu Ling was completely naked. Although it was unintentional, at a glance, it was clear that she had a full chest, a graceful waist and a round buttocks. Although the rippling water caused her figure to be slightly distorted, it still couldn't conceal her peerless charm. "I have something to ask you." Yang Kai did not avoid arousing suspicion and looked down at her condescendingly. Fu Ling used her hands and feet to swim to a rock in the middle of the lake, and climbed up with both hands, revealing most of her smooth back, swinging in a breathtaking arc as she looked up and smiled. "What does brother-in-law want to ask?" Yang Kai landed on the rock, squatted down and touched his chin. "Did the second elder give birth to a child?" Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "How do you know this?" "She really did." To be continued. Chapter 3345. You don't need to know how I know, just answer my question first. Yang Kai looked down at her. Fu Ling thought for a while and said, "It happened many years ago, but the second elder did give birth to a child." "And the result?" Fu Ling said sadly. "The result seems to be that the source was insufficient, so the child failed to hatch and died in the womb." "Insufficient source?" Yang Kai frowned. What kind of explanation was this? Fu Ling said, "Although our dragon race is blessed by the heavens and has powerful cultivation and strength from birth, since we are divine spirits, we rely on our source to survive. Every dragon race has its own source of dragon race, and it is the same for new members. If the source is insufficient, they will not be able to be born. Speaking of which, this matter is quite strange. The Great Elder and the Second Elder are both 10th Order dragons, so logically speaking, it is impossible for their children to have insufficient source, but this matter happened just like that. There is such a thing." Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression, then suddenly sneered and said, "It must be that slut who did too many bad things, so the heavens punished her. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate, who will the heavens spare?" Slut? Fu Ling looked at him in surprise. "Brother-in-law, you can't be talking about the Second Elder, right? Who else could it be besides that slut?" Yang Kai's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Fu Ling slowly withdrew her body back into the water, only revealing half of her head as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. For the first time, she found that Yang Kai's courage was not ordinary. If the second elder heard what he said just now, it would be terrible. What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had already cursed her in front of Fu Si. So what was a few words behind her back? After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "In fact, before this matter, although the second elder's personality was a bit cold, her temper was not so bad. After this matter, she changed a lot." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. So this matter was a big blow to her. Very, very big. Fu Ling nodded. She and the great elder finally had a child, but because of insufficient origin, the child died in the womb. You can imagine the impact it had on her. Since then, she seemed to have especially hoped that there would be new members of the dragon race. That's why she decided to betroth Sister Qing to Fu Qi. You can't do it yourself, so you're counting on others? What a pervert. Yang Kai curled his lips. I also heard that if the child of Martial Beast and Third Elder was a pure-blooded dragon race descendant, Second Elder wouldn't have pursued the matter. But that Mo Shaoqi didn't have the slightest bit of dragon race bloodline, which angered Second Elder and banished Third Elder to the dragon tomb. Yang Kai didn't want to listen to this. He just asked, "What happened next?" "What later?" Fu Ling looked at him strangely. "Second Elder gave birth to a bad egg. What happened after that?" Fu Ling smiled bitterly. "What later? After many years of hard work, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching, so naturally, there was no hope. Because of this, Great Elder also felt very guilty towards Second Elder, so he had been tolerating her all these years. Brother-in-law, why are you asking this?" "I'm just asking casually, nothing serious." Yang Kai waved his hand. "You can continue, just pretend I never came." Saying so, his body flickered, and he flew out again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Ling stared in the direction he left in annoyance, stretched out his hand, and slapped the water surface, causing countless splashes, and gritted his teeth. "Stinky man." He turned around and swam in the lake again. That thing was really Fu Tian and Zhu Yan's dragon egg. Yang Kai galloped all the way, his mood fluctuating. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. On a messy island, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and a glorious palace had already been reduced to ruins. This island was the spiritual island of the 8th-rank Thunder Dragon, Fu Qi back then. Yang Kai had also come here. Countless cultivators were escorted to this place to build a palace for Fu Qi after a great battle. This place was completely destroyed, and the glorious palace had also turned into a cloud of smoke. Yang Kai flew down, casually found a palace that was still intact, and walked in. After cleaning up the surroundings, he waved his hand, and that black bad egg appeared in front of him. Rubbing his chin, Yang Kai circled around this bad egg a few times, and a resolute expression flashed past his eyes. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar, and directly landed beside Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master." Yang Kai didn't mind and only nodded lightly. On the way here, he had already sent a message to Qiongqi, asking him to come over. Previously, Qiongqi had been wandering around the Dragon Island, and Yang Kai didn't inform him when he pretended to leave. In any case, he still had to come back. Only now did he call him over. 2 heads were better than 1. This old man had lived for quite a long time, and there were many times when he could ask for advice. "Young master called me over, I wonder why." Hiss. Before Qiongqi could finish his words, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and stared at that black bat egg with his eyes wide open. He cried out in surprise, This. What is this? Straighten your tongue before you speak." Yang Kai gave him a sidelong glance. Qiongqi swallowed his saliva and said, "Young master, this is a dragon egg?" The last 2 words were said in an extremely soft voice, as if he was afraid that someone would hear it. Old Qiong's eyesight is not bad. You can tell at a glance that this is a dragon egg. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up, and gave him a thumbs up. Previously, he had checked carefully before he was able to confirm it, but Qiongqi could tell at a glance. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Qiongqi's expression became brilliant and varied. "Young master, I have something to say. but I don't know if I should say it. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. You have a ferocious look on your face, yet you are pretending to be refined. Aren't you tired? Xiongqi's face turned black, but he still said seriously, although I don't know where young master stole this dragon egg from, it's better to quickly put it back. If by any chance the dragon race discovers it, then it will be over. How can you be sure that I stole it? Young Kai gave him a sidelong glance. If you didn't steal it, could it be that you gave birth to it? Xiongqi cursed in his heart, although I am old, my mind is not muddled. Then may I ask, young master, what is the origin of this dragon egg? I picked it up, Young Kai said in all seriousness. It would be strange if I believed you. This is Dragon Island, and a dragon egg appeared in front of me, and you actually told me that you picked it up. Enough nonsense, I didn't call you over to talk to me about this. Young Kai raised his hand to stop him from speaking. This young master has something to ask you, and I hope you can tell me everything you know. Xiongqi was full of worries. Is it related to this dragon egg? That's right. Xiongqi let out a long sigh, feeling as if he was dragged into a fire pit by Young Kai, and he regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have returned to Spirit Beast Island with Jiufeng and Li Wui. Although his freedom would be somewhat restricted if he went to Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have encountered this kind of situation. Now that he had acknowledged this guy as his young master, there wasn't a day that he didn't have to worry about. Not only did he come to Dragon Island to flaunt his prowess, he even stole a dragon egg. If this matter was known by the dragon race, he and his servant would probably be torn into pieces. I won't hide it from you. This is the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. As soon as Yang Kai said this, Xiongqi's expression suddenly twitched. Just one dragon egg was already a big deal, and this was actually the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to die, you don't have to use this method. Moreover, since it was the dragon egg of the two elders, why was it stolen? Xiongqi was somewhat puzzled. They said that this dragon egg is dead, but I don't believe it. Yang Kai shook his head. This is a dead egg? Xiongqi was shocked. Yang Kai shrugged and said, that's what they all said. Who? Xiongqi asked. Don't worry about it, they are wrong anyway. Although this dragon egg's vitality is a bit weak, there is still a glimmer of hope. As Yang Kai said this, he pressed his hand on the dragon egg and tilted his head at Xiongqi. Come over here and feel it. Xiongqi's curiosity was piqued, and he really did come over and put his hand on the dragon egg, carefully feeling it. Since the dragon race has already determined that this is a dead egg, why do you say that it still has vitality? How is it? Do you feel it? There is a faint trace of vitality pulsing from time to time. Yang Kai looked at Xiongqi with a smile of exultation. Xiongqi looked back at him with a strange expression, and then slowly shook his head. He didn't feel anything. Yang Kai said in disappointment, examine it carefully. Xiongqi had no choice but to use his heart to feel it. Look, it's here again. Yang Kai suddenly said. Xiongqi's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He really wanted to ask if he was playing with him. How could there be any signs of life? He could sense that the inside of the dragon egg was completely withered. It couldn't be any more dead. But looking at Yang Kai's confident expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, so there was no need for that. He was embarrassed to admit that he didn't feel anything. Wouldn't that mean that he was inferior to him? He quickly nodded and said, not bad, not bad, there is indeed a little fluctuation. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and laughed. You also felt it, right? But since it still has a glimmer of vitality, why did the dragon race say that it is a dead egg? Xiongqi rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Maybe the vitality is too weak? Yang Kai nodded and said, that is a reasonable explanation. Since it was the dragon race, its vitality must be extremely strong. Such a weak vitality was almost equivalent to nothing. What plans does young master have? Xiongqi asked. Yang Kai showing such interest in a dead egg was really not a good sign. Xiongqi couldn't help but feel worried. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said seriously, I want to hatch it. What? Xiongqi looked at him dumbfoundedly. I want to hatch it. Yang Kai reiterated. Xiongqi's mouth twitched. He wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it he still said, "Then what is young master's goal?" "Naturally, it is to use this to threaten and restrain that bitch Fu Si." Young Kai sneered, his face shrouded in a scheming light. "This is her and Zhu Yan's child. If it is hatched in my hands, do you think she won't be obedient in the future? At that time, if I want her to kneel, she will kneel. If I want her to stand, she will stand." Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, and Qiongqi's heart sank. To be continued. Chapter 3346. On the broken spiritual island, Qiongqi tried his best to persuade Yang Kai to put the dragon egg back to where it came from. Who knew that not only did Yang Kai not listen, he even scolded him harshly. Qiongqi was helpless and could only accept his fate. "Old Qiong, I called you here for no other reason than to ask you how to hatch it." Yang Kai looked at Qiongqi solemnly. Qiongqi thought to himself, "You ask me, but who should I ask? Although I'm a holy spirit and have lived for countless years, I'm not a dragon race after all. Who knows how to hatch a dragon egg?" But if he said this, he might be scolded again. He could only say, "Maybe hatch it like other species?" Like this? Yang Kai rushed over and hugged the dragon egg with both hands. He looked back at Qiongqi and said with a black face without waiting for his answer, "Don't you think this is very stupid?" This dragon egg was as tall as a person. Yang Kai couldn't wrap his arms around it. It looked really stupid. He thought about it and leaped again, flying to the top of the dragon egg and sitting down. He twisted his body and looked down at Qiongqi. "How about this?" Qiongqi's mouth twitched. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "No need to say more, I know." He must be stupid too. Sliding down from the dragon egg, Yang Kai said, "Hatching it is definitely not a simple matter. If it's really like this, Zhu Yan and Fu Shun would have succeeded a long time ago. Why would they give it up? Old Qiong, think about it carefully. You're the flowing time great emperor. You're not just a decoration, right?" Qiongqi sighed and said, "I'm really powerless in this matter. It's mainly up to you, young master." Yang Kai pulled a long face and said, "If I have this ability, why would I call you over?" Qiongqi said, "Actually, this old man feels that young master should know." "Should know?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Why should I know?" Qiongqi smiled. "Young master, you possess the dragon race's origin after all. As long as it concerns the dragon race, everything is instinctive, including how to hatch dragon eggs." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he heard this. He felt that these words made a lot of sense. The reason why holy spirits were born with powerful cultivation and strength, and why they could inherit the cultivation experience and memories of their ancestors, was because everything was sealed in the source. As long as the opportunity was right, and the strength was sufficient, the precious wealth contained in the source would be unsealed in an endless stream. The reason why Yang Kai was able to help Li Jiao obtain the Dragon Clan's secret technique that was not suppressed by his bloodline was because his dragon transformation art had improved, and he had comprehended it from the Dragon Clan's source. Since he could comprehend the secret technique, there was no reason why he couldn't understand how to hatch a dragon egg. "Not bad, not bad. What you said is very good." Yang Kai suddenly felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. He began to think seriously. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Old Qiong, guard the surroundings. If anyone approaches this place, inform me immediately." Speaking of which, if he hid in the sealed world bead to hatch the dragon egg, it would be absolutely safe. He only needed to hide the sealed world bead somewhere, and it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. But this was Dragon Island, the habitat of the dragon race, so Yang Kai instinctively felt that hatching the dragon egg on Dragon Island was the best way. If he hid in the sealed world bead, he should be missing something. This instinct made Kai Yang deeply believe in it. Yes. Qiongqi received the order and immediately flew out to guard the surroundings. Yang Kai circled the dragon egg a few times and reached out to pat it. "For you, I've put in a lot of effort. You have to work hard. If you can really hatch it, then it's your good fortune, and your life isn't destined to end. If you can't hatch it, then it's fate. Don't blame the heavens and others." Saying so, Yang Kai took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged next to the dragon egg, emptied his body and mind, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, silently sensing the golden divine dragon source in his body. He needed to pry into the hatching method from this source. For a while, it was quiet, only Yang Kai's deep breath could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Cheongchi, who was standing guard outside the Spirit Island, suddenly heard a high-pitched dragon roar. Attracted by this sound, he quickly turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had transformed into a 3.5-meter-long dragon body, with 2 ferocious horns on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, and his whole body was shining with a dazzling golden light. A dragon tail could be seen, moving back and forth behind him, stirring up clouds of dust. Huh? Cheongchi's expression was a little strange, because he found that Yang Kai's state was obviously very strange at the moment. The dragon transformation art he was using seemed to be unconsciously, and his whole person had fallen into a kind of ethereal state. Puff puff puff, visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai lay down on his side, curled up his body, and rolled up his dragon tail, protecting the dragon egg in his arms. Was he really going to hatch it like this? Cheongchi was dumbfounded. But the dragon egg was clearly lifeless. Even if that was the case, what was the point? He shook his head and sighed. He didn't understand why Yang Kai was so concerned about this. After all, so what if it really hatched? That was the son of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. What did it have to do with you? Yang Kai himself didn't know why, but when he left the cave, a voice kept echoing in his heart, forcing him to try to hatch the egg. The so-called use of this to threaten and restrain Fu Ti was just a secondary matter. It was a kind of instinctive reaction, a kind of call from the golden divine dragon's source. Time passed bit by bit, and Cheongchi guarded outside the Spirit Island, not leaving it at all. Fortunately, the dragon race was rare, and not many people would pass by here. So it had been peaceful for the past few days. Occasionally, he would look at the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, and Cheongchi even wondered if he could wake him up even if he called him. He maintained that posture, wrapping the dragon egg with his body. From a distance, it was like a real dragon was sleeping, and the dragon pressure he exuded was something even Fu Tin and Zhu Yan couldn't compare to. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Cheongchi was looking at the setting sun when he suddenly sensed something behind him. When he turned his head, he was startled. Yang Kai stood up, and his eyes had opened at some unknown time. His eyes were blooming with a terrifying golden light, like 2 small burning suns, making it impossible to look straight at them. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of golden blood. The golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled over the black dragon egg, dyeing it golden yellow. Cheongchi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What was he doing? After 2 months of observation, he was certain that Yang Kai had discovered the method of incubation from the dragon race's source, but he had never heard that the dragon race's incubation method needed to be done in such a manner. Wasn't this self-mutilating? However, in the next moment, his expression turned to one of surprise, because the dragon egg was actually absorbing Yang Kai's golden blood. The golden blood that was sprayed on the eggshell merged into it at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a cup of tea's time, it became black again. Yang Kai lowered his body and went back to sleep. Cheongchi revealed a look of amazement, thinking, could the dragon egg really be saved? If the dragon egg was dead, there was no reason for it to absorb Yang Kai's golden blood. However, he had clearly checked before, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Puzzled, Cheongchi began to observe more and more carefully. From that day onwards, Yang Kai would wake up every 35 days. Although it was not accurate to say that he woke up because at that time, although Yang Kai's eyes were open, it seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the dragon egg, nothing else. After spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he would fall asleep again. Every time he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, it would be absorbed by the dragon egg in a very short time. And then, there was no then. This situation lasted for 3 months until one day, Cheongchi felt a faint life aura from the dragon egg, like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any time, but it was a real life aura. There really was hope. Cheongchi was shocked. So, what Yang Kai said before about the dragon egg still having life aura was true, but why didn't he feel it at that time? Was it because Yang Kai possessed the dragon race's origin? In the following month, the life aura coming from the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, giving off the feeling that the dragon race inside could break out of its shell at any time. But this was not the only change. On the surface of the black dragon egg, strange lines began to appear. At first glance, they looked like patterns, but at the same time, they were inexplicably mysterious. These lines glowed brightly and flickered, each time exuding an extremely powerful aura. Qiongqi had no doubt that if the little one inside this dragon egg was really born, it would definitely shock the entire dragon race. Thinking about it, this was the child of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin, the descendant of two 10th-order dragons, so how could its starting point be any worse? But could it really be born? Although this had nothing to do with him, with how things had developed, Qiongqi could not help feeling a little nervous and expectant. Every day, he stared at Yongkai and the dragon egg without blinking. Greenwood Island, Zhu Yan's resting place. A white light flashed, and Fu Tin flew over and landed in front of Zhu Yan, looking at him quietly. Zhu Yan was just like when Yongkai first saw him, standing under the huge tree and concentrating on cultivating. Sensing Fu Tin's aura, he opened his eyes and saw Fu Tin pursing her red lips, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're here?" Although they were an old couple, the two of them usually stayed on their own spiritual islands. In the early years, Fu Tin would occasionally come here, but ever since that incident, Fu Tin had never come here again. "What's the matter?" Zhu Yan stopped cultivating and walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. Fu Tin's eyes flickered, and she turned her head to the side. "There's something." Zhu Yan couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This was the first time he saw Fu Tin like this, so why did she look like she had a guilty conscience? He chuckled. "Just say it, you and I are not outsiders." Chapter 3347. Even though the matter was a little hard to talk about, Fu Tin was not an indecisive person, so after a slight hesitation he said, "I want to talk to you about Lin, Hearing this name, Zhu Yan frowned inside. "It's been so many years, you still haven't let it go." Fu Tin stared at him. "You've let it go?" Zhu Yan said. "So what if I can't let it go? Things are already like this. We have to look forward. We can't always stare at the holes under our feet." Fu Tin shook his head. "I just can't accept it. You and I are both rank 10 bloodline. Why did Lin, not inherit enough origin energy? Whose problem is it?" Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. "So what if he's rank 10? The continuation of the dragon race's bloodline is difficult to begin with. Are there few examples like this in the past?" After a moment of thought he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let bygones be bygones." Fu Tin still shook his head. Zhu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then what do you want?" Fu Tin lowered his head and said, "I always felt that Lin, is not dead. There will be a day when he sees the light of day again. He's already in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yan put his hand on Fu Tin's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't think about this in the future." Fu Tin lowered his head even more and said in a low voice, "Lin is not in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yan was stunned. He looked at him with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" "Lin is not in the dragon tomb," Fu Tin repeated, then raised his head and looked straight into Zhu Yan's eyes. "He's on Dragon Island." Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He said in surprise, "You're saying that you didn't put Lin in the dragon tomb back then?" In the past, it wasn't the first time that the dragon eggs had necrotized. Every time this happened, the necrotized dragon eggs would be placed in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yan didn't expect Fu Tin to break this rule. It was impossible. Anyone on Dragon Island would break the rules, but not Fu Tin. "Yes." Fu Tin nodded. Zhu Yan's face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Fool! If the other clansmen find out about this, where will your face go?" Using the clan's rules to restrict the other clansmen, and then breaking it himself, this was absolutely intolerable. Fu Si didn't say anything. Clearly, he knew that he was in the wrong, but that was a mother's remembrance for her son. So what if he was in the wrong? "Where did you put him?" Zhu Yan was both angry and amused. He actually didn't know about this matter. No wonder she didn't let him go to the dragon's tomb back then. It turned out that she had already planned to make a false move. It was funny that he had been kept in the dark by her. Fu Shi looked at him warily and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Yan opened his mouth. "What do you think I can do? You are not allowed to put Lin, into the dragon tomb." Fu Ti gritted his teeth and said, Zhu Yan said angrily. Now that things have come to this, do you still refuse to realize your error? Lin, or there is already no hope. Why do you still want to put him somewhere else? The dragon's tomb is the resting place of our dragon race. Fu Tiai's lips curled into a cold smile. I knew I shouldn't have told you this. She turned and left after saying that. Zhu Yan grabbed her arm. Let go. Fu Ti turned back and stared at him coldly. Zhu Yan's heart shuddered. He realized that this woman was truly angry. If he forcefully stopped her, he might anger her. He could only let go of her hand and said, Calm down first. I am very calm. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, Since you have hidden this from me for so many years, why did you suddenly come to tell me today? This was exactly what Zhu Yan found strange. This woman and he knew each other very well, so she should know what the outcome would be if she told him about this matter. Yet, she took the initiative to come over and confess to him. Clearly, it was a little unreasonable. Fu Ti pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. You don't know? Zhu Yan was dumbfounded. Fu Ti took a deep breath and said, I don't know why, but I have been feeling uneasy these days. I keep feeling like something is going to happen. Something to do with Lin? Zhu Yan frowned. That's right. Fu Ti nodded gently. So I want you to come with me to see Lin, Sure. Zhu Yan readily agreed. Fu Ti said, But seeing your attitude just now, I changed my mind. Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. Don't worry, you can decide for Lin. If you don't want to, this old master will not force you to put him in the dragon's tomb. This was the only thing he could say. If he did not express this attitude, this woman would definitely not take him to see Lin. The current plan was to determine where Lin was first, and then deal with the rest later. Really? Fu Tiai's eyes flashed with surprise. The coldness melted away, revealing a rare touch of gentleness. Really? Zhu Yan nodded seriously. Fu Ti smiled faintly and gestured with her hand. Then come with me. While speaking, she had already taken the lead to fly out. Zhu Yan did not immediately follow, but stayed in a daze for a while. The main reason was that they hadn't seen Fu Tin's smile for many, many years. That instant smile almost made the entire world dim. Thinking back to those days, even though Fu Tin didn't like to smile, she would still smile occasionally. However, ever since Lin incident, the smile completely disappeared from this woman's face. No matter who it was, no matter what, she would always have an expression of an iceberg that would never melt. All the dragons on the Dragon Island were afraid of her. Why bother? Zhu Yan sighed in his heart and followed after her. On a nameless island, the two great elders of the dragon race arrived together. Zhu Yan was shocked. You place Lin here? Fu Ti pointed to the front and said, That's right, there's a natural cave there. It's very well hidden. If you don't look for it intentionally, you won't find it. Lin has been staying there all these years. Zhu Yan couldn't help admiring this woman's courage. This was not a place that no one had passed by. There were even two spiritual islands nearby. As expected, the most dangerous place was the safest place. For no one to discover the secret inside all these years, it was really fortunate. Following behind Fu Tin, the two of them entered the cave with ease, winding their way downwards. Zhu Yan could feel that Fu Tiai's mood seemed to have become a little perturbed. Because she had become more talkative, he could also understand. Wasn't he the same? Although Lin no longer had any hope, it was also good to be able to take another look. In anticipation and nervousness, the two of them arrived at the innermost karst cave. The gentle light of the night pearl illuminated the entire karst cave. Fu Ti suddenly stood on the spot in a daze. Her gaze was fixed at a certain place, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Zhu Yan looked around the karst cave and frowned. Where's Lin? There was nothing in the karst cave. So where was Lin? Turning his head to look, he suddenly realized that Fu Tiai's expression was not right. He suddenly realized something and his heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, Fu Ti took a few steps forward and came to the place where the dragon egg was placed. She looked around blankly for a moment before raising her head to look at Zhu Yan. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Lin is gone. Zhu Yan asked solemnly. Are you sure you placed Lin here? Fu Ti replied with lifeless eyes. He has always been here. I even came to see him half a year ago. He has always been here. She was shocked and her eyes became incomparably cold. Killing intent lingered as she gritted her teeth. Who stole him? Zhu Yan frowned. If that's the case, it must be done by one of the clansmen. There are only so many clansmen, it won't be hard to find out. Fu Ti said coldly. If I find out who did it, I won't let him off. Zhu Yan jumped in shock and hurriedly said, maybe it was just an accident. Don't say such things first. When we find out, we'll ask him to return it. It's not good to spread this matter around. That's right, that's right. Fu Ti nodded when she heard that. She looked at Zhu Yan and said, go and investigate, quickly investigate and ask him to quickly send Lin Er back. Looking at her, Zhu Yan was speechless. It was also the first time he had seen such a weak and helpless Fu Ti. He finally realized the position of Lin Er in her heart. No wonder she said that she had been feeling uneasy before. So something had really happened. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, there were many things that could be sensed by the unseen world. It was extremely mysterious. What are you still in a daze for? Quickly investigate. Fu Ti stomped her feet and urged. Zhu Yan let out a long sigh. How should he investigate this matter? There weren't many clansmen, and it was easy to investigate. If a clansman really came here and took Lin Er away, he reckoned that he would be able to find out the truth in less than a day. The key was, how should he investigate? He couldn't possibly ask every clansman if they had taken a dragon egg from somewhere, right? If he really did that, the clansmen would definitely find it strange. At that time, the matter of Fu Ti secretly hiding a dragon egg would be exposed. He had to investigate Lin Er's whereabouts and also take care of Fu Ti's face. Zhu Yan felt that this matter was really difficult. He was actually a little annoyed. Which clansman did it? After all, that dragon egg also had his bloodline. At the same time, on another spiritual island, Yang Kai's half-dragon body was coiled up. He used his body to protect that dragon egg. He was immersed in an extremely strange state. The surroundings were dark without any light. He was in a daze floating up and down. His consciousness was also blurry. Everything he did was based on his instincts. He extended his limbs, but it felt like something was imprisoning him. A thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Am I in an egg? But how did he end up in an egg? After thinking hard, he finally remembered that he was incubating a dragon egg. But since he was incubating a dragon egg, why did he run into an egg? Just as he was in doubt, a clear consciousness came from the side and tried to stick close to him. Yang Kai was impatient and rejected this consciousness. But he didn't expect that the consciousness wouldn't give up and stuck close to him again. It even transmitted a desire, as though there was something on him that it needed. Yang Kai was a little frustrated. Just as he was about to reject it again, he suddenly understood what this consciousness was. This was the aura of the life in that dragon egg. And his current state wasn't that of an egg. Instead, his consciousness was immersed in that dragon egg, and had a slight resonance with the life in the dragon egg. Chapter 33:48. With this in mind, Yang Kai simply let it be. Sure enough, that consciousness stuck close to him, and then Yang Kai felt as if something was being absorbed by it. This kind of absorption was not harmful to him, but it was extremely beneficial to the other party. Not far away, Qiongqi stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. From his field of vision, he could clearly see that a golden aura was flowing out of Yang Kai's body, which was then absorbed by the black dragon egg. As the golden aura flowed, the vitality of the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, and the patterns on the surface of the eggshell became more and more dazzling. Putting aside the light that was blooming, the key point was that the dragon's might was too obvious. The movement in front of him seemed to be a bit too big. Qiongqi could not help but worry that this matter would be discovered by the dragon race. In this case, as long as the dragon race passed by within 100 miles, they would definitely be able to detect the movement here. When the time came to take a look, there would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. Although the movement here was not small, it did not alarm anyone for many days. Until one day, Qiongqi, who was guarding the surroundings, suddenly heard a thumping sound. Turning his head to look, he saw that the dragon egg in Yang Kai's arms was bursting with a halo visible to the naked eye. which suddenly spread out in all directions. Under Qiongqi's observation, the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing Yang Kai's aura. It was about to hatch. For no reason, such a thought popped up in Qiongqi's mind. Although he had never seen the scene of a dragon egg hatching, what he saw in front of him made him certain of what was about to happen. Did it really hatch for him? Qiongqi felt that it was very inconceivable. The dragon egg was dead silent in his perception, and there was no vitality at all, but in Yang Kai's hands, it had the effect of reviving the dead. He did not know how the dragon race would react if they knew. Thump! Another sound was heard, like a heartbeat, but also like the beating of a drum. The halo spread out, bursting into the 4th level. Dong dong dong. The noise became more and more frequent, and more dense. Rings of light that could be seen with the naked eye danced wildly in all directions, as if someone was constantly throwing stones on the surface of the lake. At a certain moment, this sound suddenly stopped, but another strange sound rang out at the same time. Crack! A small crack appeared in the black dragon egg. The crack extended from the top to the bottom. Kacha! The human-sized dragon egg suddenly split open. Qiongqi's eyes widened at this moment. He wondered what kind of dragon race Yang Kai had spent so much effort hatching. However, when he looked over, he was actually unable to see clearly because a pure white light shot out from the dragon egg and shot straight into the clouds. At the same time, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out, piercing through the heavens and earth. Dragon roars could also be heard from somewhere far away, reverberating throughout the entire dragon island. In the sky, the shadow of a dragon appeared, and the heavens changed. Looking up, there seemed to be countless phantoms of dragons roaming in the sky above the dragon island. Dragon might filled the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All over the dragon island, pairs of eyes looked up at the same time, then revealed a shocked and puzzled expression. On the ice snow island, Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi stood side by side on an ice mountain. Fu Tianyi's complexion was haggard and pale. Ever since she found out that Lin was stolen that day, her spirit had been a little strange. She couldn't eat or sleep well, and didn't have the heart to cultivate. A dignified 10th grade dragon was actually getting thinner day by day. This was simply inconceivable. Although Zhu Yan had been investigating these days, he didn't have a single clue. He had secretly checked the residence of more than a dozen clansmen, but he didn't find any trace of Lin. Today, he came over to ask Fu Tianyi if there were any other clues. But who would have thought that he would see such a strange phenomenon after just a few words? The 2 great elders of the dragon race raised their heads at the same time. Both of them revealed a shocked expression. The dragon hall trembled. The dragon soul manifested. This is... Zhu Yan opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily. A new clansman is born? This wasn't the first time he had seen such a situation, so he naturally knew what this phenomenon represented. Every time a new member of the dragon clan was born, such a phenomenon would appear, but this time, it seemed to be on a much larger scale than the previous ones. Fu Tianyi was also a little dazed by this situation. She temporarily forgot the grief of losing her child and asked absent-mindedly, "Did any of our clansmen have this sign before?" Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "What sign? If there really was a sign, how could you and I not know? The few dragon ladies in the clan didn't even hatch a dragon egg. How could a new clansman be born?" The birth of the dragon race required a dragon egg to hatch first. Then after many years of incubation, it was possible for a new clansman to be born. Now there wasn't even a single dragon egg on the entire dragon island, so it was naturally impossible for a new clansman to be born. But this strange phenomenon... Fu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed as she cried out in surprise, "Lin! It's Lin! Lin is born!" Hearing what she said, Zhu Yan's first reaction was that it was impossible. Lin had already lost hope. He had personally verified this point. So many years had passed, how could he be born again? But after thinking about it carefully, he really couldn't rule out this possibility. Now on the entire dragon island, other than those dragon eggs that were placed in the dragon tomb, there was only Lin left. If it was really a new clansman, then it was none other than Lin, the great elder who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him exerted force on his hand. A few strands of his beard were pulled off. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Could it be it's really Lin?" When he came back to his senses, Fu Tianyi had already turned into a ray of light and sped towards the source of the strange phenomenon. His speed was extremely fast. Zhu Yan was also burning with anxiety and quickly chased after him. It didn't matter if it was Lin or not. There was finally a new clansman born on the Dragon Island. This was a joyous occasion for the entire dragon race. As the Great Elder, he naturally had to go and take a look. At the same time, around the Dragon Island, 10 to 20 figures flew out. In the entire Dragon Island, other than Fu Ling, who was punished to guard the entrance, the other dragon race members were all alarmed and flew towards the spiritual island where Yang Kai was at. On the spirit island, Yang Kai opened his eyes, yawned and stretched. Only then did he sit up straight with a blank look on his face. He placed one hand on his knee and supported his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. He had been living in a muddled state for the past few days. When he woke up, he still didn't understand the situation. He only felt that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth around him was especially active, and there were dragon roars in his ears. So noisy. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked around. He saw Qiongqi, who was standing not far away and looking at him in surprise. His vision slowly focused and Yang Kai grinned. "Old Qiong, why do you look like you have seen a ghost?" Qiongqi's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, young lord, you have achieved great things." "What great things?" Yang Kai leaned forward slightly and looked at him curiously. Qiongqi's expression was weird. "Young lord, have you forgotten what you were doing before?" Yang Kai blinked and asked, "Before me?" He slapped his head and revealed a look of realization. "I remember, I was incubating the dragon egg. Where is the dragon egg?" He lowered his head and searched for a while. His gaze was attracted by the broken eggshells on the ground. He said in surprise, "What's going on?" Qiongqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Young lord, you have successfully incubated the dragon egg." Yang Kai was shocked. "I succeeded?" Qiongqi raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Yang Kai then raised his head and looked. His gaze was deep and could see through the scene in the void. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I really successfully incubated the dragon egg. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." Yang Kai clapped his hands and said excitedly, "I knew it, I will definitely succeed." He then raised his head and looked carefully at the situation in the sky. He couldn't help but nod. Yes, this little guy is quite energetic. He has such a body since birth. His future is promising. He has a promising future. Qiongqi smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, no matter how promising he is, it has nothing to do with you. That is the son of Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. What does it have to do with you? The dragon's roar reverberated, and the thousands of dragon shadows in the sky gradually disappeared. The abnormality of the entire heaven and earth also slowly disappeared. A ray of white light shot down from the 9 heavens and landed on the spiritual island. At this moment, Qiongqi finally saw what exactly was hatched by Yang Kai. It was actually a flawless white jade, sparkling and round little white dragon. Its body length was about 20 to 30 feet. It was as thick as an arm. At first glance, it looked like a giant python. However, that sparkling and translucent dragon horn explained its identity. Such a body wasn't considered much in the entire Dragon Island. Strictly speaking, it was probably only rank 2 or 3 bloodline. It wasn't even worth mentioning to the other giant dragons. However, if the fact that it was just born was considered, then it was incredible. Normal dragon race wouldn't have such a body when they were just born. White dragon. Could it be a water dragon? Qiongqi shook his head. From what he knew, the 3rd elder of the Dragon Island, Fu Xian, was a water dragon. However, when she transformed into her true form, she should be blue in color. Maybe it was an ice dragon. After all, its mother Fu Shun was an ice dragon. The possibility of it being inherited was very high. However, the white color of Fu Shun's true form was slightly different from the white color in front of him. Qiongqi couldn't determine what type of giant dragon this little white dragon was. That little white dragon seemed to have a natural affinity with Yang Kai. After it landed, it flew a few rounds around Yang Kai and stopped in front of him. In the next moment, under Qiongqi's flabbergasted gaze, The little white dragon twisted and transformed into a little chubby boy who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. The chubby boy had a charmingly naive look. His skin was as white as jade. He smiled at Yongkai and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. He was extremely cute. Qiongqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He actually had the ability to transform the moment he was born. This little chubby boy was somewhat gifted. Even if he was from the dragon race and had exceptional conditions, it was impossible for him to transform the moment he was born. However, this little chubby boy did it. It obviously showed that he was different from the rest. Speaking of which, the descendants of 2 rank 10 giant dragons were hatched by a half-dragon. They were already different from the rest. Chapter 33-49. Yongkai's eyes widened as he looked at the little fatty in front of him in amazement. He felt a little incredulous. He hatched this thing? Well, he did feel some of his own aura from this little fatty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of dragon blood and other things for him these days. Yongkai's gaze moved down the little fatty's body. It was a boy. Although he had successfully transformed, he was naked, so the characteristics between his legs were very obvious. Just as he was looking at him with interest, he saw the little fatty raise his 2 white and tender little hands and cup them in front of him. He said crisply, "This child greets Daddy. Daddy, please bestow a name." Yongkai's mouth opened wide enough to stuff a house. Qiongqi was also completely flabbergasted. It was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with its ears. What did this little fatty just say? Did he hear wrongly? Compared to his clear thinking and ability to express himself as soon as he hatched, Qiongqi was more shocked by the way he addressed Yongkai. How could those 2 words be said so casually? Yongkai was obviously also confused. He leaned forward slightly, pointed at his nose, and said with a strange expression, "What did you call me?" The little fatty smiled slightly. "I originally had no hope of hatching. It was Daddy who gave me life and allowed me to come to this world. Your kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. It's natural for me to call you Daddy." He expressed himself clearly and cupped his hands again. "Daddy, please bestow a name." Yongkai scratched his head, frowned, and said, "Do you know where you came from?" The little fatty nodded and said, "This child naturally knows. Daddy taught me a lot of things when I hatched." There was such a thing? Yongkai was confused. Speaking of which, the whole hatching process was muddle-headed. Everything was done according to instinct. How could he know what he had taught him? Qiongqi's expression changed when he heard this. He remembered that before, there was a golden aura flowing out of Yongkai's body and into the dragon egg. Now it seemed that the golden aura was not only dragon chi, but also something else, which gave this little fatty good intelligence when he was born. Qiongqi even had a feeling that this little fatty's demeanor and behavior were similar to Yongkai, but there was nothing in common with their appearance. Touching his chin, Yongkai reluctantly said, "Originally, it was not my turn to do this, but since you insist, this king will bestow a name to you." He thought seriously, rubbed his hands and said, "How's the character of Xiao?" "Of?" The little fatty muttered. His big round eyes became bright, and he revealed his small canine teeth and said with a smile, "Thank you, Daddy, for bestowing a name. From now on, this child will be called Yang Xiao." With a whoosh, Fuswan flew to this place. Before she even arrived, she already felt an aura that was connected by blood. It was an aura that caused her entire body to palpitate to the point of almost trembling. She didn't need to verify anything as she was certain that her Lin, had been born. She came here full of expectations and just happened to hear and see such a scene. She suddenly blacked out and almost fainted. That white and tender little guy was definitely her Lin. But at this moment, he actually called Yongkai Daddy and said that he would be called Yang Xiao from now on? How could Fuxi accept this? She didn't know what Yongkai had done to her Lin. But this was simply seizing her son. How could Fuxi tolerate it? The anger and guilt in her heart turned into boundless fury. An icy aura lingered around her body. She raised her hand and slapped at Yongkai. She shouted angrily, "Little thief, die." At this moment, she didn't care if Yongkai and Zhu Qing had done the deed of husband and wife. She also didn't care if Yongkai possessed the ancestral dragon's power of origin. There was only one voice echoing in her mind. Kill Yang Kai to set things right and let Lin, or understand the truth of the matter. The rank 10 giant dragon's full-powered attack changed the color of heaven and earth. The ice element law filled the void, and Yang Kai bore the brunt of it. The space he was in seemed to be frozen. Before the attack arrived, his 300 feet long dragon body was already covered in frost. His expression instantly changed. Before he could react, there was a blur in front of his eyes. The white and tender Yang Xiao actually flashed in front of Yang Kai, and opened his arms to block him. He looked at Fu Shi angrily with a sullen face and shouted, "Where did this crazy woman come from to behave atrociously here?" Even though he shouted angrily, his tone was immature and didn't have any deterrence at all. It only made people laugh. However, this angry shout caused Fu Shi's beautiful face to turn pale. She quickly retracted her palm and her law collapsed. It was true that she wanted to kill Yang Kai, but how could she hurt her Lin? With a cry, she spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Fu Shi's aura quickly withered. It was unknown if she suffered a backlash or was provoked by Yang Zhao's words. Her delicate body swayed and almost fell down. She stared ahead in a daze. Fortunately, Zhu Yan arrived in time. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, asking nervously, "Are you all right?" Fu Shi didn't answer. She just pursed her pale lips and stared at Yang Xiao without blinking. There was a kind of sadness in her eyes. Compared to the backlash from her palm, Yang Zhao's words hurt her even more. It was as if she had acknowledged a thief as her father. With a thump, Yang Xiao staggered and turned around. He held his head with both hands and said aggrievedly, "Father, why did you hit me?" Tears welled up in his eyes and he almost cried out. No matter how mature he acted just now, he was still a newborn child. He naturally felt wronged after being hit, especially by Yang Kai. He had fearlessly stood in front of Yang Kai just now. What crazy woman! Yang Kai scolded with a stern face. "That's your mother." "My mother?" Yang Xiao shrunk his neck when he heard this, then turned his head timidly to look at Fu Shi. Their eyes met, and Fu Shi's eyes bloomed with brilliance. Yang Xiao, however, had an awkward expression and his eyes drifted. No wonder he felt that voice was a little familiar. It turned out that when he was muddle-headed, the one who often came to talk to him was her. However, although he knew where he came from, it was still his first time seeing Fu Shi in person. How could he know that she was his mother? He wanted to show off a little in front of Yang Kai, but who knew that he would make such a big mistake? It was so awkward that he scratched his ears and cheeks. "Eh?" Zhu Yan's lips trembled as he looked at Yang Xiao absent-mindedly. "You are Lin." Yang Xiao took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, "Let the two of you know my name is Yang Xiao." Yang Xiao. Zhu Yan's expression suddenly became strange. His gaze swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. Lin, appeared here with Yang Kai and actually changed his appearance to Yang Xiao. This matter definitely had something to do with Yang Kai. Great Elder's gaze was sharp and resentful. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and whistled. This had nothing to do with him. It was the little guy who insisted that he give him a name when he was born. He casually came up with one, and then the little guy decided on this name. What could he do? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rays of light came from all directions. It was the members of the dragon race who sensed the commotion running over one after another. They were a little surprised when they saw the situation here. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a stunned expression and said, "Didn't you leave?" Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly. "I'm back." Originally, he wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall and cause a commotion. Zhu Qing would definitely know his intentions and would definitely understand. Now that he hadn't even gone to the Dragon Palace Hall and had already created a dragon child, there was no way to explain this. Zhu Qing glared at him. She knew that he must have been planning something before, so he even fooled her. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on this matter. She looked at Yang Xiao curiously and asked, "Who is this?" Yang Kai laughed and was about to explain when Yang Xiao cupped his fists and said, "I am Daddy's son. My name is Yang Xiao." "Son? Yang Xiao." Zhu Qing's expression immediately darkened. Yang Kai raised his hand and hit him. He angrily shouted, "Who told you to talk too much? Who told you to talk too much? Daddy, why did you hit me again?" Yang Xiao covered his head and scurried away. He felt extremely wronged. Zhu Qing said indifferently, "A man hitting a child. How ambitious." Yang Kai wiped his mouth and said seriously, "Qing, listen to my explanation." Zhu Qing turned her head and said, "There's nothing to explain. This child is covered in dragon qi. He must be the newly born clansman of our clan. I really have to congratulate you. You've bloomed and bore fruit so quickly. Oh right, where's the child's mother? I wonder which sister she is." As she spoke, her gaze wandered around the few dragon girls as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai said sadly, "It's not what you think." Yang Xiao ran to Zhu Qing's side and pointed at Fu Dan. "My mother is over there." Zhu Qing turned her head with a stunned expression. She looked at Fu Dan and then looked at Yang Kai. Her expression became more and more strange and gradually became incredulous. Zhu Lai, who was watching not far away, also had a twitching expression. Yang Kai and the second elder. This is impossible, right? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to speak. Yang Kai observed the situation. How could he not know what Zhu Qing was thinking? He wanted to beat Yang Zhao's but this kid was very clever. He seemed to see that Yang Kai was a little afraid of Zhu Qing. He kept hiding behind Zhu Qing, not giving him a chance to make a move. Hearing this, he felt wronged and said, "You said it was my mother." After that, he looked up at Zhu Qing and said, "I didn't lie to you." Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I know." Yang Kai sighed and said, "He is the child of the first elder and second elder. I hatched him, so he recognizes me as his father." As soon as this was said, all the members of the dragon race were stunned. The dragon child of the first elder and second elder? When did the first elder and second elder have a dragon child? Many years ago. The second elder gave birth to a dragon egg. But wasn't that dragon egg already hopeless and then placed in the dragon tomb? Why did a dragon child suddenly appear? Chapter 3350. All of a sudden, all the gazes of the dragon race turned towards Zhu Yan and Fu Tin, wanting to know what was going on. Fu Tin's body and mind were completely focused on Yang Xiao. There was nothing else in his eyes. How could he feel those gazes? Although his face was pale and his expression was dispirited, his eyes were filled with happiness, because Yang Xiao had just explained to Zhu Qing that she was his mother. For the first time, his cold gaze became so gentle. The expression on his face was also filled with longing. It was hard to believe that this was actually the second elder of the dragon race. Zhu Yan sighed softly. "That's right, this is indeed Lin. Back then, this old man did not place Lin Er's dragon egg in the dragon tomb. I placed him somewhere else. This was originally done by Fu Tin. But the great elder took it all on himself. After all, if this matter was really investigated, it would be breaking the rules of the race. Even the elders would be punished." Fu Xian's expression changed. "If that's the case, this child is really your son?" Zhu Yan nodded lightly. The dragons were shocked, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. This little fatty was actually the son of the great elder and second elder. The dragon race had not given birth to a new clansman for many years. This was already a joyous matter, not to mention that this newborn was the descendant of two 10th-ranked giant dragons. Fu Xian asked curiously, "But Yang Kai, how did you hatch him?" Back then, she had also checked the dragon egg and was sure that it was hopeless. She didn't expect it to hatch successfully after so many years. Yang Kai shrugged. "I don't know." He really didn't know. He didn't even know when Yang Xiao was born. He only understood everything after that. "Lin Er, come here, let mother take a look at you." Fu Tin's voice was extremely gentle, making all the dragon race members feel uncomfortable. Yang Xiao hid behind Zhu Qing, twisting and turning. He looked like he had hemorrhoids on his butt. It was extremely uncomfortable. Fu Tin was still gentle. A smile appeared on her face as she waved her hand. "Come here." Yang Xiao suddenly scratched his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. "Brat, get over here." Yang Kai waved at him. Yang Xiao shrunk his neck and said timidly, "Let me say this first. If I go over, don't hit me." How dare you talk to me about conditions?" Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if he had accepted his fate. He obediently walked in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Fu Xi's body swayed again, his expression sorrowful. As his mother, he didn't react when she called him, but when an outsider called him, he actually ran over. In comparison, she was simply a failure. Zhu Yan's expression didn't look too good. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately slapping Fu Dun's face. What advice does father have for me? Yang Xiao lowered his little head, as if he had made a grave mistake, his voice sounding a little weak. Yang Kai grinned and said warmly, "There's nothing to advise, but it's not good for you to be naked. Put on some clothes first. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do." Saying so, Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation secret art and returned to his normal size, then took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put it on him. The clothes were a little big, but they barely fit. Yang Xiao twisted his arms and legs, immediately becoming unhappy. Why are they girls' clothes? If you have something to wear, just wear it. Why are you being so picky? Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to knock his head, but halfway through, he felt two pairs of sharp eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw the Great Elder and Second Elder looking at him with bitter and hateful eyes. Embarrassed, he put down his hand and carefully tidied up Yang Xiao's clothes. Yang Xiao asked curiously, "Father, why do you have girls' clothes?" "I prepared them for a little kid," Yang Kai casually explained. The clothes were Lu Yan's. Although Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old, because of her petite figure, Yang Xiao wore them quite well. It was much better than wearing master's clothes. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up. "I have big brothers and big sisters?" Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Not at the moment." Sneaking a glance at Zhu Qing, he grinned. "You will in the future." Yang Xiao clapped his hands and smiled. "Then they are little brothers and little sisters. Father, don't worry, I will take good care of them. It's fine as long as you have the heart." Yang Kai reached out and swept the wrinkles on his chest, then turned his body around, making him face Fu Tin and Zhu Yan, and said in his ear, "Those two are your father and mother. Their blood flows in your body. Go, don't make them sad." Reaching out and giving him a push, Yang Xiao immediately staggered from the push. Turning his head, he looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression, clearly not very happy. Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately withered, and under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked to Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's side, his gaze drifting. The two elders of the dragon race stared at the little person in front of them without blinking. Zhu Yan was fine after all. He was a man. Even though he was excited in his heart, he was still able to restrain himself. Fu Tin was much worse. His whole body was trembling, one hand raised in the air, as if he wanted to touch Yang Xiao, but he was afraid of annoying him. He seemed to be in a dilemma, but the gentleness on his face seemed to be able to melt steel. Where was the appearance of the second elder of the dragon race? To be honest, when she saw Yang Xiao and Yang Kai's intimate appearance, she was extremely envious and jealous, and even hated Yang Kai. If he didn't do something in the dark, how could her Lin, or call her a crazy woman the moment they met? How could he not recognize his parents when he met them? But at this moment, she was somewhat grateful to Yang Kai, because if Yang Kai didn't push him, Lin, or probably wouldn't have run over. Although they didn't have much in-depth communication, Fu Tin could feel that Lin seemed to have a little instinctive rejection of her, and was not too willing to come into contact with her. This scene made Zhu Qing, Fu Xian, and the others sigh in their hearts. All of them held their breaths, waiting for the development of the situation. With a light cough, Yang Xiao sniffed, lowered his head and said softly, "This child greets father, greets mother." Good, good, good. Zhu Yan exhaled the breath that he had been holding back, nodded repeatedly, and said good 3 times, his eyes becoming a little moist. Fu Tin cried out like a cuckoo dripping blood. "Lin!" She bent down and hugged Yang Xiao into her arms, hugging him tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would lose him forever. Yang Xiao's breathing was not smooth from being hugged, and his eyes almost popped out. He instinctively felt very uncomfortable, and even a little disgusted with this woman who hugged him. But after smelling the fragrance on her body, his slightly agitated mood calmed down, and even gave birth to a kind of indescribable tranquility. This kind of contradiction made him a little confused. He was hugged by Fu Tin in a daze, and didn't move at all. Second elder's wish has finally been fulfilled. Zhu Qing's eyes were slightly red, and her body leaned on Yang Kai's shoulder. She tilted her head and exhaled. "You finally did a good thing." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you mean? What I did before wasn't a good thing. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and said with a smile, for the Dragon Island, you really didn't do anything good. Yang Kai snorted. He didn't deny that the Dragon Island suffered quite a bit of loss because of him, but then again, the Dragon Island benefited even more from him. Those dragon blood flowers were already a huge fortune. But how did you hatch him? Zhu Qing looked at him curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I really don't know. Zhu Qing said, back then, the dragon egg's origin was missing, there was no hope for it to hatch, but now that Yang Zhao's dragon qi is pure, there is obviously no problem with the origin. Could it be that you made up for the missing origin? I still have this kind of ability. Yang Kai was very surprised. How did he make up for the origin? Could it be that he cut it out from his golden divine dragon's origin? But I didn't suffer any losses here. That's right, what is his attribute? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, how would I know? I only know that he is a little white dragon. White dragon. Zhu Qing understood. Then he might be an ice dragon. The second elder is an ice dragon. No matter what attribute he is, the future of the two descendants of the 10th-ranked giant dragons will definitely not be too bad. Yang Kai grinned, lamenting in his heart that Yang Zhao's luck was really good. He was born with a unique advantage, two parents who were comparable to great emperors, and he himself was a member of the dragon race. There were probably not many people in this world who would dare to provoke him. Zhu Qing looked at him with a smile. Are you really going to acknowledge him as your son? Yang Kai said. What's wrong with that? I hatched him, it's natural for him to call me daddy. At the beginning he felt that it was a bit abrupt, but after Yang Xiao called him a few more times, he felt that it was natural. Zhu Qing said, but how do we calculate the seniority? Although I am also an elder of the dragon race, I am still a generation younger than the great elder and the second elder. Now that Yang Xiao calls you daddy, aren't you going to call the great elder brother? Then how should I call you? Uncle? Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked at her with the corner of his eyes. Miss, there are some titles that shouldn't be randomly called. It's easy to make people's blood boil, don't you know? Zhu Qing spat. Don't be serious. While the two were talking, Fu Tianyi kept hugging Yang Xiao, his tears flowing nonstop, almost soaking Yang Zhao's clothes. The stinky brat was quite tactful. He actually stretched out his small hand and gently patted Fu Tianyi's back, silently comforting him. Feeling that rhythmic pat, Fu Tianyi actually had a feeling that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Zhu Yan saw this scene and also felt very comforted. The trace of dissatisfaction in his heart towards Yang Kai for stealing the dragon egg had long disappeared. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Yang Kai stealing the dragon egg, Lin probably wouldn't have the chance to be born. In this matter, he and Fu Tianyi owed Yang Kai a big favor. Originally, he still had some opinions about Lin being called Yang Xiao, but now that he thought about it, Yang Xiao was just Yang Xiao. Soaring to the sky ambition was also not bad. It was just a name, it wasn't a big deal. After a long time, Fu Tianyi finally let go of Yang Xiao, but used both of his hands to grab his arm. His red eyes kept sizing him up. No matter how he looked, it was not enough. Although his eyes were red and swollen, his face was full of smiles. Chapter 3351. A group of dragon race members surrounded him and observed this newly born clansman at close range. It had to be said that Yang Zhao's appearance was very good. White and tender skin, baby fat figure, small arms and legs with rings of flesh, bright big eyes, long eyelashes, very lovable. 7 or 8 hands reached out to touch him. Feeling the aura of this new life, Yang Xiao showed a clean smile to every clansman, making them have a good impression of him. Even Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, wishing that she could also give birth to such a posture. All right. Zhu Yan was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Seeing Yang Xiao being harassed by so many clansmen, he felt a little distressed and could not help but stand up to stop them. My dragon race has a new clansman. This is a joyous occasion and should be celebrated. How many years has it been since our dragon island had this kind of thing? Everyone go back and prepare. We will gather again another day and celebrate. Zhu Kong nodded and said, Great Elder is right, this matter should indeed be celebrated. With the Great Elder's words, the the group of dragon race members retreated from Yang Zhao's side, allowing the little guy to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fu Tianyi gently looked at him and asked with a smile, "Let's go, follow mother home." Yang Xiao showed a hesitant expression and turned to look at Yang Kai, showing a look of inquiry. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not agree, he could not go. Zhu Yan saw this scene and could not help but feel a little sad. Why did it seem that the position of his parents in Yang Zhao's heart was not as high as Yang Kai? Although it was Yang Kai who hatched him, they were still connected by blood. Could it be that it was related to the source of the ancestral dragon? Fu Tianyi also looked at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes no longer showing her usual strength and coldness. Instead, there was a trace of pleading. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand, saying, "Go, be obedient." Yang Xiao said respectfully, "Yes, I will be very obedient." When Zhu Yan and Fu Zhen heard this, they were both sad and gratified. They were sad because Yang Xiao seemed to listen to Yang Kai, and gratified because the child was very sensible. Holding Yang Zhao's small hand, Fu Sui gently nodded to Yang Kai, turned around, and headed towards the ice snow island. The great elder also nodded to Yang Kai, showing a grateful face, and hurriedly chased after them. The rest of the dragon race gradually dispersed, but every one of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. After all, it was unbelievable that he could hatch a dragon race egg that had already lost its vitality. Not long after, only Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Qiongqi were left on the island. "Can't bear to." Zhu Qing suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and sneered. "It's not my child. What's there to be reluctant about?" Zhu Qing curled her lips and took the initiative to hold his hand, saying, "Let's go back, we should think about what to give to the little guy." "What do you want to give?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing smiled and said, "Didn't you hear the great elder say that we should celebrate? The little guy will be the main character at that time. We as his elders should give him some greeting gifts." Yang Kai suddenly understood. "We should give him something. What do you want to give?" Zhu Qing said, "I haven't thought about it yet, but I think the dragon blood pills you refined are good. The little guy has just been born. It's time to improve his bloodline." After a pause, she said, "But you gave them to me." "Up to you. After you give them to me, I'll refine more for you. After all, those things won't be valuable in the future." "Not valuable?" Zhu Qing was speechless. On Dragon Island, even the dragon blood flower was extremely precious, let alone the dragon blood pills. However, thinking about Yang Kai's alchemy skills and the existence of the two wood spirits, the dragon blood pills were probably not valuable to Yang Kai. The two of them did not speak along the way as they rushed to Half Moon Island with Qiongqi. Although Yang Kai was muddle-headed when it came to hatching the dragon eggs, he actually paid a price. It was just that his body did not feel much of it. He did not notice it before, but after returning to Half Moon Island and fooling around with Zhu Qing for a night, fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, and he actually slept for a few days. In a daze, he suddenly felt his nose itch, as if something was tickling him. Half asleep, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed a soft object. Then he pulled it into his arms and muttered, "Stop fooling around." A delicate body was lying on his chest, motionless. Her heavy breaths could be heard on his chest. Yang Kai closed his eyes and changed his position. He half-hugged the person in his arms, and one of his big hands was already restlessly moving along her graceful waist and covering her perky butt. After gently pinching it, Yang Kai could not help but frown. This feeling seemed a little off. Although it was equally shockingly bouncy and smooth, this did not seem to be Zhu Qing's body. Moreover, the fragrance coming from her hair was also different from Zhu Qing's. Yang Kai suddenly woke up with a start. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A frightening thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that something embarrassing happened? Before he could figure it out, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Then Zhu Qing said, "Your father is sleeping. He has been sleeping for several days. Are you guys?" At the door of the room, Zhu Qing looked at the scene on the bed in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. On the big bed, Yang Kai was lying on his side. Mo Shaoqi was half lying in his arms. Yang Kai's big hand was covering her round breast, and he was even making a kneading gesture. Beside Zhu Qing, the little fatty Yang Xiao was blinking his big eyes. He looked straight ahead and grinned. His eyes were rolling around as he watched with great interest. Zhu Qing's eyes were sharp. She quickly covered Yang Xiao's eyes and pulled him out. Yang Xiao shouted, "I can't see. I can't see. Why are you covering my eyes?" Zhu Qing ignored him and dragged him out of the palace. Only then did she stomp her feet angrily and gnash her teeth. What a disgrace! She had guarded against all her sisters in the dragon race, but she didn't expect that she couldn't guard against Mo Xiaoqi. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Yang Xiao, only to see him standing on his tiptoes and looking into the palace with a curious look on his face. She suddenly became angry and asked with a sullen face, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, nothing, I can't see anything." Yang Xiao put his two small hands behind his back and lowered his head to whistle. He kicked a small stone on the ground with one foot. The corners of Zhu Qing's eyes twitched. Her expression became extremely strange. Is this the son of the great elder and second elder? Why doesn't he look like the two elders? Instead, he looks like a replica of Yang Kai. He's so good at talking nonsense. Straightening her face, Zhu Qing said, "Remember, you didn't see anything just now." Yang Xiao nodded his little head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I didn't see anything." Inside the room, Mo Xiaoqi, who was frightened by Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao, jumped out of Yang Kai's arms like a rabbit. Yang Kai also slowly sat up straight. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the person next to him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoqi is here. This is really a tragedy. How could he have known that Mo Xiaoqi would come to see him at this time? He thought it was Zhu Qing just now, so he didn't think too much and directly touched her. If he knew it was Mo Xiaoqi, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Mo Xiaoqi's face turned red, as if it was on fire. Especially the part of her buttocks that had just been touched and rubbed. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly she stomped her feet and said, "Big brother Yang is a bad guy." After saying that, she turned around and rushed out, almost bumping into Zhu Qing outside the palace. "Qing, elder sister, big brother Yang is awake. I'm leaving." Mo Xiaoqi was a little flustered. She directly flew up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Slow down." Zhu Qing stared at her back and called out tenderly. She was really afraid that she would accidentally fall. "Huh." Yang Xiao let out a surprised sound. He looked at Mo Xiaoqi in the distance, then looked at Zhu Qing and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Qing asked with a straight face. This brat's smile was a little sneaky. "Mother, you are very generous," Yang Xiao said happily. Zhu Qing blushed and asked, "Who are you calling mother?" Yang Xiao said matter-of-factly, "You are father's wife, so this child naturally has to call you mother. Otherwise it would be disrespectful." "Who taught you all this?" Zhu Qing was a little surprised. This little brat had only been born a few days ago, so how come he seemed to know everything? However, hearing him call her mother made her feel a little strange. She was a little happy, but also a little uncomfortable. She didn't have a child yet, but someone was already calling her mother. "No one taught me. I know it all by myself." Zhu Qing didn't dwell on this issue and just said solemnly, "What happened just now must not be told to anyone else." Yang Xiao asked curiously, "What happened just now?" He blinked, his little face full of confusion. "Good boy." Zhu Qing reached out and patted his head. Yang Xiao turned his head away and said with a look of disgust, "Why do you all like to touch me like that? It's too disrespectful." Zhu Qing was suddenly amused. "Who else touches you like that?" Yang Xiao hummed and didn't say anything. Without thinking, Zhu Qing knew that the first elder and the second elder must have done the same to him. If you are short, you should be touched. If you are touched, you should stand firm. Who told you to be born short? Yang Kai's voice came. Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao looked up and saw Yang Kai walk out with a majestic momentum. Yang Xiao looked at him with admiration. Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai coughed softly and touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. "Father, this child greets you." He was polite and well-mannered. He changed the topic and said, "Father, what you said just now is very reasonable. This child will remember it." "Remember what?" Kai Yang's sharp eyes stared at him. Yang Xiao clenched his fists and said, This child wants to be taller than everyone. This child wants to look down on the world. In the future, if I don't see eye to eye, I will reach out and crush their heads. Father, this is what you meant, right? Young Kai's mouth twitched. He nodded and said, Your ambition is praiseworthy. Zhu Qing said angrily. Is this how you teach your child? Young Kai shrunk his neck. I have never had a child. How would I know how to teach him? Chapter 3352. Zhu Qing snorted and said, If I really have a child in the future, I will never let you teach him. Young Kai stared at her and said, How can that be? I will teach my child. Zhu Qing said in disdain, Look at what you did just now. What good can you teach? Young Kai shook his head and said, The world is dangerous. How can a flower in a greenhouse withstand the wind and rain? Haven't you heard of the saying, A kind mother makes a bad son? Zhu Qing looked at him and said, What do you mean? Young Kai looked up at the sky and said, Nothing. Yang Xiao looked at one person and then another. His eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere. Young Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. Stop grinning. What are you laughing at? Yang Xiao looked at Zhu Qing and said, Mom, Dad hit me again. Zhu Qing was filled with motherly love when she heard him. She pulled Yang Xiao in front of her and stared at Young Kai. She said, Just talk. Why do you always hit a child? Yang Xiao nodded and said, That's right. Young Kai pointed at Zhu Qing and said, Look, look. What did I say just now? A kind mother makes a bad son. That's what it means. You women always protect and spoil each other. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble. Zhu Qing said angrily, It's better than you hitting him. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Young Kai couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even have a child yet, and they were already arguing over such a thing. If they had a child, what would the situation be like? Zhu Qing also thought about it, and couldn't help but laugh. By the way, why is Xiao Qi here? Young Kai suddenly thought of something. Zhu Qing looked at him strangely and said, Did you have fun just now? Young Kai raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Why did I have to bring up such a cheap mouth? Zhu Qing said, You were cultivating the dragon blood flower, and then left without a word. Sister Xiao Qi was very angry when she found out. This time, she knew that you were still on Dragon Island, so she came to settle the score with you. Who would have thought that she would suffer such a big loss? Young Kai coughed and said, It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Yang Xiao said, Aunt Xian's daughter? Yes. Zhu Qing nodded and said she was surprised. She said, You know her? Did your parents tell you? No. Yang Xiao shook his head and showed a thoughtful expression. Then he smiled brightly and said, I know a little, but I don't know why I know. This sentence was a little awkward, but the meaning was clear. Young Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other and understood. Yang Xiao must have inherited something from Young Kai when he was hatching. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about this. Also, his personality wouldn't be so similar to Young Kai. Oh right, why did you come here? Where are your parents? Young Kai looked at him and asked. My parents are on their own spiritual island. I was bored, so I came to take a look. Yang Xiao said and suddenly shivered. He said fearfully, Mother is too passionate. She is so passionate that I can't stand it. Young Kai's face darkened. Don't say this in front of your mother. Otherwise she will be sad to death. Yang Xiao said, I understand. It's just that I am not used to it. Also I don't know why, but I am repulsed by her. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart couldn't help but jump. How could a son be repulsed by his mother? Thinking about it, it was probably because of him. When he was hatching, Yang Xiao inherited many things from him. Even their personalities were so similar. His likes and dislikes must have been influenced. At that time, Yang Kai hated Fu Ti to death. This emotion was inevitably transmitted to Yang Xiao, who was still in the dragon egg, causing him to feel repulsed by Fu Ti. But I like her a lot. Yang Xiao's little face showed a blank expression. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Father, why do you think this is? How could he not like her when they were connected by blood? The repulsion was due to an external influence. Yang Kai was too embarrassed to explain. He only said, Spend more time with her. You will get used to it. Yang Xiao nodded and said, yes. Yang Kai smiled and patted his head. I am very happy that you can call me father. But you have your own parents. It is not appropriate to call me father. Yang Xiao showed a shocked expression. Father doesn't want to acknowledge me? Yang Kai shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that the words father and mother are very sacred and unique. You are the son of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. I cannot deprive them of their rights. If I have my own child in the future, I will not be happy to hear him call another man father. Is that so? Yang Xiao looked blank. I am still young. I don't understand this. Yang Kai laughed. Of course you don't understand. If you did, wouldn't it be great? Yang Xiao said, since father says so, then I will change the way I address you. Yang Kai looked at him with interest. What do you want to change the way you address me? Yang Xiao thought seriously, then raised his hands and bowed respectfully. Child greets adoptive father and adoptive mother. Then he looked at Yang Kai happily and said, there is no problem now, right? Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other, then pulled Yang Xiao over and rubbed his head. Your little brain works very fast. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth and said, although you are my adoptive father, if you do this again I will. What will you do? Yang Kai was not moved, and rubbed his head until it looked like a chicken nest. Yang Xiao finally got rid of him, and while fixing his head he looked at Yang Kai bitterly. Adoptive father, you are so unreasonable. Yang Kai laughed and said, this is the first lesson I will teach you. In this world, the fist is the reason. My fist is bigger than yours, so I am reasonable. Yang Xiao showed a thoughtful expression. Zhu Qing pulled him away and walked away, whispering to him, don't listen to his nonsense. Not everything in this world can be solved with the fist. Yang Kai shouted behind them, if one fist is not enough, then two fists. Yang Xiao looked back and said excitedly, I still have teeth in 2 feet. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed. That's what I mean. Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead, feeling that the little guy was going to be ruined by Yang Kai. When he really grew up in the future, she didn't know what he would be like. Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao walked away, and it seemed that she didn't plan to let the little guy continue to interact with Yang Kai, so as to avoid his bad temper. Yang Kai didn't mind, since the little brat had inherited his temper and character, there wouldn't be any problems with his conduct in the future. He turned his head and looked to the side. Although there was no one there, Yang Kai could feel Fu Tianyi's aura hidden there. It wasn't that the second elder was worried about Yang Kai, but he didn't want to be separated from Yang Xiao for even a moment, so he would naturally follow behind him secretly. Even if he didn't talk to him, it was enough to just look at him from afar. Fu Tianyi didn't show up, and Yang Kai naturally wouldn't point it out. With his hands behind his back, he turned and returned to Zhu Qing's palace. Yang Zhao's birthday banquet was 10 days later, and the location was on the Great Elder's Greenwood Island. After all, the environment of Greenwood Island was much better than Ice Snow Island, so it was very suitable for this kind of thing. All the clansmen of the dragon race would be there, including Fu Ling, who was punished to guard the place. There weren't many clansmen of the dragon race. Yang Kai counted carefully this time, and there were only 18 of them. Including the newly born Yang Xiao, there were only 19, so there were no more than 20. Among them, there were only 7 dragon ladies, and the rest were all male dragon race members. The banquet was set up, and long tables were arranged on both sides. Each table could seat 2 people. The highest seats in the middle were naturally occupied by the Great Elder and the Second Elder, and the lower seats were divided according to bloodline. Those with higher bloodlines sat at the top, while those with lower bloodlines could only sit at the back. In fact, in terms of cultivation, except for the Great Elder and the Second Elder, the other clansmen of the dragon race didn't have much of a difference, but bloodline suppression was the most fundamental problem for the dragon race. With the same cultivation, an 8th-order giant dragon could easily crush a 7th-order giant dragon. Yang Kai was still a little embarrassed about where he should sit, but Fu Tianyi spoke first. Yang Kai, you sit there. Her voice was slightly trembling, obviously not used to calling Yang Kai's name. After all, the two of them were like fire and water. However, because of Yang Zhao's birth, All of Fu Tianyi's dissatisfaction with Yang Kai had disappeared, and only gratitude was left. In addition, Yang Xiao valued Yang Kai a lot. If she really made Yang Kai unhappy, a casual word from him could destroy her relationship with Yang Xiao. A few days ago, she secretly went to Half Moon Island with Yang Xiao and heard Yang Kai talking about his parents. She was very grateful to him, and fundamentally changed her impression of Yang Kai. Fu Tianyi also intended to mend her relationship with Yang Kai. Hearing her say that, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the seat Fu Tianyi was pointing at was at the front of the 2 rows of tables. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat down without saying anything. Opposite him was 3rd elder Fu Xian, next to her was 5th elder Zhu Qing, and opposite Zhu Qing was 4th elder Zhu Kong. No one was surprised by this scene, and all of the dragon race took their seats. Yang Zhao's small body was squeezed between Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi. He didn't take up much space, but he was dressed very jubilantly today. Clearly, Fu Tianyi had put a lot of thought into his clothes. However, the little guy was very mischievous as he sat there. From time to time, he would wink at Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to glare at him. Only then did he settle down. Zhu Yan lightly clapped his hands. Immediately, beautiful women shuttled up and presented plates of exquisite spirit fruits and nectar. These women weren't from the dragon race, but Dragon Island didn't lack them. Almost all of the male dragon race islands had such people. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and each of them was 1 in a million. Not only were their looks extraordinary, but their cultivation wasn't low either. However, today these women were only maids. They clearly knew about the recent happy events on Dragon Island, and heard about Yang Kai's actions. Therefore, when they served the fine wine and delicacies, they curiously sized up Yang Kai. They wanted to see what kind of person he was to make the dragon race treat him as a guest of honor. Chapter 3353. The purpose of today's banquet was to celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race. When everyone was present, the great elder didn't say much, and only said a few simple words. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. The wine was dragon saliva wine. It was also a specialty of Dragon Island. It was personally brewed by the great elder, and stored for 3,000 years. The fragrance of the wine was mellow and rich. Even the great elder himself couldn't bear to drink too much. But today there were dozens of jars. It was as if he wanted everyone to drink until they were drunk. It was enough to show the joy in his heart. The food and spirit fruits on the table were also not ordinary things. Which one of the things on Dragon Island wasn't in existence that made the world jealous? Even the people of the Emperor Realm were greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If an unrelated outsider saw this scene, they would definitely feel distressed. These things were all rare treasures of heaven and earth, but today, they were gobbled up by a group of dragons. Anyone who saw this would scold them for being a wastrel. The atmosphere was lively. Fu Tun had a smile on her face all the time. She also drank a few more cups of wine. Her pure white face was flushed red. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He never thought that Fu Tun, this woman, would have such a side. The few dragon ladies went down together and danced lightly, causing a series of cheers. The entire Greenwood Island was filled with dragon roars. Yang Xiao sat on top and seemed a little bored. Children were naturally lively. Although the atmosphere in front of him was lively, it wasn't something he could participate in. Naturally, he felt a little bored. He secretly poured a cup of wine from Zhu Yan and wanted to taste it, but it was snatched away by Fu Tun. She sternly scolded Yang Xiao, making him feel a little dejected. Fu Tun felt distressed when she saw this. She hugged him and whispered to him. It wasn't easy for him to recover. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the meat show began. Just like what Zhu Qing said before, since it was Yang Zhao's birthday banquet, as the elders, they naturally had to give some gifts. Yang Xiao was obviously looking forward to it. After getting the great elder's permission, he immediately jumped down and cupped his hands in front of Yang Kai. He said with a smile, "This child greets foster father. I wonder what kind of gift foster father has prepared for this child today." As soon as these words came out, the group of dragons laughed. Zhu Yan even scolded with a smile. "Brat, you're shameless. How can you ask someone for something like this?" Yang Xiao, however, said with conviction, It's natural for a son to ask for something from his father. What does this matter? If foster father has something good, how can I be left out? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped him lightly, smiling. I don't have a generous gift, but I do have a few bottles of pills. Do you want them? What kind of pills? Take a look, Yang Kai said and threw out a space ring. Although he had a lot of good things on hand, the most useful thing for Yang Xiao at this stage was undoubtedly the dragon blood pill. He had just been born and needed to improve his bloodline and grow quickly, so he and Zhu Qing had each prepared a few bottles of dragon blood pills. Enough for Yang Xiao to consume for a long time. Yang Xiao took the space ring and took out a jade bottle from it. Without any hesitation, he opened the jade bottle in front of Yang Kai. Immediately, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Looking inside, he smiled happily. Thank you, foster father. He wanted to put the space ring on his hand, but his fingers were too small and couldn't fit, so he could only stuff it into his bosom. Turning around, he bowed to Zhu Qing and said, Greetings, foster mother. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many of the dragon race became strange. Yang Xiao calling Yang Kai foster father wasn't a big deal. After all, Yang Kai wasn't a member of the dragon race. However, Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race. In terms of seniority, she was a generation younger than the great elder and second elder, but the same generation as Yang Xiao. Now this title of foster mother actually gave her a generation's worth of seniority, allowing her to sit on equal footing with the great elder and second elder. This relationship was really messy. These were some minor details, but no one cared too much. After a while, Yang Xiao also received some dragon blood pills from Zhu Qing and happily accepted them. Next, the little fatty went to greet each of the dragon race's elders and brothers and sisters. Every member of the dragon race had prepared valuable gifts in advance. The little fatty's hands went limp from receiving so many gifts that he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. After all, he was the son of the great elder and second elder, so how could the gifts from the dragon race be too poor? They were all treasures of their respective families. If the gifts were too light, they wouldn't be good enough. Even Qiongqi didn't miss out. Old Qiong was drinking dragon saliva wine when Yang Xiao suddenly jumped in front of him. He could only reluctantly take out a bead and give it to Yang Xiao. It was an Emperor Authority bead, and judging from the aura emitted from the Emperor Authority bead, it should be an Emperor Authority bead that old Qiong had condensed himself. In other words, Qiongqi's full power attack was sealed inside. To Yang Xiao, who was still weak, this was tantamount to a life-saving talisman. Yang Kai wasn't sure how strong Qiongqi was, but it shouldn't be much weaker than a rank 9 giant dragon. This gift could be considered a valuable gift, and it was probably given to Yang Kai's face. Yang Xiao walked around the stage, and in an instant, he had a harvest that would make 90% of the people in the world green with envy. It had to be said that one's background was really a good thing. After receiving the gifts, it was time for the main event. Today, not only would they celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race, but they would also test the attributes of this new member of the dragon race. The attributes of the dragon race were strange, but it was undeniable that no matter what attribute a dragon race member reached their limit, they would have a huge amount of energy. Most dragons belonged to one of the 5 elements, such as Zhu Qing's red dragon, but there were also some that did not, such as the thunder dragon and the green dragon. The stage was quickly cleared and Zhu Yin took out an object from his space ring and placed it on the ground. Yang Kai stared at it and found that it was actually a small altar, but there were many dragon patterns around it. These patterns were multicolored and looked extremely strange. After quietly asking Zhu Qing, Yang Kai learned that this was a divine object used to test the attributes of a new dragon race member. It was also a treasure passed down through the generations of the dragon race. It was so old that even the great elder couldn't describe its origins, but every new dragon race member had to experience it. Only by determining their attributes would they be able to develop in that direction in the future. A group of dragon race members gathered around to prepare for the testing ceremony, so Yang Kai and Qiongqi, the 2 outsiders, were naturally excluded. Today, Mo Xiaoqi did not come, perhaps because she was too embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Xiao ascended the tiny altar step by step under Zhu Yan's instructions. After that, He sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and his eyes closed tightly. He seemed somewhat solemn and dignified. Dragon race voices rang out, each of the dragon race members wearing solemn expressions as they urged their dragon race origins to perform their secret techniques. Dragon breaths filled the air and poured into the altar. The altar soon flashed with light, and the dragon patterns around it seemed to come to life, each one blooming with a different color. The sound of dragon breaths suddenly rose and fell, rising and falling, causing the world around Greenwood Island to shake. The light on the altar grew brighter and brighter, creating a colorful spectacle. At a certain moment, these lights suddenly separated, turning into balls of light of different colors that revolved around Yang Xiao. Many dragon race members stared at Yang Xiao with wide eyes. Yang Kai was also watching, feeling that the ceremony had reached a critical juncture. With a whoosh, a red ball of light collapsed. Yang Kai raised his brow, secretly thinking that this meant that Yang Xiao did not have a fire dragon origin in his body. This little guy was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, so although it was possible for him to be born with an origin of other attributes, the possibility of it being inherited was still high. Moreover, he was a little white dragon when he was born, so logically speaking, he should be an ice dragon. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a blue ball of light also collapsed. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk one ball of light after another shattered, and not long after, there were only two balls of light hovering around Yang Xiao. One was blue and the other was white. Among the two balls of light, one was emitting the aura of wood attribute, while the other was emitting the aura of ice attribute. This was in line with his own inheritance. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the blue ball of light shattered. Zhu Yan grimaced, obviously feeling that it was a pity that Yang Xiao could not inherit his origin, but Fu Tin looked happy and a smile bloomed on his face. But this smile quickly turned into astonishment, because the white ball of light actually shattered along with the blue ball of light. The altar dimmed, and there was no more light ball around Yang Xiao. The voices of the dragon race members came to an abrupt halt, as they stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Zhu Yan's body swayed, and Fu Tin's face instantly turned pale, not daring to believe his eyes. What's going on? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide with a blank expression. Although he did not quite understand, he could tell that something was wrong with the situation. Qiongqi rubbed his chin and said, "This doesn't make sense. What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Qiongqi said, "All the balls of light have disappeared, which means that the dragon race's origin in his body does not match all the attributes contained in the altar, or rather, he does not have the dragon race's origin in his body." Yang Kai stared and said, "Without the dragon race's origin, how is this possible?" This was obviously impossible. If he did not have the dragon race's origin, how could Yang Xiao have such pure dragon aura? How could he have taken on the form of a little white dragon when he was just born? Only with the dragon race's origin could he transform into the true form of a giant dragon. Qiongqi shrugged and said, "That's why this old man said it doesn't make sense." He had also seen the little white dragon with his own eyes, but how could he explain the scene in front of him? The abnormal silence in the surroundings clearly made Yang Xiao feel it. He opened his eyes and looked at Fu Tin, asking with an expectant expression, "Mother, what attribute does this child have?" Fu Tin opened her mouth, but before she could say a word, tears actually flowed down first. Why was her child's life so hard? He almost died when he was still in the egg, and now that he was finally hatched, he actually failed to pass the dragon race's ritual test. Chapter 3354. Mother, why are you crying? Yang Xiao stood up from the altar and looked at Fu Ti in a daze. Fu Ti shook her head and didn't say anything, her eyes were filled with pain. Yang Xiao vaguely realized that something was wrong and turned to look at Zhu Yan. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhu Yan's expression seemed to have aged quite a bit. His lips squirmed a few times before he finally let out a long sigh. The ritual has failed. The originally festive and lively birthday banquet was now filled with a heavy atmosphere because of the failure of the ritual. What do you mean by it has failed? Yang Xiao had a puzzled expression. Zhu Yan didn't know how to explain it to him. Fu Xian sighed and walked forward. She stretched out her hand to touch Yang Xiao's little head and said softly, "The ritual has failed. It means that you don't have the dragon race's origin in your body, or your origin isn't pure. Yang Xiao pointed at himself with his little finger and said in shock, I don't have the dragon race's origin. Impossible. Yang Kai strode forward and pushed away the dragon race that had gathered around the altar. He said solemnly, how can this brat not have the dragon race's origin? When he was hatching that day, he revealed his dragon race's true form. This was something that old Qiong and I saw with our own eyes. As soon as he said that, Fu Ti and Zhu Yan looked at him eagerly. They didn't see when Yang Xiao revealed his true form that day. When they rushed over, Yang Xiao had already transformed into his human form. At that time, they felt that their son was indeed extraordinary to be able to transform into his human form as soon as he was born. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, they secretly felt that it made sense. If he didn't have the dragon race's origin, or if his origin wasn't pure, how could he reveal his dragon race's true form? They couldn't help but turn to look at Qiongqi. Qiongqi nodded with a solemn expression, indicating that Yang Kai was right. Brat, show us your true form. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao and said, as long as he could show his true form, it meant that he had the complete dragon race's origin in his body. The reason why he couldn't pass this ritual might be that there was a problem somewhere else, and the root of the problem wasn't Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao clenched his teeth and nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Before everyone's gazes, Yang Xiao remained motionless, his dragon aura fluctuating. A moment later, Yang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a bewildered expression. I can't do it. Yang Kai glared at her. What do you mean you can't do it? Yang Xiao pouted. If you can't do it, you can't do it. When Zhu Yan and Fu Tian heard this, their original trace of anticipation completely turned into despair. Fu Tian seemed to want to say something, but after moving his lips a few times, he was unable to say anything. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. How could he not do it? He remembered the little white dragon clearly. It had a white jade-like body and a body of 20 to 30 feet. Although it was still small, it already had the appearance of a giant dragon. Since it was a dragon when it was hatched, why couldn't it do it now? Did you put in effort? Yang Kai asked. I put in a lot of effort. Yang Xiao was a little flustered. If he wasn't a dragon race member, then what was he? Yang Kai said, don't worry, take it slow. Take a deep breath and calm down first. Yang Xiao heard this and did as he was told. Yang Kai said again, follow your instincts and think about how you look like when you roam the world. You are a dragon race member, so there's no reason you can't show your dragon race true form. Yang Xiao carried out Yang Kai's suggestion meticulously. His little face slowly turned red. After a long time, he suddenly let out a breath and looked at Yang Kai with disappointment. He still couldn't show his dragon race true form. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and Fu Qiongqi, but when he saw the disappointment in his parents' eyes, his heart couldn't help but jump. He suddenly shouted and jumped down from the altar and ran away. Lin! Fu Qiongqi was shocked and quickly chased after him. Yang Kai gave a look to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing also hurriedly followed behind, afraid that the little guy would get into an accident. The whole place was silent. Yang Kai looked up at Zhu Yan and said, Great Elder, is there a problem with this altar? Zhu Yan frowned and said, there can't be a problem with the altar, and the ceremony can't be wrong. Lin couldn't show his true form just now, you also saw it. After a pause, he looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Little Yang, this old man wants to ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly. Yang Kai immediately said, if what I saw that day is wrong, I will gouge out my eyes and give them to you. While speaking, he used 2 fingers to point at his eyes. Zhu Yan was confused and said, impossible, since he could show his true form that day, why can't he do it now? Yang Kai hesitated and frowned. Could the problem be with me? You? Zhu Yan looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, this little guy is the son of you and second elder. There is no reason that he can't be a dragon race, but I was the one who hatched him. I think that if there is a problem, it will definitely be because of me. Could it be that when I was hatching him, my human bloodline affected him, causing his essence to become impure? Hearing what he said, Zhu Yan also felt that it made sense and nodded. It is possible. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a toothache. If that is the case, then it is me who harmed him. Zhu Yan comforted him. You don't have to think like that. If it weren't for you, Lin wouldn't have been born. No matter what, you gave him life. Even if it caused his essence to become impure, it is not your fault. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Smelly brat won't hold a grudge against me, right? Zhu Yan said, he wouldn't dare. If that was the case, then he would be ungrateful. Yang Xiao has been performing well these days. His character is very likable. He shouldn't have such thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he said, what's more, there is a problem with Lin Er's dragon egg. That is why it hasn't hatched. It is very likely that it is congenitally deficient. It is not your fault. Yang Kai said, no matter what the reason is, if his essence is really impure, how will Dragon Island deal with him? Dragon race is a race that places great importance on the purity of blood. Only the true dragon race is qualified to live in Dragon Palace. All impure bloodlines are placed in Half-Dragon City. Even if Yang Xiao is the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, there is no exception. Therefore, Yang Kai's problem is very difficult for Zhu Yan. With Fu Tianyi's care for Yang Xiao, if he really sent Yang Xiao to Half-Dragon City, Fu Tianyi will go all out, but if his bloodline is impure, how can he stay in Dragon Palace? Seeing that he doesn't know how to answer, Yang Kai immediately said, when the time comes, I will take him away from here. The outside world is even more exciting. Zhu Yan cast a grateful look at Yang Kai. Now it seems, this is the best way. He is not worried about handing Yang Xiao over to Yang Kai. After all, the little guy was hatched by Yang Kai. Even if there is no continuation of the bloodline, that kind of intimate relationship is not much different from a real father and son. I am going to take a look at that boy. He is young, but his temper is not small. He is turning the sky upside down. Yang Kai snorted, turned around and left. After experiencing such a thing, the people of the dragon race are not in the mood to celebrate. They comforted the Great Elder for a while, then left one after another. Each and every one of them sighed. Before today, no one would have thought that the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder would have impure bloodline. Although the culprit is very likely to be Yang Kai, this kind of thing can't be blamed on him. Just as Zhu Yan said, without Yang Kai's hard work in hatching, Yang Xiao would not be born. Not to mention, Yang Xiao's dragon egg is congenitally deficient. At the edge of Greenwood Island, Fu Zhen stood on the beach, looking at a reef in front of her from afar. She had a feeling of anxiousness. She wanted to get closer, but she was worried about personal gains and losses. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Fu Zhen turned her head and saw Yang Kai striding over. As if seeing a life-saving straw, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said with red eyes, Yang Kai, Lin doesn't want to talk to me. Help me persuade him. Please help me persuade him. I was wrong in the past. I am here to apologize to you. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at Fu Tiai's hand that was grabbing his and sighed in his heart. He knew that this second elder of the dragon race was already in a mess. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so humble. Previously at the birthday banquet, although she wanted to repair the relationship between them, she only expressed her affection to him. But now she was begging him and even apologizing. This is the second elder of the dragon race, an existence comparable to the great emperors. But she is also a mother, Yang Kai said with a black face. You are his mother. How could he dare to ignore you? Fu Zhen said. It must be my attitude from before that made him sad. Please help me persuade him. Yang Kai said angrily. What is there to persuade? You are his mother. You should do anything to him. If he dares to ignore you, watch me beat him up. After saying that, he shook off Fu Zhen's hand and strode forward. Fu Zhen suddenly became nervous and shouted from behind. Don't hit him, don't hit him. Seeing Yang Kai turning a deaf ear, Fu Zhen quickly changed her words. Be gentle, be gentle. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. He felt that Fu Zhen might be a qualified elder of the dragon race, but she was definitely not a qualified mother. But as long as it was related to Yang Xiao, she seemed to be unable to think normally. Previously, he had told Zhu Qing that a loving mother would lead to a wastrel, but from the looks of it now, Zhu Qing was nothing. Fu Zhen was the one who was truly a loving mother would lead to a wastrel. If Yang Xiao was really allowed to grow up by her side, he might really become a domineering and arrogant person in the future. But Yang Xiao's background was so huge, it would be too late if he caused any trouble outside in the future. This made Yang Kai even more determined to take Yang Xiao away. At the very least, he couldn't let him grow up by Fu Zhen's side, unless Fu Zhen could change and stop pampering him blindly. On the reef, the waves were crashing. Yang Xiao's small body sat by the reef. His entire body was soaked, but he didn't seem to feel it. His 2 feet were in the sea, and Zhu Qing was beside him, looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai walked over and stood behind Yang Xiao, then waved at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded and flew back to the beach, standing side by side with Fu Zhen. "Is my mother still there?" Yang Xiao suddenly asked. Yang Kai acknowledged and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Your mother is very sad. I heard that you don't want to care about her." Chapter 33:55. Who says I don't want to talk to her? Yang Xiao loudly retorted. His voice suddenly became low as he said shyly, "It's just that I don't know how to face her." Yang Kai snorted. "She's your mother. What is there that you don't know how to face?" Yang Xiao lowered his little head and said in a low voice, "She seems very disappointed." "Of course she's disappointed. Your ritual failed. Do you expect her to be happy? How can she be happy?" Yang Xiao blinked and said, "But I don't want to disappoint her." Yang Kai grinned and patted his head. "She didn't dote on you for nothing. It's good that she thinks this way." Yang Xiao dejectedly said, "But my essence isn't pure." Yang Kai interrupted him. "It's too early to say that. Who knows if there was a problem with the ritual? When you were born, you had the dragon race's true body. How could your essence be impure? Little brat, you should know that only the most orthodox dragon race essence can manifest the dragon race's true body. For example, although I also have the dragon race's essence and it's extremely high level, because I still have some human bloodline, I can only manifest half a dragon. When my human bloodline fades away one day, I will be able to manifest a true dragon." Yang Xiao said with a blank expression, "But why couldn't I manifest it just now?" "You'll have to ask yourself. Maybe you were too nervous? Or maybe you weren't familiar with it." Yang Kai shrugged. "I can't explain this to you. You'll have to find the answer yourself." Yang Xiao nodded with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Besides, even if you don't have the dragon race's essence, or if your essence isn't pure, so what? This world doesn't belong to the dragon race. Which of the 10 great emperors were born in the dragon race? Without the dragon race's protection, you can't grow? If your origin source is not pure, you can't reach the peak?" Yang Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Father, isn't it too early to tell me this? I'm still a child." "What little?" Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. He glared at him and said, "How can there be a child like you? You hit me again." Yang Xiao covered his head with both hands, looking aggrieved. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, "Don't be so unhappy. You have to know that your emotions can affect others, especially your mother. You are her favorite now. If you are unhappy, she will be even more unhappy." Yang Xiao sternly said, "This child will remember. Then this child will go and apologize to her now so that she won't be unhappy." Saying this, he stood up. "There's no rush." Yang Kai pulled him down and sat beside him. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Let me ask you something. Do you want to leave the Dragon Island with me?" As soon as he said this, Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "I can leave the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai said, "You can't at first, but now you can." After thinking about it carefully, Yang Xiao also understood the meaning of this sentence. If his origin source was pure, then he was the orthodox dragon race. He naturally had to stay here to grow and cultivate. But now that his origin source was not pure, he couldn't stay at the Dragon Palace anymore. No matter how much Fu Shan loved him, he couldn't break this rule. He would have to send him away sooner or later. Compared to the half-dragon city, leaving with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a better choice. After thinking it through, Yang Xiao immediately clapped his hands with a smile. So there is such a good thing when one's origin is not pure. If I had known earlier, I would have rejoiced. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Why do I feel that you are not very willing to stay on the Dragon Island? Yang Xiao snorted and scratched his face. It's not that I am not willing to stay on the Dragon Island. It's just that I feel that my mother is too clingy. I feel uncomfortable doing anything. Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, "Stinky brat, You don't know how lucky you are. How many people are envious of you, and you are still complaining about it. Yang Xiao smiled apologetically and said, Foster father, you have the biggest fist, whatever you say makes sense. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He felt that his education seemed to be a bit problematic. After some persuasion, it didn't solve the knot in Yang Xiao's heart, but at the very least it calmed him down. They also talked about the wonders of the outside world for a while, making Yang Xiao even more eager to experience that boundless scenery. Half an hour later, the little guy finally arrived in front of Fu Shan under Yang Kai's lead. He apologized to Fu Shan with a sincere attitude, causing Fu Shan to hug him and cry bitterly. He repeatedly blamed himself for being a mother, causing the little guy to suffer such torment in this lifetime. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were speechless as they watched from the side. Yang Xiao was led back by Fu Shan, while Yang Kai and Zhu Qing returned to Half Moon Island. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, Zhu Yan and Fu Shan came together. Naturally, Yang Xiao also came with them. After sending Yang Xiao to wait outside, the four master entered the guest hall. Zhu Yan and Fu Shan explained the purpose of their visit, and Yang Kai asked curiously, You want me to bring Xiao into the Dragon Hall? Zhu Yan nodded and said, That's right. I thought about what you said yesterday, and I think it makes sense. Maybe something went wrong during the ceremony, which caused Xiao to fail. After that, I also carefully checked the condition of Xiao's body and found that there shouldn't be any problems with his body. Although I couldn't find the source, how can he not be a dragon race member with such pure dragon breath? Perhaps his source is hidden somewhere, and this old man has not been able to discover it. So this old man would like to ask you to bring Xiao into the Dragon Palace so that the ancestors of my dragon clan can examine and verify it. Yang Kai said, Why do you need me to do this? Both of you can go ahead. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, The Dragon Hall is the resting place of the ancestors of the dragon race. Unless there is something big, my dragon race is not to be disturbed easily. It's really not convenient for me to do this. It was just helping Yang Xiao to inspect the source, so it wasn't a big deal. Fu Shan said, Yang Kai, you are not a member of the dragon race, so you can naturally not follow this rule, so it's better for you to do this. Yang Kai was happy in his heart. How sacred was the Dragon Hall? Unless there was something big, the dragon race itself was not to be disturbed easily. Instead, it was him, an outsider, who could enter at will. Thinking about it, it was probably Zhu Yan and his wife who wanted to give him face. Firstly, it was to let him bring Yang Xiao into the Dragon Hall to inspect his source, and secondly, it was to satisfy his wish. After all, he had been clamoring to go to the Dragon Hall last time, and even cultivated so many dragon blood flowers. In the end, Fu Shan went back on his words, which made him so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Only then did he return and steal Yang Xiao's dragon eggs. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, If the two of you insist, then I will take him there. Zhu Qing glanced at him from the side. She was obviously very happy in her heart, but he still pretended to be reluctant. Really, after the matter was settled, he did not delay and immediately set off in the direction of the Dragon Hall. The dragon race was a race with a long lifespan, but no matter how long their lifespan was, there would still be a day when they died of old age. There were two places where the dead dragon race slept. One was the Dragon Tomb, and the other was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon Tomb was the eternal resting place of most of the dragon race. There were the remains of the dragon race after death. Because the dragon race was powerful when they were alive, the corpse aura after death was also very strong. Yang Kai had never entered that place before. He only heard that it was gloomy inside. Even Fu Xian, who was such a strong person, almost died in there after being exiled for more than 10 years. The Dragon Hall was the place where the dragon soul of each generation's great elder of the dragon race was worshipped after death. In other words, in the Dragon Hall, only the great elder of the dragon race was qualified to be worshipped after death. For example, Zhu Yan and Fu Dun did not have this qualification. And the dragon souls of the great elders worshipped in there protected the entire dragon race. The protection technique drawn from the Dragon Hall could make the bloodline suppression of the dragon race thin, or even ineffective. Of course, The precious experience of the many dragon souls in the Dragon Hall was the greatest wealth. It must be known that starting from the first great elder of the dragon race, until today, there had been more than 10 generations of dragon race dragon souls living in there. Yang Kai used the power of the golden divine dragon source in the Dragon Hall that day, causing the dragon souls of the dragon race elders to appear together. It was simply an invincible existence. In the Dragon Hall, even if Zhu Yan and Fu Dun joined forces, it was impossible for them to be Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai still remembered that among the dragon souls that appeared that day, the longest one was more than 100 zhang long. That should be the dragon soul of the first great elder of the dragon race. A body that was more than 100 zhang long. What rank was that dragon vein? Yang Kai was not sure, but from the size of Zhu Qing's rank 9 dragon vein, which was 300 to 400 zhang long, Zhu Yan and Fu Dun estimated it to be 400 to 500 zhang long or 500 to 600 zhang long. 100 zhang long. It was very likely that it was at the peak of rank 12. However, as time passed, the dragon race was no longer as glorious as before, and the dragon souls of the great elders became shorter and shorter. The Dragon Hall was not far away, but it was not close either. Everyone flew all the way, and in less than half a day, they arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, the Dragon Hall seemed to be towering above the clouds, ethereal and without a trace. Its aura was everlasting, majestic and vigorous, and it did not collapse even after experiencing hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost. Not just anyone could enter the Dragon Hall. Only those with the bloodline of the dragon race were qualified to enter, otherwise, they would definitely be crushed into powder by the boundless dragon aura. Landing in front of the Dragon Hall, Zhu Yan raised his hand and took out a dragon-shaped token. A ray of light shot out from it, shooting straight ahead. Soon, a cloud appeared in front of them. The cloud started to spin faster and faster, and soon, a vortex that they could pass through appeared. Fu Dun crouched down and seriously reminded Yang Xiao, "After you enter, you must listen to your foster father, don't run around, understand?" Yang Xiao nodded obediently. "This child will remember." Fu Dun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. "I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. "Second great elder is too polite, since Xiao, or calls me foster father, I will not let anything happen to him." He waved his hand at Yang Xiao and said, "Let's go." 2 figures, one big and one small, stepped into the vortex together, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Dun watched anxiously, as if his heart had followed in. As soon as Yang Xiao's figure disappeared, he became somewhat dispirited and restless. Zhu Yan sighed and comforted, "Don't worry, Yang Kai is watching." Fu Dun turned a deaf ear to him, only staring at the Dragon Hall. Chapter 3356. Passing through the cloud-like vortex, Yang Kai pulled Yang Xiao's small hand and stepped into the Dragon Temple. In a trance, Yang Kai felt his hand lighten, and when he turned his head to look, he was immediately taken aback. Yang Xiao, who was being held by his hand, had disappeared without a trace, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to Zhu Yan and Fu Tin that he would take good care of Yang Xiao, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost him, so how was he supposed to take care of him? "Xiao, shower." Yang Kai shouted loudly, his vigorous voice echoing in the empty and lonely hall, but there was no response. Releasing his divine sense, he found that it was suppressed to a range of 10 meters, making it impossible for him to detect anything further. This was not the first time he had entered the Dragon Temple. Last time, when Wukong borrowed the power of the Dragon Temple to break through the void and infiltrate the territory of the lower star, Yang Kai had entered to investigate the situation. At that time, he had also used the corridor opened by Wukong to follow them. The last time he came here, this strange thing did not happen, so how could it happen this time? He vaguely felt that this matter was related to the dragon souls of the previous generations in the Dragon Temple. These dragon souls were enshrined here, and although they had been dead for many years, they still contained great power. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Get out here, all of you!" Under the stimulation of the golden divine dragon source, a resounding dragon roar sounded. The next moment, the deep and vast hall responded with a series of dragon roars. Rays of light flashed 1, 2, 3 on the sky, reaching pillars in all directions, Huge dragon shadows appeared and circled around Yang Kai. Every dragon shadow was vivid and lifelike, retaining the majesty they had when they were alive to the greatest extent. As the dragon pressure fluctuated, the space around Yang Kai began to ripple, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, his eyes sweeping over the dragon shadows as he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the boy who came in with me? Where did you put him?" The many dragon souls were silent and did not respond at all. They just quietly stared at him. "Are you deaf?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know if these dragon souls still had any intelligence, or if they were only left with some primitive instincts after being eroded by the endless flowing time Great Emperor, but he definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yang Xiao. "Answer me!" Yang Kai roared. His voice was like a real dragon's roar, piercing through the 9 heavens. This time, there was finally a response, and the dragon soul with the largest body suddenly raised its head slightly before turning toward a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in the same direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, and he saw the scene on the other side. He saw Yang Xiao sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. His expression was calm, and there was nothing wrong with his body. His breathing was steady, and colorful lights lingered around him, constantly entering and leaving his body. It looked extremely strange. Yang Kai stared for a while before frowning at the first-generation elder's dragon soul and asked, "Do you know why I brought him in?" Although he didn't know how he could be sure, seeing the situation on Yang Xiao's side, he knew that the dragon souls in the dragon temple were inspecting Yang Xiao's source. So from the very beginning, Yang Xiao had been taken away and was also in the dragon temple. However, without the help of these dragon souls, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to see his existence at all. He wouldn't even have been able to determine where he was. Nodding, Yang Kai said, "His source is a little strange, so I need your help to take a look." "Since that's the case, you can continue." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xiao's side became pitch black again, and what he saw just now disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai also felt a little relieved. Since the dragon souls in the dragon temple were willing to do so, to a large extent, it meant that there was no problem with Yang Xiao's source. Otherwise, these dragon souls would have definitely rejected him. The dragon temple was a sacred place, so how could just anyone set foot in it? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There is one more thing I would like to ask you all. I want to cultivate some dragon race secret techniques, but I don't know where to start." Under normal circumstances, the divine spirit's source had inherited all the inheritances, so as long as there was a suitable opportunity, each divine spirit would be able to obtain the inheritance and memories of their ancestors. Naturally, many secret techniques would not be a problem, and could be used instinctively. Yang Kai also comprehended a lot, such as the profound and complicated dragon language. He had never learned it from anyone, but after cultivating the dragon transformation secret art, everything seemed to be instinctive. The only thing that made Yang Kai dissatisfied was that he couldn't comprehend many secret techniques from the source, so he didn't know what the situation was with his golden divine dragon source. His purpose in coming to the Dragon Temple was naturally to comprehend some useful secret techniques. With such an opportunity in front of him, he couldn't easily miss it. Hearing him say so, the 1,000-meter-long first-generation elder suddenly opened his dragon mouth and spat out a snow-white ball of light, which shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was given a fright, thinking that his words had angered the first-generation great elder. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that this wasn't the case. The aura contained within this ball of light was incomparably mysterious, and although it contained a tremendous amount of energy, it didn't contain any killing intent. This is... Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Seeing the ball of light descend towards him, he quickly sat down cross-legged and lowered his head. As the ball of light fell, it released a dazzling light that enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if a massive amount of information was crazily pouring into his mind, causing his knowledge sea to roar and his head to ache. Wisdom imbuement. Overjoyed, Yang Kai guarded his mind and tried his best to absorb the information contained within the ball of light. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown amount of time, the light that had been enveloping Yang Kai gradually dissipated. Without waiting for the light to completely dissipate, the second dragon soul spat out another ball of light, once again enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face twitched, feeling that the development of the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Although he wanted to comprehend some divine technique of the dragon race from the Dragon Temple, he hadn't expected the first-generation Great Elder's dragon souls to be so enthusiastic, directly choosing to pour these things into him through the method of enlightenment. If it had only been 2 or 3 times, it would have been fine, but the key was that there were over a dozen first-generation Great Elder's dragon souls here. This was really pain and joy. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai's expression was brilliant as he meticulously absorbed the various essences. Slowly, the pain faded away and Yang Kai fell into a state of emptiness, no longer able to feel anything outside his body. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were overflowing with divine light. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Blinking, the light faded. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw that the dozen or so dragon soul phantoms around him were obviously much dimmer than when he first saw them. Knowing that they must have consumed a lot of energy, Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully to express his gratitude. The first-generation Great Elder's dragon soul phantoms all nodded before disappearing without a trace amidst a series of dragon roars. Suddenly, a strong repulsive force hit him, and in a flash, Yang Kai found himself outside the Dragon Temple. Zhang Xian looked around and saw Yang Xiao, who was standing beside him, frowning unhappily. Clearly, he had just been teleported out as well. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai rubbed his head. Yang Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine." Seeing the 2 of them appear, Zhu Yan and the others who had been waiting for them also hurriedly flew over. Fu Zhen observed Yang Xiao's expression and couldn't help but feel his heart sink. Not daring to ask him, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Zhu Yan frowned and asked, "What do you mean by you don't know?" Yang Kai could only tell them that he and Yang Xiao were separated as soon as they entered, so he didn't know the situation on the other side. It wasn't until now that the 2 of them were teleported out together. Hearing this, Zhu Yan also understood that he couldn't get anything out of Yang Kai, so he could only look at Yang Xiao and ask, "What are the results of the ancestors' examination of you?" Yang Xiao lowered his head and didn't say a word. Although he didn't answer, his appearance was the best answer. Zhu Yan's body shook. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only sigh silently and pat Yang Xiao's little head. Fu Zhen squatted down in front of Yang Xiao and said with a smile, "It's okay, you are Mother's child. So what if your origin is impure? Mother will take care of you in the future." "Mother? I'm sorry." Yang Xiao's mouth shriveled, and he threw himself into Fu Zhen's arms and burst into tears. How could this be? Yang Kai touched his chin with a puzzled look. He thought that since the dragon soul in the dragon hall was willing to let Yang Xiao examine, there should be no problem. How could it still be like this? Could it be that Yang Xiao was really congenitally deficient? Or was he affected by his own incubation? Yang Xiao's every move was concerned about Fu Zhen's body and mind. She was already forcing a smile, and when the little guy cried like this, it naturally caused her to cry as well. The mother and son hugged each other and cried miserably. Zhu Yan was also upset as he watched from the side. Zhu Qing's comforting words were of no use. After the mother and son finally calmed down, Zhu Yan brought them away. Yang Kai was depressed all the way back to Half Moon Island with Zhu Qing. Although he had comforted Yang Xiao before that it was fine even if his origin was impure, those were just words of comfort. Only a member of the dragon race could understand the sorrow of having an impure origin. It was impossible to integrate into the race. Even though he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, he was still an outsider to the dragon race. However, if that was the case, Yang Xiao would probably have to leave with him. He couldn't stay on Dragon Island, as forcing him to stay would only break the rules of the dragon race. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out the reason for this. Was it Yang Xiao's congenitally deficient origin, or was it his own fault? Zhu Qing obviously noticed his uneasiness, so she served him very closely and gently for the next few days. Finally, his gloomy mood eased a little. Chapter 3357. Yang Kai naturally didn't plan to stay any longer since the matter on Dragon Island had been settled. Although he was reluctant to part with Zhu Qing, He had already arranged a space array outside Dragon Island. It would be convenient for him to travel in the future, so it was time to leave. He had informed Mo Xiaoqi a few days ago so that she could prepare in advance. Xiaoqi would also leave with Yang Kai this time, and return to Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was going to personally escort Mo Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island, and arrange a space array while he was at it. Firstly, it was because of Li Wuyi's instructions, and secondly, it would be convenient for Mo Xiaoqi to meet Fu Xian in the future. Zhu Yan came to see Yang Kai in advance and drank wine with Yang Kai all night. They didn't leave until dawn. They didn't speak for the whole night, but before they left he said, "Take care of Xiao for us." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He knew that Zhu Yan and Fu Xiao were going to let him take Yang Xiao away. Although the little guy was only a few days old, he was destined to be unable to stay in the Dragon Palace for long due to his various problems. Since he had to leave the Dragon Palace sooner or later, he might as well leave with Yang Kai. With Yang Kai taking care of him, Zhu Yan would feel more at ease. On the day of departure, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing waited on Half Moon Island. Mo Xiaoqi and Fu Xian also rushed over. The mother and daughter were holding hands like a pair of sisters, whispering to each other. Fu Xian's eyes were full of reluctance. She had finally reunited with her daughter for such a long time, but they had to part today. Naturally, she was reluctant to part. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Yang Xiao. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. After waiting for a few hours, a red light flew over and landed in front of them, revealing Zhu Lai's figure. "Where are Great Elder and the others? Why aren't they here yet?" Zhu Qing asked. Zhu Lai's expression twitched as he replied. "Second Elder took Yang Xiao to hide." "He's hiding?" Zhu Qing was surprised. Yang Kai was also a little speechless. Although he knew that Fu Xiao was definitely unwilling to send Yang Xiao away, he didn't expect her to do such a thing. Zhu Lai said, "Great Elder asked me to come and tell you to wait for a while. He will send Yang Xiao." "Yes, Yang Kai." They waited for a day and a night. On the second day, Zhu Yan brought Yang Xiao to Half Moon Island. His old face was dark, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Fu Xiao followed closely with tear stains on his face. He looked at Yang Xiao, who was being carried by Zhu Yan. He knew that he couldn't go against this, so he could only bite his lips and cry secretly. Zhu Yan brought Yang Xiao to Yang Kai and said seriously, "I'll leave Xiao to you. If he doesn't listen to you, teach him a lesson." Yang Xiao immediately said, "Father, don't worry. I'll listen to foster father when I'm outside. I won't give him any trouble." His sensible look made Zhu Yan feel more at ease. He nodded slightly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xiao and gently pushed Yang Xiao. "Say goodbye to your mother. We should go." Yang Xiao nodded. He walked to Fu Xiao and looked up at her. Fu Xiao's suppressed emotions finally broke out. She crouched down and hugged him, whispering something in his ear while sobbing. Yang Xiao nodded and wiped Fu Xiao's tears with his little hand, comforting her. After a long while, Fu Xiao calmed down and gave him a few more instructions. Yang Kai walked to her side and looked at her. "We should go." Fu Zhen nodded, suppressing the reluctance in her heart as she stuffed a space ring into Yang Zhao's hands, sniffling as she said, "Here's something mother has prepared for you. If anyone dares to bully you outside, just mention father and mother's names and father and mother will stand up for you." "Yes, yes." Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Zhu Yan couldn't help but cover his old face. He thought to himself, isn't this asking him to commit a crime? He suddenly felt that letting Yang Xiao leave with Yang Kai wasn't a bad thing. If he really let the little guy stay on Dragon Island, with Fu Xiao's pampering attitude, he would definitely spoil the little guy. What kind of bullshit dragon race was this? Why did the second elder become like this after having a child? Yang Kai and the others finally left. They didn't let anyone send them off. On Half Moon Island, the three women looked at the departing figures in a daze. Their eyes were filled with concern. They sped all the way and arrived at the entrance after half a day. Fu Ling sensed the commotion and came to investigate. She was shocked when she saw Yang Xiao following beside Yang Kai. She only knew the whole story after asking. She didn't make things difficult for him. Yang Kai's position on Dragon Island was extraordinary. Every dragon race member would be polite to him. Moreover, she didn't have the courage to go against Yang Kai. She let him go without hesitation. They left Dragon Island through the entrance and rushed up from the bottom of the sea. After a short while, the four of them arrived above the sea. Yang Xiao looked around in surprise and clicked his tongue. This is the outside world? Why does it feel like it's no different from Dragon Island? Yang Kai smiled. What you see is just a drop in the ocean. This is the territory of the Eastern Sea. Dragon Island also has the sea, so there isn't much difference. You will see the difference between the outside world and Dragon Island in the future. Yang Xiao understood. So that's how it is. Let's go. We'll go to Spirit Beast Island first and send Xiaoqi home, Yang Kai said. Mo Xiaoqi immediately pouted. Since the blunder last time, Mo Xiaoqi was a little embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Today, when she left Dragon Island with him, she was quiet and not as lively as before. But at this moment, when she heard that he wanted to send her back to Spirit Beast Island first, she was a little unhappy. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He urged the space principles and formed a seal with his hands, preparing to use his space secret technique. Now that he was out of Dragon Island and in the star boundary, he exchanged their respective space beacons with Li Wuyi last time. So it was very convenient for him to go to Spirit Beast Island. He only needed to communicate with the space spirit bead he gave to Li Wuyi, and he would be teleported to Li Wuyi's side in an instant. Li Wuyi should be on Spirit Beast Island now. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly said, Big brother Yang, let's fly to Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai paused and looked at her suspiciously. Why? Although Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both in the Eastern Sea, there was still some distance between them. Yang Kai estimated that it would take him 7 or 8 days to fly there. Since they had such a convenient and fast method like space beacons, why would they need to fly there? It was a complete waste of time and energy. Mo Xiaoqi lowered her head and said, Doesn't Yang Xiao want to see the outside world? If we fly there, we can take him to see more of the wonders of the outside world. Yang Xiao was still looking around, but when he heard this he immediately clapped his hands and said, Yes, yes, adoptive father, let's fly there. He didn't even know if there was any other way to reach Spirit Beast Island other than flying. He just instinctively agreed, mainly because he heard that flying there would allow them to see more. Yang Kai stopped his hand seals and smiled helplessly. Why do I feel like you've been cooped up for many years? Yang Xiao said. It's not that I've been cooped up for many years. Although I was born not long ago, adoptive father, don't forget that I slept in that egg for a long time. Yang Kai could only nod when he heard his pitiful words. All right, since you all say so, let's fly there. Then he turned his head and looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi's mouth twitched as he thought to himself. Aren't you counting on me to fly there? Do you think it's easy for an old man like me? Although he cursed in his heart, he could only reveal Qiongqi's true body. Suddenly, a ferocious giant beast appeared in front of the three of them, looking majestic. The three of them jumped onto Qiongqi's back one by one. Yang Kai took out a blanket to cover himself, and sat opposite Mo Xiaoqi, placing Yang Xiao between his legs. At first, Yang Xiao was looking at the scenery around him with great interest, but after looking around, it was either the sea or the island. He couldn't help but feel a little bored. He looked up at Mo Xiaoqi and asked, Elder sister Xiaoqi, is Spirit Beast Island fun? Yang Kai knocked his head and said with a straight face, What did you call her? Yang Xiao covered his head with his hands and said, Elder sister? What's the problem? Yang Kai said, Xiaoqi and I call each other brother and sister, and you are my son. You call her elder sister. What's the problem? Hearing this, Yang Xiao thought about it seriously and said, But according to the seniority on Dragon Island, I should indeed call her elder sister. But according to adoptive father's seniority, she is 1 generation older than me. What should I do? Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and said with a smile, Let's consider it our own. If you count according to your adoptive father's seniority, your relationship with many people will be very messy. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. His voice was young and tender, but his tone was full of seniority, which made people laugh uncontrollably. Yang Kai also felt that it was true. After he hatched Yang Xiao, he really messed up a lot of seniority, so he no longer entangled himself in this matter. Yang Xiao asked again. Is Spirit Beast Island fun? Mo Xiaoqi asked back. Is Dragon Island fun? Yang Xiao shook his head like a rattle. For him, Dragon Island was really not fun at all. Not only was it not lively, but there was also a mother who was particularly clingy to him. Mo Xiaoqi said. Spirit Beast Island is the same for me. The two of them looked at each other, and actually saw a feeling of kinship in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing at such a young age? Yang Kai scolded the two of them. Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pinched Yang Zhao's chubby and tender face. I want to take this opportunity to talk business with you. Yang Xiao said vaguely. Adoptive father, please speak. Yang Kai said. Did your parents tell you how to cultivate in the future? Yang Xiao replied. Mother put the dragon transformation art in the ring she gave me. Yang Kai nodded and said. Even if your bloodline is not pure, or you are congenitally deficient, you are still the descendant of two 10th-order dragons. You more or less have the bloodline of the dragon race. The dragon transformation art is very suitable for your secret art. Cultivate it diligently, and you may have a chance to transform into a true dragon in the future. Chapter 3358. The dragon transformation art was undoubtedly very suitable for Yang Xiao, and Yang Kai was now able to cultivate dragon blood flowers and refine dragon blood pills. As long as there was enough supply in the future, Yang Zhao's bloodline should not be a problem for him to improve, so transforming into a true dragon was not impossible. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. What are you twisting around for? Do you have hemorrhoids on your ass? Yang Xiao began twisting restlessly in front of him. Yang Xiao couldn't help scratching his head and saying timidly, Adoptive father, there's something child doesn't know if he should say. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and looked at him suspiciously. Why do I feel like you've done something wrong? Because Yang Xiao was sitting between his legs, Yang Kai couldn't see Yang Zhao's expression at the moment, but he had a feeling that this smelly brat really had done something wrong, otherwise he wouldn't be acting like this. No one knew one's son better than his father. Yang Zhao's personality was largely inherited from his father, so some of Yang Zhao's reactions could allow Yang Kai to accurately infer many things. Of course not. Yang Zhao's tone became weaker as his eyes darted around. This time, even Mo Xiaoqi, who was sitting opposite him, noticed something was wrong and raised her eyes to signal Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and said with a fake smile, Xiao if you want to say anything to adoptive father, just say it. You should know that no matter what, adoptive father will always be your most loyal listener. Yang Xiao coughed dryly and said, Let me say this first, you can't hit me. Yang Kai asked curiously, Why would I hit you for no reason? Don't worry, I won't hit you. Yang Xiao immediately looked up at Mo Xiaoqi and said, Elder sister Xiaoqi, you heard it too. Adoptive father said he won't hit me, so adoptive father is a man of his word. Mo Xiaoqi nodded. Of course, hurry up and say it, don't keep us in suspense. Yang Xiao licked his lips and muttered softly, That's right. What? Yang Kai knocked on his head. Speak clearly. I didn't hear you. Yang Xiao immediately jumped up and shouted, You said you wouldn't hit me. Look, you did it again. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, I'm used to it. I promise I won't fight later. Yang Xiao squinted at him. What if I don't believe you? Yang Kai snorted. Well, I can still talk to you, hurry up and say it, otherwise. There's no problem with my origin. Yang Xiao said quickly before hiding behind Mo Xiaoqi and staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yes, there's no problem with your origin. There's no problem with your origin. How do you know there's no problem with your origin? Yang Xiao said. I found out when I was tested in the Dragon Palace. Can you be more specific? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yang Xiao said proudly. I can transform into a true dragon. Haha. Yang Kai laughed and looked at Yang Xiao excitedly. Can you really transform into a true dragon? Absolutely, adoptive father, please take a look. As soon as these words fell, Yang Zhao's figure twisted and turned into a little white dragon as clear as jade. Just like when Yang Kai first saw him, he was white and flawless, as if he was carved out of white jade, and his body was about 2 to 3 meters long. However, Yang Xiao didn't maintain his true dragon form for too long. He only showed it for a moment before he transformed back into his human form, proving that he indeed had the ability to transform into a true dragon. Yang Kai clapped his hands and said, "Good." The huge rock in his heart finally fell to the ground. Yang Zhao's failure in the previous ceremony almost became his sore point, because he always suspected if he did something inappropriate when he was incubating the brat, which caused his origin to be impure. But now, it seemed like there was no problem with his origin at all. Being able to transform into a true dragon was the best proof. While shouting loudly, he stretched out his hand to grab Yang Xiao, and said while gnashing his teeth, "If I don't beat your ass to a pulp today, I'll take your surname." This brat was simply too bad. When he came out from the dragon palace, Zhu Yan clearly asked him about this matter, but he actually hid it from him. As a result, not only did he make Zhu Yan and Fu Tian sad, he also felt very conflicted. If he knew there was no problem with his origin, would he have brought him out of the Dragon Island? He was completely qualified to continue staying on the Dragon Island. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Yang Xiao was shocked. "Adoptive father, you didn't keep your word." He wanted to escape, but how long had he been born? What kind of cultivation did Yang Kai have? How could he escape from Yang Kai's palm? In a daze, he felt his arm tighten and was lifted up by Yang Kai, immediately shouting in horror, "Elder sister Xiaoqi, save me, adoptive father is going to hit me." Mo Xiaoqi pouted, "Serves you right." She also felt that this little brat Yang Xiao was a bit too mischievous. Why didn't he say such an important thing at the first moment? Instead, he kept it a secret until now. Fortunately, he didn't hold back from Yang Kai, otherwise, Yang Kai would probably be in the dark and suffer the torment of self-blame. Children should be taught a lesson for making such a ruckus. While yelling, Yang Kai had already lifted Yang Xiao onto his lap, laid him flat, raised his hand, and slapped him hard on the buttocks. He really wasn't joking when he said he was going to hit him. Yang Kai was also angered by him, and made up his mind to make him eat a loss today. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of outrageous things he would do in the future. As the slap came down, Kai Yang suddenly frowned, because he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. When the slap landed, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Yang Xiao, who was on his lap, had actually disappeared. Xiongqi, who had been flying forward as if this matter had nothing to do with him, also let out a cry of surprise and stopped abruptly. Then, together with Yang Kai, he looked up and saw that Yang Xiao had already flown 1,000 meters away and had turned into a small black dot. His voice came from afar. "Adoptive father, you didn't keep your word, I hate you. Smelly brat, come back here." Yang Kai roared, his face full of shock. With his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he actually let Yang Xiao escape from his hands. It was really unbelievable, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "If you don't hit me, I'll go back, or else I'll run away from home." Yang Xiao stood in the distance and shouted loudly. Yang Kai sneered. "You still dare to threaten me? Fine, let me see you leave." "I'm leaving," Yang Xiao shouted. "Leave," Yang Kai said with a black face. "I'm really leaving." Yang Xiao's tone became weaker. Yang Kai just sneered, unmoved. Yang Xiao was so angry that smoke came out of his mouth. He hardened his heart, turned around, and really left. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Old Qiong, did you feel it just now?" Qiongqi's voice was solemn as he said word by word, "Time principles." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Sure enough, I didn't feel it wrong. I thought I was just imagining things, but it turns out that you also felt it. Are you sure?" Qiongqi said with a straight face, "Yes, it's definitely time principles." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "Smelly brat, how do you know time principles?" Just now, when his palm was about to fall, time seemed to have stopped for a moment, so even he didn't notice how Yang Xiao escaped from his hands. When he came back to his senses, Yang Xiao was already 1,000 meters away. Qiongqi's eyes were full of disbelief, but he thought of a possibility. "It's hereditary." Looking pensive, Kai Yang said, "You mean from Mihi? Apart from that, there is no other possibility." The dragon race source would not give Yang Xiao this ability. Since Yang Xiao's personality was greatly influenced by Yang Kai, it meant that Yang Kai had let him inherit many things when he was hatched. because he cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Young Kai understood a little bit of time principles, so it made sense that this little brat had inherited this ability from him. Since this little brat could inherit time principles, what about space principles? In comparison, space principles were Yang Kai's foundation. If Yang Xiao had also inherited space principles, it would be incredible. Big brother Yang, aren't you going to chase after him? Mo Xiaoqi asked worriedly. Although she had hoped that Yang Kai would teach this smelly brat a lesson, seeing Yang Xiao really run away still made her a little anxious. Don't worry, he won't be able to run far. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although this smelly brat was arrogant, he definitely wouldn't go far. Moreover, he had attached a wisp of his divine sense to Yang Xiao, so it was impossible for him to escape his surveillance. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Oh no! His figure flickered and his space principles fluctuated, disappearing from sight. Qiongqi also frowned and whispered to Mo Xiaoqi, sit tight. His speed suddenly soared as he rushed off in a certain direction. Above the sea, a black-robed old man stood in the void with a cold expression on his face. Several corpses floated on the surface of the sea, stained with blood. Beside the old man, a beautiful young girl's face was pale, and her tender body was trembling. Although she was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, her body was weak and powerless at the moment. How could she gather even a little bit of strength? If it weren't for the black-robed old man's emperor qi, she would have fallen into the sea already. In the old man's hand was a fair and tender little fatty. It was none other than Yang Xiao, who had just arrogantly declared that he would run away from home. Yang Xiao might have shouted fiercely in front of Yang Kai, because he knew that Yang Kai couldn't really do anything to him. At worst, he would just be beaten up, but now that he had accidentally fallen into the hands of this old man, he was afraid he would be killed to silence him. Immediately putting on an innocent look, he looked at the black-robed old man and asked, "Grandpa, who are you? Why are you holding me?" The black-robed old man tilted his head and looked at Yang Xiao with a frown on his face. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already killed him, but he felt a pure dragon aura from this little fatty. In other words, this little fatty might be a member of the dragon race. Was there such a member of the dragon race? The old man thought about it carefully but couldn't come up with an answer. As far as he knew, the members of the dragon race were all adults, so how could there be such a young child? However, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a new member of the dragon race. Moreover, this place wasn't too far from Dragon Island, so it wasn't strange for a member of the dragon race to come here. It would be easy to kill this little fatty, but it would be troublesome if he provoked a master from the dragon race. Chapter 3359. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before suddenly frowning and looking to the side. Ripples spread over there, and Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost. The old man's eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that this was the space divine technique, an extremely profound space divine technique at that. Otherwise, he would never be able to achieve such a level of teleportation. Taking a closer look at Yang Kai's face, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes, as if he had recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at the old man, and his expression couldn't help but become dignified because he found that this black-robed old man's cultivation was actually at the third-layer emperor realm. Moreover, this old man gave Yang Kai the feeling that he was not to be trifled with, just like when he was facing Song Mo, a false emperor. Yang Kai was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He had heard from Yang Yan that there were many false emperors who lived in seclusion due to the restrictions of the bottle of heaven and earth, but he never expected that the person he randomly encountered in this vast sea would actually be a false emperor. Counting Song Mo, Yang Yan, Li Wuyi, and Sheng Yuzhu, this was the fifth false emperor he had encountered. When the young girl next to the black-robed old man saw Yang Kai, her frightened eyes suddenly bloomed with surprise, sending out a message for help. Kai Yang swept his eyes over her, his heart filled with amazement. He actually knew this young girl, and her background was not small. Yao Lin. The great emperors of Serene Soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. The son was Hyoji, and the daughter was Yao Lin. Yang Kai had met both of them before. The former was in the Shattered Star Sea, but they had only met face to face and had never interacted with each other. The latter, however, had had some conflicts with him and was almost killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended and scared Yang Kai away, saving Yao Lin's life. It wasn't strange to meet Yao Lin in the Eastern Sea. After all, the Serene Soul Palace was also in the Eastern Territory. What puzzled Yang Kai was who this black-robed old man was. How did he have the courage to attack Yao Lin? Looking at Yao Lin's appearance, it was obvious that she had been captured, and the corpses stained with red seawater were probably Yao Lin's bodyguards, but at this moment, they had long been killed. Did this black-robed old man have a grudge against the great emperors of Serene Soul? Or did Yao Lin accidentally provoke this old man and end up being taught a lesson? He had experienced Yao Lin's character before. She was domineering, arrogant, and supercilious. It wouldn't be strange if she really provoked this old man. But in any case, now that Yang Xiao had fallen into the old man's hands, Yang Kai couldn't stay out of this. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Yao Lin's cry for help. He just looked at Yang Xiao in the old man's hand and said, "Xiao, are you okay?" Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I'm fine." Father? The black-robed old man frowned when he heard this. This title made him a little confused. He thought that this child had a pure dragon's breath, so he should be a dragon race member. But in this world, which dragon race member would call a human father? The dragon race was such a proud race that even a newborn would not lower their proud heads. Was his guess wrong? Could it be that this little fatty was not a dragon race member? Did he just have a trace of dragon race blood? Strange, really strange. I told you not to run around, but you just had to run around. Since you're fine, get your ass back here. Yang Kai shouted with a straight face. Yang Zhao's eyes twitched, thinking that he also wanted to get his ass back, but now that he was in the old man's hand, how could he just leave? He could only say to the black-robed old man with a bitter face, "Grandpa, my father told me to go back. Please let me go." The black-robed old man didn't say a word, just stared deeply at Yang Kai. A murderous aura gradually filled the air. He also didn't expect to run into someone else in this boundless sea. But what he did today couldn't be easily exposed. He was already considering silencing Yang Kai, but he felt that it was a little tricky since he was proficient in the law of space. Facing such a person, he had to be sure that he could kill him in one strike, otherwise he would definitely let Yang Kai escape. The killing intent was so obvious. How could Yang Kai not sense it? His heart tightened, and he hastily said, "Old man, we father and son are just passing by. If my son has been rude, I can apologize on his behalf. You don't have to keep holding on to him, right? He's just a child." He cursed in his heart. Doesn't this stinking brat know the law of time? Just now he slipped away from my hand so quickly. Why is he so scared after being caught? Hurry up and use your law of time to get away. In this situation, he didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Xiao was in the enemy's hands, so any strange movements could cause unpredictable consequences. He had just taken Yang Xiao out of Dragon Island a few days ago, so if something happened to him now, how could he face the Great Elder and Second Elder in the future? For a moment, he was burning with anxiety, but his expression became calmer and calmer. At that moment, a red light came from afar. The black-robed old man, who had been staring at Yang Kai, frowned and turned his head in that direction, immediately showing a look of surprise. With a flash of red light, Qiongqi rushed over with Mo Shaoqi on his back. At first sight of the black-robed old man, Qiongqi also exclaimed in surprise, obviously sensing the strength of the other party. "Qiongqi." The black-robed old man finally spoke, his eyes full of fear, suddenly realizing that the situation was somewhat out of his control. Even though he was a fake emperor, possessing strength that surpassed that of an ordinary third-layer emperor realm master, he still felt some pressure when facing a veteran divine spirit like Qiongqi. Why was Qiongqi here? And there was a girl on his back. Today's events were getting stranger and stranger. On the other side, after Mo Shaoqi arrived with Qiongqi, she looked around and suddenly saw Yao Lin. "Ah!" As soon as she spoke, Yang Kai's low voice rang in her ears, "Don't talk nonsense." Mo Shaoqi quickly swallowed the rest of her words, but kept staring at Yao Lin. Yao Lin was also looking at her with a pleading look on her face. The two girls obviously knew each other. Speaking of which, They were both daughters of great emperors, and they were both in the Eastern Territory, so they had more or less met each other a few times. How could they not know each other? However, with Yao Lin's bad character, Mo Xiaoqi didn't have much of a deep friendship with her, just a mutual acquaintance. But at this moment, she absolutely couldn't point it out, at least not before confirming Yang Zhao's safety. Otherwise, the black-robed old man might really be forced to silence them. After all, attacking the daughters of great emperors was too sensational, and no one wanted this news to spread. That was why Yang Kai stopped Mo Xiaoqi from speaking. The situation suddenly became very strange, and everyone had different thoughts. Only Yang Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His life was hanging by a thread, yet he was still rolling his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long silence, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke. "Qiongqi, what do you mean by this?" His voice was hoarse, like metal rubbing against metal, which was very uncomfortable to listen to. The reason why he asked this was because Qiongqi had been staring at him since he appeared, as if he wanted to be his enemy. This made him a little confused. Was Qiongqi in cahoots with these people? Otherwise, why would they all come here one after another? If that was the case, then it was really a bad year. What do you mean by this? Qiongqi's voice shook like thunder. He didn't need to worry too much about fake emperors. After all, he had followed the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in the past. He had seen many fake emperors, so he didn't need to be polite with his words. The black-robed old man frowned and suggested, "How about we stay out of this?" Qiongqi nodded and said, "Sure, let go of the boy in your hands." Him. The black-robed old man shook Yang Xiao, and Yang Xiao immediately shouted, "Gently, gently, I'm dizzy." "Yes. Is he a dragon race?" the black-robed old man asked. "You don't need to know." Qiongqi spat out 2 white streams of air from his nostrils, his eyes fierce. "You only need to know one thing. If anything happens to this boy, you will die today." The black-robed old man nodded and said, "Anyone can talk big, but since it was you, Qiongqi, who said it, this old master will have to consider it carefully." After pondering for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and threw Yang Xiao towards Qiongqi, shouting, "I'll give him back to you." In the next moment, the black-robed old man suddenly lifted his black robe, and the whole sky darkened, as if his black robe had turned into a black curtain that covered the entire sky. Taking advantage of this momentary change, he grabbed Yao Lin with one hand and retreated quickly. Yang Kai had already shot out and hugged Yang Xiao in his arms. Sweeping him with his divine sense, his face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Old Qiong, kill him for me." Qiongqi didn't respond and had already turned into a small black dot, chasing after the black-robed old man as soon as he threw Yang Xiao out. Mo Xiaoqi fell from the sky. Qiongqi had thrown her out while chasing after her. Fighting with a fake emperor, Qiongqi wasn't confident that he could protect Mo Xiaoqi's safety, so naturally, he had to throw her away first. "Xiao, are you okay?" Mo Xiaoqi landed beside Yang Kai and asked, then glanced at the little fatty in Yang Kai's arms, and her face couldn't help but change. "What happened to Xiao, At this moment, the little brat's eyes were wide open with a look of horror on his face. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his body was alternating between red and white. Obviously, he had been poisoned. Presumably, the black-robed old man had done something when he threw Yang Xiao out. Yang Kai tore apart Yang Zhao's clothes and straightened his body. He fixed his eyes on his back, and saw a clear 5-finger mark on his smooth jade-like back. Traces of evil energy were spreading out from that 5-finger mark, causing Yang Zhao's entire body to fluctuate between hot and cold. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't allow any explanation and grabbed Mo Xiaoqi's arm. With a thought, he brought her into the sealed world bead, and went straight to the medicine garden, shouting, "Mu Zhu Mu Na." The 2 wood spirits heard the news and came over. At first glance, they saw Yang Kai holding a little fatty with an anxious look on his face. They were startled and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai put Yang Xiao on the ground and said hurriedly, "He was injured. I have to force out the evil energy in his body. Help him heal and stabilize his vitality." The 2 wood spirits nodded quickly. Chapter 3360. The Wood Spirit clan not only had a unique advantage in cultivating spirit medicines, but also in healing people's wounds. With two wood spirits assisting him, Yang Kai was naturally able to do whatever he wanted. What's more, this was the small sealed world, a world where he was the master, and everything here followed his will. Reaching out and poking Yang Zhao's body several times, Yang Kai took a deep breath and meticulously circulated his emperor qi, carefully moving it through Yang Zhao's body. He didn't know what kind of secret technique the black-robed old man cultivated, but it was definitely extremely insidious. Although it didn't take Yang Zhao's life immediately, it was very difficult to resolve. The rescuer had to continuously circulate their energy to maintain Yang Zhao's vitality. During this process, Yang Kai could even feel traces of insidious energy following Yang Zhao's body and trying to erode his own. Hateful old dog. Yang Kai didn't know who that old dog was, but he hated him to the bone. If he had the chance, he would kill him 1,000 times over. The two wood spirits were busy at the side, mobilizing the green fluorescent lights in the medicine garden, and flying into Yang Zhao's body like fireflies, giving him endless vitality. Mo Xiaoqi was surprised by the two little wood spirits, but she didn't have the time to think about it now. She just prayed in her heart that Yang Xiao was safe and sound. At a certain moment, Yang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in pain. "Adoptive father, I feel so uncomfortable." "Serves you right." Yang Kai's face was full of resentment, his hands moving faster and faster. If this brat didn't run away from home on his own, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Speaking of which, I was also a little careless. Who would have thought that I would encounter an evil fake emperor in this vast sea? "Adoptive father, am I going to die?" Yang Xiao asked again. Yang Kai snorted. "With me around, do you think it's that easy to die?" Yang Xiao still wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood seemed to be boiling as it splashed onto the ground, causing Mo Xiaoqi to feel extremely anxious, fearing that Yang Xiao would die if he couldn't hold on. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, Yang Kai constantly checked on Yang Zhao's condition, constantly adjusting the output of his emperor's qi. The two wood spirits also cooperated well. After an unknown amount of time, the abnormality on Yang Zhao's body gradually disappeared. Yang Kai turned him over and looked at him. The 5-finger mark on his back had disappeared. However, the little guy had vomited a lot of blood and was in a very weak state. He struggled to open his eyes and look at Yang Kai. Then he tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai took out a few healing spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into Yang Zhao's mouth. After helping him refine the medicinal efficacies, he turned to Mu Zhu and Mu Na and said, "It's done." The two wood spirits stopped their cultivation at the same time, their foreheads covered in sweat. "Let him stay here for a few days and heal well. I'll leave him in your care," Yang Kai instructed. Mu Zhu said, "Master can rest assured." Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao with a complicated expression, touched his forehead, and said to Mo Xiaoqi, "Let's go." With a single thought, the two of them left the small sealed world. There was no one around, only a faint smell of blood. The sea below was churning as many sea monsters smelled the blood, and were fighting over the corpses of the dead. Mo Xiaoqi was in a daze. She didn't know how she had suddenly appeared in a medicine garden and then in the sea, but she still asked with concern, "Xiao, are you all right?" "He's fine," Yang Kai nodded, but his expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Yang Xiao was fine not because the black-robed old man had shown mercy, but because he was a member of the dragon race, so he had an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. If it were anyone else, even if Yang Kai and the two wood spirits treated them, they would have died long ago. That old dog's last palm strike was not only to take Yang Zhao's life, but also to distract Yang Kai so that he could escape. Such a method was simply insane. But he actually dared to attack the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who is he? After waiting for a while, Qiongqi returned. Yang Kai looked at him, but old Qiong shook his head. He ran away. If they really fought, Qiongqi was confident that he could defeat the other party, but that person was a fake emperor after all. If he really wanted to escape, Qiongqi really couldn't do anything. He wasn't proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, so he had a unique advantage when it came to escaping and tracking. So after chasing for a while, he could only return. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Kai was still a little unwilling to accept Qiongqi's words. He's lucky. If that old man hadn't run away, Yi Shiwen, Qiongqi, and the embodiment would have had a chance to kill him forever if they joined forces. However, since he had run away, there was nothing they could do about it. It was too late to chase after him. Who knew which direction he would escape in? After pondering for a while, he asked, "Do you know who that person is?" Qiongqi shook his head. This old master has been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm for countless years, and only came out recently. This old master really doesn't know what kind of masters there are in this world. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Li and the others may know something. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "Shao Qi, let's go back to Spirit Beast Island." Originally, he planned to go directly to Spirit Beast Island through the space beacon, but in order to satisfy Yang Zhao's wish and Mo Shao Qi's suggestion, he decided to fly. Now that something like this had happened, Yang Kai was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so he decided to send Mo Shao Qi back first. Yang Xiao had an accident right under his nose, so he couldn't let anything happen to Mo Shao Qi, so it was better to send her back as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Mo Shao Qi didn't insist and stood obediently. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped Mo Shao Qi and Qiongqi, and took out the space spirit bead that Li Wuyi had given him before. Forming a seal with his hands, the space principles fluctuated and formed a resonance with somewhere in the distance. After a flash of light, they felt like they had crossed through the void, and the three appeared by a lake. The world energy here was extremely rich, and the lake water was clear. Many fish could be seen swimming in it. Li Wuyi was sitting on a chair by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. After noticing the movement, he turned his head and immediately saw the figures of Yang Kai and the others. He couldn't help but smile slightly, put down the fishing rod in his hand, and nodded to Mo Shao Qi. "Shao Qi, you're back." "Uncle Li." Mo Shao Qi greeted him, looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Auntie Feng?" In her impression, Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng had always been inseparable. Although the two were not husband and wife, their relationship was better than an ordinary couple. At this time, she only saw Li Wuyi and not Jiu Feng, so she couldn't help but feel strange. "I'm here." Jiu Feng's voice came from the treetops nearby. Mo Shao Qi looked up and saw Jiu Feng sitting on a tree trunk, swinging her long legs. "Auntie Feng." Mo Shao Qi called out tenderly, flew up, and threw herself into Jiu Feng's arms, rubbing her chest. Jiu Feng, however, pinched her little ear and said angrily, "You stinky girl, you went out for so long. If you didn't come back, Master would have gone to Dragon Island to find you." Mo Shao Qi stuck out her tongue. "Aren't I back now? Stop pinching my ear." "It's good that you remembered to come back." Jiu Feng looked her up and down. "Let me see if you've lost weight." Mo Shao Qi quickly put on a serious posture and let her examine her. After a while she asked, "I haven't lost weight, right? I'm very happy at Mother's place. She's very good to me." "You haven't lost weight." Jiu Feng nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, she reached out and poked her chest, whispering, "Not only have you not lost weight, you've grown bigger." Mo Shao Qi couldn't take it anymore. Blushing, she turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said shyly, "Auntie Feng, you're talking nonsense. I'm ignoring you." Saying so, she ran away. Yang Kai coughed lightly and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Li and Senior Jiu Feng." Li Wuyi smiled slightly and looked at him. "Did your trip go smoothly?" Although there were some twists and turns, it was no big deal. Yang Kai replied, "That's good." Li Wuyi nodded lightly. "Since you've come to Spirit Beast Island, you're not in a hurry to go back. Stay here for a few more days. The great emperors also want to know the situation on Dragon Island. Maybe they have something to ask you." Yang Kai said solemnly, "If the great emperors ask, this junior will naturally tell you everything he knows. But before that, there is something I need Senior to know." "What is it?" Li Wuyi couldn't help but look solemn when he saw how serious he was. Yang Kai said, "It's like this. After we came out of Dragon Island, we met someone on the sea." "Who?" Jiu Feng asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know that person." He described the old man's appearance and age, then continued, "There was another person with him at that time. That person was the daughter of the great emperors of serene soul, Yao Lin. Yao Lin? Li Wui frowned. What's the relationship between Yao Lin and that person? Yang Kai said. They don't seem to be related, and that person should be targeting Yao Lin. At that time, all the guards around Yao Lin were killed, and only Yao Lin was captured. Yao Lin also looked at me for help at that time. Unfortunately, although I wanted to, I didn't have enough strength. Under Qiongqi's pursuit, that person still escaped. Are you sure Yao Lin was captured? Li Wuyi's eyes widened. Jiu Feng also said, Do you know Yao Lin? This matter can't be wrong. Yang Kai replied, I met Yao Lin once in the past. Although it's been a few years, how could I not recognize her? I can be sure that the girl is Yao Lin. I believe Xiaoqi also recognized her at that time. You two can go and ask Xiaoqi. Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng looked at each other, both feeling a little incredulous. There was actually someone in this world who dared to make a move on the daughter of the great emperors? Which old man drank arsenic and was tired of living? However, if this matter was true, then it would be a big deal. How could the daughter of the great emperors be touched so casually? Who could bear the anger of the great emperors? After pondering for a moment, Li Wuyi said, Come with me to see the great emperors now. We must immediately inform the Serene Soul Palace about this matter. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. Chapter 3361. The reason why Yang Kai brought up this matter as soon as they met was that he wanted to inform the Serene Soul Palace through the Spirit Beast Island. Since he had encountered this matter, and even if he couldn't save them, he had to at least send out the news. What's more, that old guy almost killed Yang Xiao, so Yang Kai wanted to know who he was. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. Li Wui pondered for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I don't have any impression of what you described, but if I really see that person with my own eyes, I might be able to recognize him. Although there are many fake emperors in this world, there aren't many of them. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He thought that Li Wui would know the identity of that old guy, but he didn't expect that he couldn't say anything. But it was no wonder. After all, who knew if that old guy changed his appearance without seeing it with his own eyes? Along the way, they soon came to a pavilion. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the scenery was unique. A tall and sturdy man stood at the head of the bridge, throwing fish food into the water below, causing red carps to fight over it, splashing water everywhere. Just from this person's appearance, there was nothing unusual about him at all. He didn't even have the bearing of a superior. He was just naturally burly and strong, but those who knew him knew that this was one of the 10 famous great emperors in the star boundary, the martial beast Mo Huang. You're back. Mo Huang looked up at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and continued to throw the fish food in his hands. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai greets master. Mo Huang nodded gently and asked faintly, Is Xiaoqi back too? Yang Kai said, She's back and is talking to Senior Jiufeng. Mo Huang nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Wui stepped forward and said with a serious expression, Master, something happened. Mo Huang looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. He threw the fish food in his hands clean, then clapped his hands and said, What happened? For Li Wui to say such a thing, it was definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, Li Wui's expression would not be so serious. He instinctively thought that something had happened on Dragon Island, and perhaps it was related to Fu Xian. Li Wui said, Yao Lin was captured by an unknown old man, and all her guards were slaughtered. Mo Huang frowned. Yao Lin? Yao Jun's daughter? Not bad. Mo Huang asked curiously, How did you know? Li Wui said, Yang Kai saw it on his way back. The first miss was also there. The one who did it was a fake emperor. Mo Huang was even more surprised. A fake emperor. Although a fake emperor was not ordinary, which fake emperor would have the guts to touch the daughter of the great emperors? Since he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor, there was no reason for him not to know the descendants of the great emperors. Even if he had offended them, he would have only given them a light punishment. However, he had slaughtered their guards and taken them away. He had offended Yao Jun. Are you sure about this? Mo Huang asked with a frown. Li Wui turned his head to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously. There is no doubt about it. I can recognize Yao Lin, and Xiao Qi can recognize Yao Lin as well. Hearing Yang Kai call his baby daughter Xiao Qi so intimately, the corner of Mo Huang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He stared deeply at Li Wui with a meaningful expression. Li Wui said, "Shouldn't we inform the Serene Soul Palace about this?" Mo Huang nodded. Yes, we should. It would be best if it was a misunderstanding, but if that is the case, we should inform them. Saying so, Mo Huang suddenly reached out and took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured some information into it. Then, with a flick of his finger, the space principles fluctuated and the jade slip suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately understood that Mo Huang and Yao Jun must have used Li Wui's space beacon to establish a connection between them. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. They were all great emperors, and they were all on the Eastern Sea. They could be considered neighbors, so it was normal for them to communicate with each other. Changing the topic, Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Is there anything unusual on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai immediately understood what Mo Huang was getting at and immediately said, "Everything is normal. The third elder didn't receive any harsh treatment. Xiao Qi went to see her this time and she was very happy." Mo Huang's expression softened a lot, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "That's good." He then asked, "They didn't make things difficult for you this time, did they?" If Fu Xian and Zhu Qing shared the same fate, then Yang Kai and Mo Huang could be said to share the same fate. Both of them had slept with the same dragon girl, and were not welcomed by Dragon Island. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Not bad, the misunderstanding with Dragon Island has been resolved." Mo Huang was stunned. "Resolved? What do you mean?" Even though he was one of the great emperors, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Yang Kai blinked and said, "It means what it means." Mo Huang looked at him with a brilliant expression. "Don't tell me that Dragon Island is no longer hostile to you." Yang Kai coughed dryly. At first, they were a little hostile, but later, they became quite enthusiastic. Enthusiastic? Mo Huang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai was completely stunned. Li Wui also looked at Yang Kai with an incredulous expression. The word enthusiastic could be used to describe anything, but it didn't fit well with the dragon race. How could the people of the dragon race be enthusiastic about an outsider? Mo Huang was one of the great emperors, but because he had a daughter with Fu Xian, he was hunted down and killed by Dragon Island. They even almost came to Spirit Beast Island. Although Yang Kai was considered a rising star, he was only a rising star. In terms of cultivation and status, he couldn't even compare to Mo Huang. How could such a person be treated so well by Dragon Island? How could Fuxi be so easy to talk to? Yang Kai naturally saw the doubts in their hearts. He scratched his face and said, "Little Seven knows the whole story. If Master has the time in the future, why don't you ask her?" He didn't want to explain anything in detail. Otherwise, Yang Xiao would be involved, and it wasn't something that could be explained in 1 or 2 words. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation came. The three of them all sensed it. Mo Huang reached out and grabbed in the air, and a jade scroll appeared in his palm. It wasn't the one he took out before, but another one. This was obviously a reply from the great emperors of Serene Soul. After a little investigation, Mo Huang frowned and said, "That girl Yao Lin might really have been captured." "What did the master say?" Li Wui asked. Mo Huang crushed the jade scroll and shook his head. Yao Jun couldn't contact Yao Lin and her guards. If they couldn't contact them, it meant that they were doomed. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no reply. Combined with what Yang Kai said before, it was certain that Yao Lin was captured. "Do you have any urgent matters to deal with?" Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai didn't know why he asked this, so he shook his head and said, "Not for the time being, but the matter in the Eastern Territory is settled. I'm going to return to the Northern Territory." Mo Huang nodded and said, "Since there's nothing urgent, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Stay here for a few days. The Serene Soul Palace will send someone to ask you something." Yao Lin's capture was of great importance, and Yang Kai was a witness at the scene, so he naturally had to ask. Yang Kai could understand, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Anyway, he planned to stay on Spirit Beast Island for a few days. Firstly, he wanted to appreciate the scenery of Spirit Beast Island, and secondly, he wanted to arrange a space array here. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to communicate with Spirit Beast Island in the future, or between Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island. After bidding farewell to Mo Huang, Yang Kai was led by Li Wui to a courtyard near the sea. The courtyard covered a large area, and the scenery was beautiful. It was nice to watch the tide rise and fall. The next day, Yang Kai toured Spirit Beast Island accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi. The entire Spirit Beast Island was a huge island protected by a large spirit array. Outsiders couldn't discover the existence of Spirit Beast Island from the outside. Only those who were familiar with its location could find it. The island was rich in spirit qi, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. From time to time, they could see many rare monster beasts, each exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Martial beasts were based on beast taming, so the island naturally didn't lack these things. Spirit Beast Island also had its own beast hunters, who searched for all kinds of rare existences all year round. Now there weren't many living people on Spirit Beast Island, but there were at least 800 monster beasts, each of them with extraordinary origins. These monster beasts even understood human nature, and were especially close to Mo Xiaoqi. What was rare was that Mo Xiaoqi actually gave each of them a name, and she even remembered them. Yang Kai's deepest impression of the many monster beasts on Spirit Beast Island was a 7-colored deer. Compared to the other monster beasts, it wasn't very tall, only about 3 meters tall, but it was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, the 9-colored deer, and was very handsome. There were many monster beasts on the island with the bloodline of the divine spirit. It was just a matter of numbers. However, bloodline was bloodline. Although they all had a glimmer of hope of reproducing the glory of their ancestors, it was harder than ascending to the heavens for them to do so. After a tour, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the surface, Spirit Beast Island only had a few masters, but in fact, each monster beast was extremely terrifying. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to a suitable place under the lead of Li Wui, and prepared to arrange the space array. Originally, Li Wui wanted to arrange it himself and let Yang Kai supervise and guide him. However, if Li Wui arranged it himself, he wouldn't be able to establish a connection with the many arrays that Yang Kai had arranged before, and it would lose its original purpose. Helplessly, Li Wui could only let Yang Kai do it while he observed carefully from the side. He had observed it once in the Heavenly Wolf Valley last time, and this was the second time. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and space arrays and space beacons had many similarities. Therefore, when Yang Kai finished arranging the array, Li Wui had already mastered it. In the future, he could also arrange arrays all over the star boundary like Yang Kai and travel back and forth. However, it was hard to say which was more convenient between space arrays and space beacons. Space arrays could teleport more people at once, but it was a bit troublesome to arrange them. Space beacons were convenient, but they had a lot of limitations. On the 5th day after Yang Kai came to Spirit Beast Island, people from the Serene Soul Palace came. Chapter 3362. In the main hall, Yang Kai, accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi, hurried over after receiving the news. Before he entered, he saw 2 guards from the Emperor Realm standing guard outside the hall. They were exuding a very strange aura that Yang Kai felt was somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, this aura was somewhat similar to the aura of the Netherworld Sex Cultivator. Yang Kai immediately understood that these 2 guards from the Emperor Realm should be from Serene Soul Palace. However, the guards from the Emperor Realm were only gatekeepers, so the status of these people in Serene Soul Palace was definitely not low. Could it be that the great emperors of Serene Soul have come in person? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace. To be honest, if the great emperors of Serene Soul were really here, Yang Kai didn't know how to face them. After all, he had almost killed Yao Lin back then, provoking Yao Jun's soul to surrender one of Yao Lin's guards. Only then did Yang Kai stop, so he had offended these great emperors. However, after thinking about it carefully, although he wanted to kill Yao Lin back then, he didn't really do it. Moreover, it was Yao Lin's fault in the end. As long as the great emperors of Serene Soul were reasonable, they would have no reason to blame him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go. After making up his mind, Yang Kai strode into the hall under the gaze of the two guards from the emperor realm. In the hall, Li Wuyi was talking to a woman in palace attire. The woman had a cold appearance, her hair was tied up high, and a light green dress set off her enchanting figure. Her breasts were high, and a silk belt was tied around her waist, making her slender waist look like it could be held with one hand. She was about 30 years old, and had boundless charm that could cause one's imagination to run wild. Behind the woman stood an old woman with white hair and turbid eyes, looking like she had one foot in the grave. But whether it was the woman or the old woman, they were both from the emperor realm, especially the cold woman whose cultivation had reached the third order emperor realm. Although the old woman was not in the third order, she was still in the second order. When Yang Kai arrived, the woman's cold face was filled with anxiety and annoyance. Obviously, she was a little impatient from waiting. When she spoke to Li Wuyi, she only said a few perfunctory words, obviously absent-minded. Seeing Yang Kai come in, the woman and the old woman turned to look at him at the same time. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was being pointed at by two sharp swords. Yang Kai frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know this woman and the old woman, but he could clearly feel hostility from them, and this hostility was directed at him. "What are you doing? I don't have any grudges with you, do I?" Yang Kai cursed silently. "Yang Kai is here." Li Wuyi stood up. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted, "Senior." Li Wuyi nodded and said with a solemn expression, "This is Madame Rong from Serene Soul Palace. Madame Rong wants to ask you about what you saw that day. You must answer truthfully. Madame Rong is also Yao Lin's biological mother." Yang Kai was surprised and looked at Madame Rong carefully. No wonder he felt that this woman was somewhat similar to Yao Lin. It turned out that they were mother and daughter. No wonder. But if she is Yao Lin's mother, then isn't she the wife or concubine of the Serene Soul Great Emperors? No wonder Li Wuyi wanted to accompany her in person. With such a powerful background as the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Spirit Beast Island obviously couldn't be neglected. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Madame Rong." Li Wuyi pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Madame Rong, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. When your daughter was kidnapped, he was nearby and can be considered an eyewitness. If you have any questions, just ask him." Madame Rong's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. It wasn't clear if she heard Li Wuyi's words, but she said lightly, "You are that Yang Kai?" What did she mean by, "I am that Yang Kai"? Yang Kai frowned. Could there be many Yang Kai in this world? He nodded and said, "Yes, I am that Yang Kai." Madame Rong continued to ask, "Did you see Lin Er being captured that day with your own eyes? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" There was no question in her words, but her tone was somewhat interrogative. Li Wuyi obviously heard it and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Madame Rong suspiciously. He felt that she seemed to have some hostility towards Yang Kai, but as far as he knew, this Madame Rong stayed in the Serene Soul Palace all year round. So how could she have any conflict with Yang Kai? Since she was being impolite, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be too enthusiastic. He said indifferently, "I have reported everything I saw that day to the Beast Warrior Master. I believe that the Beast Warrior Master has already sent a message to the Serene Soul Master. If Madame doesn't believe me, you can ask Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was also there at the time." Mo Xiaoqi nodded and said, "Yes, that was indeed Sister Yao Lin. She was captured by an old man in a black robe." With Mo Xiaoqi's confirmation, the last bit of hope in Madame Rong's heart disappeared. She could still doubt Yang Kai's words, but she couldn't doubt Mo Xiaoqi's words at all. Mo Xiaoqi and Yao Lin knew each other, so it was impossible for her to be mistaken. Combined with the current situation, it was clear that Yao Lin was really captured. After a moment of silence, Madame Rong looked at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. "Why didn't you save her?" Yang Kai looked up at her in surprise and asked, "How?" Madame Rong said angrily, "Do I need to teach you how to save people? Since Lin Er was captured, of course we had to get her back. Did you just watch that person take Lin Er away and do nothing?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "Madam, I'm afraid you don't know. The person who took action that day was a fake emperor." "So what if he was a fake emperor?" Madame Rong was a little hysterical. "A fake emperor is also a human. Can a fake emperor do anything to Lin Er? Can a fake emperor scare you away? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, are you blaming me? What the hell? This matter involved the Serene Soul Palace, so Yang Kai didn't have any objections when they came to question him. With Martial Beast's instructions, Yang Kai was prepared to cooperate. After all, it was just a simple situation at that time. Who knew that Madame Rong would be hostile to him as soon as they met, and now even accuse him of not saving people? Yang Kai really wanted to pry open her head and see if it was filled with water. Is this how the concubines of the great emperors of Serene Soul behave? How dare you? The old woman standing behind Madame Rong shouted at Yang Kai angrily. How dare you speak to Madame like this? Slap your mouth. Yang Kai blinked, his face full of confusion. It was one thing to run into a weirdo like Madame Rong, who could be explained as someone who loved her daughter and spoke without thinking. But what was with this old woman? Seeing him remain indifferent, the old woman became even more annoyed and shouted, Why haven't you acted yet? Her pair of turbid eyes flashed a terrifying light as she glared fiercely towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he looked at her and said, Are you telling me to slap myself? The old woman sneered. Since you like to play dumb, don't blame this old woman for bullying you. As soon as she finished speaking, her withered body flew up like a big bird and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's face. Emperor's chi surged in her palm, and it looked like she really wanted to slap Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. Respecting the old and loving the young is my virtue, but it's not something you can rely on. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to lower himself to the old woman's level. After all, she was already so old, and he didn't want to bully her. But since she had already slapped him, how could Yang Kai remain indifferent? His emperor's chi surged as he slapped forward. Li Wuyi held his forehead and sighed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought it was just a routine questioning, but who knew that after a few words, they would actually start fighting? As an outsider, he naturally knew who was right and who was wrong, and he was a little angry. After all, this was Spirit Beast Island. Even if Yang Kai wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he was still a friend of his young Mississippi. Even if you were from Serene Soul Palace, you should at least give some face, right? Slapping the young Mrs. Friend on Spirit Beast Island was a disgrace to Spirit Beast Island. So even if he had the ability to stop such a conflict, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He just wanted to teach the old woman a lesson and let her know who was the master here. Although the old woman was a second-order emperor realm master like Yang Kai, one had one foot in the grave, while the other was full of vigor. What's more, how could Yang Kai be an ordinary second-order emperor realm master? Even if he thought with his toes, Li Wuyi knew that the old woman was destined to suffer a big loss. Sure enough, the old woman's powerful strike was nothing more than an embroidered pillow in front of Yang Kai's counterattack. The moment the two palms collided, the old woman's expression suddenly changed. She only felt a surging force bombarding her. Her palm strike didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it was the other party's palm strike that enveloped her. With a crisp bang, the old woman somersaulted several times in the air before landing hard on the ground. Several of her teeth flew out. She struggled to stand up, but before she could get up, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly weakened greatly. She looked up at Yang Kai and said in disbelief, "You dare to attack me?" She spoke with a slight lisp. After all, she had lost several of her teeth. Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer and waved his hand. "You can try again." Madame Rong was also dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. It was only now that she came back to her senses and shouted angrily, "Boy, you're courting death." Although the old woman's relationship with her was that of master and servant, they were as close as mother and daughter. Seeing the old woman suffer a loss, Madame Rong, who already disliked Yang Kai, couldn't help but turn red. She no longer cared about her status, and immediately wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson to vent her anger for the old woman. As she circulated her emperor chi, a low shout rang out. "Enough!" Space seemed to freeze. Madame Rong felt as if several mountains were pressing down on her, and even her breathing was a little difficult. Her pretty face was gloomy as she turned her head to the side and gritted her teeth. "Li Wuyi, what are you doing?" Even if Li Wuyi didn't really attack, Just slightly circulating his space principles was enough to prevent her from retaliating. Li Wuyi stared at her with a sullen expression and said lightly, "This king just doesn't want to embarrass Madam too much. I hope Madam can behave herself." This short-sighted woman. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a minor realm higher than Yongkai? If I don't stop you, you might even be beaten up. Chapter 3363. It was fine if the old woman was beaten because she was too arrogant and rude, but Madame Rong was the woman of the serene soul great emperors. If she was really beaten by Yongkai on Spirit Beast Island, it would be fine on Spirit Beast Island, but Yongkai would be in trouble. He couldn't figure it out. Why would the serene soul great emperor send these two women to question him? Was there no one else in the serene soul palace? You dare to look down on this queen? Madame Rong's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Although Li Wuyi's words were vague, how could she not understand? Li Wuyi's words were clearly implying that she was inferior to Yongkai. Although she was a woman, she was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, while Yongkai was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master. How could she be inferior to him? Li Wuyi intervened just to protect the other party. Now I know why Yao Lin's character is so bad. It turns out that she has a mother like you. It would be strange if she had a good character. Yongkai coldly snorted. Now it seemed that Yao Lin and Madame Rong were not only similar in appearance, but also in character. Sure enough, a loving mother leads to a useless son. Madame Rong gritted her teeth and said, "It's not up to you to judge Lin Er's character." She turned to look at Li Wuyi and said, "Are you going to step aside or not?" Looking at her posture, she was determined to teach Yongkai a lesson. Li Wuyi lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "Not long ago, Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed. I'm sure Madam has heard about it." Madame Rong frowned, not knowing why Li Wuyi brought it up at this time. She said impatiently, "So what?" Li Wuyi continued, "I wonder if Madame Rong thinks she is stronger than Fu Bo and Su Changfeng?" Madame Rong quickly said, "What are you trying to say?" Li Wuyi sighed and stared deeply at her. This woman was really unreasonable and stupid. She was just a little good-looking, but he really didn't know how the great emperors of Serene Soul fell in love with her. If it was someone else who was a little smarter, how could they not guess what was going on? But she, on the other hand, still looked confused. Although the Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed by Ahan Temple, the root cause was that the masters of these two great forces had been wiped out, and the person who caused all this is standing right in front of you. You? Madame Rong hadn't reacted yet. She stared at Li Wuyi in amazement, wondering why Li Wuyi would attack the people of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. Could it be that those people had provoked him? On the contrary, the old woman's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. She glanced at Yongkai and hurriedly walked to Madame Rong's side, and whispered a few words. Madame Rong's expression changed, and she finally focused her attention on Yongkai. Does Madame still want to make a move? If so, please do as you wish, but this Li won't interfere with the consequences. Li Wuyi looked at her indifferently. Madame Rong looked conflicted, but in the end, she flicked her sleeves and said, "This Madame doesn't want to bully the weak." What a joke! Someone who could destroy so many great forces in the Emperor realm? She was afraid she wasn't his opponent. If she insisted on making a move, she would only suffer. She glared hatefully at Yongkai. This queen will remember today's matter. Boy, you're on your own now. Let's go. After saying this, he led the old woman away. Before the old woman left, she glared at Yongkai with resentment, as if she wanted to remember him forever. After all, she had never suffered such a big loss before, so she was naturally angry. Speaking of which, although she was old and only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, she had the backing of Serene Soul Palace and Madame Rong. In the Eastern Territory, anyone who saw her had to treat her with respect. She had never been slapped in the face before, let alone lose a few teeth. Inside the hall, Yongkai and Li Wuyi looked at each other, speechless. A few days ago, they knew that someone from Serene Soul Palace would come to ask questions, but no one expected things to develop like this. Li Wuyi smiled bitterly. What kind of conflict do you have with that Madame Rong? Yongkai shook his head. It's the first time we met, so there's no conflict. Li Wuyi asked curiously. Then why was she so hostile towards you when you just met her? If it weren't for this preconceived notion, this conversation wouldn't have become so tense. Although they couldn't get anything out of him, Yang Kai had already told Mo Huang everything he knew, and Mo Huang had also sent a message to Serene Soul Palace. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said thoughtfully, maybe it's because of Yao Lin. Back then, I had a conflict with Yao Lin, and almost killed her. She should have told this to Madame Rong, so Madame Rong is hostile towards me. After listening to his explanation, Li Wui nodded. That makes sense. Sigh, it's just a woman's view. Although Yang Kai had some conflicts with Yao Lin in the past, that was all in the past. Now that Yao Lin had been captured, if it had been anyone else, they would have asked about the situation carefully instead of showing off their domineering arrogance. However, since Madame Rong acted this way, it wasn't Yang Kai's fault. So what if the old woman hit him? The great emperors of Serene Soul Palace wouldn't stand up for an old woman. They should be tracking down Yao Lin's whereabouts at this moment. Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Beast Island mainly because he was waiting for the people from Serene Soul Palace to come. Now that the matter was over, it was time to go home. He went to see Mo Huang again and bid him farewell. Only then did he step onto the space array under the escort of Li Wui, Mo Xiaoqi, and Jiu Feng. Shuttling through the void, his vision blurred and he appeared in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciple guarding the array noticed the abnormality and turned his head to look. After seeing Yang Kai, he immediately saluted. At the same time, someone sent a message to Hua Qingxi to report. Hua Qingxi had specifically instructed him to inform her as soon as Yang Kai returned. It couldn't be helped. This master of the palace was really elusive and rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Moreover, he would be gone for several years or more. This time, it was still fine as he had only been gone for a little more than a year. The last time he went to the Lower Star Territory, he didn't show up for more than 10 years. Although Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she was still just a chief steward. There were many things that she needed to report to Yang Kai. It was Qiongqi's first time coming to the High Heaven Palace. However, he had learned that his young master had established a sect in the Northern Territory. Moreover, it was not small and there were many experts in the sect. Now that he had finally arrived, he naturally wanted to take a look around. After informing Yang Kai, Qiongqi put his hands behind his back and leisurely toured the peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai naturally let him be and returned to his High Heaven peak. After tidying up a little, he raised his hand and let the little fatty Yang Xiao out. The little brat complained as soon as he appeared. Adoptive father, why did you lock me up for so long? The dragon race was indeed a dragon race. Previously, with the treatment of Yang Kai and the two wood spirits, Yang Zhao's injuries had healed in 2 to 3 days. However, when Yang Kai was on Spirit Beast Island, he didn't let him out as he was afraid that he would cause trouble. It was only when he returned to the High Heaven Palace that he was allowed to see the light of day again. I am your adoptive father. I can do whatever I want to you. Why are you complaining so much? Yang Kai snorted. Yang Zhao's eyes turned, and he smiled apologetically. Adoptive father, please calm down. I was just saying. He looked around and asked, where is this place? The Northern Territory, the High Heaven Palace. Yang Xiao blinked, a blank look on his face. Yang Kai said again, the High Heaven Palace is my sect. You will live here in the future. Remember to be obedient and don't cause trouble. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. He looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, adoptive father, you said that the High Heaven Palace is your sect. Are you the palace master here? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this and jumped 3 feet high. Wahahaha, then isn't this young master the young palace master here? After saying this, his face lit up. Adoptive father, how many people are there in the High Heaven Palace? How strong are they? This kid's ability to adapt was quite strong. After learning that Yang Kai was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, he immediately added the word, High Heaven Palace in front of the name. Obviously, he treated this place as his home. Speaking of which, Yang Kai and he were as close as father and son. The High Heaven Palace was Yang Kai's home, so it was naturally his home as well. You will know in the future. Why are you asking so much? Young Kai reprimanded him with a straight face. After saying this, his expression changed and he looked outside. Hua Qingxi walked in with a worried expression. She glared at Yang Kai bitterly and bowed. Palace Master. Sister Hua. Yang Kai smiled. Hua Qingxi snorted and said, Palace Master, you are still willing to come back. Yang Kai sniffled and said, What are you saying? The High Heaven Palace is my home. How could I not come back? Hua Qingxi said, There were so many things to do with the Southern Territory's disciples' migration, but you just patted your butt and left. Now that everything has been settled, you actually came back. The Palace Master is really living a carefree life. Sister Hua is really envious. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed. Capable people are always busy. Also, I have something to take care of. Is there anything going on at the Orthodoxy Palace's branch sect? There are 3 Monster King guarding it. What could happen? What about the Northern Territory? Everything is normal. And that's good. Yang Kai laughed. It seems that our High Heaven Palace is thriving under Sister Hua's management. It doesn't make a difference whether I am here or not. Stop flattering me. I am going to say goodbye to you. Yang Kai was taken aback. Goodbye? Hua Qingxi sighed. And if I continue to work like this, I'm afraid this Sister Hua will become old in a few years. I don't want to become like that too early. Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. How could Yang Kai not know that she was just complaining to him, and not really saying goodbye? But then again, Sister Hua was really tired. She had to take care of the basic necessities of the 100,000 disciples, the distribution of cultivation resources, the trade with the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory, and now there were all kinds of trivial matters at the Orthodoxy Palace's branch sect. One person's energy was limited. After Hua Qingxi broke through to the First Order Emperor realm, her cultivation had not increased until now because she had to deal with too many things. How could she have time to cultivate? Chapter 3364. Right now, the management of the High Heaven Palace had not yet matured. The strength of the 6 Monster Kings was enough, but they were Monster Kings after all. It was impossible to let them manage the High Heaven Palace. If they really did that, it would definitely be a mess. Right now, in the entire High Heaven Palace, the only one who could help her was the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. Therefore, Hua Qingxi would probably have to maintain her current state for a long time. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt guilty. Hua Qingxi was also a cultivator. Naturally, she would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Right now, she was distracted by so many trivial matters. It was really his fault. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, a crisp voice came from the side. This beautiful big sister, what's your name? Hua Qingxi turned her head to look, only to discover that there was another person in the hall. It was a white and tender little fatty with an innocent face. His eyelashes were long, and his face was pink and tender, as if he was carved from gold. She immediately exclaimed and reached out a hand to pinch Yang Zhao's face. She giggled and said, Where did this little guy come from? Yang Zhao allowed her to pinch his face and smiled even more happily. Big sister, you're so beautiful. Sister Hua, don't be fooled by this stinking brat's innocence, Yang Kai shouted in his heart. Unfortunately, all women like to hear this kind of praise. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed wildly. She pointed at Yang Zhao and said, This little guy's mouth is really sweet. She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Who is he? Palace Master, where did you kidnap him from? Yang Zhao giggled and said, I'm father's son. Hua Qingxi's laughter suddenly stopped. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Yang Zhao, then looked at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see if there was anything in common between the two. However, no matter how she looked, there was nothing in common between the two. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. Foster father, foster son. Hua Qingxi exhaled and nodded. I was wondering why he had such a big child in just a year. It turns out that he's an adopted son. If this was really his biological child, then the matter would be blown up. The palace master had 4 wives, and he hadn't had any children with the 4 wives yet. If he went out and had a child with someone else, how could that be? Foster father is also father. Father will always be this child's father, Yang Xiao said solemnly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Hua Qingxi also said, this little guy really knows how to talk. What's his name? Yang Xiao. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. She wondered if this boy was really Yang Kai's biological son. Otherwise, how could they even have the same surname? If he was an adopted son, his surname shouldn't be Yang Kai. However, she didn't care about this matter. The one with a headache would only be Yang Kai. She pinched Yang Zhao's little face and said, good name. They all say that a tiger father won't have a dog son. Your foster father is a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements won't be too bad. Yang Xiao laughed and said, if foster father is a dragon among men, then I will become a real dragon. Hua Qingxi praised, good ambition. However, she didn't know that Yang Xiao was really a dragon race. If she knew, she wouldn't know how she would feel. Changing the topic, Hua Qingxi said, by the way, Palace Master, an old man has come to the palace. He has a ferocious look on his face, and has been wandering around the various peaks. The disciples have asked him who he is. It is said that he came back with you. Qiongqi, Yang Kai casually replied. Qiongqi. Hua Qingxi frowned. Such a strange name. Wait, Qiongqi? Hua Qingxi suddenly realized something. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, Palace Master, the Qiongqi you mentioned, is it a name or what? Yang Kai smiled. It's what you think. Oh no. Hua Qingxi's face changed. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Hua Qingxi's expression twitched. The disciples reported that the old man didn't look like a good person. I sent a message to Monster King Xie to take a look. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Yang Kai smiled. The Monster King lives in the savage, desolate ancient lands all year round. They should be able to recognize Qiongqi's aura when facing several Saint Venerables, right? As he spoke, he was a bit uncertain. Let's send a message to the Monster King. Hua Qingxi nodded and quickly took out a communication compass to contact Xie Wuwei. After a while, Hua Qingxi wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Monster King Xie is fine. Fine? Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Monster King Xie seemed to have said a few rude words, and then he was taught a lesson by Uncle Qiongqi. Now Lu Yan and the other two Monster Kings have heard the news and are rushing over. That old man really knows how to cause trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. On a lush mountain peak, Xie Wuwei stood awkwardly beside Qiongqi. Qiongqi had his hands behind his back and looked forward with interest. Before coming here, although he knew that the High Heaven Palace had a good foundation and that there were many experts, he didn't expect it to be this strong. There were 3 Monster King-level existences, and there were many others in the Emperor realm. However, these people were nothing in his eyes. What he really cared about was standing in front of him at this moment. There was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a fiery red dress. The aura of the Holy Spirit. This little girl actually had the aura of the Holy Spirit flowing on her body, and it was the aura of the Phoenix clan. There was actually a phoenix in the High Heaven Palace? Although Qiongqi was sure that if they really fought, this little girl in front of him definitely wouldn't be his opponent, both of their ages were obvious. He had been living in the era of the flowing time great emperors until now. And this girl was full of youthful vigor. Obviously, she hadn't reached her limit yet. A Phoenix clan, her future achievements would definitely be greater than his. Who are you? After looking at each other for a long time, Lu Yan opened her mouth and asked crisply. She also felt a strong pressure from this old guy in front of her. This was definitely one of the few strong enemies she had faced in her life. The last time she felt this kind of pressure was on Dragon Island. Qiongqi smiled slightly. Who is this little girl? Lu Yan's face darkened. I asked you first. Qiongqi laughed. You have to ask first? Xie Wuwei said. Miss Lu Yan, this is Qiongqi. I heard that he came back with the palace master. Qiongqi proudly clasped his hands behind his back. He originally wanted to see Lu Yan's reaction after hearing his name, but in the next instant he saw Lu Yan's face blossom with a light of surprise. Master is back? Xie Wuwei nodded and said. The disciple guarding the spatial formation said that he saw the palace master. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Yan turned into a flame and disappeared from everyone's sight. Qiongqi's mouth twitched. He stared at Lu Yan's back and asked, "The master that little girl mentioned, is the palace master here, Yang Kai?" Xie Wuwei nodded and said, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Qiongqi's expression was very interesting. He thought to himself, what problem can there be? That guy is also my young master. He originally thought that it was really embarrassing for a dignified holy spirit to be forced to serve him as master, but now it seemed that the Phoenix clan called him master. So what was the point of him calling him young master? Moreover, many of the dragons on the Dragon Island were also very fond of him. He even had the dragon lady and adopted a dragon as his son. Compared to the dragons and phoenixes, a Qiongqi like him was really nothing. Lu Yan entered the palace and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Master." Yang Kai nodded at her. "Lu Yan is here." I heard that you came back, so I came over." Lu Yan smiled sweetly and walked to Yang Kai's side and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and asked, "Did you see Qiongqi?" Lu Yan nodded and said, "I saw him." "Did anything happen over there?" "No, it was just a small conflict. Since he was brought back by Master, then there's no problem." As she spoke, she suddenly sensed something and turned around, only to see Yang Xiao looking at her with wide eyes. They looked at each other, and Yang Xiao grinned at her. She couldn't help but frown. "Who are you?" "Me? My name is Yang Xiao, Soaring Heavens." Yang Xiao quickly explained. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is my adopted son. He will live in High Heaven Palace from now on. Xiao, or this is Lu Yan, you can call her." Before she could finish, Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. Xiao greets big sister Lu Yan. He really has a sweet mouth. He calls everyone big sister, and is humble and polite. He has a good upbringing. The corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up as she nodded lightly, ignoring Yang Xiao as she snuggled up to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai didn't leave for long, there were so many people in the High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi naturally had a lot to report. In the hall, Hua Qingxi continued to talk, and Yang Kai asked a few questions from time to time. Gradually, he figured out the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Lu Yan, take Xiao out for a walk. He will live here in the future. Let him familiarize himself with the environment first." The main reason was that Yang Xiao seemed to be very interested in Lu Yan. He kept walking around Lu Yan, looking for things to talk about, which distracted him a little. Yang Kai guessed that the little guy hadn't seen a child of his age since he was born, so he was very interested in Lu Yan. "Okay." Lu Yan nodded and waved to Yang Xiao. "Come with me." Yang Xiao immediately followed, smiling from ear to ear. Outside the hall, Yang Xiao followed Lu Yan like a tail and asked sweetly, "Big sister Lu Yan, where are we going now?" Lu Yan tilted her head and looked at him, revealing a faint smile. "I'll take you around." Okay. Yang Xiao kept nodding. Obviously, he didn't have any objections. Just as Yang Kai thought, he really hadn't met a child of his age since he was born. Now that he suddenly met one, he naturally wanted to get close to the other party. Yang Xiao followed Lu Yan to tour the mountains and rivers all the way. He felt that this place was much more fun than the Dragon Island. Not to mention the excitement, he also had a playmate to accompany him. He thought that it was a wise choice to follow his adoptive father. Chapter 3365. The only thing that made Yang Xiao a little dissatisfied was that this big sister Lu Yan seemed to be relatively taciturn. Even if he asked her 10 questions, he would only occasionally hear an answer. The rest of the time, he was basically ignored. In a valley full of blooming flowers, Lu Yan suddenly stopped. Yang Xiao also hurriedly stopped, and turned his head to look at her. His eyes gradually bloomed with surprise. The valley scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. In the place full of blooming flowers, Lu Yan stood charmingly, like the most beautiful flower, making the whole world lose its brilliance. As the wind blew, thousands of white butterflies fluttered and turned into colorful light waves, making Lu Yan look more and more like a fairy in the world. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, he really understood the meaning of the word beautiful. Suddenly Lu Yan tilted her head and looked at him, saying lightly, "Now you should run away." Yang Xiao was looking at her in a daze. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Why should I run away?" Lu Yan slowly raised a hand and stretched out her index finger. With a whoosh, a flame bloomed on her fingertip. She said softly, "Because I will burn you with this thing." Yang Xiao was a little dumbfounded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Sister Lu Yan, why do you want to burn me? Did I do something wrong?" Lu Yan didn't answer, and just smiled at him. Then, under Yang Xiao's incredulous gaze, she gently pointed forward with her index finger. The flame on her fingertip suddenly turned into a fire snake, as if it had a life of its own and wrapped around Yang Xiao. It happened so suddenly. Although Lu Yan had warned him, Yang Xiao didn't dare to believe that she would really burn him with fire. It wasn't until the fire snake came to his face that he woke up from a dream. He moved his body and rushed back more than 100 feet, shouting, "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you, did I? Why did you burn me with fire for no reason?" Yang Xiao even suspected that there was something wrong with Lu Yan's sister's brain. Lu Yan remained silent, still standing there elegantly, but with a single thought. The fire snake flew out and chased after Yang Xiao like it was an extension of her body. Yang Xiao's face changed as the heat wave hit him in the face. Although he felt that the fire snake did not have the power to kill him, if he was really burned, it would definitely not feel good. Although he hadn't been born for long and hadn't cultivated seriously, he was still a dragon after all, so he was able to dodge with great agility. For a time, the fire snake couldn't do anything to him. Although the fire serpents were ferocious, under Lu Yan's control, they didn't hurt the plants at all. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yan had precise control over the flames. Yang Xiao shouted as he dodged, "Sister Lu Yan, what are you doing? Quickly stop." Lu Yan did not pay attention to him. With a devilish smile on her face, she controlled the fire snake to chase after Yang Xiao. After a few times, Yang Xiao was infuriated. He cursed, "Crazy woman, are you crazy? We don't have any enmity between us." To a large extent, he inherited Yang Kai's character. Being teased by Lu Yan like this, he naturally became angry and became bold, so he spoke without thinking. "What did you call me?" Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a pair of big eyes filled with cold air. Even her voice seemed to suddenly become the north wind blowing in the cold winter, which made Yang Xiao's hair stand on end when he heard it. "Crazy woman?" Lu Yan asked and answered herself. Suddenly, she nervously chuckled twice. Yang Xiao shouted in his heart. How could he dare to stay here? He saw an opportunity and flew to the side. Although he was a true dragon, he was born too recently. How could he be Lu Yan's opponent? The fire snake suddenly split and turned into a fire net to envelop him. Caught off guard, Yang Xiao was caught head-on by the fire net. Immediately, he screamed miserably and smoke rose from his body. The fire net was extremely hot. Although it did not have any lethality, it was still very uncomfortable to be burned by it. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded. Yang Xiao's body flashed with white light, and the dragon's breath filled the air, shattering the fire net. He flew away without looking back. He felt wronged. That sister Lu Yan is definitely crazy. I didn't provoke her, and I even politely called her, but she was actually willing to kill me. What kind of people are following foster father? I must run back, and then expose this woman's true face in front of foster father. Foster father must be careful in the future. Run as fast as you can. I told you to run just now, but you didn't listen. Suddenly, a light voice came to his ears. Yang Xiao's little face suddenly turned green. He turned his head stiffly and saw the devil-like Lu Yan running side by side. She was obviously doing vicious things, but there was still a happy smile on her face, as if doing this could make her happy. This guy is really crazy. Ah! Yang Xiao screamed in horror. There was no longer any good impression of Lu Yan in his heart. All that was left was a strong fear. He just wanted to get as far away from her as possible. It would be best if they never met again in this life. While chasing and escaping, the two of them ran as fast as lightning, causing the disciples of the peaks to click their tongues in amazement. Yang Xiao asked for help, but the disciples of the peaks did not recognize him. When they saw that it was Lu Yan who was chasing him, how could they care about him? They only thought that this little fatty sneaked into the High Heaven Palace with bad intentions. From time to time, Lu Yin would release a fire snake. The fire snake was not enough to kill or even hurt people. It was just that the high temperature was unbearable. Yang Xiao was tortured to tears. He secretly hated that this crazy woman attacked at just the right time. Otherwise, he would have been injured and could have complained to foster father. He also wanted to escape back to Yangkai, but he was chased by Lu Yin all the way. How could he recognize the way back? The High Heaven Palace covered a vast area. He ran and ran and ran, and did not know where he ran to. In accordance with the principle that a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him, Yang Xiao begged for mercy. Lu Yin turned a deaf ear to him, making him extremely sad and angry. They rushed all the way into a spiritual mountain, startling countless people in the mountain. In the end, they attracted the attention of a charming woman. Beside the woman was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was about 3 or 4 years old, about the same age as Yang Xiao. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The woman held the little girl's hand and walked out of a stilt house. At a glance, she saw the scene of Lu Yin chasing Yang Xiao. She immediately asked in surprise. Yang Xiao rushed straight to the woman as if he had seen his savior. With snot and tears, he said, "Help, someone wants to kill me." Hearing this, the woman looked over and suddenly felt pain in her heart. The little fatty was in a very sorry state at the moment. His whole body was burnt black, and his hair was messy. He looked like a little beggar on the street. Behind him was a cold Lu Yan, and fire snakes were lingering around Lu Yan. Perhaps because the little fatty in front of her was about the same age as her daughter, the woman's motherly instinct was aroused. She protected him behind her and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, no one wants to kill you." She also saw that Lu Yin did not have any killing intent. She probably just wanted this little fatty to suffer a little. Otherwise, with Lu Yan's ability, how could this little brat still be alive? Looking at Lu Yan with some confusion, she asked, "What's going on?" Facing this woman whose cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, Lu Yan behaved humbly and politely. She immediately withdrew her fire snakes and bowed gracefully. "Greetings, madam." In the entire High Heaven Palace, there was only one woman who could receive such courtesy from her, and that was Yang Kai's mother, Dong Suju. When Dong Suju was in Hung Luo Starfield, she was only an origin king, but after coming to the star boundary, with the support of the huge resources of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally broke through to the Dao source realm easily. With the improvement of her realm, she also became much younger. Now, she looked only 26 or 27 years old, and standing next to Yang Kai, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were siblings. Dong Suju was here, and the little girl she was holding was naturally Yang Shui, who had just been born a few years ago. The little girl was too young and had not yet begun to cultivate, but she was currently tempering her body. When the age was right, she would choose a secret art and begin to cultivate. With the huge background of the High Heaven Palace, her future achievements would not be bad. What did this little guy do wrong? Dong Suju looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan said lightly, "Nothing serious, he just said the wrong thing." Yang Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction and poked his head out from behind Dong Suju and shouted, "What did I say wrong?" Lu Yan glanced over, and Yang Xiao suddenly shivered and quickly shrank his head back. He was really afraid of this guy, who would burn people as soon as they met. Was it just because he said the wrong thing? But after thinking about it, he felt that he did not say anything wrong. Dong Suju rebuked, "Children always make mistakes. Just scold them a little, and it will be fine. Look at how pitiful they are. If their parents see this, they will feel distressed." Putting herself in his shoes, if Yang Kai or Yang Shui were tortured like this, she would definitely not be able to accept it. Lu Yan lowered his head and said obediently, "Yes." Dong Suju squatted down and, regardless of the dirt on the little fatty's face, used her sleeve to wipe his face. Suddenly, a tender little face was revealed, causing her to smile happily. "Little guy, you're quite good-looking. Where are your parents?" She thought this little fatty was from one of the spiritual peaks. Although most of the people in the High Heaven Palace came from the territory of the lower plains, there were too many of them. It was impossible for Dong Suju to know every single one of them. It was reasonable for such a little guy to be from one of the spiritual peaks. My parents are in a place very far away. Finally, Yang Xiao knew that he couldn't easily reveal his background, so he gave a vague answer. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He actually missed his parents a little. The main reason was that he was scared of being tortured by Lu Yan. If he stayed on the Dragon Island, he would definitely be doted on by everyone. How could he be chased to the heavens and have no door to enter the earth? Dong Suju misunderstood and quickly stopped this topic. She changed the topic and asked, "What is your name?" Yang Xiao sniffed and replied miserably, "My name is Yang Xiao, the sky of the 9 heavens." Chapter 3366. Dong Suju was amused when she heard this. "Yang Xiao, what a good name. You have the same surname as my son." Yang Xiao asked in surprise, "Your son's surname is also Yang?" "That's right, my son's name is Yang Kai. He is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Since you are a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, you should know about him, right?" Dong Suju proudly introduced him. Although every time she saw Yang Kai, she would grumble a little, but in her heart, she was very proud of Yang Kai. He came to the star boundary alone, and worked hard to build such a huge foundation like the High Heaven Palace. He even returned to the Hung Luo star field, and brought a large group of people here, letting 100,000 people enjoy the shade of his shadow. Such an achievement, not to mention that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. Yang Zhao's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. What? Did he hear wrongly? This woman was actually his adoptive father's mother? If it was just the same name, then it was fine, but the key was how many palace masters there were in the High Heaven Palace. No wonder that demon-like crazy woman was so polite to this woman, so that was the reason. "What's wrong?" Dong Suju observed his expression and looked at him curiously. She felt that there was something wrong with the little fatty in front of her. Yang Xiao hurriedly tidied up his clothes and casually wiped his face. He took a few steps back and respectfully bowed to Dong Suju, saying solemnly, "Grandson Yang Xiao greets grandmother." This time, it was Dong Suju's turn to be dumbfounded. Even Yang Shui, who was standing at the side, blinked her big eyes and looked at Yang Xiao in amazement. After a while, Dong Suju chuckled and rubbed Yang Xiao's head, saying, "Little guy, what are you shouting for?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "I didn't call you that. You are my grandmother. The palace master of the High Heaven Palace that you mentioned just now is my father." Dong Suju couldn't laugh anymore. Her expression twitched slightly. Yang Shui also showed a shocked expression. The little girl was young, but her mind was very agile. How could she not understand the meaning of these words? "What's going on?" Dong Suju turned his head and looked at Lu Yan. His divine sense surged as he quietly transmitted his voice. Is what he said true? His son actually had a son, but he didn't know about it. At this moment, Dong Suju was furious, but he couldn't show it in front of Yang Xiao, so he could only ask Lu Yan in private. "Master said he's an adopted son." Lu Yan replied. "He also brought him back from outside this time." "Adopted son?" Dong Suju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought he was outside." Although Dong Suju also hoped that Yang Kai could find a few more wives and give her a few grandchildren or something. The 4 of them hadn't made any moves yet. If they really had a son outside, the 4 of them would be in chaos. Since it was an adopted son, there was no problem. Suddenly, Dong Suju seemed to think of something. He turned around and rushed into the stilted house and disappeared. Yang Xiao was confused. There were only 3 little figures left. They looked at each other. After what happened just now, Yang Xiao was really afraid of Lu Yan. He could only look at Yang Shui and give her a flattering smile. Yang Shui put one hand on her waist and said in a childish voice, "Are you Big Brother's son?" Big Brother? Yang Xiao was stunned and immediately understood. "Oh, you are foster father's sister, right?" "Humph." Yang Shui snorted childish syllables. "You are Big Brother's son and I am his sister. Then what should you call me?" "Call you what?" Yang Xiao looked confused. "How would I know what you should call me? Hurry up and call me something nice. I have something good for you." Yang Shui's pair of big eyes lit up. Yang Xiao couldn't help but twitch. He always felt that there was no normal person around his age in the High Heaven Palace. Lu Yan was like this. And so was the sister of foster father in front of him. When he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a heat wave in front of him. When he looked carefully, he saw a fire snake floating in front of him, quietly staring at him. You want to burn me again? Yang Xiao was shocked. Lu Yan walked towards him step by step with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice was incomparably gentle. Think carefully. What should you call her? Yang Xiao scratched his ears and cheeks and looked at the stilt house for help. Unfortunately, his grandmother master had just entered and didn't come out. He wanted to run away, but he knew that he couldn't escape from Lu Yan's evil clutches. He could only painstakingly think. Finally, a light flashed in his mind. He looked at Yang Shui excitedly and said, Aunt. Yang Shui blinked her big eyes and turned to look at Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded slightly, indicating that he was right. Yang Shui immediately clapped and said, Haha, correct. Tell me, what reward do you want? Yang Xiao said weakly, I don't want any reward. I just want to go back to foster father's side. The outside world is too dangerous. Foster father, where are you? That won't do. Yang Shui shook her small head, her two braids swinging back and forth. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she walked to Yang Zhao's side, stood on tiptoe, and reached out her small hand to rub Yang Zhao's head. Her mouth was still softly muttering, Yang Xiao is good, Yang Xiao is good, Yang Xiao is the best. The corners of Yang Zhao's mouth twitched as he looked at her. The little girl in front of him was not even as tall as him, but she dared to rub his head. He was a member of the dragon race. Who dared to rub his head? But thinking about it carefully, who told her to be his foster father's sister? His seniority was indeed lower than hers. He could only accept his fate. He smiled bitterly and said, This is the reward. Yang Shui nodded seriously. Yes, mother always rewards Shui like this. Aha! Yang Zhao's temper was almost gone. Auntie, you're really easy to satisfy. Yang Shui snorted and said angrily, You should be happy. Yes, 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 I'm very happy. Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Lu Yan smiled from the side and said, Do you know what you said wrong now? As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He swallowed his saliva and said, What did I say wrong? Lu Yan didn't answer. She just stared at him quietly. Yang Xiao had a bad feeling. He faintly felt that he had reached a critical moment. He realized that if he couldn't answer or if his answer didn't satisfy Lu Yan, his future would be very difficult. He immediately racked his brain, but he couldn't think of what he said wrong. He could only look at Lu Yan pitifully. Can you give me a hint? The corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up as she looked at Yang Shui and said, Shui or call me. Yang Shui immediately said crisply, Sister Lu Yan. Do you understand now? Lu Yan continued to look at Yang Xiao. Yes, yes. Yang Xiao nodded fiercely, but he was roaring in his heart. What do I understand? I call you Sister Lu Yan. Why do you want me to be burned by your fire? Wait. Yang Xiao suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at Lu Yan timidly, and then carefully and tentatively said, Lu Yan. Aunt? Lu Yan's face immediately bloomed with a smile like a spring breeze. She said to Yang Xiao, From now on I'm your elder aunt and Shui, or is your younger aunt? Do you remember? Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. So that's what it was. It turned out that it was only because he called her elder aunt incorrectly at the beginning that he was chased by her fire. If that's the case, why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you have to let me understand it myself? How could I understand this kind of thing by myself? Yang Xiao was so angry that he wanted to bang his head on the ground and die. Yang Shui clapped her hands and said, Yes, yes, I'm your younger aunt, and Sister Lu Yan is your elder aunt. We're family. Only a ghost would want to be your family. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the stilt house. Yang Xiao turned his head and saw Dong Suju and a middle-aged man walking over. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to his adoptive father. Then, thinking of the intimate manner between him and Dong Suju, Yang Xiao immediately realized that this man was most likely his adoptive father. Fourth Master Yang was cultivating when he heard Dong Suju run over to him, as if he was reporting good news. He was surprised that his son had adopted a white and chubby little boy. Naturally, He came out to see what was going on. Looking carefully, he found that it was indeed as Dong Suju said. The little boy's appearance was not bad, but he was a bit embarrassed. After looking at him for a while, he nodded and said, "Is this the child? Young Xiao?" "Yes, that's him. He said that he came back with our son this time." Dong Suju nodded. Fourth Master Yang smiled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Young Xiao bowed to the ground and said, "Greetings to Grandfather, Master." This call of grandfather greatly comforted the fourth Master Yang. Although he was not his biological grandson, he was so sensible at such a young age. It could be seen that his upbringing was indeed good. He quickly raised his hand and said, stand up, let me take a good look at you." Yang Xiao immediately straightened his posture and stood there meticulously, letting the fourth Master Yang examine him carefully. Fourth Master Yang smiled and nodded. Not bad. Child, since you're ninth master's adopted son, why are you also surnamed Yang? Could it be that your family also has this surname? Yang Xiao respectfully replied, "I was only able to be born because of Godfather's help, so I asked Godfather to give me a name as soon as I was born. That's why I took on Godfather's surname." Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, "Then your parents don't have any objections?" Yang Xiao smiled. "No objections. That's good." Fourth Master Yang smiled and nodded. Suddenly his eyes widened. "You were born not long ago? Child, how old are you this year?" Yang Xiao said shyly, "I was born in January or February." January or February? Dong Suju and fourth Master Yang were stunned. Lu Yan said, "He's not human. He seems to be of the dragon race." As a holy spirit, Lu Yan could naturally feel the dragon breath on Yang Xiao. Dragon race. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were shocked. As far as they knew, Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a dragon race girl. Last time he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island as well. This time he came back with the adopted son of the dragon race who also had the surname Yang. Could it be? "Where's the little brat?" Dong Suju asked with a straight face. Lu Yan said, "He's talking to the head chief." Dong Suju scoffed. "Tell him to come see me immediately." Chapter 3367. After being summoned, Yang Kai naturally hurriedly ran to the spirit peak where his parents lived to greet them. After much persuasion, he finally dispelled their misunderstanding and let them know that Yang Xiao was really just his adopted son, not his biological son. Dong Suju's expression became much better, and she earnestly advised, "Old Nine, you're not young anymore. Now that you've established a firm foothold in the astral boundary, if you really want to have a child, Mother won't oppose it. In fact, I'm very supportive of it, but you can't mess around outside. There are 4 girls at home. You can have a child with any of them, understand?" I know, I won't mess around." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. When he said this, he couldn't help but think of Ji Yao, and inexplicably feel guilty. Dong Suju saw that he was being perfunctory and couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. I see that you don't have this idea in the short term. You've been running around outside all year round, and it's not suitable for Xiao, or to follow you all the time. Let him live with me, and he can accompany Shui. What do you think?" Yang Kai heard this and thought for a moment, then nodded. "That's fine." With his mother taking care of Yang Xiao, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. However, he had to ask for Yang Xiao's opinion on this matter. If he didn't agree, then there was nothing he could do. He called Yang Xiao in and told him about this matter. Yang Xiao naturally didn't have any objections, and immediately agreed. He could see that if he stayed with his grandmother, he could enjoy her protection, but if he followed Yang Kai, then he might be tortured by Lu Yan's eldest aunt. She was simply a demon, and if she didn't agree with him, she would burn him with fire. Yang Kai was very surprised by this, and thought that it was difficult to understand a child's mind. After this matter was settled, Yang Xiao stayed with Dong Suju. Whether it was the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, or the Orthodoxy Palace in the Southern Territory, they were all peaceful recently. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out for a short time after returning this time. He was ready to go into seclusion and digest the harvest of the past few days. Since he came back from the astral boundary, he had been running around nonstop and didn't have much time to cultivate. On the path of a cultivator, He had to cut through all obstacles and bravely move forward. It was rare for him to have free time, so he naturally couldn't waste it. But before that, there were still some trivial matters to deal with. At the very least, he had to ask about his women. Yang Kai first went to Spirit Pill Peak to find Xia Ningchang, and accompanied her for a day and a night, which made Jiying very unhappy. Xia Ningchang was now the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Although they didn't have the status of master and disciple, Jiying was the one who taught her. Xia Ningchang's talent in alchemy was praised by the wondrous pill great emperors. They once said that if she had the opportunity, her future achievements would definitely not be lower than Jiying's. This was the second of the wondrous pill great emperors. Yang Kai came to waste Xia Ningchang's time, so it would be strange if Jiying was happy. Although he usually got along well with Yang Kai, when it came to the future achievements of his little junior sister, Jiying didn't dare to be careless. He was afraid that he would fail to live up to Xia Ningchang's talent. After Xia Ningchang, it was Shui Yu's turn to accompany her for a day and a night. Then he casually set off to Ice Heart Valley to find Su Yan and dual cultivate with her. Before leaving, he couldn't help but sneak around with Ji Yao, which was quite exciting. Returning to High Heaven Palace and standing in front of the space array, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but in the end he sighed and decided not to go to the ancient wild lands. If he really went to find that dragon lady again, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. For the first time, he discovered that having more women wasn't necessarily a good thing. From today onwards, he announced that he would enter secluded retreat, and was not to be disturbed unless something major happened. Inside High Heaven Peak's palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large number of high-rank source crystals were scattered around. Circulating his emperor chi, the high-rank source crystals exploded one by one, and the world energy stored inside them dissipated, turning the entire room into a sea of world energy in an instant. As source crystals were constantly thrown out, world energy filled the room. The world energy in the room gradually turned into a mist, so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Only then did Yang Kai silently circulate his secret art, cultivating while comprehending the various gains he had gained from Dragon Island. In the Dragon Temple, the dragon souls of the dragon race's great elders had imparted many dragon race secret techniques to him. Each secret technique had great power and had their own uses. However, even though Yang Kai had obtained these secret techniques, if he wanted to use them, he would need to have his own understanding and comprehension of each secret technique. This wasn't something that could be done overnight, and it required constant experimentation and experimentation. Spring passed and autumn came, and flowers bloomed and withered. When one's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, it was common for them to enter secluded retreat for a few years, or even 100 years, not to mention that Yang Kai had already reached the second-order Emperor realm. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need the accumulation of time. During this period, he would occasionally come out of seclusion to check on the situation in the High Heaven Palace, and see if anything major had happened. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi, so everything was in order, giving him enough time to improve his cultivation and strength. One day, 2 years later, Yang Kai, who was swallowing world energy like a whale, suddenly frowned. He took a deep breath, slowly stopped cultivating, and opened the barrier around the room. Hua Qingxi quickly walked in from outside and cupped his fists. "Palace Master, what's the matter?" Before he entered seclusion, he had ordered that no one should disturb him unless there was something major. Now that Hua Qingxi had triggered the barrier outside, it was obvious that something had happened. "Someone from the Southern Territory has come, saying that they have an urgent matter to discuss with Palace Master." "Who?" "Elder Gao Shueting and Elder Xiao Yuyang of Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai was surprised. They came together? If Gao Shueting came to look for him, Yang Kai might not be too surprised. After all, he was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. What was Xiao Yuyang doing here? Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded slightly with a complicated look on her face. Speaking of which, she was originally a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her master was one of the elders of Star Soul Palace. However, her master, Tan Junhao, was not very reliable. For his own interests, he could even sacrifice his disciple. In the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. Since then, Hua Qingxi left Star Soul Palace and joined the High Heaven Palace. Now that she saw Xiao Yuyang as the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Did he say anything? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. He didn't say anything, but it seems that the situation is not good. Invite them to the main hall. I will come later, Yang Kai ordered. Hua Qingxi accepted the order and left. Yang Kai sat on the ground and rubbed his chin for a while. He couldn't figure out the purpose of these two people's visit, so he simply got up and went to meet them directly. Inside the main hall, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yuyang were sitting and standing. Gao Shueting's expression was cold and indifferent, but Xiao Yuyang's expression was a little anxious, looking up from time to time to see if Yang Kai had come. It was difficult to see such a situation on someone of his cultivation. After all, Xiao Yuyang was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and was one of the elders of the Southern Territories Overlord sect. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, he would not bat an eyelid. Seeing him so anxious showed that the situation was not optimistic. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not make them wait long, and came to the main hall after a little tidying up. Seeing him appear, Gao Shueting just nodded lightly, but Xiao Yuyang hurriedly greeted him. Yang Kai. Elder Xiao. Yang Kai cupped his fists and nodded to Gao Shueting as a greeting before asking, "What is the matter with the two of you coming to my High Heaven Palace?" Xiao Yuyang got straight to the point and said, "Please save someone." "Oh." Kai Yang furrowed his brow, thinking that it couldn't have been that little brat Xiao Chun who had met with an accident. If that smelly brat really had met with an accident, then Kai Yang wouldn't necessarily be in the mood to save him. That little brat had always disliked him, so of course Kai Yang also disliked him. However, since Xiao Yuyang had personally come forward, shouldn't he give him some face? Just as he was thinking this, he heard Xiao Yuyang say, "Princess Lan Sun." Yang Kai was startled. "What happened to Princess Lan Sun?" Xiao Yuyang said with a gloomy expression, "Princess Lan Sun has been captured." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and looked at Xiao Yuyang with a strange expression, as if he had not heard wrong. He then turned to look at Gao Shueting and saw her nod at him. Only then did he know that Xiao Yuyang was telling the truth. Lan Sun had been captured? Who would be so bold as to capture Lan Sun? She was the pearl of the great emperors Mingyu, and Lan Sun's cultivation was not low either. She had broken through to the emperor realm a long time ago, and although she was only a first order, she seemed to have inherited the special physique of the great emperors Mingyu. Her true combat power was not something a first-order Emperor Realm cultivator could compare to. She definitely had a life-saving artifact given to her by the great emperors Mingyu. If someone wanted to capture her, they would need to be at least a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator. Which guy ate the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped as he remembered something from 2 years ago. This sounds familiar. How could it be so coincidental? Faintly, Yang Kai smelled an ominous aura and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you know who did it?" Xiao Yuyang said with a solemn expression, "I have some guesses, but I'm not sure." Yang Kai said, "Since you have some guesses, then just do it. What about the great emperors? Lan Sun was captured, so the great emperors can't just sit back and do nothing, right? Why are you looking for me for this?" Although he was strong, he was still just a second-order Emperor Realm cultivator. Star Soul Palace was a big place. Not to mention the great emperors, they even had several third-order emperors, so it was impossible to rule out the existence of a hidden fake emperor. Yang Kai could not figure out why Xiao Yuyang wanted to go so far away. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you still remember what happened at Orthodoxy Temple?" Yang Kai said, "Of course I don't forget. It happened 3 years ago, so how could he not remember? But why bring it up all of a sudden?" Xiao Yuyang said, "What happened at Orthodoxy Temple back then could be said to be related to the safety of the entire Southern Territory. Logically speaking, the great emperors should have appeared, but in the end, the great emperors did not appear. Do you know why?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also found it strange. He had also found it strange back then. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple was so big, but the great emperors did not appear. Only a few elders from Star Soul Palace came to deal with it, which was obviously somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 3368. At that time, what Xiao Yuyang said was that the great emperors had already set off for Orthodoxy Temple, but after hearing that the matter had been resolved halfway, they returned home. No one questioned this statement, but now it seemed that the truth was not so. At that time, Princess Lan Xun had already disappeared. The great emperors have been tracking down the princess whereabouts, so the great emperors have no idea what happened in Orthodoxy Temple. Xiao Yuyang explained with a heavy expression. Princess Lan Xun disappeared at that time? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering why he hadn't seen Lan Xun at the Southern Territories martial meet. Although it was a little strange at the time, he didn't think much about it, but now he understood the reason and frowned. So the great emperors have not been in Star Soul Palace for the past few years? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the great emperors not to have heard about Orthodoxy Temple after so long. Yes. Xiao Yuyang nodded. Her Highness the Princess is the only relative of the great emperors, so naturally, the great emperors are anxious about her disappearance, so they have been tracking down clues. This matter can only be done in secret and cannot be announced to the public. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The daughter of the great emperors had been captured, so if they searched for her openly, it would give someone an opportunity to take advantage of the situation or anger the person who had captured her. If Lan Xun was killed to silence her, it would be over. It wasn't until a year ago that Star Soul Palace received a message from the great emperors, but the message was incomplete. It seemed that the great emperors had sent it back in a hurry, or it had been interfered with. We followed the map and found a suspicious place, but we couldn't enter. Why? Yang Kai asked curiously. Star Soul Palace's masters had all been dispatched, so where in this world could they not enter? It seems to be an independent world, and no one can enter without the corresponding method to open it. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. So you came to me. Xiao Yuyang sighed. You are proficient in space principles, so maybe you have a way to enter. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. If that place was really an independent world, then finding him was definitely the best and only way. Where are the great emperors now? Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Yuyang slowly shook his head. After sending that message, the great emperors have not responded. Yang Kai was shocked. Even the great emperors did not respond? Could it be that the odds were against him? But that was impossible. Who in this world could threaten the great emperors? But if he used Lan Xun to threaten him? Yang Kai shook his head secretly. He was not sure if the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire would surrender, because of their love for their daughter, if they were really threatened by Lan Xun. The key was, who could catch him? This matter was a little too big. As if seeing through his thoughts, Xiao Yuyang said, the great emperor's divine technique is vast, so you don't need to worry too much. The lack of response may be due to some delay. Or perhaps he has already entered that independent world. Yang Kai, I heard that you have a good personal relationship with Her Highness, so this time, I must ask you to help her. At the very least, you must open that world and let my Star Soul Palace's people go in and search. Yang Kai nodded. I also owe Her Highness a debt of gratitude. Since she is in trouble, I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang was overjoyed. He was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but now it seemed that he was a warm-hearted person. But there is one thing I am curious about. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Speak. Perhaps because Yang Kai readily agreed, Xiao Yuyang's attitude towards him became much more cordial. As Elder Xiao said, Her Highness disappeared 3 years ago. The great emperors also began to investigate 3 years ago and sent back a message a year ago. Why did you only come to find me now? It was not a secret that he could arrange space arrays in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace were connected by space arrays, so there was no reason for it to take a year. Xiao Yuyang sighed. You may not know, but that place is very far from the Southern Territory. Even if we flew, it would take at least half a year. Half a year? Yang Kai's expression changed. In another territory. Western Territory. Xiao Yuyang said solemnly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So that place was in the Western Territory. It would indeed take a lot of time to go back and forth. No wonder it took a year to find him. Speaking of the Western Territory, Yang Kai had some resentment. When he returned from the reincarnation world, he had been to the Western Territory and met the little girl Lin Yun. They had caused a big ruckus in a big sect in the Western Territory. Later, he arranged a space array to take her back to the High Heaven Palace. But who knew that the space array would be destroyed at the critical moment, causing him to be the only one to return while Lin Yun was left behind in the Western Territory. Although Yang Kai did not see the person who did it, he felt that it should be the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If not for this, it would have been convenient to go to the Western Territory. Now if he wanted to go there, he would have to fly, which would waste a lot of time. There's no time to lose. Yang Kai, if you don't have anything else to deal with, let's go now, Xiao Yuyang said anxiously. Things had been delayed for too long, and he did not know if there were any changes over there, so he was eager to take Yang Kai to have a look. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." While speaking, he took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Qingxi, telling her that he was going out and that his return date was uncertain. Hua Qingxi was also used to his style of coming and going without a trace, so she naturally had nothing to say. The three of them immediately set off and teleported back to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. Then, Xiao Yuyang directly summoned a 2-story flying boat and invited Yang Kai to board before flying away. It seemed that he really did not want to delay for a moment. Gao Shueting did not follow. She was just taking Xiao Yuyang to the High Heaven Palace. Without her lead, Xiao Yuyang could not use the space array of Azure Sun Temple, so she had nothing to do with this trip to the Western Territory. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. Xiao Yuyang almost disregarded the consumption and hurried on with all his might. After all, this matter was related to the great emperors and Princess Lan Sun, so he was also eager to know the truth. On the deck, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back and carefully asked Xiao Yuyang about the ins and outs of this matter, but he did not get more information. He only knew that they followed the information sent back by the great emperors and found a place where a sealed world existed, but there was no way to open it, so they went to find Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip from his space ring, and poured information into it. Immediately after, with a flick of his finger, the jade slip shook slightly and disappeared. Xiao Yuyang raised his brow. "Space beacon?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Elder Xiao actually knows this little trick. Xiao Yuyang said, "The great emperors used this method to communicate. I heard that this method was created by Spirit Beast Island's Li Wu Yi. Back then, the great emperors went to Spirit Beast Island and asked for something from Li Wu Yi. I didn't expect you to know it too." Yang Kai smiled. "I also learned it from Senior Li." Xiao Yuyang was surprised. "You met Li Wu Yi?" Yang Kai nodded. 2 years ago, I went to the Eastern Territory and had the honor of discussing the Tao of Space with him." Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Yes, you can arrange a space array that can cross territory, so it's convenient for you to travel between different territories. In that case, you can freely travel between the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories of the star boundaries 4 territories. What about the Western Territory? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "I could have. But the space array I arranged was destroyed." Xiao Yuyang was amused. "Who would be so bored as to destroy your space array?" Yang Kai smiled and did not answer. However, this time he happened to be going to the Western Territory, so he could arrange a space array there. In the future, he could really travel between the 4 territories at will. "Who did you send a message to just now?" Xiao Yuyang asked curiously. "Li Wu Yi, Senior Li." Yang Kai did not hide it from him. "There is one thing that Elder Xiao may not know. 2 years ago, on the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, Yao Lin, the daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, was also captured." "What?" Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this. The daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors was also captured? Lan Sun's incident happened about 3 years ago, while Yao Lin's incident happened 2 years ago. Although there was a difference of 1 year between them, it was not that long. Moreover, one was in the Eastern Territory, while the other was in the Southern Territory. If the difference in territory was taken into account, could it be the same person? Xiao Yuyang suddenly thought of a possibility. "I'm not sure about that, but the person who captured Yao Lin at that time was a fake emperor." "A fake emperor?" Xiao Yuyang sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he was still no match for a fake emperor, so he calmly asked, "How do you know so much?" You just said that I went to the Eastern Territory 2 years ago. And Yaolin was also captured 2 years ago. Could it be? Yes, I was also there when Yaolin was captured. Yang Kai nodded, confirming his guess. Now that 2 years have passed, I want to ask Senior Li if there is any new information. Xiao Yuyang nodded. I should ask. If it was the same person who did it, then this person is too bold. What does he want to do? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. You'll have to ask that old man himself. As he spoke, the space spirit bead on his wrist released a spatial fluctuation, and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, his divine sense surging as he immersed himself in it to investigate. After a while his face became solemn. How is it? Xiao Yuyang asked anxiously. Elder Xiao, take a look at it yourself. Yang Kai reached out and threw the jade slip to him. Xiao Yuyang took it and checked it, and after a while his face changed drastically. How could this be? The disciples and descendants of many great emperors have disappeared? This, who could have done this? The great emperors had many connections with each other, and with the space beacons created by Li Wuyi, it was convenient to send and receive information. So Spirit Beast Island had much more information than Star Soul Palace. According to Li Wuyi's reply, after Yaolin disappeared, Serene Soul Palace's cultivator went out in full force to search the Eastern Territory, but in the end, they found nothing. Yaolin seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Since their daughter was missing, the Serene Soul Great Emperors were naturally very concerned, so they sent a message to several great emperors on good terms, asking them to keep an eye out. Chapter 3369. Who would have thought that this message would reveal a piece of horrifying news? Many of the descendants and disciples of the great emperors had gone missing, and all of them had happened in the past 2 to 3 years. This matter involved 4 or 5 great emperors. In addition to the Serene Soul and Bright Moon that Yang Kai already knew, there were also the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, the great emperors of Flower Shadow, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Lin Yun was also missing. Whether the other great emperors had descendants or disciples that had gone missing, Spirit Beast Island did not know for the time being. After all, not every great emperors had space beacons to communicate with each other. However, judging from the current situation, it was likely that these 5 great emperors were not the only ones whose disciples or descendants had gone missing. There might be even more. The others were fine, but what worried Yang Kai the most was Lin Yun. He had not seen her since they parted ways in the Western Territory, but he did not expect to hear news of her again because of this. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Yuyang, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know who did it, both of them had a vague feeling that an invisible black hand was covering the entire astral boundary. These missing descendants or disciples of the great emperors were scattered across the various territory of the star boundary. So anyone with such courage and ability was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that this person was from some huge hidden organization. However, what Yang Kai could not understand was what the purpose of this person behind this was. The great emperors were the strongest existences in this world, so what good would it do to offend them? After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Elder Xiao, you said before that you had some guesses about who had taken Princess Lan Sun away, but you were not sure. May I ask who you think is behind this? Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before replying. Originally, we guessed that it was the Shadow Kill Hall who had done something. Assassin Hall. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Of course, he was no stranger to the name of the Assassin Hall. It was the Overlord sect of the Western Territory, the force of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. However, this force was extremely mysterious, just like the Night Shadow Great Emperors themselves. Even the cultivator of the Western Territory had no idea where the Assassin Hall was located. All he knew was that there was such a behemoth in the Western Territory, but it was extremely difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Because the information sent back by the great emperors pointed to the Western Territory? Yang Kai asked. This was a reasonable guess. Daring to lay hands on the daughter of great emperors could only be done by another great emperor, and the message sent back by the great emperors Mingyu pointed to a certain place in the Western Territory. which made Xiao Yuyang and the others think of something. Hearing what he said, Xiao Yuyang shook his head and said, "This is only one of the reasons, there are other reasons." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details," Xiao Yuyang said. "You may not know, but the one in the Western Territory has always been at odds with our master. The two of them have been entangled with each other ever since they were young." Yang Kai asked in surprise, "Why is that?" "It's just a struggle for the great Tao." Since Xiao Yuyang had already spoken, he had no intention of hiding it anymore. "Think about the titles of these two master." Yang Kai frowned and muttered, "Mingyu Night Shadow." After muttering a few times, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. "Under the bright moon, everything is revealed. Nothing can hide. How can there be a shadow of the night? These two lords are on opposite sides. If one represents light, then the other represents darkness." Yang Kai frowned. "If there is no light, then how can there be darkness?" Xiao Yuyang was startled when he heard this, but he soon burst out laughing. "You should tell this to the two master and see what they think." Yang Kai's expression twitched as he waved his hand. "I'm just speaking casually, but since Elder Xiao originally guessed that Her Highness' disappearance was caused by the Shadow Kill Hall, did you not go to the Shadow Kill Hall to ask for her?" Xiao Yuyang sighed. "In this world, I'm afraid that only the great emperors know the location of the Shadow Kill Hall, so how could I possibly know where it is? Besides, if it was really the Shadow Kill Hall who did it, then it means that they want to make a move against my Star Soul Palace. If we really went there, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? Although I originally had this guess, it was because of the relationship between the two master, but now, it seems that someone is deliberately trying to frame the Shadow Kill Hall." Yang Kai nodded slightly. If Lan Sun was the only one missing, then this guess might be true, but there were too many great emperors involved. Even if the great emperors Night Shadow and Bright Moon great emperors were not on good terms, they would not involve others in this quarrel. Of course, a guess is still a guess, and we can't rule out this possibility. After all, the final clue is that it is in the Western Territory. As for the truth, perhaps we can only find out if we find Her Highness and the others. Yang Kai nodded, and the two fell silent for a while. Xiao Yuyang was worried about Lan Sun's safety and the whereabouts of the great emperors, while Yang Kai was worried about Lin Yin. He did not know if the little girl was also on this trip. If she was, then things would be easy, and he could save her along the way, but if she was not, in this vast star boundary, where could he find her? The Iron Blood Great Emperor should know about this, so Yang Inflammation should also know about it. Would they make any moves? The flying boat moved as fast as lightning, and under Xiao Yuyang's urging, its speed reached its limit. However, even if he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he could not support such a long period of continuous operation. Fortunately, Yang Kai was helping him, and after he let go of the control of the flying boat, the two of them took turns to drive it forward. When one of them rested, the other would travel at full speed, so there was no delay. The journey was long, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to cultivate intermittently for a few days. In his spare time, he would discuss various cultivation experiences with Xiao Yuyang. Xiao Yuyang was a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator, and as the saying goes, a stone from a mountain can be used to polish jade, so the two of them had a lot to gain. 2 months later, the two arrived at the Western Territory, and it was no longer suitable to use the flying boat to fly with great fanfare. According to Xiao Yuyang, because the relationship between the Great Emperor's Bright Moon and Night Shadow Great Emperors was not good, Star Soul Palace and Shadow Killer Hall were like fire and water. Therefore, the people from Star Soul Palace entered the Western Territory stealthily to avoid being found out, and causing trouble for no reason. After getting off the flying boat, the two of them disguised themselves before flying off. They did not speak a word along the way, flying and stopping, occasionally searching for mountains and rivers to rest for a while before continuing on. It was not until nearly 5 months later that Xiao Yuyang pointed to a sea of sand in front of them. "We've arrived, it's in that sea of sand." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. These past few months of non-stop travel had exhausted him. His body could still bear it, but the main thing was that he was mentally repulsed by it. Ever since he was able to arrange space arrays, he spent most of his time shuttling back and forth through them. Occasionally, He would have to travel, but he would not have to travel for several months at a time. This journey had been very torturous, but now that he heard that they had arrived at their destination, he felt inexplicably happy. We've finally arrived. The two of them shot into the sea of sand one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by sand and disappeared from sight. Compared to the other territories of the star boundary, the Western Territory's landscape was generally more desolate. Seas of sand and broken rocks could be seen almost everywhere, and there were very few spirit mountains or rivers. However, it was also because of this that the cultivator of the Western Territory was so valiant. In this vast sea of sand, one could not see the end of it at a glance. When the wind blew, sand and dust would fly everywhere, making it impossible to see anything within 3 meters. Moreover, the scenery within a 10,000-kilometer radius was the same, without a single point of reference. Even a cultivator with low cultivation could get lost and be trapped in this sea of sand. Not to mention that there were many unpredictable dangers in this sea of sand. Even those from the Emperor realm could lose their lives here, if they were not careful. After Yang Kai entered this sea of sand with Xiao Yuyang, he immediately realized the ruthlessness of nature. When the wind blew, grains of sand the size of grains of sand would hit him head-on, slamming into his protective Emperor Qi and making a cracking sound. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, there was almost no aura of life within the range of his perception. There were only a few monster beasts that struggled to survive in this harsh environment. 2 days later, the two of them passed by an oasis-like place. Yang Kai called out to Xiao Yuyang and flew down with him. Xiao Yuyang looked travel-worn and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Elder Xiao, you haven't rested for a long time, you should rest." Xiao Yuyang frowned and said, "We're almost there, it won't be too late to rest after we get there." Yang Kai shook his head, "Let's rest. I'll take this opportunity to arrange a space array here. You don't want us to fly all the way back, do you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai waved his hand and began to observe the oasis. This was no longer an oasis, or rather, it used to be an oasis, but the water source had dried up and the trees had withered, leaving only a rudimentary oasis. However, compared to the sand-filled desert, this was Yang Kai's only choice to arrange a space array. After all, he couldn't arrange a space array in the middle of a desert. If he really did so, the space array would be buried by the sandstorm within a few days. Although the water source in this place had dried up, since it had existed for so long, it meant that it wouldn't disappear anytime soon, so it was best to use it to arrange a space array. This time, Yang Kai couldn't care less about hiding it. In any case, his space array could only be activated with the transmission token he had specially refined, so it wouldn't matter even if it was discovered. The only thing he had to worry about was that it would be destroyed. Choosing a place with a relatively solid foundation, Kai Yang began to work. After working for most of the day, a brand new space array was formed. After carefully inspecting it and confirming that it could connect to the various space arrays he had arranged before, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Xiao Yuyang noticed the movement and opened his eyes, asking, "Is it done?" And Yang Kai nodded. Xiao Yuyang walked over and observed the space array for a while, praising, "You've done so much in just half a day." If this Xiao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Practice makes perfect. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed a transmission token to him. Chapter 3370. This is... Xiao Yuyang looked at the transmission token in his hand suspiciously. After Yang Kai explained the purpose of this thing, Xiao Yuyang immediately put it away as if he had obtained a precious treasure. With this thing, it would be much more convenient for him to travel between places in the future. He could freely travel through any space array arranged by Yang Kai. "When you have time, come to my Star Soul Palace and arrange a space array." Xiao Yuyang looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and said, "No problem." He had already planned to use space arrays to connect various places in the star boundary, so arranging one at Star Soul Palace would be a piece of cake. After this matter was agreed upon, the two set off again. After another 3 days, they finally arrived at their destination. As Xiao Yuyang landed in a desert, Yang Kai looked at a certain spot in front of him in amazement. 1,000 meters in front of him, A huge pit had appeared in the endless sea of sand. This pit was at least a dozen square meters in radius and several dozen meters deep. If one looked down from above, this pit looked like a huge funnel embedded in this sea of sand. The funnel was constantly rotating, and a large amount of sand rolled down to the bottom, disappearing without a trace. Young Kai was amazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a strange sight could exist in this world. Young Kai didn't know how this funnel was formed or how long it had been in existence, but he could feel traces of space force fluctuations coming from the bottom of this funnel. Focusing his vision, Young Kai discovered that the bottom of this funnel seemed to be connected to an unknown location. Is this the independent entrance to the world that Xiao Yuyang mentioned? Young Kai took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. There should be a void corridor at the bottom of the funnel, and although he didn't know where it led to, it was obviously in a sealed state. If one didn't know how to open this void corridor, let alone enter it, it would be impossible to open it. If he used brute force rashly, it was very likely that he would destroy this void corridor, making it difficult to enter. No wonder Xiao Yuyang didn't hesitate to run back to the southern territory from the western territory, and ask Gao Shueting to take him to High Heaven Palace to find me. With the current situation, it is indeed more appropriate for me to deal with it. Noticing the arrival of Young Kai and Xiao Yuyang, the hidden figures gradually revealed themselves and gathered around. Young Kai looked over and found that they were all familiar faces. Xue Jingmao and Lei Hong, the two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, were also present, and with the addition of Xiao Yuyang, the three great emperors of Star Soul Palace were all present. In addition, there were also a dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm, all of whom were obviously high-level members of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang greeted them and asked a few simple questions. After confirming that there had been no abnormalities while he was away, he relaxed. Young Kai also walked over and greeted everyone. Xue Jingmao looked at him with a dignified expression. Young Kai, we can only rely on you. Although we can't be sure, the information sent back by the great emperors ultimately points to this place. We suspect that Princess Lan Sun is inside, so please help us. Young Kai sternly said. Great Elder is too serious. I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory, and have a good personal relationship with Her Highness. If Her Highness is in trouble, I am naturally duty-bound to help. Xue Jingmao was relieved to hear this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. If you can really rescue Her Highness, this old master and others will be extremely grateful. If you have any requests in the future, my Star Soul Palace will not refuse. This was a heavy promise, so it was obvious that Xue Jingmao and the others were also at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would not have made such a promise so easily. Great Elder, please don't worry, I will take a look first, Yang Kai said before flying towards the bottom of the funnel. Lei Hong shouted from the side. Be careful, there seems to be something strange down there. Yang Kai nodded and soon approached the bottom of the funnel. Standing here and observing it, it was even more shocking than looking at it from above. The flowing sea of sand and the rotating funnel gave Yang Kai the illusion that the world was about to be swallowed up. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai urged his space principles and silently probed the funnel for a long time. After coming up with a plan in his heart, he flew up. How is it? Xue Jingmao asked anxiously. Yang Kai frowned and said, the entrance has been sealed. You have been waiting here for so long. Haven't you found any trace of anyone? Xue Jingmao shook his head and said, we haven't found anything. No one has been here for so long. Yang Kai said, there are traces of human activity here, indicating that all this was planned. Perhaps this is a conspiracy. If we really open the entrance, who knows what will happen? What will happen? Xue Jingmao's expression became serious. Yang Kai shrugged and said, I don't know. Maybe it will alarm someone, or maybe it will make Her Highness' situation more difficult. If that's the case, are you sure you want to open this entrance? Everyone looked at each other, and was silent for a long time before Xue Jingmao quickly said, there is no news of the great emperors, and we don't know whether Her Highness is dead or alive. Now this is the only clue. In that case, we can only open it. If she is alive, we must see her. If she is dead, we must see her corpse. The others nodded slightly, indicating that the great elder was right. Since there was a clue, they should explore it. No one would be willing to let it go just like that. What's more, what Yang Kai said was only a relatively bad situation. What if the situation was not so bad? Maybe they could find the great emperors and Lan Sun if they open the entrance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since you have decided, let's open it. However, this entrance seems to be a little unstable. If you want to go in, you must hurry. In addition, you must protect yourself as soon as you enter, so as not to give others a chance to take advantage of you." Shui Zhengmao smiled slightly. "We have lived for so long and are all afraid of death. Naturally, we will not be careless in doing things." Yang Kai nodded and said, "In that case, come with me." Saying so, he turned around and flew down again. The group of people hurriedly followed and scattered around Yang Kai, their expressions tense, waiting for him to open the entrance so that they could enter one after another. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai carefully unlocked the seal of the entrance and opened the entrance that should have been there. The void rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and ripples spread out. Not long after, at the bottom of the funnel, a dark corridor suddenly appeared. A void corridor. Everyone's expression brightened when they saw this, especially Xiao Yuyang. He felt that his efforts in inviting Yang Kai over had not been in vain. They had tried to open the entrance before, but they had been unable to do so. If they had really used brute force, they might have destroyed this place. The problem that had stumped them was solved in the blink of an eye by Yang Kai. Sure enough, there were specialists in every field. Pairs of eyes kept darting between Yang Kai and the void corridor, waiting for him to give the order so that they could enter. However, the void corridor had just been formed and was very unstable, constantly distorting and changing. Yang Kai could only urge his space principles to reinforce it, so that it would be more convenient for everyone to travel. After a stick of incense worth of time, the void corridor that had been distorting and changing slowly stabilized. Yang Kai shouted, "You can enter now. Everyone be careful." Shui Zhengmao, who had been waiting for him to say this, immediately rushed in, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the void corridor one after another, with Xiao Yuyang bringing up the rear. After waiting for Xiao Yuyang to enter the void corridor, Yang Kai set off and prepared to follow. But at that moment, his face suddenly changed as he looked up. Up above, a stream of light shot down towards the void corridor, and within this stream of light, a vague figure appeared. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai could not see the face of this person. "Who is it?" Yang Kai roared as he raised his palm and blasted upwards. Although this palm strike was hurried, he had been comprehending the dragon race's secret techniques recently, so he had unconsciously used it. A brilliant dragon pressure filled the air as the palm he stretched out seemed to transform into a dragon claw, capable of piercing a hole in the sky. However, the person who had just arrived did not dodge, and continued to rush straight towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's whole body shook violently as he fell straight down into the sand pit. His entire body had sunk into the sand pit, but he was unable to resist the rebound of his own strength. When he flew out of the sand pit again, his face covered in dust, there was no one in front of him. Turning his head to look at the void corridor that was about to disappear because he had lost control of himself, Yang Kai's expression became a little uncertain. In that instant of contact, he had not been able to sense the other party's strength, and he had not even been able to see what this person looked like. His palm strike was something that even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would not be able to withstand, but this person had taken it head-on without being affected. In other words, this person's cultivation was definitely above the third-layer Emperor realm. False emperors? Or great emperors? Only an existence with such a cultivation could withstand Yang Kai's blow and remain unaffected. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that this person had no malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, he would not have just taken it head-on. Based on the other party's cultivation, if he had taken advantage of the situation to counterattack, Yang Kai would have been in big trouble. If this person was a false emperor, then who was it? If this person was a great emperor's, then who was it? Yang Kai was confused, but this person had coincidentally rushed into the void corridor at this time, so he had obviously been monitoring this place, but Shui Zhengmao and the others had not been able to find him. Could it be the great emperors of the bright moon? But if it was really the great emperors of the bright moon, why did they not show up before? Who was it? Yang Kai was extremely depressed. Seeing that the void corridor was about to close up again, Yang Kai did not have time to think about it. His figure flickered as he rushed into the corridor. His vision blurred for a moment before he appeared in another world. His emperor chi surged as he protected himself in case of any unforeseen circumstances, but there was no sneak attack. Yang Kai turned his head to look around and could not help but frown, because as far as the eye could see, there was no one around. Xue Jingmao and the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace, who had entered before him, were nowhere to be seen. Even when he released his divine sense, he could not detect them. Where are they? Yang Kai was at a loss. Chapter 3371. The dozen or so Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor Realm had clearly entered this place before him, but he didn't see a single one of them, which was a bit strange. However, if the entrance had a random teleportation function, it could explain the current situation. Yang Kai had also entered a similar sealed world before. Although the entrance was the same, the people who entered would not appear in the same place. Judging from the current situation, this sealed world should be such an existence. That was why Yang Kai couldn't see anyone after everyone entered, and it was probably the same for everyone else. At this moment, they were probably in a situation where they were fighting alone. However, this also had its benefits. If everyone was spread out, there would be a higher chance of finding Lan Sun, if she was really here. After confirming that there was no danger in his surroundings, Kai Yang began to examine his surroundings. This was a gray world, and the world energy here wasn't very rich. The entire world seemed somewhat dead and still. It was impossible for such a place to give birth to any kind of precious treasure. At first glance, the environment here was similar to some places in the Western Territory. The ground was full of sand, limestone, and some short plants. There was not the slightest sign of life in all directions. But for some reason, Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate as soon as he entered this place. He couldn't explain why, as if there was some great danger hidden here. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai chose a direction at random and flew forward. This was indeed an independent small world. Although it had its own world principles, these principles were not complete. It was somewhat similar to the original small sealed world, and it was not small. Yang Kai flew forward for half a day, but he didn't see anything of note, nor did he find any trace of Xiao Yu Yang and the others. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. There was no distinction between day and night in this sealed world. It was always gray, and the surrounding environment was very similar. Being alone in this kind of lonely environment, it was easy to feel tired. Another day later, Kai Yang, who was looking around, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in front of him. There was someone. More than a dozen kilometers ahead, there was a life aura. Yang Kai immediately focused his vision and looked in that direction. The person seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's gaze, and after a flash, he flew in a certain direction. It was not easy to find a living person in this damned place, so how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? He immediately chased after him. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that this person's speed was incredibly fast. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to close the distance between them. On top of that, this person's divine sense was extremely powerful, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see his true face or specific cultivation. Whenever his divine sense approached this person, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Yang Kai felt like he was being toyed with for no reason. Although he was annoyed, he also realized that the other party seemed to want to lead him somewhere. After making some guesses, Kai Yang deliberately slowed down a bit. Sure enough, the guy in front of him also slowed down. He sped up a bit, but the other side also sped up. Hateful. Yang Kai was furious and no longer hesitated, chasing after him with all his strength. Although he knew that there was likely to be some kind of trap waiting for him ahead, this was still a clue after all. So even though he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he had no choice but to follow it. One chased, one fled. After about an hour, Kai Yang's expression suddenly twitched. Because in that instant, he actually lost track of the other person's aura. That person seemed to have disappeared from this world for no reason, and there was no trace of him at all. On the contrary, not far ahead, there were several life auras that obviously belonged to other people. Among them, 3 were familiar to Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly rushed in that direction. Not long after, he arrived at a high rocky slope. On the high slope, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged, 4 women and 1 man. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but look happy and quickly shouted, "Yin-er!" Among the 5 figures, one of them was actually Lin Yin-er. Although on the way here, he learned that Lin Yin-er had also disappeared, and Yang Kai also guessed that it might be the same group. He didn't expect to find her here. Looking at the others, he found that sure enough, Yao Lin, who was captured on the Eastern Sea, and Lan Sun, who had disappeared in the Southern Territory, were all here. Yang Kai didn't know the remaining man and woman, but with the previous information, he could guess that this man and woman were either related to the great emperors by blood, or were direct disciples. One of the men had a fair complexion and looked handsome. He seemed to be around 30 years old. The other woman was covered with a layer of gauze, making it impossible to see her true appearance. However, judging from her exquisite and enchanting figure, this woman's appearance was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai didn't rush over rashly. He had been led here by someone, otherwise, he wouldn't have found the missing children and disciples of the great emperor so quickly. Why did that person lead him here, and what kind of conspiracy was he up to? In this unfamiliar environment, how could Yang Kai not be on guard? Yin! Yang Kai called out again, but Lin Yin-er, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, didn't respond at all, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth, but he couldn't find the aura of the person who had led him here, nor did he find any traces of traps around Lin Yin-er and the others. The 5 of them seemed to have been subjected to a divine technique, falling into a deep sleep without any perception of the outside world. Of these 5 people, except for Yao Lin, who was from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, the remaining 4 were all Emperor realm masters, especially the veiled woman, whose cultivation was the highest, equal to Yang Kai's, at the level of a 2nd Order Emperor realm master. This woman should be a disciple of the great emperors, right? Sure enough, a famous teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Yang Kai was sure that she wasn't too old. Obviously, her aptitude was extremely good to have such a cultivation. However, thinking that the person who had captured Yao Lin was a fake emperor, Yang Kai was relieved. Although the strength of these 5 people was good, they were still far inferior to a fake emperor. If they were targeted by a fake emperor, none of them would be spared. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai strode towards Lin Yin-er and the others. Since he had found Lin Yin-er, Lan Sun and the others, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch. No matter what, he had to wake them up and ask them about the situation first. At the very least, he had to know who had attacked them, captured them here, and what their ultimate purpose was. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of them. To his surprise, everything was as usual, without the slightest abnormality. He went straight to Lin Yin-er, stretched out a finger, and tapped her forehead, slightly urging his Emperor Qi and divine sense to check the situation in her body. There were no injuries, no abnormalities, and her life signs were very stable. But at this moment, Lin Yin-er seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Her knowledge sea was wide open and unguarded, as if she had fallen into an illusion, completely unaware of everything in the outside world. In other words, if someone wanted to harm her at this time, they could easily succeed. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Lin Yin-er and the others had been implanted with some kind of strange barrier, but if that was all, then he had a way to wake them up. Silently urging his golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into Lin Yin-er's knowledge sea, transforming into a giant dragon head that roared. Yin-er, wake up! Dragon roar. The most basic of the dragon race's many secret techniques, and had the effect of clearing one's mind. The dragon's roar reverberated in Lin Yin-er's knowledge sea, creating layer after layer of ripples. When these ripples spread out, Lin Yin-er's knowledge sea was flooded with monstrous waves, and then her knowledge sea became clear. Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Lin Yin-er let out an unconscious whimper as her brow furrowed. and then she slowly opened her eyes. As her vision focused, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of her. Lin Yun blinked her big eyes, a blank look on her face. Yin, how do you feel? Yang Kai asked nervously. Although he had used the dragon race's secret technique to wake her up, using it in her knowledge, she could have injured Lin Yun, Er's knowledge see with the slightest carelessness. Uncle Yang? Lin Yun was obviously still a little out of it as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Why are you here? Yang Kai smiled slightly. I came to find you, so don't worry about me for now. What about you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hearing this, Lin Yun checked her condition and then laughed heartlessly. I don't feel uncomfortable. Suddenly her brow furrowed. It's just that. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly became nervous. Just what? A little hungry. Lin Yun reached out and rubbed her belly before sticking out her tongue at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Only then did he remember that this girl had somehow been raised to be a foodie by the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side. The last time he met her, she was like this. This time, she had just escaped danger and was already crying out that she was hungry. How careless. If you're hungry, find something to eat first, I'll wake them up. Yang Kai said and walked over to Lan Sun. What happened to them? Lin Yun seemed to have only just realized that there were other people around her, and her eyes widened in surprise. Don't you remember? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Lin Yun suddenly showed a thoughtful look, and after a while, she clapped her hands and said, Oh, I remember, I was caught by someone. That old man was so strong I couldn't beat him. Old man. Yang Kai raised his brow. Was it an old man in a black robe? Lin Yun shook her head and said, He wasn't wearing a black robe, he had white hair, I don't know. White hair. Yang Kai was a little stunned. He remembered that the guy who caught Yao Lin last time did not have white hair. So the person who caught Yao Lin and Lin Yun were not the same person. Chapter 3372. But if Yin sees him next time, I'll have to thank him properly. Lin Yun smiled sweetly again. Thank him for what? Yang Kai asked with a straight face. No matter who did it, it was obvious that they wanted to harm her, so why should she thank him? Lin Yun said matter-of-factly. If he hadn't brought Yun here, Yun wouldn't have been able to see Uncle Yang. Of course, I have to thank him properly. Yang Kai was speechless and smiled bitterly. Do as you wish. Uncle Yang, were you also brought here by him? Lin Yun asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. I came here to find you. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and touched Lan Sun's forehead. Lin Yun chattered from the side. Uncle Yang, it wasn't that I didn't want to go to the Northern Territory with you last time. It was Master who brought me back and destroyed the thing you worked so hard to arrange. You're not angry, are you? Sure enough, it was the Iron Blood Great Emperor who did it. Yang Kai had already guessed this, and now that Lin Yun confirmed it, he knew that his guess was right. It was really the Iron Blood Great Emperor who destroyed his space array. Immediately he shook his head and said, No, your master did it for your own good. Lin Yun suddenly laughed. When you see Master next time, I'll ask him to apologize to you. Yang Kai sweated profusely. I wouldn't dare. He then solemnly said, You can tell this to me, but you can't tell your master. If he did, he would be skinned alive by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Lin Yun nodded obediently. At this moment, Lan Sun also woke up, but she was obviously not as careless as Lin Yun. As soon as she woke up, she urged her Emperor Qi to protect her body and rushed out, staring at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. After reacting, she asked in surprise, Brother Yang. Junior sister Lan. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lan Sun stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead, dispelling the hostility, and smiled awkwardly. Excuse me. It's fine. Yang Kai slowly shook her head. Her reaction was a normal reaction, but Lin Yun was a little confused. Where is this? Lan Sun turned her head and looked around, asking blankly. Yang Kai said, I'm not sure. I just came from a sea of sand in the Western Territory. It seems to be an independent secret realm. You should recover first. I'll wake the others up. Lan Sun glanced at the three people who were still in a deep sleep, nodded slightly, walked back, sat down cross-legged, and waited quietly. She had many things to ask, but now was obviously not the time. The third one that Yang Kai woke up was Yao Lin. This woman had the lowest cultivation, so Yang Kai was the most careful when dealing with her. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that as soon as she woke up, she screamed in fear. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. My father is the great emperors of the serene soul. He can give you a lot of good things. Don't kill me." Yang Kai looked at her fiercely. "Do I look like I want to kill you?" Yao Lin looked at Yang Kai's face seriously, and quickly recovered. She pointed at him and said, "It's you." Yang Kai snorted. "So what if it's me? What do you think? You dared to leave me in the lurch? I'll definitely report this to my father, and have him punish you severely." Yao Lin ground her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. She clearly still remembered the scene of her being captured 2 years ago. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yao Lin opened her mouth, obviously wanting to shout something, but when she met Yang Kai's cold eyes, her heart couldn't help but jump. She swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and muttered, "Why are you so fierce? My father is the great emperors of the serene soul." Yang Kai reached out and pointed at Lan Sun. Guess who her father is? How could Yao Lin not know Lan Sun? After all, the 5 of them had been together for a while and knew each other very well. The identity of the daughter of the great emperors may be very deterrent to others, but it was meaningless to the others present. Yao Lin shrunk her neck in fear at his fierce look. Only then did she remember that this guy in front of her wanted to kill her back then, and she almost died at his hands. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Well, Brother Yang, Sister Yao Lin is just a little ignorant of the world. Don't be angry with her. Lan Sun tried to smooth things over. Yang Kai snorted coldly. I think she's spoiled. After meeting Yao Lin's mother, how could Yang Kai not understand how Yao Lin's arrogant personality had been nurtured? Like mother, like daughter. Yao Lin stopped talking and just hid behind Lan Sun. Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight to the man in his 30s and used the dragon roar secret technique again. After a while, the man's figure moved and he obviously woke up, but what surprised Yang Kai was that he kept his eyes closed. Although his eyes were closed, Yang Kai felt like he was being scrutinized, which made Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. This guy was too arrogant. So what if he was a disciple of the great emperors? This old man had saved his life, but he couldn't even open his eyes to look at his savior? How should I address you? The man suddenly spoke, his voice as gentle as jade, very pleasant to the ears. Yang Kai said indifferently, Yang Kai. A look of surprise appeared on the man's face. So it's Brother Yang. Yang Kai was surprised. You know me? The man smiled slightly. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Seeing you today, you really deserve your reputation. Yang Kai said lightly, You're flattering me. Seeming to feel his indifference, the man pondered for a moment before understanding the whole story and smiling slightly. Brother Yang, please forgive me. This one didn't mean to be rude. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to show my true face. Saying so, he suddenly opened his eyes and their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised because this guy was blind. His eyes were pure white, without the slightest trace of black. If anyone saw this appearance at first glance, they would definitely be a little scared. Yang Kai understood why he kept his eyes closed. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, scratching his face and saying, Sorry, I didn't know about this. He thought this man was putting on airs, so he closed his eyes, but he didn't expect it to be because he was disabled. However, this man's cultivation was the emperor realm, and his honored master was one of the great emperors. Yet he still couldn't see the light of day. It could be seen that his eyes were innate. So no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to recover. How should I address you? Yang Kai asked. Gaozhan. Lan Sun explained with a smile. Brother Gao is the only disciple of the Master of Heaven's revelations. It is said that he has grasped 80% of the Master's teachings. Yang Kai was shocked. Brother Gao is amazing. Among the 10 great emperors, the great emperor of Heaven's revelations may not have been the strongest, but he was the most knowledgeable. It was rumored that the Heaven's revelations great emperors could see through the Heaven's secrets, see the past, and see the future. Gaozhan was the only disciple of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, So obviously his talent was outstanding, and he was suitable to inherit the mantle of the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors. Lan Sun saying that he had grasped 80% of the great emperor's teachings wasn't just a compliment, but a genuine ability. Gao Zhan smiled modestly. Junior sister Lan is too kind. Honored master's strength is far above mine, and this Gao Zhan will never be able to reach honored master's height in this lifetime. Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Yang Kai with his pale eyes and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Yang Kai frowned. Be careful of what? Gao Zhan had already closed his mouth and was sitting there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep. Yang Kai looked at him blankly and turned to look at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's mouth moved a few times, indicating that she didn't understand either. As far as she knew, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations also seemed to be like this. They would often say some inexplicable words, but they could be completely verified afterwards. Several great emperors had received warnings from the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations when they were young, so they were able to avoid disaster. Gao Zhan was the disciple of the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, so now that he suddenly said such words to Yang Kai, it was no doubt that Yang Kai might also be in danger. After thinking about it, he told Yang Kai about his concerns. Yang Kai grinned and replied, "Different situations call for different measures." After all, it was just a warning, so no one knew what the situation was. Yang Kai couldn't always be cautious in the future, so he could only wait for things to happen, and then think of a solution. After this matter was over, Yang Kai turned to look at the last woman and said, "This should be the disciple of Master Huaying, right?" Lan Sun was surprised. "Brother Yang, how do you know? Have you seen senior sister Li before?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I haven't seen her before, but I received some news on the way here. I know that several of you have disappeared together. Now that everyone else is a match, it's not difficult to guess who the last one is. So that's how it is." Lan Sun nodded and suddenly smiled mischievously. "Senior sister Li is a great beauty. Brother Yang, do you want to see her true face? While senior sister Li is asleep, Brother Yang can feast his eyes on her. If you miss this chance, I'm afraid you won't have another chance in the future." Yang Kai laughed. "Junior sister is also a great beauty. If you want to see her, do you need to be so sneaky?" Lan Sun pursed her lips and said, "Brother Yang, don't say that. Although Sun is not bad, she can't compare to senior sister Li." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai was a little interested. Lan Sun was already a heavenly fragrance national beauty, but she said that this senior sister Li was even better. This naturally piqued his curiosity. However, he was just curious. He wouldn't really lift this woman's veil to take a look. If he really did that, wouldn't he be acting like a hooligan? There were still a few people watching from the side. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Circulating his divine sense and emperor chi, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. After a short while, the woman in front of him trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling a few times, and then her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai suddenly felt a very strange feeling. Those bright, star-like eyes seemed to have become the only thing in this world, attracting his attention and making him constantly sink into them, giving him a feeling that he would not hesitate even if it meant he would never be able to recover from it. Alarm bells rang in Kai Yang's heart. Just as he was feeling that something was wrong, the pair of eyes in front of him returned to their normal state. The invisible force that was pulling at his mind suddenly disappeared, allowing him to escape from that strange state. While he was secretly rejoicing, he also felt a sense of loss, as if he had missed something. Chapter 3373. Shiqing thanks brother for saving me. How should I address you, brother? The woman opposite him suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and clear, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai. So it's brother Yang. Li Shiqing nodded and expressed her gratitude again before getting up and looking around. Where is this place? Lan Sun explained to her, and Li Shiqing gently nodded. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the side of her face, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Thinking about what happened just now, it seemed to be quite normal. The other party didn't show any signs of using a bewitching technique. The reason why he lost his composure for a moment should be due to her natural charm. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think about it anymore and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying, "This is a dangerous place, we shouldn't stay for long. Let's leave as soon as possible." He had been led here by someone before, and before he came in, there was a suspected false emperor or great emperors who had broken into this place. This damned place gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of palpitations, so of course he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now that the missing children and disciples of the great emperors had been found, as long as they looked for the exit of this sealed world, they could leave this place. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Brother Yang is right, but we know nothing about this place, so we'll have to trouble brother to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I don't have a clue, let's take it one step at a time. It's best if we can find the elders of Star Soul Palace, and then discuss with them. Maybe they'll find something." Naturally, no one had any objection to this, and after the discussion, Yang Kai led the way and rushed forward in a certain direction. Apart from Yang Kai, whose background was unknown, the remaining 5 were all existences with huge backgrounds. Such a luxurious lineup could be said to be rare even in 1,000 years. After all, these people were usually scattered throughout the various territory of the star boundary. If it weren't for the mastermind behind the scenes who caught them this time, it would be impossible for them to gather together. However, although everyone's backgrounds were not poor, they were actually quite easy to get along with. Except for Yao Lin's overly arrogant and domineering personality, whether it was Lan Sun or Lin Yun, none of them had ever done anything to bully others. As for Gao Zhan, although his eyes were crippled, he was still gentle and refined. Li Shiqing's temperament was a bit colder, but fortunately, from the moment she opened her eyes and called Yang Kai senior brother, it could be seen that she would not look down on anyone because of her background. They didn't know how big this secret territory was, and the whole world was gray. After a day and a night, the group of 6 did not encounter any living creatures. What they saw seemed to be some repetitive scenes, making them involuntarily wonder if they had been going in circles in a certain place. However, under Yang Kai's perception, there was no trace of an illusion array, which made him very puzzled. "Uncle Yang Yuner is hungry," Lin Yuner suddenly cried out. When she was awakened by Yang Kai, she was already saying that she was hungry. At this time, her stomach was already growling. Yang Kai was actually very curious. What kind of cultivation method did the Iron Blood Great Emperor teach her that she had to eat to replenish her energy in the Emperor realm? Under normal circumstances, the people in the Emperor realm had already gotten rid of the desire for food, and could survive by simply absorbing world energy. But Lin Yun was obviously not like this. Although this girl's strength was amazing, whether she ate or not seemed to have some impact on her. At this moment, her spirit seemed to be a little sluggish. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Then you eat something first. Let's also take the opportunity to rest." After the group woke up, they began to follow Yang Kai. It was obvious that they were also a little tired, so they could take advantage of this time to adjust. No one had any objections and immediately began to adjust their breathing. Lin Yun on the other hand, directly took out her own large black wok and set up a small stove on the ground. Then she poured some clear water into the wok and threw a strangely shaped demonic beast into it. She covered the wok with the lid, lit the fire, and began to cook happily. Yang Kai watched with the corner of his mouth twitching. He had seen how powerful this unassuming big black wok was with his own eyes. It seemed to be an emperor artifact given to Lin Yun, by the Iron Blood Great Emperor, called Return to One. Its power was unfathomable. But in the hands of this girl, it was very good and was used to cook meat. Yang Kai wondered what the Iron Blood Great Emperor would think if he knew. But then again, the food cooked with this Return to One was indeed delicious. Yang Kai had tasted it last time and could not wait to swallow his tongue. Not only was it delicious, but it could also condense all the essence of the cooked food. After Lin Yun cooked like this, it was not long before a burst of meat fragrance wafted around, causing the few who were meditating to twitch their nostrils and open their eyes to look. Lin Yun no longer looked sluggish and instead stared at her black wok with sparkling eyes, smacking her lips constantly. Yang Kai could not bear to look straight at her, and could not help reminding her. Yin, or your saliva. With a slurping sound, Lin Yin took a deep breath and then showed Yang Kai an embarrassed smile, but soon she said heroically, "There's also a share for you. It's almost done, don't worry." Lan Sun could not help smiling. "We're not in a hurry, aren't you?" Yao Lin curled her lips and said, "I don't want to eat these things." Having said that, her eyes could not help but look into the pot. Although she was the daughter of the serene soul great emperors, and had been doted on since she was a child, she had never smelled such a fragrant smell. With such an interruption, the originally tense and dazed atmosphere relaxed a lot. After a while there was a puffing sound from the pot and Lin Yin excitedly said, Okay, we can start now." While speaking, she opened the lid of the pot, and suddenly a pot of yellow, amber-colored broth appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Yin reached out and tore off the thigh of a monster beast from the pot and handed it to Yang Kai. "Uncle Yang, this is for you." Yang Kai smiled and took it. "Then I won't be polite." With the previous experience, he also knew that the things cooked by Gui were not only used to satisfy the appetite of the stomach. All the essence of the monster beast's body was cooked out. Long-term consumption would definitely have the effect of improving one's cultivation. Lin Yin's cultivation progress was so fast, it was estimated that it had something to do with her eating these things. In her space ring, there must be some monster beast corpses stored at all times. For example, the one being cooked now was at least a ninth-order existence. Lin Yin divided the meat one by one, leaving no one behind. Lan Sun held a large piece of meat, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't eaten these things for many years, but since Lin Yin was so enthusiastic, she couldn't refuse. Looking at Yang Kai eating with relish, she couldn't help but take a bite, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She felt that the meat in her hand was more delicious than any kind of pills. She had never eaten something so delicious before. How could she bear it? She tried her best to maintain her image and chewed slowly. Yao Lin had long forgotten what she had just said. At this time, she was wolfing down the food, even gnawing the bones clean. Gao Zhan didn't say a word, but he ate no less than the others. At this time, any kind of divine strategy was nonsense, and the first would get the first prize. With meat in her mouth, Lin Yin said vaguely, "There's also soup. Master said that soup is the best thing." As he ate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. "Where's Li Shiqing?" Everyone's movements stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and suddenly realized a problem. Originally, there were 6 people, but now there were only 5 left. Li Shiqing had disappeared without them noticing. Although everyone's attention was attracted by what Lin Yin was cooking, there were several people from the Emperor realm present. Even if they didn't deliberately keep an eye on Li Shiqing, if she left, there was no reason for them not to notice. But it was not until Yang Kai reminded them that the others realized this problem. She seemed to have evaporated without a trace. For a moment, they couldn't help feeling a little creeped out. Lin Yin swallowed the meat in her mouth and said, "She was here just now, but when I was dividing the meat, I didn't seem to see her." Yang Kai frowned and looked at the others. No one noticed? He also knew that he probably wouldn't get anything out of asking. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest, but even he didn't notice anything, so it was impossible for the others to notice. Lan Sun shook her head solemnly, losing her appetite all of a sudden. Yao Lin asked nervously, "Was she caught by someone again?" Probably because she remembered the scene of her being captured. She couldn't help shivering and leaning closer to Lan Sun, trying to find a sense of security. "Who can take her away quietly under our noses?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Even the great emperors couldn't do such a thing. Gao Zhan didn't say a word but suddenly turned his hand and took out 3 pieces of turtle shells, 1 big and 2 small. The big one was the size of an adult's palm, and the small one was the size of a baby's fist. But each turtle shell exuded an extremely ancient and desolate aura. Obviously, they had a long history. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and formed a seal, then threw the 3 turtle shells forward. When the turtle shells landed, Yang Kai reached out and touched the patterns on the 3 turtle shells, closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then pointed in a direction. Senior sister Li should be in that direction. You can calculate that. Yang Kai was surprised, but this hint was enough. Although he and Li Shiqing didn't know each other, since he had met her, He naturally had to rescue her together. Moreover, he didn't know why Li Shiqing suddenly disappeared, which made him a little upset and anxious to find her. I'll go over there and take a look. You wait for me here, Yang Kai said and stood up. Lan Sun said, let's go together. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know whether that place is good or bad. I can deal with it alone, but if we go together, it won't be good if it turns out to be a trap. Hearing what he said, Lan Sun also nodded slightly. Yang Kai was proficient in the space principles. Unless the space around him was imprisoned, it would be really difficult for ordinary people to keep him here. Chapter 3374. He told the four of them to stay in place and wait for him. If he did not return after a long time, they were to find a way to find the people from Star Soul Palace and leave this place. After giving this order, Yang Kai flew in the direction Gao Zhan had pointed. Searching all the way, he did not see any trace of Li Shiqing, but there seemed to be some remnants of her scent in the air. Gao Zhan's direction was correct. He was really able to calculate where Li Shiqing had gone, which made Yang Kai admire him greatly. This so-called divine foresight was really a real thing. However, there was one thing that made him feel strange. He only smelled the scent of Li Shiqing's body, and did not sense the aura of others. If this was the case, then Li Shiqing had left alone. But why would she leave alone? Why couldn't she inform everyone in advance? After a cup of tea's time, a lake suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he even got close, Yang Kai heard the sound of splashing water coming from that side. Feeling suspicious, he quietly concealed his aura and approached the lake. Not long after, he arrived at the lakeside and hid behind a tree, quietly looking in that direction. With just a glance, Yang Kai felt embarrassed. Because in the lake, a graceful and delicate figure was bathing. Although it was just a quick glance, Yang Kai's eyesight was amazing, and the lake water was extremely clear, so he could see everything that he should and should not see. This figure was so enchanting, it really made one's blood boil. Even though Yang Kai was a seasoned warrior, at this moment, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The person bathing in the lake was none other than Li Shiqing, who had quietly disappeared. Yang Kai did not expect that he would see such an alluring scene on his way here, so he was both angry and amused. Now it seemed that Li Shiqing did not encounter any danger, nor was she taken away. She should have left on her own. But there was one thing that Yang Kai could not figure out. How did she leave without anyone noticing? Just as he was thinking this, Li Shiqing suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" Perhaps it was because Kai Yang's heartbeat had sped up a moment ago, causing her to notice some clues. She immediately turned her head and looked towards Kai Yang's hiding place. While she was shouting, she kicked up the sand at the bottom of the lake, covering the place where she was hiding and covering the seductive spring scenery. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but could only brace himself and say, "It's me, Yang Kai." He did not mean to see her bathing, but now that she found out, it would be difficult to explain himself, so he might as well admit it. "Brother Yang." Li Shiqing's voice was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" Hearing her ask, Yang Kai's a little angry. "Yang Kai, I want to ask you, why are you here? Do you know what kind of place this damned place? Running here without saying a word. Are you looking for death? Is there something wrong with your brain?" After saying this, he couldn't help but frown. He had nothing to do with this woman, so whether she lived or died had nothing to do with him. If she really wanted to die, no one could stop her, but he just couldn't help but curse her. After a moment of silence, Li Shiqing's voice came. "Sorry, I just want to clean up. I haven't bathed in a long time, so I feel uncomfortable. Just now I saw that you were busy, so I thought I still had some time. Just as I was passing by, I saw a small lake here, so I came over." This reaction surprised Yang Kai. He scratched his face and said, "If that's the case, you should tell us in advance. They are very worried about you." "It won't happen again," Li Shiqing replied. "There will be a next time?" Kai Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes and made a decision in his heart. After leaving this place, he would immediately part ways with this woman. In the future, he would never see her again. Faintly, he had a feeling that if he stayed with her, nothing good would happen. "Brother Yang," Li Shiqing shouted again, seeming to be a little embarrassed. "Are you still there?" "Yes." Young Kai responded in a deep voice. Can you please leave for a moment? I want to get dressed. These words could easily make one's imagination run wild. Young Kai's mind involuntarily replayed the scene just now. He quickly shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart, saying, Okay, I'll wait for you over there. Many thanks. Li Shiqing thanked him gently. Young Kai's figure leapt up and flew away. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard Li Shiqing's cry of alarm from behind. He hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look, only to see that in the center of the lake, where Li Shiqing originally stood, a huge bubble appeared. A pure white arm struggled for a moment, then quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. What's going on? Young Kai was dumbfounded. At this moment, without thinking about anything else, his figure flashed and flew in that direction, at the same time shouting, Li Shiqing! How could there be any response? The bottom of the lake was in chaos, and Young Kai could not see any trace of Li Shiqing. When he swept out with his divine sense, he could detect her presence, but he did not know what kind of danger she was in. She was continuously sinking to the bottom of the lake and struggling. With no time to think about it, Young Kai turned around and dove straight into the lake. With a splash of water, Young Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, pushed away the surrounding water, and reached down to grab something. What touched his hand was tender and smooth, as if he had grabbed the most exquisite silk in the world. Young Kai pulled again, and a naked, curvaceous, snow-white body was pulled in front of him. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it would break if he blew on it. And it was enough to make any man in the world go crazy. But Young Kai did not have the time to appreciate this, so he just looked down with a dignified expression and asked in a deep voice, What's wrong? Li Shiqing did not answer, but instead followed his strength and crashed into Young Kai's arms. In an instant, Young Kai felt an amazing bouncing force on his chest. Looking over, there was a face that could turn all living things upside down in front of him. The veil that had been covering her face had disappeared, revealing Li Shiqing's true appearance. As Lan Sun had said, she was indeed a great beauty, and her beauty was outrageous. The Creator seemed to want to gather all the beauty in her body, and this kind of beauty was enough to make one's soul tremble. Their eyes met, and Young Kai felt a sense of danger, and at the same time, Li Shiqing's soft whisper reached his ears, Look at me. That voice seemed to have a magical power that made Young Kai involuntarily look into her eyes. A strange light flashed in those beautiful gem-like eyes, like a star field at night, shining brightly with stars. Young Kai seemed to have been cast a spell, and stood there motionless. The invisible divine sense easily broke through the defenses of Young Kai's knowledge, and planted a brand in his mind. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Young Kai's eyes suddenly moved, and his vision refocused. Looking forward, he saw Li Shiqing in front of him showing a gentle smile. A smile that was enough to make all things in the world lose their color in an instant. That smile would only ever bloom for him. Young Kai flew into a rage, grabbed Li Shiqing's slender neck, jumped out of the water, and floated to the shore, pressed her against the trunk of a big tree, stared at her coldly and said, What did you just do to me? At this time, how could Young Kai not understand that Li Shiqing's encounter was just a self-directed play? There was no danger under the lake at all. He was a little confused. The lake water was so clear that it was impossible to hide any monsters, and Li Shiqing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and a disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors. How could she be in danger so easily? Only now did he understand that everything was just a trick to lure him closer. It was laughable that he had really fallen for it. But who would have thought that Li Shiqing, a stranger he met by chance, would use such a method to scheme against him? Suddenly he remembered Gao Zhan's warning. Could it be that it was Li Shiqing? But why? Why did she scheme against him? What did she do to him just now? Young Kai didn't feel any discomfort, and there was no trace of injury on his body. His knowledge was also normal. But what was that feeling just now? He clearly felt that Li Shiqing had done something to his knowledge. If that was really the case, why didn't the seven-colored soul-warming lotus have any abnormalities? Young Kai even suspected that Li Shiqing had come out alone to lure him over. At the edge of the small lake, a naked, enchanting beauty was being held by the neck by Kai Yang and pressed against a tree trunk. Kai Yang's face was filled with anger and murderous intent. No matter how one looked at it, this situation was extremely strange. Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation after accidentally falling into her trap. Naturally, he didn't hold back. Although Li Shiqing's cultivation wasn't bad, with her neck pinned like this, she had difficulty breathing and her face was flushed red. But she didn't complain at all. She had a smile on her face that was enough to melt one's heart. She looked at Yang Kai quietly, as if she would have no complaints even if Yang Kai killed her. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he couldn't help but loosen his grip a little. He shouted in a low voice, "Speak. From now on, let's never be separated again," Li Shiqing suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai felt sweetness in his heart, but he still frowned. "Are you crazy? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really do it. Don't think I don't dare kill you." Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile, not knowing what fear was. She reached out her jade hands and grabbed Yang Kai's big hands, softly saying, "Are you willing?" Yang Kai sneered, "Why wouldn't I?" Damn. He really couldn't bear to. As soon as the idea of killing her appeared, he immediately rejected it. In front of him, this woman he had only known for a few days, yet she seemed to have become one of the most important existences in his life. It was as if they had known each other for a long time, and had already left their brand in each other's lives. Chapter 3375. Bewitching Technique? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought of a possibility. Only a bewitching technique could explain the current situation, and explain his current mood. Otherwise, if a woman he had just met by chance had plotted against him, obviously harboring ill intentions, how could he be so worried about personal gains and losses? Li Shiqing just smiled and did not say anything. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her alive. His murderous intent was so thick that it was almost tangible. If it were anyone else facing this situation, they would be terrified, but Li Shiqing did not feel fear at all. Even if Yang Kai was holding her by the neck and pressing her against the tree trunk, her smile never faded, but her slightly furrowed brow showed her pain. "I'll ask you one last time. What did you do to me?" Yang Kai's voice was cold and piercing, like a cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. As if she could feel his impatience, Li Shiqing hesitated for a moment before finally pursing her lips and saying, "Heart seal." "What is a heart seal?" Yang Kai frowned. "Heart to heart, wings to wings." Li Shiqing smiled. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper. "You mean to say that after you used this heart seal secret technique on me, I developed feelings for you? Is it because you can't understand it yourself?" Li Shiqing looked at him mischievously before saying, "And this feeling goes both ways. Whatever you feel right now, I also feel the same." Yang Kai glared at her. What kind of bullshit secret technique was this? It could actually force two people who had met by chance to be together, causing both of them to suffer. If it was one-sided, then it would be fine, but Li Shiqing was also restricted by this secret technique. No wonder this woman had been looking at him strangely from the beginning, so it was because of this. "Are you very happy?" Li Shiqing suddenly asked. Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Do you think I'm happy in the slightest?" The corners of your mouth just curled up. Li Shiqing stared at him with wide eyes. "Bullshit." Yang Kai immediately denied. Li Shiqing angrily said, "Can you not be so fierce? You're making me uncomfortable. Who are you flirting with?" Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. When he first woke her up, Yang Kai thought that this woman was really cold and arrogant. Now that he had a closer look at her, he realized that he had been blind. She was no longer cold and arrogant. Perhaps these words were a bit heavy. Li Shiqing hatefully glared at him, her beautiful eyes full of hidden bitterness. Kai Yang's hand that was choking her neck struggled a few times, but in the end he couldn't get past this hurdle. He hated himself to no end. He clearly had the heart to kill her, but no matter what, he couldn't bear to do it. He let go of her hand and said, "Put on your clothes and talk." It wasn't a good idea to be naked all the time. Even if he didn't look at it intentionally, that white body would still affect his mind. Li Shiqing touched her neck and coughed a few times before taking out her clothes from her space ring and pushing them in front of Yang Kai. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai said impatiently. "Help me put it on." Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile. Get lost. Yang Kai sneered. He was currently filled with anger, yet this woman actually wanted him to help her put on her clothes? Dream on. Are you going to put it on or not? Li Shiqing stared at him stubbornly. Yang Kai snorted. So what if I don't? Could he force a cow to drink water? Li Shiqing stared at him seriously for a while before suddenly throwing the clothes in her hand to the ground, turning around and flying back the way she had come. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and only reacted after a while. His figure flickered as his space principles fluctuated and he appeared in front of Li Shiqing, gritting his teeth as he asked, What are you doing? Going back. Aren't they very worried about me? Li Shiqing replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked her up and down. You're going to run back like this? Li Shiqing smiled and said, So what if I am? Are you crazy? Yang Kai simply didn't know what to say to her. Although most of the people there were women, and the only man was blind, running around naked like this was unacceptable. Moreover, although Gao Zhan was blind, he had the cultivation level of the Emperor realm. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see everything clearly. Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai's heart felt stifled. Then you help me put it on. Li Shiqing looked at him with a smug expression. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed. He gritted his teeth for a long time before cursing out loud. You're a fucking lunatic. As he spoke, he flashed over and grabbed Li Shiqing's jade hand, pulling her towards the lakeside. Li Shiqing allowed him to hold her hand, her face filled with tenderness and sweetness. She smiled like a general who had just won a battle. Returning to the lakeside, Yang Kai picked up the clothes that she had thrown on the ground before. After fiddling with them for a while, he finally figured out how to put on a woman's clothes. When had he ever helped a woman put on her clothes? He was always only responsible for taking them off. During the process of putting on the clothes, Yang Kai resisted the throbbing in his heart. It was very difficult, but Li Shiqing still shamelessly said, If you want to touch it, you can touch it. I don't mind. Yang Kai's psychological defense instantly collapsed. He didn't have so many scruples and intentionally or unintentionally took advantage of her, causing Li Shiqing to pant and her cheeks to turn red. After a long struggle, they finally put on the clothes. Yang Kai's heart was tired. He squinted at her and said, Why did the great emperors accept a disciple like you? Isn't she afraid of ruining the reputation of the sect? Li Shiqing pursed her lips and smiled, then hooked her finger at Yang Kai. What now? Yang Kai looked vigilant. Come here. You first tell me what you want. Yang Kai was unmoved. Li Shiqing stomped her feet and took the initiative to walk over. Then, she leaned forward and pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. Yang Kai stood in the same place like a wooden block. When their lips separated, he coldly said, What is the meaning of this? Li Shiqing smiled slightly. Nothing, I just want to kiss you. Yang Kai's smile became even colder. Do you think you can just pretend to be innocent and naive? I want to see how you will explain it to the great emperors when you go back. Li Shiqing said, You don't have to worry about that. Yang Kai was surprised. You are not afraid of your master? Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile. Are you trying to trick me? In fact, if you want to know something, you can ask me directly and I will tell you. Only a ghost would believe you. Yang Kai had many questions he wanted to ask her, such as why she had planted that heart seal secret technique on him, making everyone feel uncomfortable, and whether she had deliberately led him here. But he knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get any answers from Li Shiqing. The disappearance of the children and disciples of the great emperors still had no clue. And now that such a thing had happened, Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. Li Shiqing took out a veil and said while putting it on, In fact, I came here specifically for you. For me? Yang Kai frowned. How were you so sure I would come? Li Shiqing took a deep breath, causing her full breasts to rise and fall as she explained. This place is an independent sealed world. If you want to open the entrance, you must be proficient in space principles. In the entire star boundary, there are only two people who have the ability to do so. One is you and the other is Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi is in the Eastern Territory and this matter involves Lan Sun, so the people from Star Soul Palace will definitely come to you for help. Sure enough, They really did find you. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me that everything here was done by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace." Lan Sun and Yao Lin were all captured by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace. Li Shiqing smiled lightly. "Of course not. This matter has nothing to do with her." "Nothing to do with her?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "It has nothing to do with her." Li Shiqing slowly shook her head and gave a definite answer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt his blood run cold. "You are not Li Shiqing, who are you?" The great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace were actually just her from her mouth, and Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of respect from Li Shiqing at all. If this Li Shiqing in front of him was really Li Shiqing, then as a disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace, how could she behave like this? At the very least, she should show the respect of a disciple to their honored master. Combined with the heart enchantment seal, Yang Kai could almost conclude that this Li Shiqing in front of him was a fake. 10,000 Flower Valley would never teach such a charming technique. Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment before smiling. "Did I reveal any flaws?" She had felt that Yang Kai was trying to trick her before, but she didn't want to reveal anything, so she had inadvertently exposed herself. "You really are not Li Shiqing." Yang Kai's heart filled with a chill, feeling that things were becoming more and more complicated. "Where is the real Li Shiqing? What did you do to her?" Li Shiqing frowned as she looked at Yang Kai. "Isn't it enough to have me? Why do you care about other women? Stop pestering me, answer me. What did you do to her?" On the way here, he had received some information that the disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace, Li Shiqing, had indeed gone missing. Since the one in front of him was a fake, where was the real Li Shiqing? Li Shiqing helplessly sighed. "She's fine, she just went somewhere." "Where did she go?" Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile. "To a place I want to take you to. If you promise to come with me, I'll tell you." "Good, I promise you." Yang Kai readily agreed. Li Shiqing giggled. "I'm not a 3-year-old child. How could I be so easily fooled?" Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, staring at her affectionately. "Whether or not it's the effect of that secret technique, at this moment, I feel that I don't want to be separated from you. If you go somewhere, I will naturally go there." These words seemed to have a big impact on Li Shiqing, causing her body to soften and her whole body to fall into Yang Kai's embrace, a happy and sweet smile blossoming on her face as she whispered softly, "I believe you are sincere, but I also believe you have other intentions. Unless you come with me to that place, I won't tell you." Yang Kai immediately threw her away, abandoning her like a worn-out shoe. Chapter 3376. "You really don't want to come with me? I can accompany you for the rest of your life, never to be separated." Li Shiqing looked at him sincerely. Yang Kai said impatiently, "I hate it when people talk to me in riddles. First, tell me who you are, where you want me to go, and what you want me to do there." Li Shiqing hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not convenient to say anything else for the time being. I can only tell you that something big will happen in the near future, and you who are proficient in space principles will play a big role in it. Otherwise, do you think I would come here in person? As for who I am, you will know in the future. My identity will not be a disgrace to you." Yang Kai sneered. "You might as well not have said anything." Rolling his eyes, he said, "Rest for a moment, we'll go find them later." Saying so, he didn't bother to pay attention to her and sat down. With the help of the enough-as heart seal secret technique, Yang Kai didn't have to be on guard against Li Shiqing trying to harm him. He had seen and touched every part of her body, so if she had any ill intentions, she would have already revealed them, so Yang Kai felt quite at ease in front of her. Seeing him sit down, Li Shiqing suddenly leaned over. "What? Do you want to use my secret technique to find out my identity?" This woman is really smart. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Didn't they say that women with big breasts have no brains? He really did have this idea. He couldn't get any useful information from Li Shiqing, but today's matter wasn't completely untraceable. The best way to find out was the so-called heart seal secret technique. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra in his knowledge see before, but he couldn't find it. Now that he thought about it, the extra thing should be the heart seal secret technique. As long as he could find the source of this secret technique and carefully identify it, he might be able to find some clues. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked at her. Are you going to stop me? Li Shiqing covered her mouth and giggled. Why would I stop you? If you want to investigate, feel free to do so, but I have to remind you that this technique is illusory and traceless, and anyone who is afflicted with it will be bound for life. There is no way to remove it. Not to mention that you are just a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even the great emperors wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, bullshit. No matter who this Li Shiqing was, or where she came from, her cultivation was the same as his, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yet she dared to make such a big claim? Yang Kai really wanted to spit on her face. Li Shiqing smiled and said, then work hard. Big sister will wait for you. Yang Kai snorted, speak properly. Li Shiqing fell silent. Yang Kai also closed his eyes and condensed his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, carefully searching the area. Half an hour later, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a gloomy face. Li Shiqing immediately asked, how is it? Yang Kai glared at her. Don't be so smug. We are in a hurry now, so I don't have the time to search carefully. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Li Shiqing smiled, pausing for a moment before asking, where are we going now? Kai Yang really wanted to say to her, you go your own way, I'll go mine. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only mutter, go back and find them. Suddenly he warned her. If you dare to touch them, I won't forgive you. Li Shiqing said, don't worry, I've already achieved the purpose of this trip. I just need to stay by your side in the future. Yang Kai frowned. Aren't you going back to 10,000 Flower Valley? Li Shiqing smiled. I'm not Li Shiqing. Why would I go back to 10,000 Flower Valley? Then how are we going to explain this to the great emperors? If she pursues this matter, your identity will definitely be exposed. Li Shiqing blinked. Are you worried about me? Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm worried that I will be implicated. Having said that, after we go out, even if the great emperors don't pursue this matter, I'll still have to tell her. Li Shiqing didn't comment. As long as you're happy. She looked as if she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't leak the secret, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth in anger. With a look of dissatisfaction, he said, let's not talk about other things for the time being. You should at least tell me your name, right? Li Shiqing was silent for a moment, then she smiled. Ru Meng, you Ru Meng. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said no more, taking the lead to return the way they came. Yu Ru Meng naturally kept up with him, but after flying for a few miles, she suddenly heard a thunderous sound coming from the sky. The sound was like thunder, causing the world to shake. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai's expression to change dramatically. He suddenly stopped and looked up at the gray sky, a look of surprise on his face. The thunderous sound was not real thunder, but someone fighting in the sky. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that the cultivation of the people fighting had reached the level of the great emperors. Just the aftermath alone was enough to cause his blood to boil, forcing him to circulate his emperor chi to protect his body and mind. Great emperors are actually fighting here. This battle couldn't be a one-man show. In other words, there were two great emperors fighting in this strange place. Who were they? Was the one who first broke into this place when he opened the entrance also involved? It's starting. Yu Ru Meng's soft whisper suddenly reached his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her looking up at the sky with a solemn face, and there was even a hint of excitement and expectation in her beautiful eyes. Looking at her, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, because he found that Yu Ru Meng did not circulate her emperor chi to protect herself. This made Yang Kai doubt his eyes. They were both second-order emperor realm masters, so why was Yu Ru Meng so calm? Was she not affected by the aftermath of the battle at all? Yang Kai did not believe that there was anyone in this world who was stronger than him in the second-order emperor realm. If he used his full strength, he could even exchange blows with a fake emperor, but Yu Ru Meng's performance was better than his at the moment, which naturally surprised him. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "What's starting?" Yu Ru Meng shook her head and did not answer. Another loud cracking sound rang out. and a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was incomparably huge, as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and was about to swallow the entire world. The space they were in became a little turbulent. Tiny cracks appeared and then disappeared. This small world could not bear the fierce battle between the two great emperors. In such a short period of time, such a strange phenomenon had already appeared. If this continued, this small world might very well be shattered. Thinking so, young Kai shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, he hurriedly flew forward. Yu Meng glanced at the sky again before following. After a while, several figures appeared in front of them, and when they met, young Kai found that they were Lan Sun, Lin Yun'er, and the others. "Senior Sisterly, are you okay?" Lan Sun glanced at Yu Meng, who was following behind Yang Kai, and asked. "She's fine." Yang Kai shook his head, but did not explain what Yu Meng had done, or how she had disappeared under everyone's nose. In fact, he didn't understand either. "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Please follow me and find the exit as soon as possible." Lan Sun and the others nodded solemnly. As long as one was not blind, they could see that when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. If they didn't want to be implicated, it was best to leave this place. But where the exit was, or if there was even an exit in this small world, no one knew. So Yang Kai could only lead everyone forward while secretly praying for a way out. "Huh!" As they walked, Lin Yun'er suddenly exclaimed, "It's Master's aura." Yang Kai turned to look at her and pointed to the sky. "Is the Iron Blood Master over there?" Lin Yun'er nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed Master's aura." She was the only disciple of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and had been with the Iron Blood Great Emperor for so many years, so she naturally could not be wrong. "So the Iron Blood Master is here," Gao Zhan suddenly said. "No wonder his attacks are so powerful." Lan Sun said, "Who is fighting the Iron Blood Master?" Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. Although they could sense that it must be another great emperor's, no one knew who that person was. At this moment, the gray world suddenly darkened, as if all the light had been covered, causing the world to enter the deepest night in an instant. Even people from the Emperor realm, like everyone else, could no longer see anything clearly. Not only was their vision blocked, even their divine sense seemed to have entered a dark space, unable to perceive the existence of anything. "The Night Shadow Great Emperors!" Lan Sun exclaimed in shock. Such an obvious sign allowed her to immediately lock onto the identity of the other great emperors fighting the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Only that person could have such magical means. The Night Shadow Great Emperors were the masters of darkness, so such a change could not be more obvious. "Is it really him?" Yang Kai frowned. On the way here, he had heard Xiao Yuyang mention that they had guessed that Lan Sun's disappearance might be related to the Night Shadow Great Emperors, but that was just a guess after all. Now it seemed that this guess might be true. Gao Zhan was puzzled. Strange, why are the Iron Blood Master and the Night Shadow Master fighting? Their vision was blurred, and their divine sense perception was also hazy, so everyone could only stop in place. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Star Soul Palace suspects that your capture is related to the Shadow Killer Temple. If this is true, then it's not surprising that the two of them are fighting. But how difficult would it be to determine a winner when two great emperors fought?" No one knew when this battle would end, so Yang Kai was secretly anxious. In the current situation, everyone could neither advance nor retreat. Could they only wait in place? But if this world was shattered by the two great emperors, no one would have a good end. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed into the void. Just as he was thinking this, a bright light suddenly bloomed in the sky, dispelling the darkness that had obscured the light. Everyone looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a bright and soft light. "Father!" Lan Sun called out in surprise. Chapter 3377. As soon as Lan Sun spoke, everyone realized that the bright moon great emperors were also here. This was in line with the information Yang Kai had obtained before. Star Soul Palace had received a message from the great emperor's bright moon, and had tracked them all the way here. They had also guessed that the great emperors had entered this world. And now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The bright moon great emperors had indeed entered this world. The full moon in the sky was the best proof. In other words, There were actually 3 emperor-level existences gathered in this strange world, and they were fighting fiercely. What was certain was that the Great Emperor's bright moon and the Great Emperor's night shadow were on opposite sides. As for which side the Iron-Blood Great Emperor was on, it was not clear, but it was very likely that he had joined forces with the Bright Moon Great Emperors. Above the heavens, darkness swept out again, competing with the brilliance of the full moon. The collision of light and darkness was a battle of world principles between the 2 great emperors. If it were a one-on-one battle, it would be hard to say which of these 2 great emperors was stronger. They were like fire and water, but at this time, there was an additional Iron-Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen. 2 against 1. There was no doubt that the Great Emperor's night shadow would suffer some losses. From the vision in the sky, it could be seen that although the darkness was powerful, it was obviously inferior to the brilliance of the light, and was being suppressed bit by bit. Occasionally, a long roar would ring out, shaking the heavens and earth. Yang Kai and the others watched quietly, except for the somewhat heartless Mo Shaoqi and the meaningful Yu Ru Meng. Everyone else wore a dignified expression, because no one knew what had caused these 3 great emperors to fight here. If it was just because their disciples or descendants had been captured, it should not have caused such a ruckus. After all, a war between the great emperors was not a trivial matter. It was very likely that it would shake the entire star boundary. Lan Sun, Lin Yin and the others had not suffered any harm and were simply trapped in this world. The shock waves spread to every corner of this world. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and it became more and more unstable. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "We should go." Lan Sun recovered, retracted her gaze, and looked at Yang Kai. But which direction should we go? How could Yang Kai know about this? He could only look at Gao Zhan. Brother Gao, isn't it time for a divination? Yang Kai had seen Gao Zhan's ability a moment ago. He could even calculate Yu Ru Meng's whereabouts. So calculating the location of the exit shouldn't be difficult, right? Unexpectedly, Gao Zhan only shook his head slowly. There's nothing I can do. Yang Kai then looked at Yu Ru Meng. If he couldn't count on Gao Zhan, then he could only count on this woman. She seemed to know something, but no matter how Yang Kai asked, she didn't answer anything substantial. Their eyes met and Yu Ru Meng said indifferently, "Why is Brother Yang looking at me? Shiqing doesn't know about this either." Bitch. Yang Kai was sure that she definitely knew, but she pretended to be Li Shiqing and said such words. He was so angry that he really wanted to tear off her disguise here. He immediately said in a deep voice, "We may really die here. If you know anything, please tell me." Yu Ru Meng slowly shook her head. "Brother Yang is joking. Shiqing has been sleeping until you came and was awakened. She really knows nothing about this place." Lan Sun said, "Brother Yang, don't embarrass senior sister Li. She really doesn't know. You were deceived by her." Yang Kai roared in his heart. "This woman is not the Li Shiqing you know." But the matter had come to this. Yang Kai had no choice but to say, "Then it depends on our luck. If we are lucky, we may leave this place alive. If we are unlucky..." He paused and said, "We will all die here together." After speaking, he glared fiercely at Yu Ru Meng. Yu Ru Meng turned a deaf ear to him, but a mischievous light flashed in her eyes. The battle in the sky became more and more intense. The 3 great emperors seemed to be going all out from the beginning without holding back, making the world show more and more signs of collapse. No one dared to stay in place for long, and could only move forward. Not long after, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up ahead. "What's wrong?" Lan Sun asked, noticing a trace of abnormality in Yang Kai. "There are people," Yang Kai replied, using his divine sense to explore. "It's the people from Star Soul Palace." "Elder Shui and the others?" Lan Sun's expression brightened. Yang Kai nodded and sped up to meet them. The people on the other side obviously noticed the situation here, and also rushed over. A moment later, the 2 sides met. "Your Highness." Shui Jingmao's face lit up after seeing Lan Sun, and he quickly stepped forward to check if she was injured. Only after confirming that she was safe and sound did he relax. Xiao Yuyang walked over to Yang Kai and asked, "How did you find them?" Yang Kai frowned. "I don't know who led me there. They must have been hit by some kind of secret technique before, So they have been unconscious. Someone led you there? Xiao Yuyang was stunned when he heard this. Yang Kai nodded. Now that I think about it, the person who led me there was either the Bright Moon Great Master or the Iron Blood Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find them so easily. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before nodding. That's reasonable. It should be either the Bright Moon Great Emperors or the Iron Blood Great Emperor, who discovered the location of Lan Sun and the others, but had other important matters to attend to, so it wasn't convenient for him to bring these juniors with him. So he led Yang Kai over and left this matter to him. Elder Xiao, there is another thing I need to tell you. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. What? Xiao Yuyang and the others from Star Soul Palace all turned to look at him. Yang Kai's lips squirmed a few times before he finally said, We need to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. If my guess is correct, if those masters continue fighting like this world will collapse. So that's what he's talking about. Xiao Yuyang laughed. Even if Yang Kai didn't mention it, they would have noticed it. Xue Jingmao said, We have also been looking for an exit, but unfortunately we have found nothing. Do you have any clues here? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. This caused everyone's expression to darken. They hadn't found anything, and neither had Yang Kai. So how were they supposed to get out? Xiao Yuyang asked, Since you are proficient in space principles, can't you tear space and open an exit? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I can't. After all, this is an independent small world with its own world principles and barriers. With my current attainments in the Tao of space, I can't tear the barriers of this world. Even if I tear space and open an exit, I can only go to another place in this world. I can't return to the star boundary. Xue Jingmao said. In that case, we can only search slowly. Since we can come in, we can naturally leave. Looking up at the sky, he said in a dignified voice, I hope we can make it in time. Waving his hand, he said, Let's go. The group hurriedly followed. Whether it was intentional or not, Yu Rumeng fell behind and flew out side by side with Yang Kai. Suddenly, her voice came to his ear. Did you want to expose me just now? Yang Kai squinted at her. So what if I did? Yu Rumeng's eyes curved as she smiled. Then why didn't you take action? It's none of your business. Yang Kai replied bitterly. I knew you couldn't bear to. Yu Rumeng smiled even more happily. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Now that we don't know if you're alive or dead, it's meaningless to expose you. If we can really find an exit, I will definitely reveal the truth to everyone. Just wait for your death. Yu Rumeng said. Then don't be sad when the time comes. In your dreams. Yang Kai was furious and suddenly sped up, leaving her behind. Staring at his back, a smile flashed across Yu Rumeng's eyes as she followed behind him unhurriedly. Time passed by little by little. After one day and one night, everyone's mood became a little restless. After searching for so long, they still couldn't find the exit. The battle between the three great emperors lasted for an entire day and night, turning the whole world upside down. In the void, there were void cracks everywhere. Yang Kai was leading the way because without his guidance, no one would be able to fly in this environment. If they were not careful, they would rush into a void crack or be cut by one of the small and invisible void cracks, dying an unnatural death. At a certain moment, a dazzling light suddenly lit up between the heavens and earth. Everyone who was rushing forward couldn't help but stop and look up. Above the sky, a huge black curtain collided with the light of the full moon, eliminating each other. At the same time, a deafening rumbling sound rang out. The earth cracked open, and incomparably huge, abyss-like ravines appeared. At this moment, the void was like a shattered mirror, and cracks crazily spread in all directions. Rivers flowed in reverse, and mountains disintegrated. Not good, Xiao Yuyang exclaimed. Their previous guess had come true. This world couldn't withstand the fierce confrontation between the three great emperors, and was really about to collapse. All these strange phenomena were just a precursor to the collapse. Everyone come here. Xue Jingmao shouted. At this time, they didn't have the time to look for an exit. They could only stay in place and gather everyone's strength to resist the power of the heavens and earth. They might be able to survive for a while, otherwise they would definitely die. Everyone also realized this and gathered around him. As their emperor chi surged, a dozen or so people worked together, trying to maintain the stability of the place they were in. They didn't want to let the area around them be affected by the collapse of the world. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu Rumeng, his eyes spitting fire as he sent a message. Will you only be happy if everyone dies here? Yu Rumeng replied lightly. What does the life or death of others have to do with me? As for you, you have the space principles. Will you die here? Bitch. Yang Kai cursed angrily. Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, What did you call me? You are a cheap person. Kai Yang responded slowly, one word at a time. He had even cursed the dragon race's second elder. So what did Yu Rumeng count for? Chapter 3378. Yu Rumeng was obviously furious. She had never heard anyone scold her so viciously, especially when the person who scolded her was Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll kill you. Yang Kai sneered. Try it if you have the guts. He didn't believe that Yu Rumeng would really dare to attack him in front of everyone. If she really did so, her identity would definitely be exposed immediately. As long as she still had some ulterior motives, she would never waste her previous hard work. He thought it would be like this. Who would have thought that just as he spoke, he would see Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes staring at him with a sneer. Immediately after, his knowledge sea suddenly tumbled and a splitting headache assaulted him. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as his body swayed. Not only him, but Yu Rumeng herself was also like this. It was obvious that when Yang Kai was suffering this pain, she herself seemed to be implicated. Her crystal-clear skin was a little pale, and fine sweat appeared on her forehead. If it were normal times, the abnormalities of the two would certainly not be hidden from the perception of the people around them. But at this moment, everyone was working hard to maintain the stability of the area within a radius of more than 100 feet, not allowing this place to be affected by the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors. Who would have the time to care about others? Therefore, the abnormal reactions of the two were so quiet that no one noticed it. What did you do? Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't notice that Yu Rumeng had made a move at all, but his head felt like it was about to explode. What the hell was going on? I'm going to die with you. Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and replied. Her voice was intermittent. It was obvious that she was enduring great pain. Are you crazy? Yang Kai's face changed drastically. What kind of situation was this? And this woman was still playing like this. She was simply a madwoman. Who told you to scold me? Yu Rumeng stubbornly looked at Yang Kai, sweat appearing on her forehead. I just scolded you. If you're not happy, you can scold me back. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why hurt each other? Apologize. Apologize your mother. How dare you scold me? Yu Rumeng trembled all over, either from anger or pain. Lan Sun finally noticed a trace of abnormality and asked with concern, Senior Sisterly, are you okay? Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head, not saying a word. Yang Kai transmitted his voice at the right time. If there's anything, we can deal with it later. Don't mess around now. Yu Rumeng said coldly. No one has ever scolded me like this. No one can scold me like this. Unless you apologize, I will die with you here. Yang Kai was speechless. His face twitched for a while, and he could only comfort her. Okay, I was wrong just now. I won't scold you anymore. A real man knows when to yield, and when to stand tall. What's the big deal about apologizing? You said it yourself. Yes, that's what I said. You heard me right. Only then did Yu Rumeng stop. After a moment of silence, she asked with concern, Does it hurt? What do you think? Yang Kai was furious. He felt that this woman changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. I was just angry. Don't provoke me like this next time. Perhaps because of the change in her mood, Yu Rumeng felt a little guilty about what she had done just now. Her tone was so gentle that it was enough to make a vajra melt. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked, Was that also the power of your heart seal secret technique? Yu Rumeng didn't comment. Naturally, she realized that Yang Kai was just trying to get information out of her. Yang Kai wanted to ask a few more questions, but he didn't have the chance. After a short while, the world around them finally collapsed. The earth and space cracked open piece by piece, And then, under the influence of some unknown force, they gradually drifted away into the depths of the void. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a strange scene. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they watched. It's over. Shui Jingmao let out a long sigh. As the great elder of Star Soul Palace, a third-order emperor realm master who had lived for so many years, he wasn't afraid of death, but Lan Xun was still here. If he died, then so be it, but what if Lan Xun died? Moreover, in addition to Lan Xun, there were also the descendants and disciples of the other 4 great emperors here. Everyone was a little worried for a while. Young Kai, on the other hand, was calm. Although he had described the situation as very dangerous before, in fact, if it really came to that point, he could only take everyone here into the sealed world bead, and then find a way to escape through the void. As long as he was safe, everyone else would be safe. If it were any other time, he would have had great confidence in escaping safely, but at this time, there were 3 great emperors fighting here, and the entire world was collapsing. He didn't know what kind of situation he would face when the time came, so he didn't dare to make any unnecessary promises to everyone. He was only prepared to take action when the situation became extremely bad. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out incessantly as the world collapsed faster and faster, pieces of earth drifting away and gradually disappearing. In less than 2 hours, the place where they were standing had already been reduced to nothingness. Only the place where they were standing was safe because of the protection of everyone. However, it was only a radius of a few dozen feet, making everyone feel as if they were trapped on an island in the sea. And this island was still flowing in the cracks of space. There was no light, no path of origin, as if it had been forgotten by the entire world. Young Kai suddenly raised his brow and fixed his eyes in a certain direction. What's wrong? Xiao Yuyang, who was standing next to him, heard his voice and asked. Young Kai didn't answer, and just silently sensed his surroundings. After a while his expression brightened. There is an exit over there. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and Lei Hong shouted. An exit into the star boundary? Young Kai nodded and said. It's very likely. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look, Lei Hong shouted impatiently. Young Kai gently nodded, and was about to lead everyone in that direction when his figure suddenly froze. After carefully sensing for a while, his expression changed greatly. Not good, run. Saying so, he pushed his space principles to wrap everyone up and lead them in the opposite direction. Everyone was confused, but seeing Yang Kai's dignified expression, they knew that the situation was not good. In this damned place, only Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, had the authority to speak, so he must have noticed something and made such a choice. Shuttling through the void was extremely dangerous, and without Yang Kai's protection, it would have been impossible for these 12 or 20 people to stay together. Perhaps they would have scattered in the blink of an eye. Everyone also wanted to know what Yang Kai had noticed that caused him to act like he was facing a great enemy, but at this time it was obviously not convenient to ask. However, their doubts did not last long as soon a trace of abnormal movement came from behind them. Rumbling sounds resounded throughout the universe. It was as if something was rolling over in large quantities, wanting to fill up the entire void. Shui Jingmao and the others hurriedly looked back, but could not see anything at all. Even when they released their divine senses, they could not spread too far. In this void, their strength was completely suppressed. After what seemed like an incense stick worth of time, or perhaps just a dozen breaths of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this light, everyone couldn't help feeling as if a window had been opened in a dark room. Even without Yang Kai's explanation, everyone knew that the source of this light was the location of an exit, causing them to feel overjoyed. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. This narrow escape from death was a valuable experience for all of them. The group quickly followed behind Yang Kai and soon arrived at the source of the light and rushed out. Their field of vision blurred, and as soon as they arrived, all they saw was yellow sand and a strong wind blowing, filling the air with sand and dust. We're back. Shui Jingmao's expression brightened. Furthermore, they had returned to the place where they had first entered. This was clearly the sea of sand. Looking down, they saw the huge funnel beneath their feet. They had never expected that after the collapse of that world, they would actually find a way to survive. Let's go. Yang Kai did not linger and instead continued flying forward. Seeing him act like he was avoiding snakes and scorpions, everyone had no time to rejoice, suppressing the doubts in their hearts and quickly following. After flying 100 kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look back, his expression extremely solemn. Yang Kai, what did you notice? Xiao Yuyang walked up to him and asked while also looking back. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I hope my inference is wrong if it is. The great calamity is about to begin. Gao Zhan suddenly said out of the blue. At this moment he also opened his white eyes. There was a strange light flowing in his eyes, piercing through the void as he stared at the funnel. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, feeling the urge to tear his mouth off. This guy was useless when he was needed, but when he was not, he would jinx things and be very effective. Before, he had warned him to be careful, but in the end he had really been tricked by Yu Rumeng. Now he was saying that the great calamity was about to begin. This guy definitely has no friends. Yang Kai concluded in his heart. With a loud bang, sand and dust flew everywhere. A pitch-black aura suddenly rushed out from the sand funnel, straight into the sky, and then crazily spread in all directions. Wherever the pitch-black aura passed, everything changed, as if the world had lost its color. That's? Shuizheng Mao and the others stared with wide eyes as they stared in a daze, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. Ha! Yang Kai sighed. He had been praying that his guess was wrong, but it had actually come true. However, what was going on here? Demonic qi! Xiao Yuyang exclaimed. Even from 100 kilometers away, he could perceive the various evils contained in this dark aura. On top of that, a few years ago, the demon thought had broken out in Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Yuyang was also present at that time, so he was naturally no stranger to demonic qi. However, the demonic qi in Orthodoxy Temple at that time was incomparable to what he was seeing now. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was obviously not on the same level. How could demonic qi be erupting from the sand funnel, and in such a continuous manner, as if the sand funnel was connected to a source of demonic qi? Chapter 3379. The boundless old demon qi gushed out from the sand funnel, and crazily spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the demonic qi filled an area of more than 10 miles, and it was still spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. A few years ago, the demon thought broke out in the Southern Territory, and a few years later, demonic qi appeared in the Western Territory. This made people think of many things. Yang Kai even suspected that the invasion of the demon territory was about to begin again. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally experienced the invasion of the demon territory. Although it was just a dream, according to Xiao Dai, everything in the Thousand Illusions dream world was based on the real history. In other words, in ancient times, there really was such a great war between humans and demons. However, in the real history, there was no such person as Yang Kai. He only participated in the copy of that great war as a latecomer. In that war, although the demon race was defeated, it was not extinct. After hundreds of thousands of years, was the demon race really going to make a comeback? And in the Western Territory, was the breakthrough point of the demon race? If this was the case, then the demon thought in the Southern Territory could be explained. The demon thought was just the preliminary preparation of the demon race to invade this land. Think about it, if the plan of the demon soul at that time was really successful, then there would be countless demons lurking in all the major sects in the Southern Territory. When the incident in the Western Territory broke out, the countless demons in the Southern Territory could cooperate and completely occupy the Western Territory of the Southern Territory. In this way, it would be enough to compete with the creatures of the star boundary. Just thinking about it made him shudder. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yu Rumeng. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, looking through those stars-like eyes, as if he wanted to see the depths of her heart. Yu Rumeng had obviously expected all of this. Otherwise she would not have said those words before. Then who was she? What role did she play in this drama? She also said that he, who was proficient in the law of space, would be of great use in a major event in the future. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to understand something. Why is there so much demonic qi? Shui Jingmao looked at the scene 50 kilometers away in disbelief, and the beard on his chin trembled. Great calamity, great calamity. The last time the demon thought broke out in the Southern Territory, the cultivator in the Southern Territory suffered heavy losses, and the entire Orthodoxy temple was destroyed. Now the situation in the Western Territory was many times worse than before. What should they do? Gao Zhan's crow's beak came true once again, and the speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. What about the master? Someone asked. No one could give an answer. The three great emperors fought in the sealed world, shattering the entire world, and then disappeared without a trace. No one knew if they had fallen into the endless cracks of the void. Both Lan Sun and Lin Yuner showed worried looks. Although the great emperors of the Bright Moon and Iron Blood Great Emperor were extremely powerful, if they really fell into the cracks of the void, they might lose their way. Unless they could find their way back, even if they had the ability to break the void, they would not be able to escape safely. Which sects in the Western Territory can take charge? Yang Kai turned and asked. Shui Jingmao pondered for a moment and said, there are 3 in total: Pointed Star Sect, 100 Barbarian Mountain, and Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not be counted on. Yang Kai and Lin Yuner went to Wind and Cloud Pavilion last time and killed a lot of their masters. It was estimated that they had not recovered yet. Why do you ask this? Shui Jingmao looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, we need to inform the major sects in the Western Territory as soon as possible, and let them send masters over as soon as possible. We need to work together to see if there is a way to contain the current situation. Otherwise, if this demonic qi spreads, I'm afraid that the Western Territory will be plunged into misery and suffering. After a pause he said, this may not be a matter of the Western Territory alone. If the Western Territory is really flooded with demonic qi, then the entire star boundary will suffer. The other 3 territories will have to send people over. I can arrange a space array here, and bring the masters of the other 3 territories here. Shui Jingmao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he nodded. You're right. When he saw so much demonic qi gushing out just now, he was a little confused, but now that he heard Yang Kai's words, his thoughts immediately became clear. He immediately arranged for several members of the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace to rush to the major sects in the Western Territory to inform them. Several figures immediately left as fast as lightning. While everyone was talking, the boundless demon qi had spread to a radius of several dozen kilometers. Moreover, it showed no signs of slowing down and continued to spread in all directions. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before saying, I'll go over there and see if it's possible to destroy that funnel. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a void corridor that may be connected to the demon territory. The demon territory. Shui Jingmao and the others were shocked. Obviously, they also knew what kind of place the demon territory was. Although they had not experienced the great war between the human and demon in ancient times, Star Soul Palace was also an overlord sect with a long history, so they must have some ancient books related to it. They had only thought that the situation here was somewhat similar to the demon thought in the Southern Territory, and that the sealed ancient demonic qi had broken out, but now that they heard Yang Kai say this, they realized the seriousness of the problem. If the void corridor where the funnel was located really connected to the demon territory, then the horror of this matter was far beyond their imagination. The demonic qi is so insidious. How can you enter it and maintain your consciousness? Xiao Yuyang asked worriedly. Yang Kai's proposal was indeed correct. If the funnel was really connected to the demon territory, then as long as the funnel was destroyed, the source of the demonic qi would naturally be cut off. However, where the funnel was located was where the demonic qi was the densest, so if Yang Kai really went in, he would lose his consciousness in an instant and turn into a demon. I have my own way, Elder Xiao doesn't need to worry. Yang Kai didn't explain too much and decisively said, I'll be right back. Without giving them time to react, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. In a flash, he rushed into the place where the demonic qi was pervasive. This demonic qi, which ordinary people would avoid like snakes and scorpions, had no effect on Yang Kai. After all, he now had a 3.5 meter dragon body, and his resistance was unparalleled. His dantian also had the pure demonic chi of an ancient demon sealed inside him, so although he hated this kind of environment, he wouldn't be affected. Determining the direction, Yang Kai rushed towards the funnel. But before he could fly far, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard behind him. Obviously, someone was following him. A fragrant wind blew and a graceful figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Yu Rumeng looked at him with a smile and stopped 3 inches away from him. Her towering breasts were about to touch his chest. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned. "Quickly get out." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "Didn't I say that from now on, I only need to guard you?" Yang Kai said angrily. "That was then and this is now. Why don't you take a look at where you are? How can you endure running in here? Ha! How come you're safe and sound?" Yang Kai suddenly stared at her with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The reason why he wasn't affected by the demonic chi was because of his strong physique and the dantian seal. How could Yu Rumeng not be affected at all? Yang Kai didn't see any trace of her using her secret art to resist the demonic chi, but with her second-order Emperor realm cultivation, she was like a fish in water in this boundless demonic chi. Yu Rumeng's eyes curved into crescents. "What can a trivial demonic chi do to me? I have my own plans, so don't worry about me." "Who would worry about you?" Yang Kai spat at her face, then hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can follow me, as long as you don't disturb me." At this time, Yang Kai didn't have the time to argue with her. He just wanted to see if he could destroy the void corridor where the funnel was. Yu Rumeng nodded repeatedly. "I won't disturb you." Yang Kai stared at her suspiciously for a while before continuing to move forward. After a while, they arrived at the funnel. Looking around, it really was a void corridor, and demonic chi was constantly spewing out from it. Yang Kai was suddenly at a loss. This funnel was originally the entrance to that independent sealed world, but he didn't notice the existence of demonic chi in that sealed world. What's more, that world had already collapsed, so where did this demonic chi come from? Could it be that that world was in between the demon territory and the star boundary? After the world was shattered, the demon territory and the star boundary were really connected. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression changed. If this was really the case, then the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Bright Moon Great Emperors had done something wrong. His divine sense fluctuated and the space principle fluctuated. Yang Kai reached out with a solemn face towards the funnel. Suddenly, his mind hurt as if it was about to explode, making him unable to continue. He turned his head and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Yu Rumeng stood next to him, her delicate body trembling. Obviously, she was enduring great pain. Her voice trembled as she said, "Nothing, nothing. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yang Kai's expression was ferocious, like a mad beast. Yu Rumeng didn't speak, just looking at him with a smile. "I'll give you 3 breaths to stop, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes as if he wanted to eat her. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head, her expression somewhat sorrowful. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted, "You court death." Saying so, he raised his hand and slapped towards her. Dragon pressure filled the air as his palm seemed to turn into a dragon's claw, and fiercely imprinted itself on Yu Rumeng's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Yu Rumeng's face turned pale. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed the veil covering her face red. She flew out like a kite with a broken string. The pain in his mind disappeared at this moment, but Yang Kai felt as if his heart was being grasped by an invisible hand, almost suffocating him. Chapter 3380. Yu Rumeng's heart seal secret technique was undoubtedly very powerful, and those who had not been subjected to this secret technique would not be able to understand the helplessness of being manipulated. At that moment, the person he had slapped was not Yu Rumeng, but Su Yan or Xiaoning Chang. Resisting the urge to investigate her situation, Yang Kai turned around and continued to use his divine sense and space principles to investigate the situation inside the funnel. A rustling sound came from behind, and Yang Kai did not need to look to know that it was Yu Rumeng who had stood up again. Although his slap was fierce, he did not mean to kill her. He only wanted to injure her so that she could not interfere with him. I just didn't want to see you hurt. Yu Rumeng's weak voice sounded in his ears. Before Yang Kai could react to what she was saying though, his expression suddenly changed as he stared at the funnel with bulging eyes, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from it. But it was still a little too late, and the divine sense he had sent out was cut off in an instant, causing him to let out a muffled groan as his face suddenly turned pale. His divine sense was damaged, and such an injury could be described as extremely serious. Unless he had some kind of peerless pills, he would need to spend a lot of time slowly recuperating. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, so he was not worried about this. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, such an injury could be quickly healed. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that there was someone guarding this funnel, and it was an existence he had to look up to. It was this person who had noticed Yang Kai's divine sense, and had acted to cut it off. Not only that, but a wisp of murderous intent also spread out. How could Yang Kai dare to stay in place? His figure retreated quickly as he grabbed Yu Rumeng's waist, and under the fluctuations of his space principles, he disappeared. Only now did he understand what Yu Rumeng meant. She obviously knew that this would happen. Quickly retreating, he quickly left the demonic cheese range and rushed towards the Star Soul Palace's group. Looking down, Yu Rumeng's face was pale, and the veil covering her face was dark red. Although her life was not in danger, she looked dispirited. It was unknown whether she was injured by Yang Kai's palm or her heart was hurt. The latter was more likely. At this moment, her head was tilted and she was motionless, like a puppet. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He could only flip his hand and take out a few pills. He handed them to her and said, "Eat them." Yu Rumeng remained indifferent as if she hadn't heard anything. Yang Kai could only reach out to pull off her veil, pinch open her mouth, and stuff the pills inside. Bah! Yu Rumeng turned her head and spat out the pill. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said hatefully, "Forget it if you don't want to eat." Hee hee. Yu Rumeng squinted at him and let out a strange laugh. Then she turned her head to the side. Hurrying over to Shuizheng Mao and the others, everyone greeted him and asked about the situation. Yang Kai handed Yu Rumeng over to Lan Sun and shook his head. "There is someone guarding inside, and it seems to be the Great Emperor's Yi Ying." He had just noticed a trace of the Great Emperor's Yi Ying's aura. What? Shuizheng Mao and the others' eyes widened. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are the Great Emperor's Yi Ying colluding with the demon territory?" "I don't know about that," Yang Kai shrugged. "It's possible," Shuizheng Mao said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Shuizheng Mao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yang Kai, do you still remember the whole story of the Orthodoxy Temple incident a few years ago?" "Naturally I remember." This incident was more or less related to the demon race, but what did it have to do with the Great Emperor's Yi Ying? "When the demon thought broke out, someone lured you out of the Orthodoxy Temple, and then waited for an opportunity to assassinate you. At that time, that person acted without leaving a trace and almost killed you, right?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He had told many people about this matter later, and wanted to ask them who the person who had attacked him was, but no one gave him an answer. Even now he still felt some lingering fear. The person who had attacked him in the dark was so silent that if it weren't for his special constitution, he might have really been killed. However, that person who had attacked him had immediately fled after failing to kill him, making it impossible for him to find out the identity of the enemy. Startled, Yang Kai asked, "Someone from the Shadow Kill Hall?" Shuizheng Mao nodded. "If that person's actions were really as you described, then only the Shadow Kill Hall would be able to nurture someone like that. However, although we had our guesses at the time, this matter involved a great emperor's, so we didn't dare to jump to conclusions. But now, it seems that the Great Emperor's Yi Ying and the Shadow Kill Hall have really colluded with the demon territory. The shadow of the Shadow Kill Hall's assassin was present in the demon thought in the Southern Territory, and the Great Emperor's Yi Ying had personally taken action in the Western Territory. This was enough to explain a lot of things. But why me? Yang Kai could not understand. Why did they have to lure him out to be assassinated? Shuizheng Mao said. If the demon territory really intends to invade the astral plane, then there will definitely be a great war in the near future. When that time comes, you, who are proficient in the law of space and can set up spatial arrays across territory, will be of great use. That's why they want to get rid of you. Great use, these words sounded familiar. Yang Kai thoughtfully looked at Yu Rumeng, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. For example, right now you can set up a spatial array and bring the powerhouses from the other 3 territory here as quickly as possible. Yang Kai nodded. All his doubts were cleared up at this moment. Shui Jingmao sighed. Of course, these are just guesses. No one knows if this is the truth. Yang Kai nodded. He collected his thoughts and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll send the message and gather everyone here first." The Void Corridor had the Great Emperor's Ying, so it was no longer a problem that he could solve by himself. Now that the Great Emperor's Bright Moon and Iron Blood Great Emperor were nowhere to be seen, if he wanted to suppress the Night Shadow, he would have to invite the other Great Emperors. Spirit Beast Island. Fortunately, he had exchanged the Space Spirit Bead with Li Wui before, otherwise he might not have been able to do anything at this time. There was no need to set up a new spatial array. There was already a spatial array in the deserted oasis 3 days away. What's more, he had other ways to get here. After spending some time, Yang Kai made a new Space Spirit Bead and made it into a bracelet. He called Lin Yun over and handed the Space Spirit Bead to her, solemnly saying, "Wear this on your wrist. Don't put it in your spatial ring." "I know." Lin Yun nodded and put on the bracelet. Yang Kai glanced at Yu Rumeng, who was healing her wounds, and then urged the space principles to activate the Space Spirit Bead given to him by Li Wui. After the ripples passed, Yang Kai disappeared. After a cup of tea's time, on Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai met the martial beast Mo Huang under Li Wui's lead. Mo Huang asked with a strange expression, "Boy, why are you here again?" It had only been a few years, yet this brat had come to Spirit Beast Island again. Mo Huang was really worried. He didn't know how long his precious daughter could stay. "Master, something happened." Li Wui's expression was solemn. "What happened?" Mo Huang frowned. The last time Li Wui told him this, it was when Yao Lin was captured. This time, the situation was obviously more serious, because Li Wui's expression was much more serious. Li Wui turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, motioning for him to answer. Kai Yang didn't beat around the bush, and simply recounted the events that had transpired. Mo Huang was shocked and quickly asked, "Night Shadow actually colluded with the demon territory?" Yang Kai said, "It's just a guess and there's no way to confirm it. However, this boy is certain that there is a Great Emperor overseeing the Void Corridor. His aura is similar to the Great Emperor Night Shadow's, and he has severed this boy's divine sense. Now that the Bright Moon Master and the Iron Blood Master are missing, and the demonic chi in the Western Territory has broken out, this boy has no choice but to come here and ask the Master to take action. This matter should not be delayed, so I ask the Master to act quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory will worsen." Mo Huang stood up and said, "If things are as you say, then this is indeed not a matter of the Western Territory alone. This king naturally can't stand idly by." After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Wui and said, "Go to the Serene Soul Palace and bring Serene Soul here. His daughter is also there, so he can't stay out of this. There's no need to worry about him not coming." "Yes." Li Wui received the order and immediately left. He must have left the Space Spirit Bead in the Serene Soul Palace. Using this method, he could freely travel between Spirit Beast Island and the Serene Soul Palace. It wouldn't take long for him to go there and bring the Great Emperors of Serene Soul back. Yang Kai was a little surprised by this result. He originally came to Spirit Beast Island to ask Mo Huang for help, but he didn't expect that the Great Emperors of Serene Soul would also be pulled in by him. This made him feel a lot more at ease. He didn't need to mobilize any other people. If these 2 Great Emperors couldn't solve the problem, then it would be useless no matter how many people he had. While waiting, Mo Huang carefully asked about the situation on the other side. Yang Kai naturally told him everything he knew. After listening, Mo Huang's face turned gloomy. It seems that the demonic territory is really going to invade the star boundary. But why would Yi Ying collude with the demonic territory? What benefits can the demonic territory give him? Yang Kai looked at him and said, Master, you can't guess the reason? Mo Huang slowly shook his head. Among the 10 of us, Yi Ying is the most mysterious. He doesn't have much contact with others. Speaking of which, I've only met him a few times and we haven't spoken more than 10 words. This king doesn't know anything about his temperament, so naturally, I can't guess. Yang Kai had a strange expression. There are rumors in the world, such as Master and the others. I wonder if the great emperors of Yi Ying are male or female. Is this true? Mo Huang laughed. Of course Yi Ying is male. How can there be such a ridiculous rumor in the world? As he laughed, he suddenly frowned. It's hard to say. Actually, this king has never seen his true appearance. Hearing this, Kai Yang was dumbfounded. So the rumors were true. Mo Huang and the others really didn't know if the great emperors of Yi Ying were male or female. However, no matter what his gender was, Yi Ying was still a great emperor and stood at the peak of this world. Just as Mo Huang said, what could the demonic territory give him? He actually colluded with the demonic territory. Chapter 3381. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Wui returned. Naturally, the great emperors of Serene Soul also returned with him. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen the great emperors of Serene Soul in person. At first glance, he might have thought that they were just ordinary old men. But when he used his divine sense, he found that the place where the Serene Soul was located was empty, and he could not detect any aura at all. Each of the 10 great emperors had their own unique skills. For example, Mo Huang was proficient in beast taming, the great emperors of Wondrous Pill were proficient in alchemy, and the Serene Soul great emperors were the most proficient in soul magic in the world. Of course, there was also Tian Yen in this world. However, ever since Tian Yen reconstructed his body, he had gone out to travel, and no one knew where he was now. It was precisely because the great emperors of Serene Soul were proficient in soul magic that the Red Dust great emperors of Serene Soul went to him immediately after coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, hoping that he could help solve the problem of his and Wukong's souls sharing the same body. Unfortunately, in that situation, even the great emperors of Serene Soul were helpless. Yang Kai remembered that Mo Huang had mentioned that the great emperors of Serene Soul's real name was Yao Jun. As soon as the two sides met, Yao Jun looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Boy, is what you said true?" He had obviously heard about the situation in the Western Territory from Li Wui on the way here, so he also noticed the seriousness of the problem, and his expression was very serious. "Master, go take a look for yourself and you'll know if what this boy said is true or not," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Yao Jun nodded slightly and raised his eyes to look at Mo Huang. Mo Huang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. This king wants to see what Yi Ying is up to." Yang Kai immediately activated the law of space to envelop them. Then he communicated with the space spirit bead that he had given to Lin Yan. Ripples spread out, and the 4 of them disappeared. When they reappeared in the barren land of the Western Territory, Yang Kai discovered that everyone had changed their location. The place where they were now was obviously not where they were before. Greetings to the 2 master. When the people of Star Soul Palace saw that Yang Kai had pulled the 2 great emperors over so quickly, all of them were overjoyed and cupped their fists in salute, their worried hearts finally calming down. In the previous situation, they were simply helpless. Now that they had such strong support from the 2 great emperors, they naturally had a backbone. Mo Huang and Yao Jun gently nodded and opened their eyes to look ahead. Both of them frowned. They found that the situation in front of them was even worse than what Yang Kai had told them. The area covered by the demonic qi had more than doubled in size. It was precisely because the demonic qi had spread too quickly that everyone kept retreating instead of waiting in place. Yao Lin, on the other hand, burst into tears the moment she saw her father. She threw herself into Yao Jun's arms and poured out her grievances, as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievances she had suffered. Yao Jun kept comforting her. It was obvious that he also doted on his daughter. "Master, the center of the demonic qi is the sand funnel that this kid mentioned to you before. There is a void corridor there, and the demonic qi is pouring out of that corridor. If we can destroy that corridor, I estimate that we can stop the current crisis." Yang Kai pointed to the front and said, "Did you escape from that tunnel as well? That funnel was previously connected to an independent small world?" Emo Huang asked. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Emo Huang understood. After a moment of silence, he looked at Yao Jun and said, "Shall we go and see?" Yao Jun nodded and said to Yao Lin, "Be a good girl and wait. Daddy and your Uncle Emo have something to do." "I don't want to." Yao Lin pouted. "Daddy, I want to go back to the Eastern Territory. I want to go back to the Serene Soul Palace. Take me back quickly. I won't run around alone anymore." In the past, she would always be taught a lesson by Yao Jun when she ran around, but she refused to change. Whenever she found a chance, she would sneak out. After suffering a great loss this time, she finally remembered the good things about her home. She secretly made up her mind that she would never leave the Serene Soul Palace again. The outside world was simply too dangerous. "Don't make trouble. Daddy has something to do." Yao Jun's face became serious. Yao Lin still wanted to pester him, but Yao Jun suddenly pointed at Yang Kai and said, "If you don't listen to me, I'll let him take care of you." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You father and daughter love each other so much. It's none of my business." But he was very cooperative and smiled at Yao Lin, revealing his white fangs. Yao Lin's face turned pale. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, I'll be obedient. Daddy, you go and come back early." Yao Jun nodded and exchanged a look with Emo Huang. The two of them immediately flew into the air and disappeared into the boundless demonic qi. Although the demonic qi was extremely corrosive and infectious, a cultivator could still resist it. And at the level of the great emperors, they could ignore the power of the demonic qi and enter and leave freely without any restrictions. With these two taking action, the others didn't need to do anything. They just needed to wait quietly. Yang Kai looked around and slowly walked to Yu Ruming's side. She had been healing, and Lan Sun was taking care of her. However, she was seriously injured by Yang Kai. Even now, her face was still pale, and the bright red blood on her lapel was very dazzling. "Is she okay?" Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun slowly shook her head. "It's not a big deal. She will recover after a few days of rest." Was senior sister Li injured by the great emperors of Night Shadow? Previously, Yu Ruming and Yang Kai went there together, and after returning, she became like this. Yang Kai also brought back the information that the great emperors of Night Shadow were guarding the Void Corridor. Naturally, this led her to guess. Yang Kai was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain, so he could only be vague. He couldn't say that Yu Ruming was injured by him. There was no way he could justify it. Fortunately, Lan Sun didn't ask much. "Junior sister is also a little tired. Take a rest first. I will take care of this side." Yang Kai looked at her with concern. Perhaps because of the bright moon great emperors, Lan Sun had been a little absent-minded. Coupled with the previous encounter, she really looked very tired at the moment. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Then I will trouble Brother Yang." After speaking, she walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone was adjusting their breathing. Those who were paying attention to demonic qi were paying attention to demonic qi, so he quietly sent a message to Yu Ruming. "How do you feel?" Yu Ruming opened her eyes, looked up at him, and then closed her eyes again without saying a word. Ahem. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and his tone was very soft. "Are you angry?" This was obvious. Yu Ruming was definitely angry, and if it were in her shoes, Yang Kai estimated that he would also be angry. However, at that time he had no other choice. He only wanted to destroy the Void Corridor as soon as possible, but at that critical moment, Yu Ruming had used her Heart Seal secret technique to interfere with him. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this method. "You should have made it clear to me," Yang Kai scratched his face. "If you had made it clear in advance, I wouldn't have done it. If you are still angry, I will let you hit me once, no, 10 times. Don't be angry, it won't be good if people see through it. Speaking of which, how are you going to explain it to the great emperors of Flower Shadow?" Li Shiqing is the disciple of the great emperors of Flower Shadow. It is impossible for her to ignore her disciple. She is the great emperor's and Li Shiqing's master. You can deceive others, but can you deceive her? What will you do if your identity is exposed? After rambling for a while, Yu Ruming completely ignored Yang Kai and didn't say a word. Kai Yang was also a bit scared, talking to himself like a crazy person. But in the end he was in the wrong, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Then you heal yourself first, call me if you need anything." After saying this, he walked forward. "Come back." Yu Ruming's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai stopped and said, "Didn't you ignore me? Why are you going back?" "I told you to come back." Yu Ruming gnashed her teeth. Yang Kai said, "Tell me what you want to do first. Are you coming back or not?" Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "You are the one who ignored me, and now you are the one who told me to go back. What do you want? Why is this woman like a child?" He really had never met a woman with such a character. While it was a novelty, he also couldn't bear it. "You can do whatever you want, whether you are angry with me or ignore me. After this, you go your way and I will go mine. We will have nothing to do with each other, and we won't contact each other even if we die." Yang Kai made up his mind and said what he had always wanted to say. Suddenly, he was in a good mood and had a wonderful feeling of venting his anger. Yu Ruming was suddenly angry and trembled all over. "You actually said such things to me, you heartless stinky man." Yang Kai sneered. "I am a stinky man. You and I just met by chance. It was you who used some kind of secret technique to force us together. How can feelings be forced, let alone that bullshit secret technique? You don't understand my character. This is my true face. If you can't stand it, you should remove the secret technique." Wishful thinking. Yu Ruming sneered. "Do as you like. After this, we will go our separate ways." "Okay, you said it. I will tell them now that I am the fake Li Shiqing. The real Li Shiqing was killed by me long ago." Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and he said stubbornly, "That is your own business. What does it have to do with me?" As soon as this was said, Yu Ruming fell silent. Kai Yang quietly turned his head to look back, only to see her quietly looking back at him with an expression that said, "There is no greater sorrow than death." He sneered in his heart. "Do you think I will be soft-hearted if you show such an expression? I will take this opportunity to cut off all ties with you." Thinking so, he involuntarily took a few steps back and stood next to Yu Ruming again, rubbing his chin and looking up at the sky. Yu Ruming smiled. "Sit next to me." "That's enough, don't push your luck." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Sit down." Yang Kai signaled to the front. "It will be bad if they find out." Yu Ruming curled her lips and didn't insist. Chapter 3382. After interacting with her several times, Yang Kai found that Yu Ruming was not difficult to get along with. It was just that she changed her attitude faster than flipping the pages of a book. Once there was a disagreement, it would immediately become like a completely different person. However, she was also very easy to coax. He just had to say some soft words and follow her wishes. Since there was nothing to do, Yang Kai asked, "Did you really kill Li Shiqing?" Yu Ruming said, "I was just casually talking about it. I didn't kill her." Yang Kai nodded, feeling a lot more relieved. If Li Shiqing was really killed, he would not be able to explain to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. Although the current situation was not easy to deal with, Li Shiqing was not dead. Even if the great emperors of Flower Shadow found out about Yu Ruming's disguise, they would not do anything to Yu Ruming. At most, they would use some means to interrogate her about Li Shiqing's whereabouts. Suddenly Yu Ruming asked, "Do you want to see my real appearance?" Since she was pretending to be Li Shiqing, naturally she was using Li Shiqing's appearance. Her real appearance had been covered. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Whether you are beautiful or ugly, it makes no difference to me." These words were the truth. With the existence of the Heart Seal secret technique, no matter how Yu Ruming looked, Yang Kai would not be affected unless the secret technique was removed. Yu Ruming smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, it won't be worse than my current appearance. Don't be distracted. Heal your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." Yang Kai said again, and then fell into silence. He was thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to find the great emperors of Serene Soul, to check his condition, and see if there was an opportunity to find the Heart Seal secret technique and remove it. Otherwise, with the existence of the secret technique, he would always be controlled by Yu Rumeng. There was no feeling of rejection in his heart, but after all, it was the effect of the secret technique. But as soon as this idea appeared, Kai Yang rejected it. It was not because Yu Rumeng said that even the great emperors could not break the secret technique. Yang Kai felt that she was obviously bragging. The heart seal secret technique was indeed strange, but after all, it was still within the scope of soul secret techniques. The great emperors of serene soul were proficient in this field. If they were to help, it might not be impossible to break it. Of course, if he asked the great emperors of serene soul, great emperors of serene soul, of the great emperors of serene soul, emperors, if they really let the wolf into the house, then there would be no way to clean up the mess. Perhaps he could ask Senior Tianyan for help. It was a pity that Yang Kai did not know where Tianyan was now. Everyone waited quietly as time slowly passed. The demonic qi continued to spread without slowing down. Over the next few days, everyone had been forced to retreat several times. If one were to look down from a bird's eye view, they would be able to see that the boundless sea of sand, with a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, had been covered in demonic qi, turning into a demonic land. Mo Huangyao Jun, who had left a few days ago, still had not responded. This made the people of Star Soul Palace, who had been very confident in them, worry. If even these two great emperors were lost, then the star boundary would be finished. But what was there that could make several great emperors successively fall into it? In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. The area covered by the demon qi had expanded to a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. If they didn't think of a way to contain this situation, then the entire Western Territory, and even the star boundary would be filled with demon qi. At that time, hundreds of millions of cultivators might become existences like demons. At this time, the people who had left to report to the Western Territory's great sects returned. Several of them had left, but only one had returned. Moreover, he was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly treated his injuries. Yang Kai also took out the emperor pill he had refined and fed it to him. This person was a protector of Star Soul Palace. His surname was Chu, but Yang Kai did not know his name. He only heard everyone call him Protector Chu. After stabilizing his injuries with great difficulty, the first thing Protector Chu said when he opened his eyes made everyone's expression change. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect have all become the demon race. What? Xue Jingmao was shocked. Protector Chu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, one of the strongest in the entire star boundary. How could he be beaten black and blue, just because he went to report the news? With the protection of Star Soul Palace, how could the sects of the Western Territory dare to act rashly? Now, after hearing what Protector Chu said, he suddenly understood. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. Xiao Yuyang said with a solemn expression. Protector Chu, did you see it clearly? You can't speak carelessly about this kind of thing. Protector Chu smiled bitterly. My injuries were given to me by the Pointed Star sect's sect master, Lianzheng, and several elders. How could I be wrong? Pointed Star sect was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. Its sect master, Lianzheng, was naturally a third-order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than a dozen people in the sect in the Emperor Realm. If it were any other second-order Emperor Realm Master, they would definitely die if they fell into that kind of danger. Protector Chu was from Star Soul Palace and had the heritage of an overlord sect, so he was able to escape with his life. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. This scene was somewhat familiar. It reminded everyone of the Orthodoxy Temple a few years ago. Several thousand people in the Orthodoxy Temple had also become the demon race. Even the temple master, Lei Gu, was no exception. Now it seemed that those demon souls had not only set up traps in the Southern Territory, but also in the Western Territory. It was just that nothing had happened in the Western Territory until Protector Chu went to report the situation. Yang Kai's expression changed. Everyone, I suddenly remembered something. What? Xiao Yuyang looked at him. When I was chasing Lei Gu back then, he seemed to be running in the direction of the Western Territory. However, under my relentless pursuit, he could only escape to the southern swamp, where I killed him in the end. Shui Jingmao raised his brow. You mean Lei Gu wanted to join up with the other demon souls? Yang Kai said. Now it seems that he did have this idea. Not good. Xiao Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to the Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor Realm and said, Quickly contact the others and see if there is any reply. Hearing what he said, Shui Jingmao and the others obviously thought of something. The corners of their eyes twitched as they waited quietly. After a while, the group of Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor Realm slowly shook their heads, indicating that they could not get in touch with their fellow disciples who had gone out to report the situation. The Western Territory is finished. I'm afraid that the others are also doomed, Xiao Yuyang said with an ugly expression. Xiao Yuyang said with an ugly expression. Protector Chu had managed to escape with his life, but the others might not have had such good luck. Not being able to contact them was the biggest problem. A strange look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he asked in shock. Elder Xiao means to say that the Western Territory has already been ruled by the demon race? Xiao Yuyang smiled bitterly. Think carefully about the deployment of Orthodoxy Temple back then. If you had not turned the tide back then, what would the Southern Territory be like now? Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he said bitterly. The demon race wreaked havoc and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Xiao Yuyang said, Orthodoxy Temple's scheme was destroyed because of you, but how many people like you are in this world? In the Southern Territory, at the very least, my Star Soul Palace can still shoulder the burden. Even if Orthodoxy Temple's scheme had succeeded, we might not have been unable to fight back. However, in the Western Territory, even Shadowkill Hall seems to have colluded with the demon race, so how can the other sects remain unaffected? Indeed, now that even Great Emperors Ying had personally guarded the Void Corridor, and a top sect like Pointed Star Sect had all become the demon race, what was the situation with the other sects in the Western Territory? It was very likely that they had already fallen into the hands of the demon race. The situation in the Southern Territory and the Western Territory should have been similar, but Yang Kai had intervened and pulled in countless powerful reinforcements in a very short time, resolving that crisis. However, the Western Territory was not so lucky. At this moment, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's expressions suddenly changed as they glanced at each other. Immediately after, the two of them flashed and disappeared from where they were standing. More than a dozen kilometers away, a figure was sneakily hiding under a sand dune, silently observing the gathering place in the Southern Territory. When he saw Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's figures mysteriously disappear, he knew that something was wrong and immediately leaped up and fled in a certain direction. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly came to a halt. This was because there was a person standing in front of him, looking at him coldly. Li Wuyi. The person's expression changed as he shouted, recognizing Li Wuyi's identity at a glance. The person who was known as the strongest under the great emperors was indeed very intimidating. This person did not dare to face him head-on, so he hurriedly turned around and fled in another direction. You think you can escape? Yang Kai blocked his path as if he had foreseen this, his large hand reaching out and swatting at the person. Scram! The person shouted, his originally normal body suddenly erupting with rolling demonic chi as his aura soared. He threw out a punch, intending to kill Yang Kai with one blow. His cultivation was not weak, being at the second-order Emperor realm. Coupled with the eruption of demonic chi, even an ordinary third-order Emperor realm master would not be able to take his punch head-on. However, Yang Kai did not dodge and simply swatted down with his large hand. With a bang, the demonic chi collapsed. The person was dumbfounded, as if he did not expect that he would not be able to take a single blow from his opponent with the same cultivation. His eyes filled with disbelief, he directly smashed into the sand, suppressing the tumbling blood chi in his heart as he dove into the sand. He seemed to have cultivated some kind of secret technique, and was like a fish in water in this sand. He dove down 1,000 meters and quickly fled into the distance. Li Wuyi stood in place without moving, but the space principles around him fluctuated. He slowly probed in the direction the person had fled and suddenly clenched his hand. 1,000 meters under the sand, a muffled groan sounded. "Get out here!" Li Wui shouted and raised his hand. As the sand and dust flew, a person was thrown out. Not giving him a chance to resist, Yang Kai had already stepped forward and pointed his finger like a sword at the person's chest, sealing his attempt to resist with space principles. Chapter 3383. It was only now that Yang Kai saw this person's face clearly. His face was sallow and emaciated, as if he was suffering from some kind of illness. But he was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, the rolling demonic chi on his body showed that he was from another race. Another demon soul. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his body with space force, he didn't panic at all. He just stared coldly at Yang Kai before a look of determination flashed across his eyes. The demon race is immortal. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai knew that things weren't going well. He hurriedly raised his hand to grab him, wanting to completely imprison him, but it was too late. The sound of something shattering suddenly came from this person's body. Then this person's vitality quickly faded and the light in his eyes dimmed. Yang Kai froze in place, his face twitching. Li Wui walked over, looked at him, then at the person. "Is he dead?" Yang Kai quickly said. "He severed his own heart." Li Wui was horrified, so decisive. As the saying goes, it's better to live than to die, so neither Yang Kai nor Li Wui expected that this guy would choose to kill himself immediately after being captured. Obviously, he didn't want to fall into the hands of the enemy and suffer unnecessary torture and pain. This was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, not some random cat or dog. This was the first time Li Wui had encountered such a thing, but it wasn't the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a thing. Back when they chased Lei Gu to the southern swamp and lured him into the encirclement of Fan Hua and the others, Lei Gu also said the same thing before he self-destructed. The demon race is immortal. What a similar scene. Yang Kai finally witnessed the ferocity of the demon race. Each one of them didn't take their lives seriously, casually blowing themselves up or severing their own life veins, as if they weren't courting death, but instead doing something glorious and noble. Since he was already dead, there was no way they could get anything out of him. The two of them carried the corpse all the way back and threw it on the ground. Protector Chu glanced at it and said, "I remember this person. He was an elder of the Point Star sect. He attacked me before, but I didn't expect him to come after me." Xiao Yuyong gazed into the distance and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid he's not the only one chasing after us." Although he could not detect the presence of any aura, since an elder of the Pointing Star sect had appeared, the other members of the Pointing Star sect might be hiding nearby. Even the demons from the other sects in the Western Territory would come to take a look after hearing the news. Although the Western Territory was desolate, the martial arts were not weak. The Emperor Realm was similar to the other three territories in terms of both quantity and quality. If the previous guess was true, and the entire Western Territory had silently fallen, then the current situation was not good. This was equivalent to making an enemy out of all the experts in the Western Territory. Even if there was an existence like Li Wui here, it wouldn't give them much sense of security. After all, they had a fake emperor like Li Wui on their side. So who could guarantee that the other side wouldn't have the same? The ones who captured Yao Lin and Lin Yun, or before, were all fake emperor-level masters, and they hadn't shown up yet. Now, everyone could only pray that the great emperors would return from the sand funnel as soon as possible. Only then would everyone have a backbone. While on guard, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stared at the area covered by the demonic chi. "You found it." Li Wui also looked forward. Yang Kai frowned. "Since Senior said so, it seems that my perception is correct." Li Wui nodded. "The demonic chi's spread has slowed down." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It seems that the demonic chi gushing out of the tunnel is not endless. If this was the case, then the situation wasn't too critical. Previously, he had been worried about whether the Western Territory would be completely covered by the demonic chi. After all, if that were the case, the Western Territory would really be finished. However, judging from the current situation, it would be difficult for the demonic chi to cover the entire Western Territory. Although the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers wasn't small, compared to the entire Western Territory, it was still a drop in the ocean. "Xiao Yuyang, Shui Jingmao, and the others undoubtedly also noticed this and couldn't help but look excited. After waiting for so many days, there was finally a piece of good news. And as everyone had observed, the speed of the demonic qi spread had indeed slowed down a lot. This sign became more and more obvious as time passed. It wasn't until 3 days later that the demonic qi finally stopped spreading and stabilized, covering an area of almost 200,000 kilometers. At that moment, some strange movement vaguely came from the demon land. Everyone's expression became solemn as they listened attentively. After a while, Shui Jingmao frowned and said, "Why does it feel like something is coming from that side?" Li Wuyi's expression became solemn. "It doesn't feel like it, it's really coming, and there are quite a few of them." Hearing what he said, everyone's expression became vigilant, but at the same time, they were also a little curious as to what it was that could travel so freely in such an environment. There was a rumbling sound, like muffled thunder rolling across the earth and countless running footsteps, one after another. After waiting for a while, everyone suddenly saw one short figure after another in the demonic qi. Each figure was only about 2 to 3 meters tall, and had a round body, like a big rolling watermelon. However, these strangely shaped creatures were clearly a type of life. It was just that every single one of them was incomparably ugly. The reason why their bodies were round was because every single one of them had a round belly. Their exposed skin was pitch black in color, as if they were the convergence of evil and chaos. "What are these?" Lan Sun's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this group of strange creatures in amazement. This was the first time she had seen such an existence. She only felt that they were a little ugly, but they were also quite interesting to look at. Especially when their numbers gathered to a certain extent, it was particularly funny to look at. Demon race. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. The chubby and short figure charged forward without any regard for his life. The scene in front of him awakened very unpleasant memories. However, the demon race in his memories were either red or green, but the ones in front of him were black. Regardless of whether they were red or green, they were all called exploding devils in the devil domain because their attacking method was to explode their own bodies. Their own cultivation was not enough to reach the apex, but after exploding, they could produce unimaginable power. When a red devil exploded, it could cause a huge amount of damage, and when a green devil exploded, it could release a highly toxic devil qi. Even the devil race themselves were not willing to be contaminated by the poison of a green devil. Red demons and green demons could self-destruct, so what about these similar black demons? Even if he thought with his toes, Yang Kai could guess what their attack method was. Is this also considered a demon race? Xiao Yuyang had a strange expression. If the demon race were all like this, he could flatten the entire demon territory with his sword alone. Yang Kai quickly said, "There are hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race has its own special innate divine technique. These should be exploding demons, and they can self-destruct." Self-destruct? Shui Jingmao frowned. No one noticed, but Yu Meng suddenly glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, but she quickly withdrew her gaze and sat quietly in place, meditating to heal her wounds. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Shui Changlao, don't underestimate these exploding demons. Since they can appear here, it means that the demon territory is really connected to the star boundary. That sand funnel may be the passage between the two worlds. They are just the vanguard. If they can't destroy that passage, then more demon race will come to the star boundary." Shui Jingmao's expression became solemn. "It seems that we can only hope that the master will succeed and retreat." While they were talking, a series of rumbling noises suddenly came from below. The noises were endless and dense. Looking over, Yang Kai's words had come true. Those rolling black demons really did explode one after another. The power was not too great, but after they exploded, a large amount of demonic qi spread out from their flesh and blood, dyeing the ground black. The situation that was originally under control suddenly worsened. Li Wui's expression changed. The demon territory can't be thinking of using this method to invade the star boundary, right? The place where the black demons exploded became the demon land. If there were enough black demons in the demon territory, they would not even need to send out any experts. They could just keep sending black demons out. In any case, this demon race had a low status in the demon territory. No one cared about their survival. They existed for the sake of the final explosion. However, this was obviously impossible. No matter how many black demons there were, they could not possibly explode across the entire star boundary territory. Yongkai secretly guessed that the demon territory wanted to seize a piece of land in the star boundary first, and use it as a foundation to gradually encroach on the entire star boundary. The rumbling sounds continued, and no one knew how many black demons exploded. Everyone looked over, and saw that the black demons continued to expand the demon land with their explosions. Yongkai took a deep breath and slowly said, "Everyone, although it should not have much effect, I think we should take action to stop them. At the very least, we should slow them down." Everyone gently nodded. Yongkai said, "Then everyone should be careful. Don't be corroded by the demonic qi. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush over. In the blink of an eye, Yongkai had arrived at the edge of the demon land. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, summoning the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword and a surge of Emperor Qi, the sword swept forward. The huge sword Qi cut into the crowd of black demons, and hundreds and thousands of black demons fell to the ground silently. However, even after these guys died, they exploded with a bang, releasing the demonic qi in their bodies. This situation was just as Yongkai had said before. Even if they took action to stop it, it would not have much effect because killing these black demons would not solve the problem of the demonic qi. At most, it would slow down the expansion of the demon land. But at this moment, this was the only thing Yongkai could do. Chapter 3384. The 100 races in the demon territory were also divided into different levels. Explosive demons were undoubtedly the lowest level of existence. They had low intelligence and were often the vassals of other demon race. However, it was precisely because of their low intelligence that they were so fearless and treated self-detonation as their mission. Even though Yongkai wielded the myriad sword and cut down countless explosive demons like cutting vegetables, he still couldn't make them hesitate in the slightest. They continued to emerge from the center of the demon land, and they didn't even look at Yongkai. They just kept charging forward and detonating their bodies at the right places. Everyone else was basically facing the same situation. Everyone present was basically from the Emperor realm, except for Yao Lin, so it was very easy to deal with these explosive demons. They would fall like straws with just a casual attack. 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Yongkai didn't know how many explosive demons he had killed. He had already charged into the demon land, and was closing in on the center. Everywhere he passed, the ground was littered with pieces of black demon corpses. What flowed out of them wasn't blood, but a pitch-black liquid. It was this liquid that turned the earth into the demon land. At this time, the difference in cultivation was quickly revealed. While First Order and Second Order Emperor Realm Masters could cut through the Gordian knot quickly, being surrounded by the demonic qi for a long time consumed a lot of energy. They had to be constantly on guard against the corrosion of the demonic qi, not daring to be contaminated by the demonic qi at all times. After 2 hours, the First Order Emperor Realm Masters had basically all retreated. Half a day later, the Second Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. After that, the Third Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. Only Yongkai and Li Wuyi were left to wreak havoc in the demon land. It wasn't surprising that Li Wuyi could hold on for so long. After all, he was a fake emperor, and the strongest person under the great emperors. It was surprising that Yongkai could hold on for so long. What they didn't know was that Yongkai wasn't afraid of the demonic qi's corrosion at all. He didn't even take any precautions and allowed himself to be exposed to the demonic qi. Yu Ruming followed closely beside Yongkai. Since the moment Yongkai rushed in, she had been following him closely. However, she had no intention of killing those black devils. Yongkai had only said a few words to her, and she had turned hostile. This made Yongkai so angry that he almost killed her with his sword. The black demons seemed to be inexhaustible. After a full day and night, Yongkai suddenly stopped swinging his sword. Looking around, there were broken corpses everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. At this moment, the entire world suddenly became extremely quiet. There were no more continuous sounds of explosions, nor were there any continuous sounds of running. It was so quiet that it made people feel a little uncomfortable. The explosions of the black demons finally stopped, and it could be said that there were no more black demons appearing. However, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. Holding the myriad's sword at an angle, he turned his head and looked towards the center of the demon land. Asterisk ta ta ta. Asterisk strange sounds came from there. It seemed to be the sound of horse hooves, neither fast nor slow. There was also the sharp sound of sharp weapons scratching the sand on the ground. Be careful, Yu Ruming suddenly warned. Yang Kai didn't say a word, as if he was facing a great enemy. He could perceive that a powerful aura was slowly approaching him. A moment later, 2 dark red lights appeared in his field of vision. Immediately after, a huge figure entered his field of vision. The figure was about 10 meters tall and was hazy. Only the dark red light was filled with a ferocious aura. It wasn't until the other party was close enough that Yang Kai was able to clearly see the appearance of this person. A burly man with bronze skin and bulging muscles was riding on the back of a ferocious-looking monster. This monster exuded a monstrous demonic chi and was covered in barbs. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to a horse, but whether it was its appearance or aura, it was clearly a powerful demonic beast. The burly man riding this demon beast was emitting a terrifying pressure that didn't belong to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Demon King. Yang Kai raised his brow. Previously, when countless exploding demons appeared, it meant that the passage between the star boundary and the demon territory had been opened. Now a Demon King had appeared, and one that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Demon King at that. The situation was deteriorating too quickly. The appearance of a Demon King meant that more Demon Kings would appear, and even a Demon Saint-level Master would appear. That was an existence comparable to the Great Emperor's. The Demon King held a halberd-like demonic artifact and dragged it across the ground. It was the friction between this demonic artifact and the sand that caused the ear-piercing sound. The Demon King, who had been moving forward, suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The demon beast beneath him snorted, and the light in its crimson eyes became even more ferocious. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the Demon King grinned and pointed his halberd at Yang Kai, laughing loudly. Ha, human! As if he had discovered something novel, the Demon King's eyes filled with interest. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked, "How should I address you?" "This king is Mengsei, a trivial ant. Why haven't you knelt before this king?" As soon as this remark came out, Yu Ruming, who had been standing quietly beside Yang Kai, suddenly glared at Mengsei with cold eyes. Mengsei frowned and looked at Yu Ruming thoughtfully, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and said, "Forget it, this king was just joking with you." Yang Kai said lightly, "That's not funny at all." Mengsei grinned and said, "Looking at you, boy, your strength is not bad. Your status in the human race should not be low. This king is in a good mood today, so I will let you go for now. When you go back, tell your human race's leaders to bow down to my demon territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, my demon territory's army will flatten this world. When that time comes, it will be too late for regrets." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Beat me first." Mengsei leaned forward slightly, giving off a sense of oppression as he asked with a strange expression, "Are you challenging this king? You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly reached out. "I'm going to cut you down." Mengsei was a little stunned, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to dare take the initiative to attack him. After all, in his perception, Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his own. Was the human race so fierce? Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be imprisoned, as if an invisible force had locked him in place. Before he could react, a pitch-black crescent-shaped attack had already struck him. Mengsei's expression changed. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a hothead, but who would have thought that he would be strong as soon as he saw him attack? The crescent-shaped attack seemed to be tearing through the void. If he was caught off guard and hit, even he would not be able to withstand it. Unable to break free from the shackles of space, Mengsei roared angrily and thrust the halberd in his hand forward. At the tip of the halberd, A fist-sized black ball of light suddenly appeared to meet the crescent-shaped attack. With a loud bang, the crescent-shaped attack disappeared, and Meng Sei's entire body shook. The demonic beast mount he was riding let out a cry, and was forced to retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of the fact that Meng Sei had not yet recovered, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword, pushing his Emperor Qi as he slashed towards Meng Sei's neck. Meng Sei's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. When Yang Kai attacked just now, he had felt that this boy was not ordinary, but now he realized that he had once again underestimated his opponent. The strange space shackles made it impossible for Meng Sei to effectively dodge, so he could only roar as his bronze skin glowed with a golden light. Asterisk dang. Asterisk with a loud bang. Sparks flew as Yang Kai's sword struck Meng Sei's neck, but it did not have the desired effect. Meng Sei's neck was comparable to the toughest artifact in the world, so Yang Kai's sword only left a 3-inch mark on his neck. Stone Demon. Yang Kai raised his brow, finally recognizing which demon race this Meng Sei belonged to. Stone Demon. No wonder he has such amazing defensive power. After this blow, Meng Sei obviously did not sit still and swung his halberd, causing the wind to howl. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he disappeared. Meng Sei's attack missed, but he also took the opportunity to break free from the space shackles and shook his head. So strong. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai's expression was cold, his killing intent rising. A demon king comparable to a third-order emperor realm master should be a rare talent in the demon territory. If he could kill him here, it would be of some help to the future situation. If he had not jumped out, it would have been fine, but now that he had, how could he retreat so easily? While speaking, Yang Kai had already secretly communicated with the sealed world bead, preparing to summon his embodiment at the critical moment to give him a big surprise and kill this Meng Sei as quickly as possible. Meng Sei chuckled. Boy, you'd better hurry up and report this. You can't kill me. Then you'd better be careful, Yang Kai sneered, suddenly putting away his myriad sword and quickly forming a seal with his hands. Meng Sei frowned, instinctively realizing that Yang Kai's move was not trivial, so he naturally did not want to be entangled with him. He had only come to deliver a message. There was no need to fight to the death with a human race master. So he nodded lightly to Yang Kai and said, This king will remember you. I hope to see you again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex suddenly appeared below him. In the blink of an eye, Meng Sei and his demonic beast mount were sucked into the vortex and disappeared. In Yang Kai's perception, Meng Sei fled into the distance at an incredible speed. Sand Demon. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Such a method was obviously the work of the Sand Demon. With the Sand Demon secretly assisting, Yang Kai could not stop Meng Sei, so he could only disperse the power he had gathered and look towards the depths of the demon land with a worried expression. Do you know a lot about the demon race? Yuru Meng suddenly asked. When she heard Yang Kai mention the exploding demon, Yuru Meng felt a little strange. Now that Yang Kai recognized Meng Sei's race at a glance and even mentioned the Sand Demon, Yuru Meng felt even more strange. If one didn't know a lot about the demon race, it would be impossible for them to know this. Chapter 3385. How could Yang Kai not know about the demon race? In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally participated in the war between the two races, and had been there for several decades. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, no one understood the nature and characteristics of the demon race better than him. A sect like Star Soul Palace might have some records about the demon race, but how could such records compare to personal experience? I know a little, Yang Kai responded lightly. A strange look flashed across Yuru Meng's eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. Let's go back. The Demon King had appeared and the demon race's army would arrive soon. He had to quickly inform Li Wuyi and the others of this news. This matter was related to the survival of the entire star boundary, and was not something he could intervene in at will. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to the group. Li Wuyi had also returned and nodded slightly when he saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him and said, I encountered a demon king. A demon king? Li Wuyi was shocked when he heard this, and Shuizheng Mao and the others also paled. Lan Sun frowned. I have read some records about the demon race in ancient books. The Demon King in the Demon Territory is comparable to the Emperor realm. Young Kai nodded. That's right. That Demon King had the strength of a third-layer Emperor realm master. And he was also a Demon King of the Stone Demon clan. His defense was incomparably tough. Although I wanted to kill him, I failed and he managed to escape. Li Wuyi said with a dignified expression. First there were countless black demons, and now even the Demon King has appeared. Could it be that the passage between the Demon Territory and the Star Boundary has really opened? Young Kai said. I'm afraid there is no doubt about this. The Demon King just said that the demon race's army will soon flatten the Star Boundary. If the passage hasn't opened, how could he be so confident? Moreover, the current situation proves what Brother Gao said earlier. He turned to look at Gao Zhan. The great calamity is about to begin. Li Wuyi said solemnly. If that's the case, then the situation here is no longer something we can handle. We need to inform the entire astral boundary and mobilize the cultivator in the other 3 territories to come here and stop the demon race. I think so too. The war between the 2 races is no small matter. It concerns the entire star boundary. No one can stay out of it. Shuizhengmao said. But the great emperors have yet to return. We don't know what's going on over there. If they can destroy the passage between the 2 worlds. Yang Kai said. That would be for the best. But so many days have passed, and there has been no news from the master. We can only prepare for the worst. Shuizhengmao nodded lightly, thinking that what he said was not without reason. There's no time to lose. Before Li Wuyi could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the center of the demon land. In the boundless darkness, several extremely terrifying auras suddenly appeared and shot straight towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 3 auras approached. Everyone only saw a blur before 3 people appeared out of thin air. Li Wuyi and the others all looked overjoyed and cupped their fists together. Master! The 3 people who appeared were the 3 great emperors, Serene Soul, Iron Blood, and Beast Warrior. Everyone was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, everyone felt that they had no backbone. But now all 3 great emperors had appeared. However, there was no trace of the great emperors. Lan Sun glanced at the 3 people, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai's expression was also a little serious because the 3 great emperors were not in good condition at the moment. Their bodies were surrounded by demonic qi, and it was obvious that they had been somewhat eroded. Moreover, it could be seen that the 3 of them had experienced a great battle, and their auras were somewhat unstable. However, for existences like them, this demonic qi was nothing. They only needed to meditate and expel it, and it would soon be eliminated. What shocked Yang Kai was that there was a trace of dried blood at the corner of Martial Beast's mouth. It was obvious that he had been injured. And Mo Huang was one of the great emperors. Who could hurt him? To be able to do this, one was undoubtedly a great emperor-level existence. Could it be the doing of the great emperor's Ying? But it didn't make sense. The Night Shadow Emperor was only one person. There were 3 of them plus the Bright Moon Emperor. There were 4 of them. How could they be in such a difficult situation? After the 3 appeared, they did not say much. Iron Blood glanced at Lin Yin'er, gently nodded and quickly said, "Let's get out of here first." Saying so, he pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped everyone up, and flew off into the distance. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the group of 100,000 people landed on a high slope full of rubble. The view was clear, and the surrounding scenery was unobstructed. The group of people looked at the 3 of them eagerly, wanting to know what had happened to them, but no one dared to ask. Seemingly aware of Lan Sun's inquiring gaze, Iron Blood raised his eyes and looked at her, a look of guilt flashing across his face. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Your father fell over there in order to cover the 3 of us as we evacuated from the demon territory." Lan Sun's tender body swayed and she almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Lin Yin'er was standing next to her and supported her. Yang Kai suddenly showed an incredulous expression. Although Iron Blood Great Emperor's words were brief, they revealed 2 crucial pieces of information. The passage between the Star Boundary and the Demon Territory had really opened, and the 4 great emperors had actually gone to the Demon Territory. It was likely that the 4 of them had fought with the masters of the Demon Territory in the Demon Territory. which was why they had been delayed for so many days, and Mo Huang had even suffered some minor injuries. No wonder the three of them had traces of demonic qi erosion on their bodies. Ordinary demonic qi naturally could not break through their defenses, but if it was a demon saint, the great emperors could not ignore it. Serene Soul said, "Don't worry, your father is still one of the great emperors. Although he has fallen over there, his life is not in danger. It's just that it will be difficult for him to come back. We will find a way to save him, so don't worry for the time being." Lan Sun pursed her red lips tightly and gently nodded without saying a word. The great emperors had fallen into the demon territory in order to protect the other three, so she was naturally worried and anxious. Although she knew that Serene Soul was only comforting her, there was nothing she could do. Li Wuyi looked at Mo Huang and said, "Master, has the passage between the two worlds really opened?" Mo Huang nodded heavily. "We miscalculated. The demon territory had been planning this for many years, but we did not notice. I'm afraid the star boundary is in trouble this time." "Then what about Yi Ying and the great emperors?" Li Wuyi asked again. Mo Huang slowly shook his head, obviously unwilling to say anything more about this matter. After all, they were all great emperors, and Yi Ying's actions had made him lose face. Seeing him like this, Li Wuyi did not ask any more questions. However, it was undeniable that Yi Ying and the great emperors had colluded with the demon territory. Otherwise, this incident would not have happened in the Western Territory. This time, the star boundary was facing both external and internal troubles, and the situation could not be worse. Iron Blood said, "The demon territory's army is on standby, sharpening their blades. The star boundary must organize as soon as possible to have a chance to resist. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Western Territory will soon fall." Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Master, I'm afraid you don't know, but the Western Territory has probably already fallen." Iron Blood frowned and looked at him. "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai sighed and briefly explained everything that had happened before, finally saying, "Several thousand people from the Point Star sect have become the demon race, and several Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor realm, who went to the various sects in the Western Territory to report the situation, have disappeared. All of this indicates that the Western Territory has become the demon race's paradise. It's just that we have been kept in the dark all this time." Iron Blood's expression changed slightly. The situation has become so bad. Mo Huang said, "Yi Ying and the Western Territory situation is not surprising, but I don't think the Western Territory is full of demon race. If the demon race wants to invade our star boundary, they must expand the demon land. We only need to keep an eye on this point to stop their actions." Iron Blood and Serene Soul nodded slightly. Mo Huang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's begin the operation. I will stay here for the time being to monitor the situation and prevent it from getting worse." Serene Soul nodded. "Then I will return to the Eastern Territory and gather everyone in the Eastern Territory." She turned to Shuizhengmao and said, "Although Mingyue is not here, the Southern Territory is still ruled by the Star Soul Palace. You should return to the Southern Territory as soon as possible to deal with this matter." "Yes." Shuizhengmao nodded solemnly. Iron Blood said, "Then I will go find the other old men. I'm afraid they won't be able to rest easy this time." The old men he mentioned were probably the other great emperors. Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and then at Li Wuyi. "This time I will need the help of the two of you, so I'm afraid the two of you will be very busy in the coming days. If you have any private matters to attend to, take care of them first. Don't delay the important matter." Yang Kai and Li Wuyi looked at each other and cupped their fists. Yes. In order to gather people from the three territories, the space divine technique was naturally indispensable, especially the space array arranged by Yang Kai. It was simply a weapon of war. After the discussion, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi immediately got busy. The two of them worked together to arrange a huge space array nearby and refine many space spirit beads for everyone to wear, so that it would be easier for them to communicate in the future. Half a day later, the space array was completed and everyone began to move as they had discussed. Li Wuyi took the great emperors of Serene Soul back to the Eastern Territory. The Star Soul Palace people returned to the Southern Territory, and Yang Kai returned to the Northern Territory. In this way, the three territories could move quickly. To Yang Kai's surprise, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen and Lin Yun actually wanted to go with him. It was not difficult for Yang Kai to understand why Lin Yun wanted to go with him. She had wanted to see her old friends in the Star Territory, but she had not been able to do so. Now that she finally had the opportunity, she naturally did not want to miss it. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor wanted to follow him, but Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Wasn't he going to find the other great emperors? Why did he want to go with them to the Northern Territory? Could it be that he was worried about Lin Yun? But this was obviously not the time to be concerned about his disciple. Yu Meng naturally didn't leave either. Yang Kai really had to hand it to this woman. She was obviously a fake, but she was so bold that she didn't even flinch in front of the great emperor. What made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Mo Huang and the others did not see anything wrong with Yu Meng at all, as if she was really Li Shiqing. Chapter 3386. Yang Kai felt that he had really underestimated Yu Meng's various methods. Leading the three into the space array, Yang Kai disappeared in a flash of light. When his vision returned, he had already appeared in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciples guarding the array immediately stepped forward and saluted when they saw this. Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss them before turning to Zhan Wuhen and saying, "Senior, this is my High Heaven Palace. What is Senior planning to do next?" Zhan Wuhen replied, "I'm going to look for Medicine Pill Valley and One Line Sky." Medicine Pill Valley was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated. Naturally, he was going to Medicine Pill Valley to inform the wondrous pill great emperors about the demon thought in the Western Territory. As for One Line Sky, Yang Kai was a little confused when he heard this and asked, "Where is One Line Sky?" Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and said lightly, "The Frost Feather Ascetic Cultivation Ground." The Frost Feather Great Emperors. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Currently, he knew about the 10 great emperors of the star boundary. Serene Soul, Bright Moon, Heaven's Revelations, Wondrous Pill, Iron Blood, Red Dust, Beast Warrior, Flower Shadow, Frost Feather, and Night Shadow. These 10 represented the most powerful existences in the entire star boundary. However, some of them had established their own sects, while others lived in seclusion. Ordinary people didn't even know where they were. This was also the first time Yang Kai learned that the Frost Feather Great Emperors were actually in the Northern Territory. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising. The Great Emperors were titled Frost Feather, so they probably cultivated the ice principle. In the entire star boundary, the coldest place was only in the Northern Territory. It was only natural that they would cultivate in the Northern Territory. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior may not know, but the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors is the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace, so I can help you inform the wondrous pill master." Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him in surprise. "The 5th disciple of wondrous pill is working for you?" This surprised him. Wondrous pill didn't have many disciples, but every one of them was an alchemy emperor. How could such a person work under Yang Kai? What right did he have? However, this made things a lot more convenient for him. At the very least, he didn't need to go to the Medicine Pill Valley, saving him a lot of time. He only needed to go to the One Line Sky and find Bingyu. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since that's the case, you'll be responsible for notifying the Medicine Pill Valley. You'll also need to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and send them there as soon as possible." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Zhan Wuhen glanced at Lin Yun, patted her head gently and said with a smile, "Yun, wait here for a few days. Master will be back soon." Lin Yun nodded obediently. "Understood, Master, please come back soon." Zhan Wuhen smiled slightly and stepped forward, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Boy, this king once had a good friend, known as Blue Lotus. Do you know him?" Blue Lotus Great Emperors. Yang Kai had naturally heard of an existence from tens of thousands of years ago, but he died at the hands of Wukong during the War of Emperors. His life emperor artifact, the indestructible Blue Lotus, was lost in the Shattered Star Sea, but it was said that it was later obtained by someone else. Today, there was a Blue Lotus Palace in the Eastern Territory, which seemed to have been founded by the person who obtained the indestructible Blue Lotus. However, he failed to carry forward the legacy of the Blue Lotus great emperors. The Blue Lotus Palace's strength and status in the Eastern Territory was almost the same as that of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. As for the indestructible Blue Lotus, Yang Kai did not know where it was now. Zhan Wuhen suddenly said such words without rhyme or reason. Yang Kai did not know what he meant, so he could only nod and say, "I've heard of him." Zhan Wuhen said, "Blue Lotus was killed by Wukong. This king thought that he had avenged his great enmity in the Shattered Star Sea, but unfortunately, only in recent years did I learn that Wukong had come back from the dead." He suddenly turned his head and stared at Yang Kai, saying word by word, "Wukong is this king's greatest enemy. One day either he or I will die." Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he could only cup his fists and say, "Then I wish Senior good luck in martial arts and success." Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly, then his figure shot out and swept across the sky. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction he left. What did he mean? Zhan Wuhen's words before he left made no sense, so Yang Kai was at a loss. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Zhan Wuhen's words were full of warning, as if he felt that he had something to do with Wukong, so he warned him. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. What did he have to do with Wukong? Although they had indeed met a few times, and Yang Kai had consulted him on some matters in the ancestral territory, their relationship was one where Yang Kai wished he could kill Duan Hongchen, but now that Duan Hongchen's body was occupied, Yang Kai could do nothing about it. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression became dignified. He was afraid that he really had something to do with Wukong. At least, his Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics. This was an evil skill that was not tolerated in the entire astral world. Yang Yan had also reminded himself before that he must not expose this secret, otherwise, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor would not let it go. He regarded Wukong as his greatest enemy, so how could he tolerate the existence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Could it be that Zhan Wuhen knew about Dharmakaya, and that his Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Song Mo. When he was in the Lower Plain Star Territory, he had seen Dharmakaya. Previously, in the Eastern Territory, he had fought with Dharmakaya. At that time, Dharmakaya had indeed activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory. Song Mo was a fake emperor, so even if he had not seen the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics before, he might be able to feel some clues after thinking about it. Moreover, he was a member of the Star Court, a subordinate of the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. If he informed the Iron-Blood Great Emperor, "This son of a bitch," Yang Kai cursed in his heart. No wonder Zhan Wuhen had said such inexplicable words just now. It turned out that it was because of this. He should have known that Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, so he deliberately reminded him. If he had known this, he would have killed Song Mo that day. However, looking back now, even if he had wanted to, he could not have done it. How could a fake emperor be so easy to kill? However, since Zhan Wuhen had pointed this out, he would not do anything to him, especially at such a critical time. Otherwise, he could have directly attacked him and asked him to hand over Dharmakaya. "What are you thinking about?" Yu Rumeng asked curiously when she saw his expression constantly changing. Yang Kai glanced at her and said with flagging interest, "Nothing." He turned to look at Lin Yun, and said, "I'll take you to see Sister Huang and the others first." "Okay." Lin Yun nodded quickly. "How is Aunt Huang?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "She's fine, she just misses you very much." When Lin Yun's parents died, it was Huang Wan who adopted her. They were like mother and daughter. Later, Lin Yun went to the Star Territory because of yang inflammation. They had not seen each other for so many years. "I miss her too, and Aunt Yi and the others." Most of the people who came from the Star Territory's High Heaven sect were arranged to stay at a spirit peak. Yang Kai sent Lin Yun over, and when they saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Huang Wan was so excited that she could not stop crying. She kept looking at Lin Yun, almost not daring to recognize her. When the little girl left, she was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that she had suddenly grown up, there were naturally many differences. However, after learning that Lin Yun now had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, and had a great emperors as her master, Huang Wan and the others were extremely gratified. Yang Kai did not stay long. After taking Lin Yun to her destination, he went straight to Spirit Medicine Peak. The matter in the Western Territory was extremely urgent. He had to spread the news as soon as possible, and then gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory. This time, not only the cultivator in the Northern Territory, but even the High Heaven Palace had to mobilize people. When he arrived at Spirit Medicine Peak, he did not care whether Jiying would get angry or not. He went straight to the pill room and told him about the matter in the Western Territory. Jiying was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. He also realized the seriousness of the problem, and did not dare to delay at all. He immediately set off to return to Medicine Pill Valley, preparing to report the matter to the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. After he left, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Qingxi, asking her to wait for him at Spirit Medicine Peak. On the side, little senior sister Xia Ningchang and Yu Rumeng looked at each other. They were both stunning beauties, but they were both wearing veils. Xia Ningchang obviously realized something and gently nodded to Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng, however, snorted disdainfully. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Nothing." Playing dumb had always been Yu Rumeng's specialty. Yang Kai did not have the time to be entangled in this kind of trivial matter. He took Xia Ningchang's small hand and patted it gently. "I have something to do now. You go do what you need to do. I'll accompany you next time." Xia Ningchang said softly, "Go, be careful." Yang Kai nodded and patted her head before turning around and flying out. Yu Rumeng followed closely behind him. She started later than him, yet she was the first to catch up with him. She even unscrupulously grabbed his arm and pressed her full breasts against his elbow. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at her sideways. "Is that your woman?" Yu Rumeng asked with a displeased expression. "Yes," Yang Kai readily admitted. Then the sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked at her with a grin. "Did I make you uncomfortable?" Yu Rumeng clenched her teeth even harder. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I have more than one woman." "How many?" Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were cold. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, "About 70, 80 or 90. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Yu Rumeng looked at him coldly. "I'm just telling the truth, and you asked yourself." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If you feel uncomfortable, just remove that secret technique for me. There's no need to make yourself suffer." "In your dreams?" Yu Rumeng sneered. "Then you should watch your woman carefully in the future." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Yu Rumeng responded indifferently. "I just want to tell you that maybe one day I'll kill all of them if I'm in a bad mood." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at her coldly. Yu Rumeng didn't show any weakness and stared back at him with a hint of provocation. After a long time, Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'll pretend I didn't hear you this time. Don't do it again." He broke free from her grasp and flew straight forward, causing Yu Rumeng to stomp her feet in anger. Chapter 3387. In the main hall of High Heaven Peak, Hua Qingxi, who had learned about the connection between the two worlds and the appearance of the demon race, was horrified. She immediately took out her compass and sent out messages to all parties. The entire High Heaven Palace and Orthodoxy Temple's subsect quickly began to operate. Among the 100,000 people who came from the Lower Star Territory, many had broken through to the Dao Source realm in the past few years. There were at least a few hundred of them. Although most of them were only first-order cultivators, this was only because they had been here for too short a time. If they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be more Dao Source realm cultivators. There were also countless origin kings. Roughly estimating, the High Heaven Palace alone could dispatch nearly 10,000 people this time. And all of them were origin kings or above. One had to know that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a few thousand people. In this world, except for a colossus like the High Heaven Palace, there was probably no other sect that could dispatch 10,000 origin kings or above at once. If the total number of people was less than 10,000, how could they mobilize? This force would definitely become a sharp blade in the war between the two worlds. While Hua Qingxi was busy, Yang Kai didn't rest either. He summoned Ing Fei and asked him to go to the ancient wildlands to send a message to the 3 saint seniors there. Although Yang Kai had repeatedly gone to the ancient wildlands to disturb Luan Feng and the others, and he had even pulled them in for the Orthodoxy Temple incident, this time was no trivial matter. As long as Luan Feng and the others still had some sense of the bigger picture, they wouldn't stay out of it. Even the great emperors were running around, so how could they stay out of it? Hiding in the ancient wildlands would certainly allow them to be safe for a while, but if the star boundary was really occupied by the demon race, would the demon race let them go? Yang Kai believed that Luan Feng and the others would recognize the reality and make the right choice. Therefore, he didn't go personally this time. The Devil Clan of the Savage Wildland was a great help. Whether it was the 3 holy spirits or the Monster King, they were all top experts in the world. Moreover, they lived in the environment of the Savage Wildland all year round, so their resistance to demonic qi was extraordinary. Yang Kai even suspected that the demonic qi was effective against them. With their help, this matter would be much easier to handle. As for the dragon race, Yang Kai thought for a long time and decided not to disturb them for the time being. If the great emperors felt that it was necessary to invite the dragon race, they would definitely find a way to send a message. However, there was no need for him to do so. Since the great emperors didn't mention it, he didn't need to make a decision on his own. Perhaps the dragon race could be used as a trump card. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something wasn't right. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized something. He looked up at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where's Lu Yan?" It wasn't until now that he realized what was wrong. He didn't see Lu Yan when he came back this time. In the past, whenever he came back, Lu Yan would be the first to come. This time, it had been so long, but there was no trace of Lu Yan. Hearing him ask this, Hua Qingxi looked up and said, "I forgot to tell Palace Master that Miss Lu Yan is missing." "What do you mean by missing?" Yang Kai was confused. Hua Qingxi's expression was ugly as she said, "Not only is Miss Lu Yan missing, but also Qiongqi, who came back with Palace Master last time. In addition." After a pause, Hua Qingxi said with difficulty, "Yang Xiao and Yang Shui are also missing." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Yan and Qiongqi were missing, but he wasn't too worried. Both of them were divine spirits, and there were only a few people in this world who could pose a threat to them, but now even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were missing. Yang Kai immediately thought of the capture of Lan Sun and the others, but he immediately rejected this idea because this guess was completely unreasonable. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "Miss Lu Yan left you a message before she left. Maybe there will be some clues." Saying so, she took out a jade slip from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression and swept it with his divine sense, only to see 4 words engraved on the jade slip. 4 Seasons Realm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and his tense expression relaxed. The 4 Seasons Realm was the palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was because of the last opening of the 4 Seasons Realm that Yang Kai obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor's secret technique, and comprehended a trace of the laws of time. Qiongqi had also escaped from the 4 Seasons Realm. However, there were still many years before the next opening of the 4 Seasons Realm, so why would they go to the 4 Seasons Realm at this time? Could it be that old Qiong could freely open the entrance to the 4 Seasons Realm? Otherwise, why would they go to the 4 Seasons Realm? It was also possible. After all, old Qiong could be regarded as half the master of the 4 Seasons Realm. Perhaps he had some unknown secret techniques. Yang Xiao was a troublemaker, and Yang Kai wasn't sure about old Qiong's character, but since Lu Yan had followed them, there was nothing to worry about. Lu Yan was still very cautious. As for Yang Shui, the little girl should have been taken away by that stinky brat. His parents should be so worried that they would climb a tree. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Hoping for a fluke, Yang Kai urged the space spirit bead on his wrist, but found no reaction. He couldn't help but sigh. After returning last time, he had left a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao and Lu Yan. If they were still in the star boundary, he would have been able to cast the space spirit bead. Now that there was no reaction, There was no doubt that they were no longer in the star boundary. Not in the star boundary meant that they had entered the Four Seasons realm. Palace Master, where did Miss Lu Yan and the others go? I asked the disciples guarding the array, and the 4 of them were teleported to the Orthodoxy Temple's subsect in the Southern Territory through the space array. Their whereabouts are unknown. Hua Qingxi asked with a worried expression. She didn't see what was written in the jade slip Lu Yan left, but she had been tormented by Dong Suju these days. Almost every day, she would be asked a dozen times if she had found Yang Shue's whereabouts. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "They went to the Four Seasons realm." The Four Seasons realm? Hua Qingxi was stunned. Why did they go to the Four Seasons realm? Isn't that place not open yet? Old Qiong can open that place, and if I'm not wrong, there is an opportunity there. An opportunity that could truly be considered the flowing time Great Emperor's legacy. That day, Old Qiong had used this condition in exchange for his protection, making him agree to keep him by his side, and escape the fate of being captured by Li Wuyi and 9 Phoenix, and imprisoned on Spirit Beast Island. If not for this, why would Yang Kai care about Qiongqi that day? For him, Qiongqi being captured to Spirit Beast Island was not a loss, and he didn't need to embarrass Spirit Beast Island for a divine spirit he didn't know. Originally, he planned to wait until things settled down a little before letting Old Qiong take him to the Four Seasons realm. But now it seemed that Yang Xiao, that brat, had snatched away the opportunity that belonged to him. But that was not right. Opportunities could not be snatched away. Perhaps Old Qiong felt that Yang Xiao was more suitable for this opportunity. After all, Yang Kai had seen Yang Xiao use a trace of the law of time to escape from his hands that day. There was not much difference between the father's things and the son's things. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looking forward to seeing Yang Xiao's changes when he saw him again. Hua Qingxi suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai miserably. "Palace Master, your mother sent a message." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked casually. After saying this, he reacted and rubbed his forehead. "Don't pay attention to her. I will explain to her myself later." After discussing with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai asked her to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and gather at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Only then did Yang Kai head to the Spirit Peak where his parents were. After a cup of tea, he saw the 4th Master Yang at the foot of the stilted building. The 4th Master Yang had a gloomy expression on his face. When the father and son met, Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed. "Father!" The Yang family's 4th Master weakly nodded, then waved his hand towards Kai Yang, as if he was shooing away a fly. Presumably he had been annoyed to no end these past few days, so all he wanted was to be left alone in peace and quiet, not even willing to say a word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang straightened his clothes and stepped into the stilted house with an unflinching attitude, as if he was not afraid of death. After a short while, the sound of Dong Suju's crying and scolding came from the building, making the veins on the 4th Master Yang's forehead twitch. Inside the building, Yang Kai's expression twitched. He stood there awkwardly, looking at Dong Suju who was sitting on the ground and making a scene. He only felt that the situation was difficult to imagine. I don't care. You bring Xiaoshui back. She has never left my side since she was born. How can she survive outside? You go and find her quickly. Tell the disciples in the palace to go out and find her. If something happens to her, I won't be able to live." Yang Kai comforted her. "Mother, with Lu Yan and Old Qiong guarding her, who in this world can harm Xiaoshui? Don't worry, they will be back in a few days. Moreover, Xiaoshui is slowly growing up. She can't always be by your side. It's better to go out and see the world as soon as possible." Dong Suju looked up and glared fiercely at him. She suddenly stood up and poked Yang Kai's chest with her finger. "You are always free and unfettered outside. You have long forgotten about your father and mother. You only see them a few times a year. Now that I finally have Xiaoshui, do you want her to be like this?" Every time she spoke, she would poke, until Kai Yang was pushed to the door, almost falling head first. Yang Kai smiled apologetically and said, "How could I? I definitely don't have such thoughts." Dong Suju gritted her teeth and said, "Find Xiaoshui for me, or take me to find her." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "They are now in a secret place. We can't go in." That place can only be opened by the old Qiong. Just wait for a few days and they will naturally come back. Dong Suju listened with a face full of despair. She suddenly sat down on the ground and made a scene. It's all your fault for bringing that stinky brat Yang Xiao back. Xiao Shui is learning bad things from him. It's all your fault. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. When I see that stinky brat later, I will beat him hard. Dong Suju blinked and said, Don't beat him too hard. Just teach him a lesson. Yang Kai put on a face of righteousness and said fiercely, Mother, don't worry. That stinky brat's physique is not ordinary. It doesn't matter if his butt is beaten into 4 pieces. Chapter 3388. After comforting his mother with great difficulty, Yang Kai flew out of the spirit peak with a tired face and began searching the high heaven palace. A moment later, a figure flashed over and looked at him curiously. What are you looking for? Why are you looking so sneaky? Yang Kai's face went black as he thought to himself, I am the palace master of the high heaven palace. This is my territory. How can I be sneaky? Turning his head, he saw a smiling face looking at him and couldn't help but laugh. Young lady Qiu, long time no see. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly and said, Palace master shouldn't say that. I dare not call myself young lady. Now, I am just a disciple of the high heaven palace. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's just a title, I'm used to it. Suddenly he said, You broke through to the Dao Source realm? Congratulations. Qiu Yimeng smiled and said, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't brought us here and provided us with abundant supplies, how could I have progressed so quickly? But in front of you, Dao Source realm is nothing. Yang Kai shook his head and said, It's not the same. I came to the star boundary earlier than you, so it's natural that my realm is higher than yours. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and said, Don't try to comfort me. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven. I have already experienced this when I was in the central capital. You, on the other hand, have been looking around for something? Tell me and I'll see if I can help. Have you seen my dog? Yang Kai asked. Dog. Qiu Yimeng was stunned and suddenly seemed to remember something. A little black dog. Yes, that's it. And I saw it yesterday. Qiu Yimeng nodded. Where is it? Yang Kai asked. Come with me. Qiu Yimeng smiled and led the way. The two flew side by side and soon arrived at the place where Qiu Yimeng saw Return to Ruins yesterday. However, after a day, Return to Ruins had disappeared, so Yang Kai could only continue to search with Qiu Yimeng. Half a day later, they finally found Return to Ruins sunbathing in a valley. After seeing Yang Kai, Return to Ruins enthusiastically rushed over and circled around him, sticking out his tongue for a long time. Yang Kai picked it up and stored it in the sealed world bead. The demon race had already appeared, so how could Yang Kai forget about Return to Ruins? It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demon race. If it was by his side, it might be able to play a miraculous role. Qiu Yimeng watched quietly, and was just about to ask what this little black dog was doing when suddenly her brow wrinkled and she shuddered. Glancing around vigilantly, she asked, Yang Kai, do you feel a chill? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he slowly shook his head. Qiu Yimeng's face paled slightly. Strange. Why did I feel it? You really didn't feel it? Against his will, Kai Yang asked. Is there a problem with your cultivation? It shouldn't be. Qiu Yimeng frowned and thought for a moment. There shouldn't be any problem. It's best to be careful about this kind of thing. Don't be careless. Qiu Yimeng nodded. And you're right, then I'll go back first to adjust my breathing. After watching her leave, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in the direction of High Heaven Peak, snorted lightly and flew away. A moment later, he returned to the main hall of High Heaven Peak. At the entrance of the main hall, Yu Rumeng smiled and crossed her arms, leaning against the door frame and looking at him. Her two arms squeezed her breasts, making them seem even more majestic. After seeing Yang Kai, she asked, Is that woman also one of the 70, 80 or 90? Yang Kai glared at her and said, Why did you scare her? Yu Rumeng looked at him innocently. I didn't scare her. Yang Kai snorted. You know what you did. Yu Rumeng stretched out her head and smiled. Are you angry? Go away. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pushed her aside before walking straight into the hall. Yu Rumeng quickly followed with her hands behind her back and walked directly in front of Yang Kai, then stepped back and said, "That little black dog just now." Yang Kai said with a straight face, "What little black dog? There's no little black dog, I don't know what you're talking about." Yu Rumeng curled her lips, her heart filled with confusion. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had always felt that the little black dog was somewhat unusual. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. She didn't know where Yang Kai had taken it. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but how could Yang Kai give her the opportunity? He directly entered the secret room, opened the barrier, and locked her outside. This action caused Yu Rumeng to grit her teeth in anger. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. It would take time for the cultivators in the Northern Territory to gather, and it would also take time for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace and Orthodoxy Temple to gather, so he still had at least 5 days to use. In 5 days, it was naturally impossible to cultivate anything, but he could use this time to study the Heart Seal secret technique. After being inexplicably implanted with this strange secret technique by Yu Rumeng, the two strangers were suddenly entangled together, making it impossible for Yang Kai to hate her. No matter what Yu Rumeng's identity was, or what she was plotting, this Heart Seal secret technique was the key. As long as he could unlock this secret technique, he would be able to break free from Yu Rumeng's restraint, and perhaps even use it to his advantage. However, this secret technique was elusive. A few days ago, Yang Kai had casually probed his knowledge sea but found nothing, so he wasn't sure whether he could unlock it or not. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Taking a deep breath and calming his chi, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea and carefully searched it, bit by bit, inch by inch, not letting go of any corner. As time passed, the expression on Yang Kai's face became more and more dignified, because even though he wasn't disturbed in the slightest, even though he had searched every corner of his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find anything unusual. It was as if the Heart Seal secret technique didn't exist. But how was this possible? The Heart Seal secret technique absolutely existed, and the wonderful feeling he had towards Yu Rumeng was the best evidence. Otherwise, how could he have felt that they had gone through trials and tribulations together, and would never leave each other in this life when they had only known each other for a short time? Refusing to believe this, Yang Kai continued to investigate, this time even using the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, but the result still disappointed him. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his expression a little ugly. Was it really as Yu Rumeng said, that the Heart Seal secret technique couldn't be broken? Since it was a secret technique, how could it not be broken? Perhaps he couldn't find a way. Sitting in the same place, Yang Kai thought hard for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up, a brilliant light flashing across them. Raising his hand, he closed the barrier around the secret room and shouted, "Rumeng, Rumeng!" Yu Rumeng obviously hadn't gone far. After hearing his voice, she quickly appeared outside the door and looked at him angrily. "What are you doing?" "Come in." Yang Kai beckoned to her. Yu Rumeng hesitated for a moment before walking in. Yang Kai pointed in front of him and said, "Sit." Yu Rumeng immediately rolled her eyes, but she still sat down as she was told. Soon, the secret room was filled with a faint fragrance, one that smelled very good. Yang Kai waved his hand again, closed the door of the secret room, and activated the barrier around it before looking at her with a smile. Yu Rumeng suddenly became a little nervous. Looking at Yang Kai, she stammered, What do you want to do?" A man and a woman alone in a room, and they were in love. It was hard for her not to think too much. She immediately said nervously, I'm not ready yet. I warn you, don't mess around, or I won't be polite to you." Yang Kai was surprised. "When you asked me to dress you naked, didn't you think this would happen? How can you confuse them?" Yu Rumeng tightened her clothes. Interesting. Yang Kai touched his chin and looked at her with interest. He thought she was a wanton girl who seduced him naked not long after they met. He didn't expect this woman to have such a side. His gaze made Yu Rumeng uncomfortable. She immediately got up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Want to leave?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her back. He used a little too much force, causing Yu Rumeng to cry out and fall into his arms. For eyes met. Yang Kai's eyes were full of ridicule, but Yu Rumeng's eyes were hazy and her gaze was evasive. A vigorous aura rushed over, causing Yu Rumeng's breathing to become a little rough. Yang Kai stretched out a finger and gently brushed it across her slender white neck, causing her to shiver. Wherever his finger passed, goosebumps appeared all over her body. His finger brushed across her neck, her earlobe, her cheeks. Yu Rumeng's eyes were already watery, and her face was very red. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, revealing an evil smile, and he lowered his head to kiss her. Yu Rumeng's body stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and then she softened again, as if all the bones in her body had been broken. Her eyes widened, and then she slowly closed them, enjoying this tranquil warmth. Her hands had unconsciously wrapped around Yang Kai's waist, her fingers clutching his clothes, as if she would collapse if she didn't do so. After a long time, their lips parted. Only then did Yu Rumeng breathe in big mouthfuls of air greedily. Inside her towering chest, there was a fierce heartbeat, like the beating of a war drum. Yang Kai lowered his head and stared at her. Yu Rumeng was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the corners of the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a touch of shyness, but there was a sweet smile on her lips. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, slightly struggling and hesitating, but in the end, he leaned over and put his mouth near her ear, and in an extremely gentle voice, said word by word, "You are a cheap person." The charming atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. Yu Rumeng's body also became very stiff, and the sweet smile on the corners of her mouth slowly faded. Her pair of beautiful eyes became as cold as ice, squinting at Yang Kai, and lightly said, "What did you just say? I don't seem to have heard it clearly." Yang Kai hugged her with a smile on his face, and repeated word by word, "You are a cheap person." Yang Kai. Yu Rumeng flew into a rage, and suddenly broke free from his arms, looking down at him condescendingly. Her whole body was like a volcano about to erupt, raging with flames. Chapter 3389. Yu Rumeng was a woman who changed her mind faster than flipping through a book, so she could not bear the slightest grievance. Now Yang Kai had broken through her psychological defenses with his tender and sweet words, followed by vicious insults. She simply could not accept the huge difference between the two. She felt as if she had been betrayed and stabbed by the person she trusted the most. This kind of injury was far more serious than the last time she was injured by Yang Kai. Last time, at least there was a reason for it, so it was easy for her to recover, but this time, she really felt hurt, so it was no wonder she was so angry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, as if he had not said those words just now. Seeing him act so unrepentant, Yu Rumeng became even angrier and sneered, "Apologize and I can forgive you." Yang Kai's smile did not diminish as he slowly shook his head. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were cold. Yang Kai said firmly, "Words spoken are like spilled water, how can I take them back? You want me to apologize? Over my dead body? Then as you wish." Yu Rumeng suddenly sat cross-legged in front of him and stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Then her face turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan. At the same time, Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai was in unbearable pain, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. If Yu Rumeng did not do this, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It was as if there were tens of thousands of swords wreaking havoc in his mind. That kind of unimaginable pain was simply unbearable. After a while, Kai Yang began to tremble. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. On the other hand, Yu Rumeng was not much better. Her heart seal secret technique was a bit strange, but its drawbacks were also quite big. It was the kind of technique that hurt others but also hurt herself. If she wanted to use this method to torture Yang Kai to vent the anger in her heart, she would inevitably suffer a great deal of pain. After a while, Yu Rumeng's whole body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just been fished out of water, but she gritted her teeth and did not say a word, only staring at Yang Kai with a look that said she would never let him go if he did not apologize. The forced smile on Yang Kai's face had become extremely twisted, but Yu Rumeng's expression became colder and colder. In the secret room, the man and woman were constantly trembling, pale and sweating. Obviously, they were suffering from great pain, but no one took the initiative to show of weakness. This scene was strange. Under such torment was torturing him. Yang Kai truly experienced the feeling of days passing like years, but when he looked inside his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find the slightest abnormality. It was not enough. Yu Rumeng suddenly said, "If you can't stand it, just tell me. Maybe I'll soften my heart and let you go." Staring into her eyes, Kai Yang grinned. "Awesome. Meng. Feel." Yang Kai nodded vigorously. Yu Rumeng said hysterically, "Then I'll make you feel even better." Just as her voice fell, the intense pain suddenly intensified, as if his knowledge sea was about to be torn apart. In the world of his knowledge sea, the sea water violently churned as if it was boiling. Yang Kai's vision darkened and his consciousness became a little blurred. Looking at Yu Rumeng, her delicate body also swayed and she almost fell to the ground. However, both of them were extraordinary. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful, so even if they were in so much pain, they still supported themselves. Both of them had an unyielding expression on their faces, waiting to see who would collapse first. For Yu Rumeng, if she did not teach Yang Kai a good lesson this time, she would not be in a position to ask for anything from him in the future. As for Yang Kai, if he could not hold on this time, he would not be able to lift the heart seal secret technique. Both of them had their own plans, so naturally, they would confront each other until the end. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Rumeng's aura gradually weakened. Although she was strong and her divine sense was extraordinary, under such consumption, there would always be a time when she was stretched. Yang Kai's attainments in divine sense might not be as good as hers, otherwise, she would not have planted the heart seal secret technique without leaving a trace. Logically speaking, in this competition, Yang Kai should be worse than her. But Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. The colorful soul-warming lotus in his knowledge, sea was constantly emitting colorful light, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense and nourishing his painful soul. With such a powerful support, how could Yu Rumeng win? Therefore, although Yu Rumeng's divine sense was stronger, Yang Kai's condition was better at this moment. Yu Rumeng obviously also noticed this, and a look of suspicion flashed in her eyes. She knew that she could not delay any longer. If this continued, she was afraid that she would fall first. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of determination as she quickly said, "Yang Kai, this is your last chance. I don't want you to apologize. Don't scold me again in the future, and I'll forget about this matter." She had undoubtedly made a big concession, otherwise, according to her anger just now, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized, how could she let it go so easily? Yang Kai looked like he was about to collapse, but he slowly shook his head. "Do you really want to die with me?" Yu Rumeng's eyes were a little blank. "Are you willing?" Yang Kai asked. Yu Rumeng was startled for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes and said lightly, "I'm not willing, but no one can scold me." Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her originally weak eyes suddenly became incomparably bright at this moment. Her heart seal secret technique was pushed to the extreme in an instant. Yu Rumeng let out a miserable cry as blood overflowed from her 7 orifices, and her aura became extremely weak. Looking at Yang Kai, she smiled miserably before her body fell limply to the ground. Yang Kai remained as motionless as a mountain, his eyes closed. The moment Yu Rumeng pushed her heart seal secret technique to the extreme, his soul avatar had already appeared in his knowledge sea. His knowledge sea churned endlessly, as if it was about to burst open. Above his knowledge sea, a woman's phantom suddenly appeared. This phantom was hazy, as if it had always been there, but had not been seen until this moment. Found it. Yang Kai's heart trembled as his soul avatar fell into a trance, almost collapsing under the influence of the heart seal secret technique. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed and enveloped him, stabilizing his soul avatar. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered as he urged the 7-colored soul-warming lotus to rush towards the woman's phantom. The brilliant light overflowed and immediately enveloped the phantom, taking it into the lotus. The next moment, the phantom disappeared again, and the boiling knowledge sea gradually calmed down, and the unbearable pain completely disappeared. Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had been reborn as a human. He flew over to the seven-colored soul-warming lotus and carefully observed it, but he did not find any clues, nor did he see the woman's phantom. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still see that the phantom should be Yu Rumeng's true appearance, because their figures were almost the same. The only difference was their appearance. Yu Rumeng's current appearance was Li Shiqing's, not her own. She had also said that her true appearance was no worse than Li Shiqing's, and now it seemed that what she said was true. Even Kai Yong couldn't help but feel amazed by her beauty. But what was the situation now? He had not hesitated to ruthlessly insult Yu Rumeng in order to stimulate her to use the Heart Seal secret technique, in order to find a flaw in this secret technique and break free from its suppression. Judging from the scene just now, he had succeeded because he had really grasped the trace of the Heart Seal secret technique at the last moment, and used the seven-colored soul-warming lotus to take it away. But he had only taken it away, not broken it. Was this a success or a failure? What made Yang Kai even more confused was why the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, did not react to the abnormality that had invaded his knowledge sea before. Logically speaking, the soul-warming lotus would react to anything that tried to invade his knowledge sea and harm him, but it did not react to the Heart Seal secret technique. Could it be that the Heart Seal secret technique was not harmful? Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Yu Rumeng had used this secret technique to forcibly connect them together, and had no intention of harming him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai flew to the top of the soul-warming lotus and looked down, but he could not see anything at all. Slightly urging the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai released a burst of seven-colored light, and the phantom of a woman appeared on top of the lotus. Yang Kai could feel that if he hardened his heart, he should be able to destroy this phantom, break the Heart Seal secret technique from its foundation, and cut off the connection between him and Yu Rumeng. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai did not immediately do so, instead dispersing his soul avatar and opening his eyes again. Yu Rumeng had fallen not far away, her whole body soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body, outlining her exquisite and graceful figure. Her face was as pale as paper and her breathing was weak. That final struggle had also caused great damage to her body. Yang Kai looked at her with a complicated expression, and suddenly found that he didn't feel much heartache. Although he had cursed and scolded Yu Rumeng before, in fact he had only forced himself to do so. If he were in his previous state, seeing Yu Rumeng like this, he would definitely feel distressed. However, at this moment he just couldn't bear it. The effect of the Heart Seal secret technique had been greatly weakened. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had not suffered in vain. Moving a little distance away, Yang Kai came to Yu Rumeng's side, reached out, and helped her lie on his lap. Yang Kai looked down at her. The origin of this woman and her purpose for approaching him were worth investigating. Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart, but whether or not they were as he thought, he still had to confirm them. Since she was unconscious, perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to explore the secrets in her knowledge sea. Thinking of this, Yang Kai lowered his head, touched their foreheads, and sent his divine sense into her knowledge sea. Chapter 3390. After a while, Yang Kai raised his head helplessly. Yu Rumeng's knowledge sea defenses were extremely strong. Even though she was unconscious, Yang Kai couldn't break through them. If he forced his way in, it was very likely that she would wake up. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai could only give up. Yang Kai was a little confused. How could Yu Rumeng, a trivial second-order Emperor Realm Master, have such powerful spiritual energy? From her knowledge sea defenses, it could be seen that her soul cultivation was more powerful than an average third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he couldn't even break through her defenses, he naturally couldn't pry into her secrets. Yang Kai could only put this matter aside and take out some spirit pills. First, he pinched open Yu Rumeng's mouth and stuffed a few into her mouth, helping her swallow them. After that, he took a few more himself and sat down quietly to meditate. Time passed slowly. After a full day and night, Yu Rumeng let out a groan and frowned. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, She saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. Yu Rumeng blinked and looked a little dazed. Obviously, she still hadn't reacted and habitually smiled at Yang Kai. But soon, she remembered everything that happened before she passed out, and her pretty face couldn't help but change. Suddenly, she became extremely cold and pushed Yang Kai fiercely, trying to get up from his lap. Yang Kai's arrogant attitude and unwarranted insults from before really hurt her. Yang Kai grinned and pressed her back down again. Yu Rumeng struggled a few times, but how could she compete with Yang Kai's brute force? She could only say angrily, "Let go." Okay. Yang Kai comforted her softly. "Don't be so agitated, you haven't recovered yet. I told you to let go of me." Yu Rumeng stared at him coldly. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and his expression suddenly became serious. "Rumeng, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Don't be angry." This sincere apology caught Yu Rumeng a little off guard. Her anger instantly dissipated, and she suddenly became somewhat at a loss. Her eyelashes trembled, and she was stunned for a long time before she said, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's previous attitude was extremely firm, even refusing to apologize even if they had to die together. Even after she gave in, he still didn't compromise, but now he had suddenly changed his mind. Yu Rumeng really couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. In comparison, Yu Rumeng felt that this guy was more of a lunatic. Yang Kai gazed at her tenderly. Without saying a word, he bent down and kissed her. This was undoubtedly the most impactful response. Yu Rumeng's body immediately softened, and she no longer had the slightest resistance. After a long while, Yang Kai let go of her with a mischievous smile on his face. Yu Rumeng wiped her mouth and said angrily, "You bully me." Yang Kai was extremely amused by this girly attitude and couldn't help laughing. "That's your own fault. Who told you to plant that bullshit heart seal secret technique on me? If it weren't for that, who would have known you were Yu Rumeng?" Yu Rumeng snorted. "Don't pretend to be innocent. There will be plenty of time for you to snicker in the future." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Yu Rumeng smiled and said triumphantly, "You will know in the future. For now, don't ask so much." After a pause, she said seriously, "Don't scold me like that in the future. I can't accept it." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I know, I will never scold you again." Since he had already succeeded, there was no need for him to make himself suffer. Receiving his response, Yu Rumeng snuggled into his arms with a satisfied look on her face. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's profile, the happy smile on her face slowly fading away. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai lowered his head and asked. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and gently stroked Yang Kai's cheek, seemingly whispering, "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you are very far away from me." Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he smiled faintly. "I am right here." Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. This feeling was indescribable. Although Yang Kai was right in front of her, she still felt that he was far away from her. As night fell, the three holy spirits of the savage wildland, more than 20 Monster King, and the stone mongoose arrived one after another. The cultivator of the major sects in the Northern Territory also gradually gathered at the High Heaven Palace. In the Lingxiao Hall, hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor Realm gathered together. It was noisy and chaotic. The emergence of the demonic qi in the Western Territory and the opening of the passage between the two worlds was already known to them from Huaqing Sea. They also knew that this time, even the great emperors were on the move. Although they were far away in the Northern Territory and couldn't stay out of the matter, under the call of the High Heaven Palace, naturally no one dared to disobey. They all gathered their forces at the fastest speed and gathered at the High Heaven Palace. But for most cultivator in this world, the existence of the demon race was too far away. So far away that many people had never even heard of it. The cultivators from the Northern Territory were better off. After all, they had gone to the Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory with Yang Kai and witnessed the power of the demons with their own eyes, but they still knew nothing about the real demon race. It wasn't until Wanfeng, Fan Ho, and Song Go led the 36 Monster King of the savage wildland to the hall that the noise subsided. This was an extremely terrifying force. 3 holy spirits and 36 Monster King comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator. No matter where they went, no one could ignore them. Most of the cultivators from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory were only first-order or second-order cultivators, with very few third-order cultivators. Under the monstrous demonic chi, no one dared to speak. Although the main hall was large enough to accommodate several hundred people, there weren't that many seats. When Luan Feng and the others arrived, they walked straight ahead. The people on the left and right immediately parted to make a path for them. Those who were already seated also stood up and gave up their seats. The group of monster race cultivators from the savage wildland also found a place to sit down, giving off an imposing aura. Luan Feng glanced around before turning to Hua Qingxi and asking, "Where is Yang Kai?" Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. Palace Master said he would be here soon. Luan Feng nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. After waiting for a while, a figure flashed outside the hall. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already another person in front of the hall. Looking up, it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked around and saw Li Jiao, Mi Qi, Bing Yun, Ji Yao, Su Yan, Shan Qing Luo, Qi Yu, Aio Guizhu, and the others' familiar and unfamiliar faces flashed in front of him one by one. Yang Kai nodded lightly and quickly said, "I'm afraid everyone already knows the purpose of summoning you here. If you have any questions, you can ask now. This palace master will tell you everything he knows. Once we reach the Western Territory, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to ask anything." Luan Feng was the first to speak. Has the passage to the Demon Territory really opened in the Western Territory? This should be the question everyone was most concerned about. Although Hua Qingxi had informed everyone of this, no one dared to believe it. How could a passage between two worlds be so easy to open? If it was really so easy, the Demon Territory would have already invaded and not waited until today. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "It's true." He reached out and poked his eyes. "I saw it with my own eyes. Not only me, the three great emperors, Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior were also there. The martial beast is still guarding that place to prevent any accidents." As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. When they came here, everyone still had a trace of hope, hoping that Yang Kai was wrong. But now that they heard that the three great emperors were there, it was definitely not wrong. Even if Yang Kai was wrong, how could the three great emperors be wrong? The demon race. How strong are they? Fan Wu asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai pondered for a bit, then said, "I don't know the specifics, but I know that the demon race has existences that are not inferior to the great emperors. They call those existences the demon saint, but I don't know how many there are. Below the demon saint is the demon king, which is comparable to the emperor realm. Below the demon king is the demon commander, and below the demon commander is the demon general, which corresponds to the source of Tao and the void king respectively. As for the miscellaneous demon soldiers, I'm afraid there are countless of them." Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, the demonic chi is extremely corrosive and corrosive. Even the emperor realm cannot be easily contaminated. If we really go to war with the demon race, how do we defend against it?" This question hit the nail on the head, and it immediately resonated with everyone. Last time, when everyone went to the Orthodoxy Palace in the Southern Territory, they saw many cultivators that had been contaminated by the demonic chi and turned into a demon. Even now, they still had lingering fears when they thought about it. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Although the demonic chi is powerful, it is not invincible. If you want to resist it, you can resist it as long as you have enough vitality. The more vitality a cultivator has, the stronger their resistance to the demonic chi will be. If you fight with the demon race in the future, you must remember this." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "In addition, there are hundreds of races in the demon territory. Each race has their own unique talent and divine technique. For example, the sand demon is the most proficient in the earth escape technique. Who knows when they will hide under your feet and launch a fatal attack when you are not prepared. There is also the shadow demon race. They come and go without a trace. They are the race that is most proficient in assassination in the demon territory. When they show their weapons, it means your life is hanging by a thread." Yang Kai talked endlessly and explained all the information he knew about the demon race. Everyone in the hall listened attentively and didn't dare to miss anything. After all, there was no telling when Yang Kai's words here would become their life-saving straw. Luan Feng and the others were amazed. She and Fan Hua had inherited the memories of their ancestors, so they knew more about the demon race than ordinary people. However, they were far from Yang Kai's level. Yang Kai's understanding of the demon race was as if he had been to the demon territory and fought with the demon race. This made Luan Feng and the others puzzled. They didn't know how Yang Kai knew so much. Time passed. Yang Kai talked endlessly in front of the hall. The hundreds of disciples in the Emperor realm listened to his voice with a sincere expression. After 4 hours, Yang Kai stopped and said with a serious expression, "There is one more thing I need to tell you. In the Western Territory, the demon race has invaded the demon territory. I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory is not good."